The ultimate counter-strategy, I definitely employ a tactic that sweeps through the realm of cultivation, leaving no rival unchallenged. That I pose a simple question: who dares to stand against me? Life and death hold little weight in my eyes if you dare to defy me. Prepare for a fight. Youngster, back when I first mastered these strategies, you were still in diapers. Suke embarked on a path of deception, where each day was either spent scheming or on his way to concocting new plots. Chapter 1. I have a system. Bathed in a piercing ray of sunlight, Suke awoke, squinting against the brightness. A tickling sensation graced his face, and he found himself surrounded by a thicket of grass. Did I not die in a car accident? How am I alive again? Astonishment washed over him, but before he could fully comprehend his miraculous survival, a sight before him caused his eyes to widen in excitement. Then confusion set in. Before him stood a girl clad in ancient garb, resembling a celestial being, poised to crouch down right where he lay in the grass. Heavens! Could it be that this girl intended to? No way. Surely not. And as an upstanding individual, how could I possibly peep? Suke's eyes bulged. As the girl prepared to descend, he hastily emerged from the thick foliage, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you doing? You cannot relieve yourself here." The scene instantly froze. The girl, half squatting, became rigid, and then, she emitted a piercing scream, hurriedly dropping her skirt, and with a sudden leap, soared away on a gleaming sword. What is this? Flying through the air on a sword? So, she is truly a celestial maiden. Suke was taken aback, and in that moment, a flood of unfamiliar yet eerily familiar memories surged into his mind, as if he had lived them before. I have traversed worlds. In an instant, he grasped the chaotic memories that did not belong to him. This was indeed a realm of cultivation, where individuals could refine various techniques to ascend, much like the furious little fairy before him, who had just taken to the skies. In anger, the former owner of this body was none other than the current prince consort, yet he was a most unfortunate soul. Once a destitute orphan blessed with a rare spiritual root, he was favored by the emperor and made a prince consort, granted countless treasures for cultivation. In merely 6 years, he attained the golden core stage. However, on the day he reached this milestone, the stunning princess had drained him of all his cultivation within a week, stripping him even of his innate abilities. The talented prince consort, newlywed, was reduced to a mere shell of his former self and was discreetly expelled from the palace. En route to exile, he was struck down by an agent of the emperor and met his demise, left abandoned here. What a pity! Having unraveled these memories, Suke wore a look of regret, shaking his head with a sigh, lamenting, "Damn it, why was I not a step earlier?" The thought of that enchanting princess only deepened his sense of loss. He had arrived too late. "You bold scoundrel! How dare you spy on me? Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. It was the celestial maiden returning. Her face flushed with indignation, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She flew towards Suke, her sword gleaming ominously beneath her feet. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Fair maiden, you were the one squatting where I lay, and while I understand your desire for vengeance, your current approach offers me little motivation to flee." Suke shouted as he took off in a sprint. The girl's expression shifted, her cheeks reddening as she lifted her skirt and spat, "Scoundrel, you seek death." The speed of her flying sword surged as it hurtled towards Quebec. As he fled, Suke frantically contemplated his escape. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He halted, reached into his robe, and brandished a familiar token, turning to the girl and proclaiming, "How dare you, Demonis? I am the prince consort of the Fire Yuan nation. Do you dare to show me disrespect? Beware, for I shall annihilate your entire clan." At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host Suke has activated the facade system. This system shall safeguard you, aiding your rise to prominence. Congratulations, host Suke has successfully displayed bravado, earning 1 point of bravado value. Would you like to enter the shop for redemption? The system detects that host Suke possesses low capabilities, making survival in this world precarious. A beginner's gift package will be awarded. Do you wish to view it?" As the notifications played, a translucent interface materialized before him, displaying various data. Host, Suke. Realm, mortal powerless. Experience, 0-100. Bravado value, 1 point. Techniques, none. Occupation, none. Status, Prince consort of the Fire Yuan nation in the Eastern Wasteland, hiss. Haha. Suke gasped in surprise, followed by an uncontrollable fit of laughter. This facade system is tailored for me, designed to assist in my extraordinary rise. Now, the adventure truly begins. Scoundrel, you laugh in the face of impending doom? A sudden exclamation jolted Suke from his elation. The girl had drawn near, standing several meters away, her flying sword aimed at him, her large, bright eyes filled with suspicion. Suke narrowed his eyes, contemplating before he sneered. I am the prince consort of the Fire Yuan nation. Even the esteemed princess cannot escape my gaze. You are merely a pretty face. It is a privilege for you that I wish to behold you. Do not think that brandishing a sword grants you power over me. I am an unseen century prodigy of cultivation. Do you believe I fear you, little girl? Come, if you wish to engage me, take a step closer and try. Congratulations, host Suke has successfully displayed bravado, earning 1 point of bravado value. As expected, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears once more, prompting him to burst into laughter again. It appeared this facade system was indeed, as its name suggested, displaying bravado would earn him points, allowing him to level up and gain various rewards. There's also a gift package. Suke's eyes lit up as he commanded, view the package. Instantly, the interface transformed, revealing a square gift box, which opened to release several beams of light, vanishing in an instant. Congratulations, host Suke has obtained a beginner experience pill, which grants 10,000 experience points upon consumption. Congratulations, host Suke has obtained 2 beginner swift escape talismans, which allow for instantaneous movement within a 5-kilometer radius. Congratulations, host Suke has obtained the beginner ancient 5 elements technique note. The beginner edition can only cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Further exchanges can be made in the shop. Beep. The system detects that host Suke has incomplete spiritual roots. All spiritual roots will be restored. At once, Suke felt a surge of energy course through him, sending tingles across his scalp. But soon, a wave of comfort followed, as every pore in his body opened wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! Before long, he felt an earth-shattering transformation within himself, growing closer to nature, as if he could merge with all things and command them at will. Yet, he knew how familiar this sensation was long ago. When his fire spiritual root had not been taken by the princess, he had felt a similar affinity for flames. Now, the system not only restored his fire spiritual root, but also completed all other elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Suddenly, all 5 spiritual roots were present, each of the highest heaven level. Heavens, this is defying the natural order. With this realization, Suke could no longer restrain himself, raising his arms and exclaiming, with the system in my grasp, the world is mine. What pathetic Fire Yuan, Kingdom Princess and Emperor. When I, Suke, return after leveling up, I will trample you all underfoot, crushing you to dust. Audacious lecher. Since you claim to be the Fire Yuan Kingdom's consort, how dare you utter such rebellious words? Plotting to assassinate the sovereign? The woman beside him was somewhat stunned, wondering if this consort had lost his mind, daring to speak such treasonous words. Ding. Congratulations to host Suke for a successful act of grandstanding, gaining 1 point of grandstanding value. Suke then regained his senses, his lips twitching slightly. Damn it, he was so caught up in showing off and envisioning the future that he almost forgot about the immediate trouble. He had to quickly find a way to escape. That's right, the experience pill. He suddenly remembered that there was a beginner's experience pill in the newbie gift pack. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly used his mind to operate the system interface, opening a package in which 3 items appeared. Use it, use it. Suke stared at 2 of the items, shouting in his mind that a series of system prompts immediately echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host Suke for successfully cultivating the primordial 5 elements art. Ding! Host Suke has consumed the beginner's experience pill, gaining 10,000 experience points. Congratulations to host Suke for leveling up current realm. Chi refining stage, 1st level. Congratulations to host Suke for leveling up current realm. Chi refining stage, 2nd level. Congratulations to host Suke for leveling up current realm. Chi refining stage, 3rd level. Congratulations to host Suke for leveling up current realm. Chi refining stage, 10th level. In just a few breaths, Suke transformed from a mortal with no strength to truss a chicken into a cultivator, directly soaring to the 10th level of the chi refining stage only. One step away from the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, his current strength was far more powerful than that of a normal 10th level chi refining cultivator. The reason was that he possessed 5 celestial spiritual roots, which meant that one person possessed 5 times the strength of an ordinary person. Even under the mutually reinforcing and restraining attributes of these 5 different spiritual energies, the power unleashed was far more than just 5 times as simple. This time, there's really nothing more to say. If I'm not invincible, who is? Suke's heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. But at this moment, the woman opposite him brandished a stream of light, streaking across the sky, the sharp blade darting over like a viper in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Shinda, I just asked you, this little beauty, to come forward and let this consort take a good look. Who told you to draw your sword? This is a sneak attack, an underhanded scheme. Seeing the flying sword approaching, Suke was immediately startled, and he immediately opened his mouth to curse. But despite the cursing, the movements under his feet were not ambiguous at all. He slid backward, and a wisp of water, elemental spiritual energy, condensed at his fingertips, gently flicking against the oncoming blade. Clang! A crisp, trembling sound rang out, and the sharp sword was deflected. How is this possible? The woman was immediately stunned that I in the sect, those who could so easily defuse this sword, apart from those unfathomable uncles and elders, will at least have to be those senior brothers and sisters of the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. I'm just wondering, I've already said that what happened just now was a misunderstanding, but you're still pestering me, and you even want to kill me? Don't think that just because you look like a fairy, I won't hit you. Anyway, I didn't see clearly just now, so this time I'll take a look openly. Suke scolded angrily, taking a step with the U-gate, and the earth elemental spiritual energy immediately merged into the earth, his speed suddenly doubling, and he appeared in front of the woman in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, a wisp of water elemental spiritual energy surged from his palm, surrounding all directions, and before the woman could react, she was imprisoned on the spot. Lecture, what do you want? The woman was shocked, feeling that the fire elemental spiritual energy in her body was completely suppressed. Since you've already called me a lecher, then I can't bear this label for nothing. Suke had a lewd smile on his face, raised his eyebrows, and walked forward. Chapter 2. Execute and evade. Utterly thrilling awe. You lecher. Halt right there. The woman shrieked, utterly aghast that such an outrage could occur in broad daylight, practically at the foot of her own Tianwu sect. Do scream by all means. I doubt anyone will come to your rescue, even if you rupture your vocal cords. Suke said, his eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Of course, his intent was merely to vex her, to retaliate for the frustration of being pursued earlier. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several sonic booms echoed from the distant sky, followed by 3 streaks of light tearing through the firmament, plummeting towards them like meteors. Audacious scoundrel, desist at once. 2 stern admonitions rang out simultaneously, reverberating in Suke and Oppo's mind like thunderclaps. A formidable pressure descended upon him, akin to a mountain crushing him, causing his face to pale and nearly forcing him to his knees. In the blink of an eye, 3 hoary elders with youthful countenances materialized before Quebec. The old crone among them possessed the most malevolent gaze, fixing Suke with a chilling stare that made him feel as though he were standing on the precipice of hell, his life held precariously in her grasp. As insignificant as an ant. A powerhouse. Damn it. These old geezers are undeniably formidable. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the trio, Suke instantly realized that he stood no chance against them. Presumptuous fiend, daring to commit such villainy at the foot of my Tianwu sect. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to deliver justice. The old crone harumphed, raising her hand as a serpent of fire erupted, snaking along her arm and surging forth with scorching, boundless energy towards Quebec. Holy crap. This old hag is ruthless, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Suke and Oppo's expression shifted as he swiftly conjured earth elemental energy, his feet seemingly merging with the ground as he nimbly evaded the attack. However, the fire serpent returned, abruptly splitting into 2, twisting around with gaping maws, blocking his retreat and lunging towards him. Suke inhaled sharply, realizing that the old crone was unequivocally intent on killing him. Damn it, Who did I offend? Suke was disgruntled, but he knew he had to flee, or his life would end there. With a whoosh, he channeled nearly all of his earth elemental energy into his feet, his body narrowly dodging between the two fire serpents. His heart pounding with a sense of near death, his back unknowingly drenched in a cold sweat. His evasion, however, caused a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the three elders. How is this possible? This child is merely at the 10th level of chi refinement. Yet he has managed to evade the Crimson Fire Serpent and Appos' pursuit twice in such a short span. How did he achieve such speed? The two elders beside the old crone exclaimed in disbelief. The old crone scoffed. I sensed a surge of earth elemental energy from this person earlier. The people of the Earth Yuan Kingdom are adept at this earth-burrowing escape technique. He must be a spy sent by the Earth Yuan Kingdom. Master, wait. That person claimed to be the consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom and possessed a token, the woman interjected hastily. She was aware that if the man before them was indeed the consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, the royal family might seize upon this pretext to launch an attack on the Tianwu sect. A consort? As far as I know. The consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom is a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent, who entered the golden core stage at the tender age of 18. He should be in seclusion in the palace, not some petty thief like this. Shuiru, you have rarely descended the mountain and lack experience. You must remember not to trust others so easily, the old crone said, casting a fond glance at the woman. So, he and Appos, a fraud, the woman exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glared at Su Quebec. The old crone then glanced at Su K in the distance, as if struck by a sudden realization. With a flip of her palm, a golden rope materialized out of thin air, shimmering with iridescent light. This caused Su K and Appos' eyes to widen, captivated by the luster and quality of the rope. A magic treasure. It must be a legendary magic treasure. Shuiru, I shall lend you my immortal binding rope to capture him, the old crone said, as the golden rope floated towards Tang Shuiru. Tang Shuiru was taken aback. This was one of her master and Appos' most prized artifacts. Once this rope was unleashed, anyone below the golden core stage would be subdued. But with her master and Appos' cultivation, capturing this lecher would be a breeze. Why wasn't an Appos' she acting? Soon, she understood. With her master and Appos' cultivation and status, it was indeed inappropriate for her to act personally. It would be laughable for her to bully the weak. However, lending her the magic treasure to act was different. It would be both justified and ensure the capture of the lecher. Her master was indeed a woman of great wisdom. With this in mind, Tang Shuiru caught the immortal binding rope, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Su K as she called out in a delicate voice, Lecher, surrender at once. Su K and Appos' mouth twitched. Surrender my ass. You and Appos, recalling me a lecher, and you expect me to surrender? No way. He rolled his eyes and sneered. I am the consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Do you really think you can capture me with your flimsy rope? You underestimate me. Come closer and try to bind me if you dare. I and Appos, stand here and let you try? Flimsy rope? Not only Tang Shuiru, but even the old crone and the other two elders wore dark expressions. The immortal binding rope was personally crafted by the sect leader of their Tianwu sect and was a top-tier magic treasure. Yet, it was being called a flimsy rope by a scoundrel. This was an insult to the Tianwu sect. You asked for it. Tang Shuiru immediately roared, her figure soaring into the air as the immortal binding rope shot out like a serpent, hurtling towards Su K with lightning speed. Ding! Host and Appos, Su K and Appos, has failed to show off. No reward will be given for this action. Damn it. Retreat is the best option. Su K cursed inwardly, turning to flee. Shuiru, use the flying sword to block his retreat, the old crone suddenly reminded, directly using Su K to instruct her disciple in combat skills. Tang Shuiru immediately understood. Multitasking as she urged the flying sword to shoot towards Su Quebec, Su K was immediately displeased, shouting, You old hack, are you afraid your disciple can end Appos, beat me? Let me tell you, if you can catch me today, my name ISN and Appos, Su. Don and Appos, insult my master. Tang Shuiru shouted angrily, the flying sword becoming even more fierce. The old crone and Appos' expression grew even darker. Su K swiftly retrieved a talisman from his system inventory, the elementary swift escape talisman, and became fearless. Recalling a classic line, he shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Don and Oppos. T underestimate the young. You just wait. One day I and amp. Oppos. LL make you kneel before me and sing and amp. Oppos. Conquer and amp. Oppos. As he finished speaking, the swift escape talisman in his hand emitted a brilliant light just as the immortal binding rope was about to touch his back. With a whoosh, Suke vanished from the spot. The immortal binding rope lost its target and fell from the air. Tang Shuiru and the three elders were dumbfounded. What kind of magic treasure is this? Could it be the long-lost shrinking ground talisman? How is this possible? Quick, send people to search for him. He can and amp. Oppos. T have gone far. This child possesses a treasure and must not fall into the hands of others. The old crone shouted, transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky. At the same time, in a dimly lit secret room, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Su Quebec, damn it. This talisman is really useful. Haha, those old geezers must be dumbfounded now, right? Execute and evade, it and amp. Oppos. So damn thrilling. Seeing that he was temporarily safe, Suke laughed heartily as the system and amp. Oppos. Notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for successfully acting tough, gaining 1 point of acting tough value. Ding. Congratulations to host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for achieving the and Oppos, execute and evade and Oppos. Achievement, rewarding 10 points of acting tough value. Suke was stunned, then laughed again. Haha, this was a worthwhile performance. In high spirits, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He saw boxes of all sizes scattered across the floor, exuding a fragrant aroma of sandalwood, which seemed quite extraordinary. With a hint of amusement, Suke was about to proceed when he noticed a plaque hanging above the rafters, boldly proclaiming Treasure Pavilion of the Tianwu sect. Heavens, he mused. I and amp. Oppos, VE unintentionally stumbled into their treasure vault. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. I and amp. Oppos, am not one for petty theft after all. Nevertheless, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, Suke charged towards the array of wooden chests and boxes like a marauder descending upon a village. Upon opening the first rectangular box, a resplendent sword bathed in crimson light greeted him. Wisps of red radiance danced along the blade, reminiscent of flowing magma, an unmistakable sign of its extraordinary nature. Acquired. Must acquire, Suke exclaimed with glee. He mentally accessed his inventory system, opened his satchel, and stowed the flying sword within. The second wooden box revealed several vials labeled essence gathering pills. Jackpot. Suke rejoiced, unable to contain his delight. He promptly transferred the pills to his system inventory before eagerly moving on to the other treasure chests. It was only after emptying the majority of the treasure chests that he realized the spatial limitations of his system inventory. Each distinct item occupied a single square, preventing him from storing everything. What a predicament, he lamented. To leave behind such treasures would be a sacrilege. Determined to find a solution, Suke sat down on the floor, his mind racing. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up with inspiration. Eureka! I and amp. Oppos. LL consume all the pills, freeing up space for the remaining items. Without hesitation, Suke opened his system inventory, retrieved all the pills, and cleared a significant number of squares. He then proceeded to transfer the contents of the remaining chests and boxes into his inventory. Soon, the entire treasure pavilion was stripped bare, save for a dozen or so small wooden boxes containing various elixirs and panaceas. After a moment and amp. Oppos' deliberation, Suke decided that one should not indiscriminately consume medicine. A trial run is in order, he concluded. He opened a vial of essence-gathering pills, extracted a single dark pill, and popped it into his mouth, chewing it like a piece of candy. To his surprise, he detected no discernible taste. With a gulp, he swallowed the pill, a perplexed frown creasing his brow. Strange, he muttered. No taste, no sensation. Could it be expired? Another one can and amp. Oppos, T hurt, he reasoned, opening the second vial of essence-gathering pills. Then the third, the fourth, and so on. By the time he had consumed all 10 vials of essence-gathering pills, Suke only felt a slight fullness in his stomach, devoid of any other effects. I refuse to be defeated, he declared, reaching for the vials of essence-returning pills and body-tempering pills. He began to ingest the pills voraciously, one after another, vial after vial. Suddenly, the doors of the treasure pavilion were thrust open, and a handsome young man in azure robes, a sword hanging from his waist, appeared in the doorway. Suke froze, and their eyes met. The young man, Suke. Time seemed to stand still. Air. Suke swallowed the last few pills, turned to the young man, and let out a resounding burp. Chapter 3. Bursting at the seams, the sword-wielding youth and amp. Oppos. S. lips twitched, his brow furrowing deeply. Surveying the desolate treasury and the unfamiliar figure before him, his initial bewilderment morphed into incandescent rage. With a resounding shing, he unsheathed his blade, pointing it menacingly at Suke, and demanded in a stentorian voice, "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon my sect's sacred vaults?" Suke, glancing at the last remaining swift escape talisman in his inventory, offered a composed smile. "My dear fellow," he began, "you brandish your sword at me without even knowing my identity? Are you cognizant that there is nothing I despise more than having a weapon? A sword pointed at my head. Ding. Congratulations to host and amp. Oppos, Suke and amp. Oppos, for a successful act of coercion. Obtained 1 point of coercion value." The youth, momentarily perplexed, stammered, "I wasn't an amp. Oppos, T pointing it at your head." He swiftly regained his composure, retorting with acrimony, "Enough idle chatter. Daring to invade my sect and amp. Oppos, S treasury is tantamount to courting death." As the final words reverberated, the youth's blade hummed, resonating with a sonorous chime, and emitted a radiant crimson glow, imbued with the scorching essence of fire elemental energy. He lunged towards Quebec. Damn it. This fellow is no pushover. He and amp. Oppos, S far more formidable than that little fairy, likely at the Foundation establishment stage. Why are these cultivators all so alike? They resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and with such unbridled ferocity. Suke cursed inwardly. He hastily mobilized his internal energy to retaliate, only to realize something was amiss. A tidal wave of energy surged within him, coursing through his meridians with reckless abandon, threatening to tear him asunder. It felt as if a million needles were piercing him, causing him to convulse and collapse. Ack! Suke clutched his lower abdomen, where his dantian was located, feeling as though it was being stretched to its breaking point by the rampant energy, on the precipice of spontaneous combustion. Why is this happening? Suke recalled the copious amount of pills he had ingested earlier, his complexion turning ashen. I and amp. Oppos, am finished. Utterly finished. So many pills, they weren't an amp. Oppos, T a nerd after all. But required my own energy to catalyze them. I didn't and amp. Oppos, T even attempt to circulate my energy after swallowing them. And now, goaded by this youth, I and amp. Oppos, VE inadvertently triggered them all at once. Audacious rogue. What trickery is this? Zhang Suliang scrutinized Suke with suspicion. Seeing him clutching his abdomen and the scattering of empty pill vials around him, he was instantly aghast. You consumed all of these pills? Suke was too enervated to respond, contorting in agony on the ground, his face growing increasingly pallid. Even with 5 spiritual roots, he couldn't and amp. Oppos, T possibly assimilate such a vast quantity of energy. Zhang Suliang was dumbfounded. These elixirs, they and amp. Oppos, re the monthly provisions for the outer sect disciples. A single ordinary chi gathering pill is sufficient for a chi refining disciple to cultivate for over a month. Yet this madman has swallowed dozens. Even consuming Foundation establishment grade essence returning pills and body tempering pills. Is he attempting to commit suicide to evade justice? Ding. The system has detected that host and amp. Oppos, Suke and amp. Oppos, S and amp. Oppos, internal energy exceeds capacity, resulting in physical damage. Initiate auto repair function? Warning. Each hour of auto repair will consume 1 point of coercion value. The system and amp. Oppos, S prompt echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Suke responded with his consciousness. Activate it immediately, and help me resolve this energy overload. Ding. Auto repair function activated successfully, deducting 1 point of coercion value. Ding. The system has detected that host and amp. Oppos, S ancient 5 elements art is only at the initial level and cannot digest all the energy. Purchase the intermediate level. Swish. With the activation of the auto repair function, Suke felt the excruciating pain lessen considerably. Simultaneously, a holographic interface appeared before him, displaying the system and amp. Oppos, S marketplace. This was his first glimpse into the system and amp. Oppos, S offerings, a myriad of options including various cultivation arts and magical treasures. However, upon seeing the price of the intermediate level of the ancient 5 elements art, he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. 100 points of coercion value for the intermediate level? You must be joking. I and amp. Oppos. VE spent an entire day painstakingly coercing others. And I can and amp. Oppos. To even afford a single cultivation art. Suke erupted in indignant fury. Zhang Suliang frowned, about to speak when Suke and amp. Oppos. S expression suddenly contorted once more, emitting another agonizing shriek. Ack. The cry was heartrending, not feigned, as the auto-repair function Kuden and amp. Oppos. T keep pace with the destructive force of the energy. He had consumed too many pills, and his mortal body simply Kuden and amp. Oppos. T withstand the strain. Rather than suffer such a tormented demise, I shall grant you a swift end. Zhang Suliang, feeling a twinge of pity, gripped his blade firmly, resolving to end Suke and amp. Oppos. S suffering. Seeing this, Suke mustered the last vestiges of his strength. Gritting his teeth, pay me no heed. All men must die, some deaths carry the weight of Mount Tai, while others are as light as a feather. If I don and amp. Oppos. T descend into hell, who will? Ack. As the words faded, a muffled swoosh was heard, and Suke vanished without a trace. Appearing to have combusted spontaneously, his soul extinguished, leaving behind no physical remains. Zhang Suliang stood agape, unable to fully comprehend what had transpired, seemingly awestruck by Suke's valiant words before his demise. However, Suke was not dead. He merely feared being cleaved in two by Zhang Suliang and amp. Oppos. S-blade. So he decisively crushed the swift escape talisman to flee, adding a touch of coercion before his departure. Yet, the act was rather pedestrian, and the system rewarded him with a mere point of coercion value. A paltry sum compared to the 100 points needed for the intermediate level of the ancient 5 elements art, like a drop in the ocean. Crucially, Suke was still running the auto-repair function, consuming a point of coercion value every hour, yet the energy showed no signs of diminishing, instead growing exponentially. Like potent liquor with a formidable after-effect. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Suke was transported to a mountain stream, leaning against a large tree. He propped himself up, summoned the coercion system, and the holographic interface appeared before him. Host, Suke Realm. Chi Refining Stage 10th Level, Elementary, Experience Points, 1000 Coercion Value, 15 points Cultivation Art, Ancient 5 Elements Art Initial Level Profession, None Status. Consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Eastern Wasteland's current vitality status, perilously close to death. Seeing the newly appended line, Suke and amp. Oppos. S lips twitched violently. Perilously close to death was hardly a favorable prognosis. Akin to receiving a terminal diagnosis in a hospital, essentially a death sentence. Damn this system. You promised to help me coerce and soar. But you need to find a solution immediately. Suke clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. Ding. Scan complete. Based on host and amp. Oppos. S current coercion value and vitality status. The system has found a solution for you. Hearing this, Suke and amp. Oppos. S eyes lit up, and hope surged within him once more. But in the next moment, his world turned bleak again. The system automatically displayed the marketplace interface, prominently featuring a cultivation art titled Severing Meridians. Chapter 4. The Little Village Girl. After a brief moment, Suke finally exhaled in relief. The system and amp. Oppos. S proposal was not a dead end. The suggestion to sever his meridians was, in fact, a means to dissipate the excess spiritual energy within him. As spiritual energy coursed through the extraordinary meridians, each severance would automatically prompt the energy to mend the meridian, rendering it more resilient and robust while also serving to refine his body. However, this process was rather gruesome. For the spiritual energy to repair the meridians, the automatic repair function had to be disabled, which meant that Suke was about to endure countless agonizing episodes of self-inflicted injury. Well, if it must be done, better to sever than to be overwhelmed. Ultimately, Suke made his choice. Gritting his teeth, he spent 10 points of pretentiousness to acquire the technique of self-severing meridians. Instantly, a flicker of spiritual light flashed through his mind, and he grasped this self-mutilating skill in an instant. With his eyes shut tight, he summoned a strand of spiritual energy with 2 fingers and forcefully pressed it against the major acupoints on his body. Immediately, the air was filled with agonizing screams that echoed through the forest. This severance lasted 2 days and nights, until Suke finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep unconsciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a dilapidated wooden cabin, surrounded by rudimentary wooden furniture. A small, rusted iron kettle on the table was steaming. He had survived, Suke smiled with joy. He licked his dry, cracked lips, attempting to rise and pour himself some water. Hiss! Instantly, he inhaled sharply, as searing pain coursed through his entire body, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. At that moment, he realized he was wrapped up like a mummy, with a pungent medicinal odor emanating from his body. Damn it, which incompetent doctor did this? Suke felt a surge of anger. A mere injury could be resolved with a bit of pretentiousness, yet here he was, bound like a mummy. How could he possibly rise and act grandly? Creak! At that moment, the wooden door was gently pushed open, revealing a petite figure standing at the threshold. "Oh, you're awake?" A melodious voice rang in Suke and Appo's ears. He looked up, stunned. The little girl before him was pure and charming, with delicate, fair skin and a cascade of lustrous black hair cascading effortlessly. Her bright, sparkling eyes were impossibly clear. Upon noticing Suke and Appo's awakening, a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of an angel. "You finally woke up. Yesterday, while I was foraging for wild vegetables on the mountain, I found you lying on the ground, covered in blood, so I went to find Long and the others to help carry you back. You must be an outsider, right? It's dangerous on the mountain. You could easily encounter wild beasts if you're not familiar with the paths." The pure and beautiful little village girl smiled, revealing two delightful dimples on her cheeks. Suke remained entranced. My heavens, how is it that this world is filled with such beauties? The previous little fairy, who was so quick to shout and fight, was one thing, but this little village girl, simply stepping out, was stunningly pure and lovely. How could anyone resist? Don't be afraid. This is Pan Mountain Village. The wild beasts want to come here. There are many immortals on the mountain who drive them away. Seeing Suke's dazed expression, the little village girl thought he was still frightened, and she waved her small hand, mimicking the action of driving away beasts, which was utterly adorable. Suke snapped back to reality. While admiring the beauty, he could not let the grand endeavor of showing off slip away. He straightened up, his voice booming. "Afraid? I, Suke, have never known fear. To be honest, I am a hunter. The other day, I encountered dozens of wild beasts that wanted to devour me, but I was not afraid at all. I boldly told them, and Appos, to die as human. Whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather, I, Suke, will never surrender, and Appos. Thus, I engaged in a fierce battle with them for 3 days and nights. And this scar here was from a vicious wolf and Appos' claws. Huh, there have never been wolves on our mountain. Really? Then it must have come from another mountain. Don and Appos, mind those details. The key point is that to avoid being devoured, I leaped off the mountain without hesitation, and unexpectedly, the heavens favored me, sending a little fairy to rescue me. Thank you. I'm not a fairy. I'm Xiaoro." The little village girl and Appos' snow-white cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. "Never mind, Xiaoro, from now on, you shall be my little fairy," Suke declared with deep affection. "You, what are you saying?" Xiaoro blushed furiously and, in a flustered state, covered her face and dashed away. In this place, even in a village, people and Appos' views remained traditional. Suke and Appos' words were nothing short of blatant flirtation, rather than mere compliments. After Xiaoro fled the wooden cabin, she stood outside, fanning her flushed cheeks with her small hands. Suke lay back on the wooden bed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had successfully showcased his bravado, earning himself 2 points of pretentiousness and sweetly complimenting Xiaoro in the process. He summoned the system, and his personal information interface automatically appeared. Host, Suke Realm, Chi Refinement Stage, Level 10, Slight Progress, Experience Points, 1000 Pretentiousness Points, 7 Technique, Ancient 5 Elements Formula, Beginner and Appos' Addition Occupation, None Status, Son-in-law of the Fire Element Kingdom, Eastern Wilderness. Suke suddenly expressed surprise. Previously, when he viewed his information, he was also at Chi Refinement Stage, Level 10, but the system rated his level as merely a beginner-esque glimpse. Now, however, it had elevated to Slight Progress, indicating a notable enhancement. Could it be the result of severing and subsequently mending his meridians? Well, if that's the case, the suffering wasn't in vain after all. Suke felt a sense of balance returning to his heart and instructed the system, activate the repair function and assist me in healing my injuries. Ding. Automatic repair function activated. 1 point of pretentiousness deducted. Whoosh. In an instant, A refreshing and gentle sensation coursed through his body. Suke felt utterly rejuvenated, as if he had submerged into a warm bath after extreme fatigue, every pore opening wide. Moments later, the pain in his body gradually dissipated, his strength restored, and he felt considerably more powerful than before his injuries. Suke laughed contentedly, springing up from the bed. He clenched his fists, and with a flex of his muscles, the bandages around him burst apart with loud cracks, falling to the ground. Creak. At that very moment, Xiaoro, who had calmed herself outside, pushed the door open once more. Her gaze fell upon Suke, her eyes widening in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Before her face flushed deeply, and she bolted out through the door. Chapter 5. The deadliness of unintentional posturing. As the gauze was removed, Suke and Apos' body was instantly exposed, save for a layer of medicinal ointment adhering to his skin. Your injuries are still severe. The physician said you must continue the medication for a month. Why did you remove the dressing yourself? Xiaoro reproached him from outside the door, refraining from entering. Suke hastily grabbed the patched quilt from the bed, wrapped it around himself, and cleared his throat. Xiaoro, I and Apos am fine. It was merely a superficial wound and is no longer a concern. Could you fetch me some clothing? After a moment of silence, Xiaoro responded. Wait here. Then, he heard her footsteps receding rapidly. Suke grimaced, settled back onto the bed, and awaited Xiaoro and Apos' return with the garments. However, the pungent medicinal odor was quite bothersome, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, despite his anticipation, Xiaoro had not returned after 15 minutes. Growing impatient, Suke wondered if Xiaoro had mistaken his actions for lewd behavior and had gone to summon others to apprehend him. That would be a grave misunderstanding. He quickly leapt from the bed, still clutching the quilt, and cautiously peeked through a crack in the door. Judging from the surroundings, he was apparently in an impoverished village. Across the way stood several equally dilapidated huts, and the streets were composed entirely of sandy earth, devoid of paving stones, which stirred up dust easily. However, the setting possessed its own distinct charm. Although somewhat backward, it was intimate with nature, tranquil, and an ideal location for retirement. Yet at this moment, the village was eerily silent, and the streets were deserted. Disregarding the village and Apos' beauty, Suke peered around from behind the door, unable to spot a single villager. Strange. There was activity just moments ago. How did everyone vanish after Xiaoro left? Perplexed, he knitted his brow and prepared to open the door to investigate. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached from a distance, stirring up the dust on the ground. Subsequently, several burly villagers emerged from the fields, brandishing hoes and other tools, and rushed in this direction. Suke and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Crap, did they really go get people to beat me up? Hurry, Don and Apos, let that beast harm our villagers. A stout man yelled. Suke and Apos' lips curled. Did he just call me a beast? He and Apos' asking for it. Bang. Instantly, he kicked the door open, his bare body draped in a tattered quilt, and stepped outside, appearing rather disreputable. Before he could unleash a torrent of curses, the burly men froze, staring at Suke in bewilderment. Huh, little lad, why are you out of bed? Indeed, didn't and Apos' the physician say his injuries were severe? Quickly, return to bed. Don and Apos' interfere. We can certainly drive that beast away. Yes, return to bed and Don and Apos' catch a chill. Suke was utterly dumbfounded, passively allowing the men to usher him back inside. What and Apos' going on? They weren't and Apos' going to beat me up? I thought they were coming for me. But if they weren't and Apos' cursing me, who is the beast? Xiaoro hasn't and Apos' returned in so long. Could it be? Suke was instantly alarmed. Wait, what happened? Where and Apos' Xiaoro? The burly men paused, stunned. Little lad, you Don and Apos' know what happened? A wild beast descended from the mountains and attempted to hunt our villagers. Xiaoro spotted it and alerted everyone to help. We were working in the fields and didn't and Apos' know. Wang and Apos' plump daughter ran to tell us. We and Apos' on our way to help now. Yes, Don and Apos' delay. Little lad, return to bed yourself. Once we and Apos' dealt with that beast, we and Apos' have a feast tonight and eat meat together. With these words, they brandished their hoes and hurried toward the village entrance. A wild beast. Suke stood there, dumbfounded, before snapping out of his daze. He glanced around and rushed toward a wooden cabinet. He haphazardly snatched a small piece of red cloth from within, wrapped it around his lower body, and secured it tightly. Then, still draped in the quilt, he sprinted toward the village entrance. He resolved to offer assistance. Although he didn't endopos, know what kind of beast it was. The fact that it had roused so many burly men to action indicated that it was extraordinary. Moreover, Xiaoro was there, so he had to go. If the situation permitted, he could even posture a bit and earn some acting tough points. Suke and Oppo's speed was remarkable. The tattered quilt billowed in the wind, and the red cloth around his lower body made him resemble a pauper and Oppo's version of a superhero. Whoosh! In mere moments, Suke overtook the villagers, flashing past them and startling them. Goodness, how can this little lad run so fast? He doesn't endopos appear injured at all. Could he be a disciple from some martial arts sect? Ding! Congratulations to the host, Suke, for successfully posturing imperceptibly, earning 5 acting tough points. During his sprint, Suke and Oppo's mind was suddenly filled with the system and Oppo's notification, causing him to falter. Crap, when did I posture? Suke was momentarily bewildered before realizing. Unintentional posturing? So I unknowingly postured in front of those villagers just now. And the reward is so generous, 5 acting tough points in one go. It seems the saying is true. Unintentional posturing is the deadliest. Soon, after rounding a bend, a crowd of people appeared in the distance. Both men and women, young and old, gathered at the village entrance. Shouts of anger and roars echoed. The shouts came from the people, while the roars sounded like those of a ferocious beast. Suke and Oppo's gaze bypassed the crowd, revealing a scene of several burly men confronting a wild beast. The beast was enormous, resembling a black ox, sturdy and fierce, with the head of a tiger. Its fangs appeared to gleam with a chilling light when it roared, inspiring fear. However, the burly men did not retreat, standing in front of the crowd with their hose raised, facing the beast. Upon seeing this, Suke bellowed, "Release that beast!" Swish! Instantly, the gazes of the villagers converged on him. Suke quickly tightened his grip on the quilt and added, "Let me handle it." "Oh. Why are you here?" A cry of surprise came from the crowd. It was Xiaoro. The other villagers recognized Suke and their expressions changed. They anxiously shouted, "Little brother, go back. Don and Oppo's, come near. You and Oppo's, LL be hurt by the beast again. That and Oppo's, right. You and Oppo's, re-injured. Go back quickly." Suke and Oppo's attempt to posture was thwarted as the crowd blocked his path, preventing him from reaching the front. He pleaded, "Fellow villagers, there and Oppo's no time to explain. Let me deal with that beast first." However, the villagers ignored him, stubbornly blocking his way, determined not to let him court death. An elderly man emerged from the crowd, leaning on a cane, and earnestly said, "Little lad, we know you have a good heart, but you're frail and injured. How can you possibly be a match for that beast? Listen to us and don't be reckless. Look, De Zhuang and the others are injured." Suke's eyes widened. "Grandpa, don't underestimate me. I've fought hundreds of wild beasts single-handedly. Ask Xiaoro if you don't believe me." Xiaoro was perplexed. Wasn't it dozens of beasts? Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Dust and dirt erupted near the village entrance, and several burly men were sent flying. Within the dust, 2 faint spots of blood flickered. The villagers, who had been trying to reason with Suke, were startled and turned their heads, their expressions changing drastically. In the diminishing cloud of dust, a dark and enormous beast emerged, roaring as it charged toward them. Roar! The beast and Oppo's roar seemed to carry a terrifying force that momentarily paralyzed everyone and Oppo's thoughts. At the forefront of the crowd, Xiaoro suddenly turned pale, her eyes widening as a pair of razor-sharp claws rapidly magnified within her gaze. A powerful gust of wind swept the dust aside, cold and fierce as the bitter chill of winter, threatening to tear apart Xiaoro's delicate frame. "This is bad." Xiaoro quickly evaded. "It's over." The villagers around her, having realized the impending danger, gasped in horror, seemingly foreseeing the gruesome scene about to unfold. In a moment of critical urgency, a figure darted through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, clad in red undergarments, with a flowing cape billowing behind him, gallantly rushing toward Xiaoro. Chapter 6. How awkward it is. As the beast charged forward, Xiaoro was nearly engulfed by despair. Her petite frame trembled involuntarily, and she resignedly closed her eyes. "Is this how I am to perish? Will it hurt terribly to be clawed to death by such monstrous talons?" "Huh? So light. Is this the sensation of death? No, it can't be." In the midst of her bewilderment, Xiaoro opened her tightly shut eyes. Between the slits of her eyelids, she beheld a gaunt figure that had inexplicably appeared before her, draped in that familiar tattered quilt, audaciously blocking the enormous beast and Appo's claw. Xiaorou stood frozen. How could this be possible? He managed to withstand such a formidable creature, even while injured. In an instant, the image of Suke, bloodied from their first encounter on the mountain yesterday, flashed through her mind, and now he was risking his life to save her. Xiaorou and Appo's nose suddenly tinged with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, the villagers who had gathered nearby were already dumbfounded. When Suke leapt into action, scarcely anyone reacted in time. Yet, when they witnessed his frail silhouette successfully fend off the beast, they were profoundly shaken. How could a wounded individual possibly stand against such a ferocious creature? Roar. At that moment, the beast let out a furious roar, jolting everyone back to reality. Its massive claw was raised high, accompanied by a gust of wind, and came crashing down from above. The villagers and Appo's faces paled in alarm, shouting, "Not good. Retreat quickly. Young one. Get out of the way. Be careful." Xiaorou was equally terrified, her face drained of color as she reached out to pull Suke back, only to discover she could not budge him. Suke's frail body stood starkly against the formidable beast, a clear contrast of strength. Even though he had managed to intercept one attack, no one believed he could fend off the beast alone. However, at that moment, Suke, who had been motionless, suddenly lifted his right foot and fiercely kicked at the beast. Bang! With a resounding thud, an astonishing scene unfolded before the villagers' eyes. That massive, ferocious beast was actually sent flying, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters away. The villagers were rendered speechless. One kick sent the beast flying? What kind of leg technique is this? What incredible strength! Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for successfully displaying prowess, earning 3 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for successfully displaying prowess, earning 5 points of prestige. The system chimed twice, and Suke barely registered how he had somehow showcased his prowess twice. His sole purpose in rushing out was to save Xiaorou. Thus, that kick had harnessed the 5 attributes of spiritual energy within him, converging and erupting all at once. Yet, the next moment, he felt a vague numbness in his leg. Clearly, this beast was not weak, its skin was thick, and one kick alone was insufficient to vanquish it. "Fear not, villagers, this beast is mine to deal with," Suke shouted, lunging at the creature, pressing its head to the ground, and following up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Each strike was infused with spiritual energy, causing the beast to wail in anguish. The villagers, still in disbelief, stared vacantly at the spectacle, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Such a massive and fierce beast was being subdued without the slightest ability to retaliate. It felt akin to a robust man being overpowered by a babbling child, leaving anyone witnessing this utterly flabbergasted. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for slaying the tiger ox beast, successfully showcasing prowess, earning 6 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for slaying the tiger ox beast, earning 1,200 experience points. Whoosh! As the system notifications rang out, Suke finally exhaled in relief. He then collapsed onto the motionless beast, a surge of power coursing through him, causing his pores to open wide as spiritual energy from all directions rushed in, flooding his body. He sensed that he had grown stronger once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for leveling up. Current realm, Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for entering the Foundation Establishment Stage. You have received A and Appo's Growth Gift Pack. And Appo's, you may open it each time you advance a realm. Would you like to check it? Ding! Reminder to the host, and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, your cultivation technique, Ancient 5 Elements Technique, initial stage, has reached its peak and cannot be further cultivated. The remaining 200 experience points have been deposited into the experience reservoir. Please promptly supplement with the intermediate stage. Suke was taken aback. A single beast yielded over 1,000 experience points? This is far more rewarding than consuming experience elixirs. It seems I must venture into the mountains more often to hunt and level up. As he pondered this, Suke intended to open the system and amp Appo's growth gift pack, but suddenly felt as if his body had been emptied. No, rather, it felt like he was being lifted. When he regained his senses, He found himself hoisted by the villagers, each face alight with astonishment and joy. They began to cheer, tossing Suke into the air, catching him, then tossing him again, celebrating the beast's defeat. An elderly man trembled as he exclaimed, "Good, good, good. A hero emerges in youth. Young man, you possess innate strength. You will surely achieve great things in the future." Indeed, the village chief speaks true. This young man is a hero, a blessing sent to our village. The crowd echoed, their address for Suke shifting from young one to young man. Suke, unashamed, boasted, "You flatter me, my friends, you flatter me. I cannot claim otherwise. For beasts like this, send as many as you wish, and I shall defeat them all." Smack! Suke was tossed into the air once more, but this time, he felt a sudden chill. The quilt draped over him had vanished. Turning his head, he discovered the mischievous handiwork of a few rascally children. He quickly covered his chest, exclaiming, "Villagers, quickly close your eyes." The crowd paused, gazing at the suddenly exposed Suquebec. Several village women blushed deeply, turning their heads away. Xiaoro was startled as well. Just as she prepared to shield her eyes, a glimpse of the red cloth on Suke caught her attention, leaving her momentarily stunned. That piece of red cloth looked so familiar. The embroidery on it resembled someone else and Appo's S so closely? Xiaoro suddenly realized. Covering her mouth, her face flushed crimson, red to the roots of her ears, as she hurriedly fled. Suke was gently set down by the villagers. A sturdy man snatched the quilt from the children, helping to drape it over him, cautioning him to be careful not to catch a chill. The old village chief, leaning on his cane, instructed someone to fetch clothing promptly. Just then, Xiaoro dashed back, holding a set of light blue coarse linen garments, her head bowed, her cheeks aflame as she silently pressed them into Suke and Appo's hands before turning and running away. Suke accepted the clothing, bewildered by Xiaoro and Appo's bashful demeanor. Could it be that his earlier display of valor had stirred something in the little girl and Appo's heart? Oh dear, how terribly awkward. It seems I must continue to showcase my prowess in the future. As he reveled in his thoughts, an elderly woman suddenly pointed at the red cloth beneath Suke and Appo's waist, exclaiming, This is the belly band I embroidered for Xiaoro. Young man, how did you come to wear it?" Chapter 7. The astonishing techniques. When Suke heard the words of that elderly woman, he was utterly bewildered. In the face of the peculiar and knowing expressions of the villagers, he straightened his back and strode forward, donning the patched quilt around him as if it were a regal cloak, exuding an air of grandeur. Suke inwardly cursed himself and quickly made his way to a small pond in the distance, placing his new attire on the shore before plunging into the water with a splash. As he washed away the medicinal ointment from his body, his thoughts shifted to the system. With a flick of his consciousness, he opened the system interface, and his personal information appeared before him. Host, Suke Realm. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Slightly Accomplished, Experience Points, 200, 2000 Pretentiousness Points, 25 Technique, Ancient 5 Elements Technique Beginner Edition Occupation, None Status, Prince Consort of the Fire Yuan Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. Only 25 points of pretentiousness? When would he ever exchange for the Intermediate Edition? Suke sighed inwardly and opened the system shop, directing his gaze toward the techniques section. He was soon taken aback. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the exchangeable items in the shop, assuming they were all exorbitantly priced and beyond his means. However, he now realized that it was not the Intermediate Edition of the Ancient 5 Elements technique that was overpriced, but rather the high rank of this technique that justified its cost. The techniques in the shop were categorized into several grades, ranked from high to low as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The average price for Huang grade techniques ranged from 1 to 5 pretentiousness points. Xian grade techniques averaged 5 to 10 points. Earth grade techniques required 10 to 20 points. Yet, for Heaven grade techniques, prices started at 20 points and soared up to 200 points. The Ancient 5 Elements technique, being one of the most expensive among Heaven grade techniques, demanded 100 pretentiousness points for both the beginner and intermediate editions, while the advanced edition required a staggering 200 points. Moreover, beyond the Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang categories, there were several other tiers of techniques, but they were all locked and their descriptions obscured. Suke attempted to forcibly access them, but received a system prompt. Host permission level insufficient. This feature has not yet been unlocked. How intriguing. Instead of feeling disheartened, He found himself increasingly eager about this pretentiousness-flaunting system, as it indicated the existence of techniques even more formidable than those of the heaven grade. He reopened the Huang grade techniques section, contemplating thoughtfully. Although he was currently cultivating the ancient 5 elements technique, he still lacked combat-oriented martial arts and spells. Thus, he needed to find suitable martial techniques to practice. The first martial arts book he saw was Duga 9 Swords. Astonished, Su Ke exclaimed inwardly, how could such a divine skill be relegated to the Huang grade? It dawned on him that Duga 9 Swords belonged to the world of martial heroes. While he was in a realm of celestial beings, the combat prowess was incomparable. Skipping over the Huang grade, Su Ke opened the Xian grade section. The first martial technique that caught his eye was dragon subduing 18 palms, priced inexpensively at just 5 pretentiousness points. The description indicated that it required inner strength to activate. But when performed using Fire Yuan Spirit Qi, its power would be greatly amplified. Su Ke and Appo's eyelids twitched with intrigue, yet he restrained his impulse and continued to browse. Xian Ice Sword Technique? No, it lacked the necessary ferocity. Fire Blast, 3 Flames Blade Technique, Decayed Wood Technique, Tremor Punch. Goodness, even the names lacked grandeur. How could he possibly flaunt them? After perusing several martial techniques, Su Ke shook his head in discontent. Although their prices matched that of dragon subduing 18 palms, he believed that in this era, the name held the utmost significance. Only techniques that could elevate his pretentiousness were worth his while. Continuing his search, Su Ke found himself dissatisfied with the available techniques, prompting him to open the Earth grade section. Lion Tiger Shattering Gold Chant, Flame Dividing Wave Devouring Measurement. Goodness! Su Ke nearly leapt from the pond in astonishment. To his disbelief, the system was offering techniques from a popular novel of his past life, each priced at only 10 pretentiousness points. What a windfall! Su Ke was elated as he continued browsing, only to grow increasingly astonished. The majority of options in the Earth grade were techniques cultivated by protagonists from novels, with even some formidable skills of antagonists available for purchase. Flame Dividing Wave Devouring Measurement, a combat technique from a certain realm, low Earth grade. When mastered, it could cleave mountains and part waves with a mere gesture. Price, 10 pretentiousness points. 3,000 Thunder Movements, a movement technique from a certain realm, low Earth grade. Consists of 3 tiers, Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, 3,000 Thunder Movements. Price, 10 pretentiousness points. 6 Union Wandering Measurement, a combat technique from a certain realm, mid-Earth grade. A combination of offense and defense. It possesses 3 tiers of realms, Cracked Fire, Wandering Fire, 6 Union Fire. While cultivating, one must seek a magma lake, stirring the lava. And if one can traverse it using mere physical strength without touching the liquid, they would be considered to have reached proficiency. Upon reaching great accomplishment, it becomes a harmonious blend of offense and defense, making it impossible for any opponent to approach. Price, 15 pretentiousness points. Thunder Element Technique, a remnant of a celestial art from a certain realm, high Earth grade. It draws elemental power from heavenly thunder into the body, allowing for a swifter accumulation of one's own elemental force. This technique is exceedingly domineering. The heavenly thunder directly enters the body, making it unsuitable for ordinary cultivators to withstand. Price, 20 pretentiousness points. After glancing through the numerous techniques, Su Ke and Appo's jaw dropped in astonishment. The variety of techniques from novels were overwhelming. It was impossible not to flaunt them. Simply pulling any one of them would be enough to command respect and awe. However, for Su Ke, selecting 1 or 2 techniques to cultivate from this plethora was a daunting task. Yet, he ultimately overcame this challenge and chose a high Earth grade martial technique named Dragon Soaring 9 Transformations. Why not select Flame Dividing Wave Devouring Measurement or 6 Union Wandering Measurement? The reason was simple: insufficient pretentiousness points. After purchasing a technique, he would also need to buy a measurement tool. Without it, the techniques could not be executed. However, he had seen that even the cheapest measurement tool in the shop required 50 pretentiousness points, far beyond his means. As for the Thunder Element Technique, it required heavenly thunder to cultivate, so it was promptly disregarded. Thus, he had to endure the pain of parting with the others and opted for Dragon Soaring 9 Transformations for self-defense. After all, time was on his side. He would eventually be able to purchase the other techniques. Of course, his choice of Dragon Soaring 9 Transformations was not arbitrary. The fact that it was listed as a high Earth-grade technique at a price of 20 pretentiousness points indicated its formidable nature. Dragon soaring 9 transformations, soaring across the seas. 9 transformations. The first transformation unleashes 1's full strength, rendering the enemy weak. The second transformation doubles the explosive power, further debilitating the foe. The third transformation triples the explosive force, incapacitating the adversary. The fourth transformation quadruples the power. The ninth transformation unleashes a 9-fold force, summoning the winds and rains. With 9 dragons emerging to dominate the world, Suke understood well that the power unleashed by such a technique upon doubling 1's strength was unimaginable in any realm. It would be akin to wielding a cheat. Thus, he deemed dragon soaring 9 transformations the best choice for self-preservation and combat until he fully matured. Ding. Confirm the exchange for dragon soaring 9 transformations? Yes, Suke affirmed. Whoosh. Instantly, a golden light flashed at his brow, and his entire being trembled. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself endowed with a new skill, as if it had always been part of him, and he felt no sense of unfamiliarity. Upon opening the personal information list, changes became evident. Host, Suke, Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, slightly accomplished. Experience points, 200, 2000, show-off points, 5. Cultivation Technique. Ancient 5 Elements Art Initial Volume. Skill. Dragon Transformation 9 changes. Progress 0. First change mastered. Profession. None. Status. Son-in-law of the Fire Yuan Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. Suke nodded with satisfaction, stroking his chin, unperturbed by the expenditure of 20 show-off points. As for the remaining 5 show-off points, he resolved to leave them untouched for the time being. Should he encounter injury again, he would rely on them to activate the healing function. Having concluded the spellcraft, Suke proceeded to open the system inventory, his heart brimming with anticipation. What treasures would the newly awarded Growth Gift Pack bestow? Chapter 8. The Growth Gift Pack. The system package resembled the inventory interface of a game character, with all system items displayed in neat slots. Meanwhile, the various treasures and techniques Suke had pilfered from the Tianwu Sect's treasure pavilion were kept in a separate storage space. Suke gazed at the item labeled and Oppos, Growth Gift Pack and Oppos, and smiled faintly. According to the description, he gleaned that this pack would grant him an opportunity to open it each time he ascended a realm. This implied that after this opening, once he transitioned from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Core Formation stage, he would be able to open it again, and subsequently upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Each opening would yield a variety of random rewards. Suke felt fortunate today and decided to open the pack immediately. Would you like to open the Oppos, Growth Gift Pack and Oppos? The system inquired. Yes, Suke replied solemnly, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. What rewards awaited him? A beautiful bodyguard? A divine artifact? Perhaps a powerful elder to accompany him? As he anticipated, the system interface flashed with several beams of light, followed by a series of notification chimes. Congratulations. Host and Amp. Oppos, Suke and Amp. Oppos has gained new privileges, and Amp. Oppos, recycle function and Amp. Oppos, activated. Congratulations, Host and Amp. Oppos, Suke and Amp. Oppos has obtained A and Amp. Oppos, disguise puppet and Amp. Oppos. Congratulations, Host and Amp. Oppos, Suke and Amp. Oppos has received A and Amp. Oppos, beginner and Amp. Oppos, S escape talisman and Amp. Oppos. Suke was momentarily stunned. What was this? Where was the beautiful bodyguard? The divine artifact? The powerful elder? Just these few items, and they dared call it a gift pack? All 3 of his wishes had evaporated. Disappointed, he focused his gaze on the disguise puppet in his inventory. Disguise puppet perfectly mimics another and Oppos' appearance and aura, but does not enhance true strength. Duration, 1 hour. Applicable only to targets of the infant transformation stage and below. Wow, this is a quintessential tool for showmanship, Suke exclaimed. From his memories of the prince consort, he had a clear understanding of the realm divisions in this world. Beginning from the Chi refinement stage, the subsequent stages were Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Infant Transformation, Void Refinement, Body Integration, Tribulation, and Great Achievement, 10 major realms, each subdivided into 10 minor tiers. Thus, the infant transformation stage was considered quite formidable. For instance, The current emperor of the Fire Yuan Kingdom was at the infant transformation stage, and the sect master of Tianwu was also rumored to be of the same caliber. Now, armed with this disguised puppet, Su Ke felt that if he disguised himself as a powerful being of the infant transformation stage, he would exude an air of superiority and garner admiration. It was a pity the duration was limited to just 1 hour. If only it lasted a year or so. He shook his head in mild regret and continued to scan the system inventory. However, apart from the newly acquired beginner's escape talisman and the growth gift pack, there was nothing else. Oh, I almost forgot. The first reward wasn't an item. It was that new recycling privilege, Su Ke suddenly recalled, slapping his forehead. He quickly asked the system, "Please explain that new privilege to me." Beep. The recycle function provides a recycling service for you. Whether it be treasures, spiritual herbs, or techniques, the system can recycle them and convert them into corresponding essence points to reward you. Certain rare items can be exchanged directly for showmanship points. Detailed explanations follow. After the system's elaborate explanation, Su Ke finally comprehended the purpose of this new privilege. Rather than recycling, it was more apt to describe it as a form of devouring. Essentially, if he were to toss a flying sword to the system, it would analyze the sword in Appos S grade and return the corresponding essence points, which would be stored in a repository for refining treasures. If he recycled pills, he would receive refining essence to enhance the quality and purity of pills and spiritual herbs. Should he recycle techniques, he would earn cultivation essence, which could expedite the progress of martial skills but could not be used to elevate a person and Appos S realm. This meant Su Ke could utilize the cultivation essence to quickly enhance his dragon's soaring 9 transformations, but not the ancient 5 elements technique, as the latter pertained to realm elevation. Despite this, after perusing the entire function and Appos S description, Su Ke felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim its brilliance. Initially, he had pondered how to deal with the multitude of treasures and techniques he had stolen from the Tianwu sect and Appos S treasure pavilion, as their sheer number was overwhelming and he could not possibly utilize them all. Now, with this recycling function, he could easily elevate his strength to new heights. However, he wasn't in a hurry to deal with the stolen items. He needed to carefully select which ones to keep for himself, recycle a portion, and sell the rest for silver and spiritual stones. After all, in this world, silver and spiritual stones were the common currency, and it was prudent to have some on hand for emergencies. Regardless, this time he felt he had garnered a bountiful harvest. Su Ke exhaled deeply, a joyful smile illuminating his face. With no one around, he swiftly climbed ashore, dried off, and donned the light blue coarse linen clothing given to him by Xiao Rou. Securing his long black hair with a silk ribbon, he looked refreshingly handsome, radiating an air of cultured sophistication and grace. Having once been a prince consort, he had enjoyed a life of luxury for 6 years, and even a simple coarse garment could not conceal his innate charm. Su Ke was quite pleased with his new appearance. In his past life on Earth, such looks and demeanor would have made him a top-tier idol in the entertainment industry. Wearing a red cloth strip, Su Ke headed towards Xiao Rou's home. Along the way, he encountered several villagers, who smiled warmly at him and praised his valor in subduing the wild beast earlier. Su Ke bashfully smiled and waved, humbly claiming he could only defeat as many as he could handle. The villagers responded with thumbs up, and Su Ke maintained a serious demeanor, embodying the image of an upright gentleman, as he strode confidently forward. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Rou's home. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Xiao Rou emerged, holding the blanket he had previously used, seemingly preparing to wash it, as it was stained with medicinal ointment and bore an unpleasant odor. Su Ke rushed over, took the blanket from her hands, and chuckled, "Let me handle this. Such laborious tasks are best left to me." Xiao Rou opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Su Ke was about to inquire when a commotion erupted from the village entrance, accompanied by shouts and curses, indicating a dispute was underway. Su Ke and Appos S brow furrowed instantly. Oh no, could it be that the wild beasts have returned? Xiao Rou, wait here. I'll go take a look. With that, he dashed towards the village entrance. Wait, Xiao Rou called out, but Su Ke had already vanished from sight. Biting her lip, worried, she followed after him. Chapter 9. Overwhelming dragon might. At that moment, at the entrance of Panshan village, several villagers stood defiantly before the carcass of a wild beast, brandishing hoes. Their faces bore expressions of resentment and resignation as they confronted a group of over a dozen individuals. These individuals, clearly not of Panshan village, were led by a burly man with a robust frame. Wielding a formidable cleaver, he exuded a menacing aura as he bellowed at the villagers. If you Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T stand aside. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T blame Pang Bao for showing no mercy. The villagers of Panshan village retorted with indignation. You of Beishui village are going too far. This tigress ox beast was felled by our village. By what right do you claim it as yours? The brawny Pang Bao sneered. You asked by what right? Very well, I shall enlighten you. This tigress ox beast strayed from our village's mountain, and thus falls under our jurisdiction. We could demand compensation for its demise. Yet you dare lay claim to it? Lies. Tigress ox beasts roam the mountains freely. Why should we believe it originated from your village's mountain? This is blatant robbery. Heh. Robbery it is then. I am robbing you today. Disagree if you dare. Pang Bao grinned, brandishing his cleaver with a resounding swish. The villagers of Panshan village visibly paled, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Pang Bao, son of the village chief of neighboring Beishui village, possessed innate strength and had acquired some martial skills at the town's martial arts hall. The villagers of Panshan village were intimidated. Heh, you know fear, do you? Hand over the beast, and spare yourselves a painful ordeal, Pang Bao taunted. Yet, the villagers of Panshan village remained unyielding, standing guard before the beast's corpse. One of them declared through gritted teeth, the tribute day is fast approaching. If we fail to meet the quota again, the immortals will surely punish us. We cannot yield. Indeed, we face death either way. Let us fight Pang Bao and his men. Dazhuang, we shall hold them off. Go and fetch reinforcements. Understood. One of them nodded and dashed towards the village. Pang Bao and his cohorts paid them no mind, sneering as they allowed Dazhuang to seek assistance. Calling for help is futile. The able-bodied men of Panshan village barely number 20. They are no match for our brother Bao. Why invite further suffering? Such ignorant bumpkins. The villagers of Beishui village mocked. Pang Bao smirked, hoisting his cleaver onto his shoulder. Dare to call for reinforcements? It seems you need a taste of my Pang Bao's cyclone blade technique to understand my prowess. With that, Pang Bao charged towards the villagers of Kaoshan village. His cleaver, weighing over 100 pounds, did not impede his speed. In mere moments, he reached the villagers, swinging the cleaver at them. The villagers paled, raising their hoes to defend themselves. However, Pang Bao and Amp, Oppos, innate strength shattered the hoes and sent the villagers flying. The villagers, as if struck by a ferocious beast, crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. A single blow left several villagers severely injured. The villagers of Beishui village erupted in applause and cheers. Well done, Brother Bao. Truly earth-shattering. Haha, these Panshan village fools are ungrateful. Brother Bao's divine strength is unstoppable. Indeed, they are courting disaster. Who do they think they can trifle with? Pang Bao reveled in the adulation, savoring the moment. Enough with your drivel. What kind of trash dares to cause trouble in Panshan village? Are you seeking death? A furious voice cut through the clamor, silencing the Beishui villagers. Pang Bao's expression darkened as he scanned the village entrance. A youth clad in coarse linen robes, his hair bound in a white turban, was approaching. It was Suke. En route, he had witnessed Pang Bao's brutal blow, igniting his fury. Damn it! How dare you bully these honest villagers, especially in my presence? Little whelp, were you the one who insulted me? Upon discerning Suke's appearance, Pang Bao's face twisted into a sneer. Suke scoffed. Do not misunderstand. I am not singling you out. I am referring to everyone from Beishui village present here. You are all trash. Silence descended. The injured villagers of Panshan village stared at Suke, marveling at his audacity. Such a sharp tongue. He even insults with originality. The Beishui villagers erupted, hurling insults at Su Quebec. Damn you. Where did this brat come from? Are you courting death? Brother Bao, this brat needs a beating. Allow us to teach him a lesson. As the mob surged forward, a petite figure rushed from the village entrance, calling out in concern. Suke turned to see Xiao Rou. The Beishui villagers were transfixed by Xiao Rou and Amp, Oppos' beauty. What a lovely maiden. When did Panshan village produce such a beauty? Marrying her would be a dream. The villagers of Beishui village whispered among themselves. Pang Bao and Oppos' eyes gleamed with avarice as he sized up Xiao Rou. It seems Panshan village has been hiding a gem. Come with me to Beishui village, little beauty. Xiao Rou paled and instinctively hid behind Suke, clutching his sleeve. Young master, do not be rash. Dazhuang has gone to fetch Lung and the others. Fear not. Suke smiled reassuringly, gently patting her head. These foul-mouthed curs need to be taught a lesson. Xiao Rou was stunned, her heart pounding in her chest. When she regained her senses, Suke was already a distant figure. No, Xiao Rou cried out. But Suke had already charged towards Pang Bao, a sneer on his lips. I was wondering where to test the might of the Dragon Ascension 9 transformations. It seems you have delivered yourselves to me. Prepare to be humbled. With a surge of energy, Suke unleashed the Dragon Ascension 9 transformations. A deafening roar echoed within his body, and the water's spiritual energy coursed through him like a dragon ascending from his core. Humph! Ignorant fool! I shall cripple you first. Pang Bao sneered, raising his cleaver to strike Su Quebec. But in that instant, he was paralyzed with terror. A faint, ethereal blue aura emanated from Suke, spiraling into the sky and transforming into a colossal blue dragon, its claws bared as it coiled around Su Quebec. An aura of overwhelming dragon might swept across the scene. Dragon Ascension 9 transformations. First transformation. Suke roared, his fist colliding with the cleaver. A resounding clang reverberated as the fist struck the blade. The cleaver shattered. Pang Bao was flung away like a kite with a broken string, his blood painting an arc in the air before he crashed to the ground, twitching before falling still. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire venue fell into a profound silence, utterly devoid of any sound. Chapter 10, Redemption Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke, and Amp, Oppos, for slaying Pang Bao, successfully displaying prowess and earning 10 points of swagger value. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke, and Amp, Oppos, for defeating Pang Bao and gaining 400 experience points. The system and Amp, Oppos' notification echoed in his mind. Suke stood in a daze. What the heck? I killed someone? He was somewhat bewildered, having merely wished to test the might of the Dragon Transformation 9 changes, only to find that with just the first transformation, he had obliterated the immensely powerful Pang Bao with a single punch. Dragon. This is a dragon. Suddenly, a voice filled with trepidation trembled through the air. Following this, the villagers of Beishui knelt simultaneously, their faces etched with terror, trembling as they cried out to Suke for mercy. Immortal, please spare us. We were blind to your greatness. We beg you to grant us our pitiful lives. What is going on here? Suke was taken aback. Thud, thud. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard several dull thuds behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see several villagers from Panshan, disregarding their injuries, kneeling before him in supplication, their faces equally filled with panic. Glancing at Xiao Rou, he noticed she too was frozen in place, her eyes brimming with fear. How could this happen? Suke found it hard to accept. While he wasn't particularly fazed by the villagers of Beishui kneeling before him, the sight of the simple Panshan villagers doing the same was unbearable, especially when he saw the terror in Xiao Rou and Amp, Oppos' eyes. It felt as though his heart was being tightly squeezed. Fellow villagers, what are you doing? Please rise. I am only dealing with these evildoers. I will not harm you. He hurriedly dispersed his aura, the dragon-like brilliance around him abruptly vanishing, calling out to the villagers of Panshan. Yet, the villagers remained pallid with fear, kneeling silently, not daring to utter a word. Suke grew anxious, turning to Xiao Rou and saying, Xiao Rou, what? What is happening? Please tell the villagers to stand up. I mean no harm. Xiao Rou, finally regaining her senses, looked at Suke in panic and stammered, You are an immortal. What immortal? I am just like you. A mere human. Suke was astonished. Was the fear of cultivators so profound? Why did they regard him with such reverence as if he were a deity? Xiao Rou, do not be afraid. I genuinely will not harm you. Please, tell me what is going on. Really? Xiao Rou asked timidly. Of course. Suke nodded earnestly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Rou regained a hint of color and managed to calm down somewhat. She then recounted the tale of the immortals. It turned out that to the east of Panshan and Beishui villages, there existed a cultivation sect known as Tianwu sect. Both villages, along with other settlements within a 100-mile radius, had long been under the protection of the Tianwu sect. However, every month, each village was required to offer tribute in the form of grain. If a village managed to slay beasts, they could substitute the beasts and Oppos, cores for grain. But if they lacked cores and the grain was insufficient, the village would face punishment. Members of the Tianwu sect would seize some able-bodied villagers and take them to the mountains, after which those villagers would vanish without a trace. Thus, The villagers held such deep-seated fear of the cultivators. Upon hearing this, Suke's heart ignited with fury. The Tianwu sect was utterly outrageous, exploiting mortals under the guise of cultivation, instilling such terror among the villagers. Have you never resisted? Suke couldn't and amp, oppose, help but inquire. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. It was a foolish question, even if the Tianwu sect members were weak. They were still cultivators at the qi refining stage, wielding spells. How could these villagers possibly be their adversaries? We dare not. Xiaoro shook her head, not considering Suke foolish. After a brief silence, Suke leaned closer to Xiaoro and said softly, Xiaoro, I will return home now. Please explain to the villagers that I am different from the people of the Tianwu sect. Tell them to rise and not to fear me. I will not harm anyone from our village. Yes, I believe you. Xiaoro nodded firmly, her fear dissipating slightly. Suke breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the villagers of Beishui, and added, by the way, let those from Beishui continue kneeling. Tell them they cannot leave until the sun sets. After giving his instructions, Suke strode towards the village. On the way, he encountered De Zhuang and others, who were arriving late with other villagers. Upon seeing him, they hurriedly asked, Young Master, are you injured? What about Pang Bao and his group? Suke quickly stopped them, saying, fellow villagers, there's no need to worry. I've already dealt with Pang Bao and his group. They are currently kneeling at the village entrance reflecting on their actions. Really? The villagers were instantly astonished. Of course. If I can defeat beasts, how could I not handle Pang Bao? Suke chuckled. The villagers erupted in joy, cheering, Young Master, well done. Oh, it's nothing. Suke smiled, relishing in the subtle satisfaction of boasting. Upon returning to Xiaoro's home, Suke lay back on the small wooden bed, heaving a deep sigh. He knew that once De Zhuang and the others learned of his identity, the atmosphere would shift, even if there was no fear. It certainly would not be as light-hearted as before. Ah, well, it doesn't matter. I can't stay here forever. Once I help them resolve their tribute issues, I must move on. The world is vast, and I must explore it. Reinvigorated, Suke sat up and summoned the system with his consciousness. Instantly, a personal information interface popped up before him. Host, Suke Realm. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Slightly Accomplished, Experience Points. 600-2000 Swagger Points. 15 Cultivation Method. Ancient 5 Elements Technique Initial Stage Skill. Dragon Transformation, 9 Changes, Progress 0. 1. First Transformation Mastered. Occupation, None Status. Son-in-law of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, Eastern Wilderness Continent. The progress of Dragon Transformation 9 Changes has reached 0. 1. Is it because I just used it? Suke exclaimed in surprise. Seemingly the cultivation method could also progress through usage, though the speed appeared rather slow. Dissatisfied with this pace, he pondered for a moment before opening his storage space. Casting his gaze over the trove of magical treasures and techniques he had pilfered from the Tianwu sect's treasury. It was the perfect opportunity to test the recycling function. Muttering to himself, Suke began to review the introductions of the techniques. Lightness technique. Oh, it seems I can use this myself. I will keep it. The first technique he laid eyes on was the Tianwu sect and Oppo's foundational method, lightness technique. Suke recalled that he had yet to practice a technique related to agility. Sparking his interest, his gaze continued to sweep through the various techniques of the Tianwu sect. Fire Cloud Fist, Flame Blade Technique, Dark Fire Sword Technique. None of these seemed useful. After perusing through dozens of techniques, Suke shook his head, unimpressed. After all, in the Fire Yuan Kingdom, cultivators primarily possessed fire attribute spiritual roots, and they all practiced techniques related to fire. However, Suke felt these techniques were overly mundane, not the truly precious methods of the Tianwu sect. Thus, he decided to keep only the lightness technique and recycle the rest. Ding. Recycling Fire Cloud Fist successful. Acquiring 3 points of technique essence. Ding. Recycling Flame Blade Technique successful. Acquiring 5 points of technique essence. Ding. Recycling Dark Fire Sword Technique successful. Acquiring 8 points of technique essence. Ding. Recycling. Chapter 11. A great calamity approaches moments later. Dozens of manuals from the Tianwu sect and Oppo's treasure vault were entirely sold off by Suke, leaving ample space in his storage. This retrieval also led to alterations in his personal information list. Host, Suke Realm. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Slightly Accomplished, Experience Points. 600-2000 Prestige Points. 15 Techniques. Ancient 5 Elements Technique Beginner Edition Skills. Dragon Transformation, 9 Changes, Progress 0. 1. First Transformation Mastered. Essence. Techniques, 530 points. Occupation, None status. Prince Consort of the Fire Element Nation in the Eastern Wilderness. An additional Essence data point appeared. Those manuals had transformed into 530 points of Technique Essence. However, Suke was uncertain whether this number was substantial or meager. After pondering for a moment, he accessed the system, utilizing 10 points of Technique Essence on Dragon Transformation 9 Changes. Immediately, a notification resounded in his mind. Beep. Consumed 10 points of Technique Essence. Dragon Transformation 9 Changes successfully upgraded. Current progress, 10. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered the second transformation of Dragon Transformation 9 Changes. What? It turns out that 10 points of Technique Essence directly equates to a 10-point progress increase. Moreover, he had instantly mastered the second transformation of Dragon Transformation 9 Changes. Suke felt elated. Without hesitation, he invested 90 more points of Technique Essence into Dragon Transformation 9 Changes. Beep. Consumed 90 points of Technique Essence. Dragon Transformation 9 Changes successfully upgraded. Current progress, 100. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have perfected Dragon Transformation 9 Changes and mastered all 9 transformations. Boom. Suke suddenly felt as if a volcano erupted within him, his meridians surging as if something surged through. He vaguely heard a dragon's roar emanating from within. Suke widened his eyes, quickly concentrating to listen. Yet, everything returned to tranquility. His body felt normal, and no further dragon roars echoed within. Was it an illusion? Suke furrowed his brow in suspicion. Knock, knock. At that moment, the small wooden door was suddenly knocked upon, followed by a slow creak as it pushed open. It was Xiaoro returning. Immortal, I. Upon seeing Suke, Xiaoro became shy, seemingly unsure of how to address him. Suke smiled gently. Xiaoro, there's no need to be so formal. I am just like you, merely with a bit more cultivation. I should be older than you. Henceforth, you may call me Brother Su Quebec. Xiaoro bit her lip, pondering seriously for a moment, before nodding with a flushed face. Okay, Brother Suke. I just explained to the villagers, but they still can end amp. Oppose. T accepted? There was no need for Xiaoro to elaborate further. Suke had already guessed her unspoken words. However, this was expected, and he was not surprised. Sigh. It is what it is, he shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Xiaoro stepped closer, earnestly stating, I believe in you. You are a good person. Suke felt a pang of guilt. A good person? He never considered himself as such. He merely knew which deeds were right and which were wrong. For instance, he would never bully these good-hearted villagers. However, he was more than willing to confront the bullies from Beishui village and even the scoundrels from the Tianwu sect. 2 days later, Suke remained in the village, with Xiaoro offering her room to him while she temporarily stayed at the home of a widow across the street. During these days, whenever the villagers encountered him, they no longer knelt as before, yet their demeanor became one of profound respect. They would bow and say, Greetings, Immortal. Do you have any commands? This made Suke feel quite uneasy, leading him to avoid going outside and instead ponder the system within his room. However, on this particular day, Xiaoro suddenly rushed back, her face awash with panic as she exclaimed, Brother Suke, you must leave quickly. Suke was taken aback. What happened? Xiaoro spoke in a frantic tone. Dezhuang just returned from the town, saying many immortals are seeking you with your portrait for a manhunt. He saw villagers from Beishui village reporting you. The village chief told me to inform you to leave quickly, or it might be too late. They are hunting me? Damn it, it must be those from the Tianwu sect. Suke felt a surge of anger. Since arriving in this world, he had only offended the people of the Tianwu sect. Furthermore, having emptied their treasure vault, they certainly would not let this slide. Brother Suke, you must hurry. Those immortals can fly, and they are coming quickly. Xiaoro urged, preparing a travel bag for him. Suke grasped her small hand, shaking his head. Xiaoro, I cannot leave. If I go, what will happen to you all when they seek revenge? It's all right. The village chief said the immortals will not hold us accountable, and everyone has already hidden in the cellar. Come with me, Xiaoro insisted, pulling Suke toward the exit. Suke frowned but followed her to a small thatched hut at the village's edge. The hut was quite dilapidated, and upon entering, Suke was greeted by a musty odor, reminiscent of an abandoned house long forgotten. However, Xiaoro approached a cabinet she was familiar with and effortlessly pushed it aside, revealing a passage leading underground. Suke was astonished. A small village possessed such a thing? This was dug for everyone to avoid being taken by the immortals. It leads to the foot of the back mountain. De Zhuang and the others are inside. Follow me, Xiaorou said, dragging him along. Hearing that the villagers were inside, Suke did not object and followed her deeper into the passage. The cellar had been excavated haphazardly, yet it was sturdy and spacious. After walking for a while, they encountered a group of villagers huddled within. Upon seeing Suke, they greeted him with deep respect. Greetings, immortal. Suke suddenly sensed something was amiss. The number of people seemed insufficient. Where are the others? Why didn't Timur come in? He inquired. Xiaorou explained, the village chief and others are outside keeping watch. If the immortals see no one, they will definitely grow suspicious. Brother Suke, you must leave quickly. You can never return. No, I absolutely cannot leave, Suke declared resolutely. He knew that if he departed, the innocent villagers would surely face retaliation. Xiaorou became anxious. Listen to me. If you do not leave, they will kill you. Indeed, immortal, I saw on the wanted posters in town that anyone who sees you can kill you on the spot, as long as they bring the body back to the Tianwu sect. De Zhuang chimed in urgently. The other villagers also urged him to flee, but Suke remained unmoved. With the system in his possession and having perfected the dragon transformation, he could easily slay even cultivators of the core formation stage, posing no real threat. His only concern was if that old crone from the Tianwu sect came personally. In that case, he would have to use his last basic teleportation talisman to escape with everyone. Boom! A loud crash echoed from outside, followed by a violent tremor beneath Suke's feet, as if the mountains and forests were collapsing. Then, a voice resounded from afar, "You insolent fools! Where has this person gone? Quickly hand him over." Chapter 12. Some facades are unavoidable. In the cellar, the faces of the villagers suddenly changed. Oh no! The immortals have arrived. Xiaorou panicked and hurriedly turned to Suke, exclaiming, Brother Suke, you must leave quickly. If you don and Oppos, go now. It will be too late. Indeed, Xiaorou and Oppos' words rang true. He needed to depart without delay. Immortal, please hurry. We can withstand this. Yes, we'll fight them if necessary, the villagers urged anxiously. Suke and Oppos' heart trembled. These simple villagers, faced with imminent peril, not only refused to sacrifice him, but also endeavored to protect his escape. In this dire moment, if he were to selfishly flee, could he still call himself human? Boom! Another deafening sound reverberated, causing the entire cellar to shake as if it were on the brink of collapse, with debris cascading down. Outside, voices echoed ominously. You wretched ants! How audacious! Mere mortals dare to shelter our quarry. Soon, the villagers and Oppos' cries for mercy seeped in from outside. Immortal, spare us. We truly do not know where he is. Yes, immortal. We haven't seen him since we awoke. He has already departed. Humph, then your misfortune is sealed. Kill them. Immortal, spare us. Oh. No. Ah. Village chief. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished screams filled the air. Damn it. Cultivators, what is this? Even these innocent mountain folk can be ruthlessly slain. I will fight you to the death. I will avenge you. Suke clenched his fists, trembling with rage, utterly incensed. Without hesitation, he turned and charged upward. Brother Suke, you can end Oppos, go. Xiaorou and the other villagers rushed to stop him, but it was too late. I can end Oppos, think of anything else. Xiaorou bit her lip and immediately pursued him. What are you doing, Xiaorou? De Zhuang and the other villagers shouted. But they too gritted their teeth and followed suit. Suke surged upward like a madman, his eyes aflame. With a resounding crash, he smashed through the cupboard at the exit, bursting forth like a beast, racing toward the village entrance. What met his eyes was a scene of sheer brutality. Many villagers lay in pools of their own blood, their faces frozen in terror, while others knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Above them, more than a dozen cultivators hovered in the air, swords at the ready, coldly surveying the scene with disdain. At that moment, several blades of fire energy descended, disregarding the villagers' pleas, and struck down mercilessly. Stop this! Suke roared, rushing forward and placing himself in front of the villagers just in time. Boom! He was struck by the blade of energy, sustaining severe injuries, blood spewing from his mouth and staining the ground. Brother Suquebec. Su immortal. The villagers were stunned, including Xiaorou and De Zhuang, who had followed closely behind. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears. All along, they had believed themselves to be mere ants before the immortals, capable of being crushed by a single finger. Yet now, Suke had disregarded his own life to stand against the onslaught of their magical powers, shielding the villagers. This deeply resonated within the villagers, transforming their feelings of gratitude and sorrow into tears. Ding! Congratulations, host Suke has successfully displayed bravado, earning 50 points of bravado value. The system's notification chimed. Yet, Suke paid no heed. He raised his head, eyes fixed on the cultivators in the sky. The cultivators narrowed their eyes, recognizing Suke, and a cold smile spread across their faces. Huh, it seems this turtle has finally decided to show itself. If you had come out sooner, these mortals wouldn't have had to die. Though we know not your origins, we have heard tales of your theft from the heavenly martial sect's treasury, leading to your wanted status. Today, you shall not leave alive. The treasures you stole are ours now. But who would have thought you would come out to die for these foolish mortals? One must wonder whether to call you foolish, naive, or both. The cultivators, their hands stained with the villagers' blood, erupted into laughter, looking down upon Suke with scornful and mocking gazes, as if he were no more than an ant beneath their feet, easily crushed. However, in that moment, Suke steadied himself, glaring fiercely at the cultivators. Once, I reveled in posturing, he declared, abruptly interrupting their laughter. Though his tone was calm, it bore an undeniable strength, resonating with authority. The cultivators paused, exchanging puzzled glances, failing to grasp the meaning behind Suke and Apos' words. The villagers watched Suke, their hearts constricted with anxiety. With palms pressed against the ground, Suke slowly rose to his feet. His previous injuries had been miraculously healed by the system's restorative function. A hint of a self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he continued. The feeling of posturing is exhilarating, yet I know it is not a noble endeavor. Today, I could have fled, but I chose not to. I opted to stand firm because I understand. Some facades are unavoidable. Some individuals, even when forced to feign strength, must give their all to protect. I do not claim to be a good person, yet I have never harmed the innocent. And you, all of you. Suke suddenly lifted his head, his dark eyes glinting with rage as he bellowed. You worthless cultivators, relying on your meager skills and spells to bully and murder these innocent villagers. Very well. Today, none of you shall leave alive. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted from Suke and Apos' body, soaring into the heavens. Roar. A dragon and Apos' roar erupted from within him, reverberating through the surroundings, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. The blue light transformed into 9 colossal dragons, swirling and intertwining in the air. All present cultivators were taken aback. What is happening? What sort of technique is this? How could it create such a commotion? Could it be an ancient celestial art? It must be. Only ancient celestial arts possessed such power. The heavenly martial sect and Apos' wanted notice stated he was merely at the 10th level of chi refinement. Who would have thought he had ascended to the first level of foundation establishment so swiftly? He must have other treasures. Kill him and seize the celestial art. Instantly, more than a dozen cultivators' eyes gleamed with greed as they soared towards Suke on their swords. Ancient celestial art? The temptation is too great. You seek death. Suke stood his ground, releasing a furious roar. He clenched his fists and charged directly at the first cultivator. Dragon Ascendance, first transformation. Boom. A luminous dragon surged forth from the 9 dragons, coiling around Quebec Bang. Suke's fist collided with the cultivator's sword with a resounding crash, sending him staggering back 2 steps, while the cultivator remained unscathed. How foolish. A mere first-level foundation establishment dares to contend with my core formation? The cultivator mocked. Continuing his assault on Quebec core formation, is it? Very well. Suke sneered, his gaze icy, as he activated his 5 spirit roots, fully unleashing the dragon ascendance. He clenched his fist and charged again at the cultivator. The second transformation of the dragon's roar commenced, followed by the third, the fourth, the fifth, and so forth until the 9th. In an instant, 9 dragons surged into Suke and Apos' crown, no longer entwined around him, but instead coalescing into a colossal dragon shape that enveloped him entirely. He charged towards the cultivator as if a great dragon were descending from the heavens. An overwhelming, unparalleled aura suddenly enveloped the arena. How could this be possible? The cultivator and Apos' face turned pale, shaken by this sudden surge of power, fear surging within him. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. Suke seemed to transform into a dragon, his fist resembling the dragon and Appos' head, crashing down upon him. Boom. In that instant, the cultivator did not even have time to scream before being obliterated into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Silence fell over the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, the stillness almost terrifying. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for slaying the golden core cultivator Liu Bei, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for successfully showcasing prowess, earning 10 points of swagger value. The system notification echoed. Yet, Suke's gaze did not linger. He swept his eyes across the other cultivators rushing from all directions. But that group was already paralyzed with fear. A formidable golden core expert had been annihilated by a mere foundation establishment cultivator in a single blow? What in the world? This guy is truly only at the first layer of foundation establishment? Those rascals from Tianwu sect claimed he was merely at the chi refining stage. He was practically on par with a perfected golden core. How could they possibly contend with him? We must flee, return, and report to the sect. Summon the elders to eradicate this individual. Immediately, the remaining cultivators exerted all their strength, desperately redirecting their flying swords in a frantic attempt to escape. A cold, cruel smile crept across Suke and Appos' face. I warned you. Today, none of you shall leave. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for successfully exchanging 3,000 thunder movements, consuming 10 points of swagger value. 3,000 thunder movements, a martial technique from the world of Do Pu, is a terrestrial-level skill divided into 3 realms: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3,000 thunder movements. Chapter 13. Slaughter without hesitation. Suke immediately studied the technique and utilized 100 points of essence. Ding. 100 points of essence consumed. 3,000 thunder movements successfully upgraded. Current progress, 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering 3,000 thunder movements. Would you like to exchange for the advanced technique 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body? 3,000 Thunder Phantom Body? No need. Against these wretches, 3,000 thunder movements will suffice. Suke scoffed, activating the automatic recovery function to continuously restore his internal spiritual energy, maintaining his peak state. At the same time, a surge of thunder erupted beneath his feet, arcs of electricity intertwining with a crackling sound, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh. The next moment, he appeared before a fleeing sword-wielding cultivator, a chilling expression crossing his face. Where do you think you're going? No. The cultivator's eyes widened in terror, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. However, Suke unleashed a punch imbued with the dragon's soaring 9 changes, instantly obliterating him into ashes. Following this, the thunder beneath his feet flickered again, resembling the movements of lightning. He charged toward the next cultivator. No, stop. We are disciples of the Falling Sun sect, affiliated with the Heavenly Martial sect. How dare you? In an instant, the skies above Pan Mountain Village were filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. With blood-red eyes, countless murderous thoughts surged within Suke, completely disregarding the pleas and threats of the cultivators. He only knew that these cultivators deserved death. They must be subjected to 1,000 cuts, never to be reborn. Meanwhile, the system and Appos' notification continued to echo in Suke and Appos' mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for killing the core formation cultivator Li Huan, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for killing the perfected foundation establishment cultivator Wang Shan, earning 8,000 experience points. Ding. Xiao Rou and the villagers looked up in a daze. They could not see Suke and Appos' figure, only catching glimpses of flickering lightning in the sky, accompanied by the emergence of a massive blue dragon of light, as those cultivators were instantly transformed into blood mist, disappearing without a trace. Before long, over a dozen cultivators were completely annihilated. A rain began to fall at the entrance of Pan Mountain Village, a rain of blood. It was the blood of the slain cultivators. Among them were even powerful core formation cultivators. Suke used their blood to honor the murdered villagers. The villagers standing below were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed so many immortals before, and the strength of these cultivators far surpassed those who had previously come to collect grain and demon cores. Yet, all these formidable beings were eradicated by Suke in mere breaths, without a single survivor. Is this a dream? Whoosh. Moments later, Suke returned to the ground. Under the awed and grateful gazes of the villagers, he remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, slowly approaching the bodies of the slain villagers. After a moment of silence, Suke deeply bowed to them. I am sorry. I arrived too late. Old village chief, may you rest in peace. I promised to protect Pan Mountain Village, and I will never allow those wretches to bully them again. Suke silently vowed in his heart. As the crimson sunset bathed Pan Mountain Village, blood flowed like rivers, and the surviving villagers remained silent. They, like Suke, clenched their fists and bowed to the deceased old village chief and others, before suddenly kneeling before Su Quebec. Everyone, please do not kneel to me. I feel guilty. It is I who has harmed the old village chief and them. However, please rest assured, I will protect Pan Mountain Village. Looking at these simple mountain folk, Suke felt a sense of responsibility for the first time. After everything settled, he and Zhuang carried the bodies of the deceased villagers to the back mountain, buried them, and erected tombstones. The next day, Suke lay on the small wooden bed in Xiao Rou's home, calling forth the system interface. Since he had taken on the responsibility of guarding Pan Mountain Village, he needed to act swiftly. Host, Suke Realm. First layer of foundation establishment, slightly accomplished, experience points, 125, 200. 000 prestige points, 185 techniques, ancient 5 elements technique beginner edition skills, dragon soaring 9 changes, perfected. 3000 thunder movements perfected, essence, technique, 330 points, occupation, none status, son-in-law of the Fire Yuan Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. The data in his personal information had clearly changed. Suke was surprised to find that after slaying that group of cultivators, he had received over 100,000 experience points. However, since he had not yet exchanged for the intermediate edition of Ancient 5 Elements technique, he was temporarily unable to level up, and the experience points were stored. Moreover, his prestige points had reached 185, ample enough to exchange for the intermediate edition, giving Suke the sensation of sudden wealth. Yet, he did not rush to exchange for the intermediate edition of Ancient 5 Elements technique. Lying on the wooden bed, he fell into contemplation. Although those cultivators had been slain, news of his actions in Pan Mountain Village would inevitably spread to others. The Heavenly Martial sect had issued a bounty, and many cultivation sects were hunting him. If the number of pursuers increased, even core formation and nascent soul cultivators might appear. At that point, he might not be able to ensure the safety of all the villagers. Thus, the best course of action was to strengthen Pan Mountain Village. But how to strengthen it? Mobilizing the villagers for collective cultivation was impossible. Not only was time too short, but Suke himself still did not understand the nature of cultivation. He had relied entirely on the system's experience to progress, making it impossible to teach the villagers how to cultivate. However, this did not mean there were no solutions. Suke smiled faintly, opening the system shop function, focusing on the array section. Previously, he had not been particularly interested in the array section and had not actively explored it. But given the urgency of the situation in Pan Mountain Village, the best approach was to set up a formidable killing array. Anyone who dared to approach would be slaughtered. The arrays in the shop were divided into many levels: basic arrays, beginner arrays, intermediate arrays, advanced arrays, spirit arrays, and ancient killing arrays. Behind the ancient killing arrays, there were several unknown levels that Suke did not have the authority to view. Out of curiosity, Suke opened the highest level ancient killing arrays and was immediately struck with shock. Extermination of Immortals Array, Slayer of Immortals and Gods Array, Purgatory Soul Devouring Array, Chiyu Killing Array. He could not help but swallow hard. These arrays truly lived up to their reputation as ancient killing arrays. Just looking at the names, they promised a cataclysmic display of power. But the prices? Damn, too expensive. A single extermination of Immortals Array costs several thousand prestige points. How many times must he show off to afford that? Still, against a sect like the Heavenly Martial sect, he need not resort to such high-end killing arrays. Better to explore other levels of arrays first. Suke shook his head and muttered to himself, directly checking the intermediate arrays section. But upon seeing that the cheapest intermediate array required over 200 prestige points, his lips twitched, and he silently entered the beginner arrays option. Fortunately, The prices for beginner arrays were not as daunting, averaging around 80 prestige points, allowing Suke to breathe a sigh of relief. After scanning through, he fixed his gaze on two specific arrays. Taiji Qian Kuan Array, originating from the remnants of an ancient divine array, possessing the ability to change yin and yang, overcoming rigidity with flexibility. It can disorient those entering the array, creating a dilemma, allowing the defenders to maintain a perfect blend of offense and defense. Note: this array is ineffective against cultivators of infant transformation and above. Price: 65 points of prestige. 8 Desolations 4 Symbols Formation. Originating from the ancient diagram guarded by the 4 symbolic beasts, this formation spans a vast area, protected by the phantasms of the East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger, South Vermilion Bird, and North Black Tortoise. Those who dare to breach this formation shall face merciless extermination. Note: this formation is ineffective against those at the infant transformation stage and above. Price: 80 points of prestige. Both formations are extraordinarily powerful, yet their prices differ, causing Suke to hesitate. The Tai Qian Kuan formation tends to be more gentle, allowing a village to maintain a balanced advantage in both offense and defense. For instance, when cultivators are in a state of confusion, the villagers can ambush them from outside the formation, wielding bricks and hoes with fervor. In contrast, the 8 Desolations 4 Symbols formation is decidedly more straightforward. Once set, it conjures the phantasms of the 4 divine beasts to guard the perimeter, annihilating any intruder, regardless of their numbers, with brutal and merciless efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Suke resolutely decided to exchange for the 8 Desolations 4 Symbols formation, recognizing that to contend with those cultivators, one must embrace violence and ruthlessness. Chapter 14. The 8 Desolations and 4 Symbols Formation Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for successfully exchanging for the end Oppos. 8 Desolations and 4 Symbols Formation and Oppos, consuming 80 points of pretentious value. Whoosh. In an instant, a flash of white light surged before him. Suke blinked, and within the system package, a formation plate appeared, the very 8 Desolations and 4 Symbols formation. The method of utilization was exceedingly simple, yet somewhat intricate. It required placing 4 formation eyes around the village and then offering beast blood as a sacrificial offering to activate the formation plate. Moreover, not just any beast blood would suffice. For instance, the Azure Dragon in the eastern position necessitated blood from a creature related to dragons. In a place like Mount Shan Village, dragons were nowhere to be found, and he could only make do with snake blood. However, Suke did not rush to place the formation eyes. Instead, he opened the cultivation section, entered the celestial tier, in exchange for the mid-tier of the ancient 5-element scripture. After all, with the village and Oppos' safety assured by the formation, it was high time to enhance his personal strength. This mid-tier text would be sufficient for him to cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Thereafter, he would need to exchange for a higher-tier version. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully exchanging for the mid-tier of ancient 5-element scripture, consuming 100 points of pretentious value. Boom. In that moment, Suke felt a resounding thrum in his head, swiftly mastering the cultivation method of the mid-tier text. Following that, an unseen force within him stirred the spiritual energy, forming a small vortex in his dantian, swirling vigorously. The spiritual energy gradually compressed, beginning to condense into a liquid state, the fabled true essence. The next moment, the system and Amp, Oppos' notification resounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for ascending 10 levels, reaching the first layer of the core formation stage. What the? Suke was taken aback. The moment he acquired the mid-tier text, the accumulated experience immediately came into play, propelling him straight into the core formation stage. Was this even considered cultivating? There wasn't a hint of a bottleneck. It truly felt like he was cheating. He hurriedly checked his personal information, and indeed, the data had undergone a significant transformation. Host, Suke Realm. First layer of core formation. Comprehension achieved. Experience points. 30,000 pretentious value. 5 points cultivation method. Mid-tier ancient 5-element scripture skills. Dragon soaring 9 transformations. Perfect. 3,000 thunder movements. Perfect. Essence. Cultivation. 330 points. Occupation. None status. Consort of the fire element kingdom in the eastern desolation. Gazing at the evaluation of strength shifting from minor accomplishments to comprehension achieved, Suke couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, now I finally feel like a master. Upon inspecting his internal state, he was astonished to find that the original 5 elemental spiritual energies had completely vanished, replaced by 5 elemental true essences coursing through his meridians. In his dantian, 5 grain-sized Dan-shaped entities had appeared, each translucent and shimmering, radiating different attributes of spiritual power. Suke understood that these were the Dan cores, which represented the culmination of a cultivator before entering the golden core stage, a true symbol of the core formation stage. Yet, in the previous life of this body, the former consort had only managed to condense a single Dan core upon reaching this level, while he now possessed 5. Precisely due to his 5 spiritual roots and the cultivation of the ancient 5-element scripture. Indeed, the core formation stage was formidable. Suke clenched his fist, feeling a primal force within him, ready to unleash at any moment, far surpassing his previous foundation establishment stage. With his current strength, combined with the dragon soaring 9 transformations, his power would be even more terrifying. Knock knock. At that moment, the small wooden door was gently rapped upon. After Suke invited the person in, Xiaoro pushed the door open. Her pure and fair visage bore a hint of worry and melancholy. Noticing her demeanor, Suke inquired, Xiaoro, what troubles you? Xiaoro lowered her head and softly replied, Brother Suke, everyone has just discussed that now we have offended the immortal sect, they will surely return. Hence, everyone has decided to leave the village and settle elsewhere, but I am reluctant to leave this place. Having grown up in Mount Shan village, devoid of parents yet cherished by the villagers, this place was her home, a beautiful sanctuary. The thought of departing for an unfamiliar land filled her with sorrow. Suke empathized with Xiaoro's sentiments. He stood and gently patted her head, smiling softly. Do not worry. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday? I vowed to protect this village, and I shall keep my word. You should tell the villagers that there is no need to move. No. Xiaoro immediately shook her head, looking at Suke earnestly. De Zhuang and the others said there are many more powerful immortals on the mountain who can lift a mountain with one hand. If they come, not only will everyone be unable to escape, but you will also be killed. Me killed? Suke chuckled. That will not happen. I have grown stronger. Do you believe in me? Xiaoro hesitated, lowering her head. She desperately wanted to trust him. But thoughts of the powerful immortals mentioned by De Zhuang filled her with dread. However, Suke was not exaggerating. Now that he had entered the core formation stage, combined with the 8 desolations and 4 symbols formation in his possession, even if a nascent soul expert were to arrive, he was confident they would face defeat. Oh no. Su Xianzhong, something terrible has happened. Just then, a voice erupted from outside the house. Both Suke and Xiaoro froze, turning to the door. They saw De Zhuang rushing towards them from the village entrance, panting heavily, his face aflame with urgency. Su Xianzhong. Many immortals have appeared on the mountain and are heading toward our village. What? Xiaoro and Appo's face paled instantly. Suke, however, raised an eyebrow, a smile tugging at his lips. They've come so quickly? Excellent. Just in time for me to gain experience points. After all, being at the first layer of the core formation stage was hardly sufficient for his ambitions. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to set up the 8 desolations and 4 symbols formation to protect the villagers, allowing him to unleash his full potential in battle. De Zhuang mobilized the villagers immediately to gather snake blood, tiger blood, bird blood, and turtle blood. Remember, separate the 4 types of blood, do not mix them up. I will return shortly, Suke declared, stepping towards the exit. De Zhuang and Xiaoro were taken aback. Tiger blood? Suke smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing that the creatures in this world were far more powerful than those in his own realm. Asking the villagers to procure tiger blood was undoubtedly too perilous. I will handle the tiger blood. You two focus on the other 3 types. Remember, caution is paramount, as these blood offerings are crucial to the village's safety. Do not be careless. But, Xiaoro began, wanting to voice her concerns. Suke waved his wrist, and a formation plate appeared out of thin air. With a gentle smile, he said, Xiaoro, you need not wander about. Wait here for me. I will complete the formation and return swiftly. Trust me. All right. Xiaoro bit her lip, nodding earnestly. The next moment, Suke activated the 3,000 thunder movements, enveloped in a storm of thunder, and vanished from sight. Upon reaching outside the village, Suke looked up and indeed saw numerous streaks of light racing towards him from the distant mountain. Precisely as de Zhuang had described, those flying cultivators on their swords. Humph, does sheer numbers hold any significance? Suke sneered. Unless those at the level of sect leaders from powerful sects personally descended, he had no reason to fear them. Chapter 15, Strutting like the wind, ever by my side. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky as Suke unleashed the 3,000 thunderbolts technique, swiftly traversing a 10-mile radius around the village, embedding the formation nodes in the 4 cardinal directions. Everything was prepared, only the east wind was lacking. Suke glanced upward, his expression tightening slightly as he noticed the approaching cultivators drawing ever nearer. At this rate, there would be insufficient time to offer the beast blood for the formation's activation before they arrived. A strategy was needed to delay them, to buy some time for the villagers. After a moment of contemplation, Suke and Appo's figure flickered, and he soared toward the mountain. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the mountain were arriving in succession. They stood upon flying swords, hands clasped behind their backs, their garments billowing majestically, exuding an air of ethereal grace and overwhelming presence. Leading them were several elders from various sects, formidable beings already at the Golden Core stage. Among them was the Luoyang sect, the closest to Panshan village, which was an affiliate of the Tianwu sect. Upon hearing that numerous disciples from their sect had mysteriously vanished, they inquired and discovered that these disciples had disappeared while pursuing a fugitive wanted by the Tianwu sect, prompting the elders to hastily gather their forces and investigate. Other sects followed suit, many drawn by the enticing bounty associated with the wanted individual believed to be within Panshan village. Yet, to mobilize over 50 individuals for the capture of an anonymous Qi refinement stage cultivator seemed utterly ludicrous. The elders furrowed their brows, preparing to admonish some opportunistic rogue cultivators among them. Suddenly, atop the mountain behind Panshan village, bright bolts of lightning erupted, followed by a blurry figure gradually coming into focus. It was Suquebec. The elders and their disciples recognized him at once, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! Surrender at once!" Standing at the mountain's peak, Suke looked down at the gathering of cultivators with a cold smile, nonchalantly uttering a curse. "Surrender? Come down if you dare." The elders were momentarily taken aback, and their disciples were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had this person lost his mind? They were the ones seeking retribution, yet he was the one taunting them? "Fool, you seek death." One elder finally reacted, enraged and ready to charge at Suquebec. However, he was immediately restrained by an older man beside him. "Wait, be cautious. There may be a trap." Upon hearing this, the elders became wary. One elder quickly scanned Suke with his spiritual sense, and his expression changed dramatically. "Impossible. His cultivation level has reached the Golden Core stage." "What?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding cultivators. The wanted notice clearly stated that he was at the Qi refinement stage. How could he have advanced to the Golden Core stage in just a few days? This was inconceivable. This is bad. He must have concealed his true strength and deceived the Tianwu sect. Indeed, no wonder so many disciples from our sect have gone missing. They must have fallen victim to his schemes. His cultivation may exceed the Golden Core stage, and now he intends to employ the same trick to lure us down. "Everyone, halt. Rest at the opposite peak, and do not approach Panshan village," commanded the elders of various sections. Instantly, the Grand Assembly redirected their course, soaring toward the opposite mountain. Suke, in turn, clenched his fists, feigning disappointment and regret. His expression was not lost on the cultivators, and one of them exclaimed with excitement, "Elder Lu is indeed sharp-eyed. This fellow's face is filled with discontent. He must be frustrated because Elder Lu saw through his cunning plan." The other elders nodded in agreement. "Elder Lu's insight is remarkable. Had it not been for your warning, we might have all fallen into this scoundrel's trap today." "Your praise is unwarranted," Elder Lu replied with a smile, stroking his white beard. Unbeknownst to them, Suke was already receiving the system's notification in his mind, having successfully shown off, earning a commendable amount of display points, which delighted him immensely. More importantly, he had successfully delayed them. Suke secretly chuckled, maintaining an outward appearance of reluctance, snorting coldly as he shouted across the mountain to the gathering cultivators, "Consider yourselves fortunate. My master has decreed that anyone daring to set foot in Panshan village shall be mercilessly slain, as evidenced by those who perished yesterday." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. "Master? How cunning," they thought. "His master has also arrived, lurking in the shadows, plotting against us." No wonder so many Golden Core disciples have vanished without a trace. They must have been slain by this person's master. Several elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they turned to Suke, asking, "Who is your master?" Suke threw his head back and laughed twice, hands clasped behind his back, coldly declaring, "You pitiful fools, what right do you have to know my master's name? If you are wise, kneel and pay your respects to Panshan village. Then leave of your own accord. Otherwise, should you anger my master, he will surely plunder your sect and Apos' treasury and annihilate your entire lineage. You seek death." An elder with a fiery temper was incensed, readying himself to charge. But he was once again restrained, this time by Elder Lu. "Wait, this individual is truly treacherous. Have you not noticed? He is deliberately provoking us to draw us in. Moreover, his master must possess formidable power, certainly surpassing our own, otherwise he would not be so brazen. Friends, we must remain calm." Upon hearing Elder Lu and Apos' words, the group was instantly doused with cold water, shivering as they regained their senses, collectively sighing in relief for narrowly avoiding the trap. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully displaying arrogance, earning 20 display points. Standing atop the mountain behind Panshan village, Suke heard Elder Lu and Apos' words and the crowd and Apos' reaction, the system and Apos' notification ringing in his ears, nearly overwhelming him with joy. It was not easy to encounter such foolish opponents. With hands on his hips, he stood atop the peak, taunting the cultivators across the way. "Come on, come and capture me. I might even let you take one hand, or perhaps a leg. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall take my leave." "What? You truly won and Apos, come? Alas, seeking a worthy foe in this life has proven futile, leaving me in dismal solitude. Am I destined to live without an adversary henceforth? I shall henceforth be known as the one who seeks defeat." Suke struck a pose of a lonely master, sighing dramatically at the sky. Meanwhile, the cultivators across the way were already twitching with exasperation, inwardly cursing. "No worthy opponent, you say? One who seeks defeat? What nonsense! You, a Golden Core cultivator. What are you trying to portray? If you have the guts, come over here." Chapter 16. The formation. Meanwhile, the villagers of Panshan village had already set out. Following Suke and Apos' instructions, they ventured into the fields to dig snake holes and collect snake blood. Some went to the pond to catch turtles, while others entered the woods to capture birds. United in their efforts, they soon placed 3 large basins of fresh blood in the village. What purpose could Su Xianzhang have for gathering this blood? Could these mere few types of animal blood really fend off the immortals? The villagers wore anxious expressions, shaking their heads with sighs. Xiaoro clenched her small fists and said earnestly, "Fellow villagers, rest assured, Brother Suke will surely protect us." She lifted her gaze toward the back mountain, silently affirming her faith in Su Quebec. At that moment, Suke stood atop the mountain, refraining from boasting, for excessive chatter could be quite exhausting. He turned his eyes toward Panshan village below. With his profound cultivation, his vision surpassed that of ordinary mortals, and he could see the villagers gathered in the village. He surmised that they had completed the collection of the 3 types of animal blood. This meant that all that remained was the tiger's blood to activate the 8 desolations, 4 symbols formation. Suke's eyes glimmered as he glanced at the multitude of cultivators on the opposite mountain, sneering disdainfully, "You trash, since you dare not engage. I shall return to my slumber. Farewell." With that, he turned and leaped into the forest, swiftly employing the 3000 thunder movement technique to scour the woods in search of a tiger. Meanwhile, several elders on the opposite mountain exchanged solemn glances and whispered among themselves. "This one's movement technique is remarkably strange, imbued with lightning, something unheard of before. His master must be extraordinary. Yet, we have not heard of any notable figures appearing recently. Who could it be?" One suggested. "Perhaps we should feign courtesy and pay a visit to investigate before making a decision?" "No, absolutely not," Elder Lu interjected, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. "This youth is clearly attempting to provoke us. His sudden departure suggests he aims to lure us in, providing his master with an excuse to act. We must not fall for it. But we cannot simply wait idly, can we?" Someone frowned. The group found themselves in a stalemate. "Wait, I recall something," an elder suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. "Elder Wang, what is with your sudden outburst?" An elder asked, displeased. Elder Wang wore a look of alarm, cautiously glancing at Panshan village before saying, I remember now. This youth and Apo's master is highly likely to be that person. Who? Everyone and Apo's attention was immediately captured. Their gazes fixed on Elder Wang. He deliberated before continuing. This tale begins 10 years ago when I traveled the world and visited a major sect in a neighboring country, where I fortuitously heard a legend from the sect leader. Oh, the crowd grew increasingly curious. Elder Wang continued, it is said that in the realm of cultivation, there exists a formidable figure named Duan Jioda. This individual has an eccentric temperament, delights in plundering others and Apo's treasures, and when in high spirits, would annihilate entire families. A truly nefarious person. Yet, he possesses unfathomable cultivation, having once trampled even those at the infant transformation stage. What? Such a person exists in the realm of cultivation? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Generally, the cultivation world is rife with petty thieves, but a being stronger than those in the infant transformation stage is nearly equivalent to a supreme being. How could they possibly engage in such deeds? Do not doubt, for this is unequivocally true. Had I not witnessed this youth and Apo's temperament today, coupled with his prior theft from the Tianwu sect's treasure vault, I would not have made the connection to that esteemed Elder Duan. So, this youth is very likely a disciple of that Elder Duan. Alas, this could spell trouble. However, it is also conceivable that if Duan Juda truly possesses such profound cultivation, he would not venture into our humble village. Shall we send someone to seek aid from the Tianwu sect? No, if the Tianwu sect arrives, the promised rewards would surely vanish. Precisely, and besides, this youth has stolen from the Tianwu sect and Apo's vault. If we can capture him, those treasures will belong to us. That is a sound argument. Regardless, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. While the cultivators engaged in their chaotic speculations and discussions, Suke had already traversed nearly half the circle of the back mountain of Panshan village. His efforts bore fruit beside a small stream on the mountainside, where he discovered a resting tiger. This tiger and Apo's appearance differed greatly from that of its earthly counterpart. Its massive form was nearly comparable to that of a rhinoceros, with two long, sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, reminiscent of the extinct saber-toothed cats of Earth. However, with Suke's current cultivation, dealing with such a tiger was effortlessly simple. In a flash, he executed the 3,000 thunder movement, instantly appearing behind the saber-toothed tiger. With a swift motion of his hand, he struck down upon the tiger's back. A crack echoed as the tiger's bones shattered, and it succumbed to its demise in confusion. Wasting no time, Suke hoisted the tiger's carcass and made his way back to the village. The villagers had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Su Xianzhang emerge with the tiger, they were once again filled with astonishment and awe. Yet, Suke had no time for theatrics. He instructed De Zhuang and the others to quickly extract the tiger's blood, while he waved his wrist to store the 3 basins of already prepared snake, turtle, and bird blood into his system's storage space. Before long, the tiger's blood was also collected. Suke did not even pause to greet anyone as he swiftly departed, employing the 3,000 thunder movement to leave. Time was of the essence. He needed to activate the formation before those cultivators decided to enter, ensuring the villagers' safety. The process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Suke returned to the positions of the 4 formation eyes, pouring the snake blood into the Eastern Azure Dragon position. Instantly, the crimson liquid was absorbed into the ground, and a blood-red image emerged, revealing a colossal dragon totem at the center. Suke marveled quietly before rushing to the position of the Xuanwu, where he similarly poured in the turtle blood, resulting in the emergence of a giant turtle totem on the ground. Soon, after pouring the bird blood at the 4th formation eye, the atmosphere within a radius of 10 miles around Panshan village shifted dramatically. As the Zhuke totem took shape on the ground, a deep rumble resonated from the sky, akin to a muffled thunderclap. Boom! In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy rapidly converged from all directions, forming a massive vortex above Panshan village, resembling an endless abyss, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. Following this, the spiritual energy coalesced into a vast, bowl-shaped barrier, which inverted and enveloped the village and the surrounding area entirely. Subsequently, brilliant radiance erupted above the village in all 4 cardinal directions, shining like stars suspended high in the sky. The 8 Desolations 4 symbols formation had been activated. The commotion immediately startled the villagers, who stared in disbelief at the luminous barrier that had suddenly appeared overhead, fearing that the immortals had begun their assault. Many turned pale. kneeling in prayer for divine protection. Suke returned and, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Why are you kneeling? This is the formation I have set up. Fellow villagers, rise. No one will bully you from now on. The formation? The villagers were all taken aback. So this was the formation. However, could such a thin barrier truly withstand so many immortals? The villagers exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt, yet none dared to voice their concerns. It was Xiao Ro who joyfully approached, exclaiming, Brother Suke, are we truly safe now? Indeed, it is true. Suke smiled as he gazed at the adorable little Ro, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Little Ro was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with a deep crimson hue. Witnessing her shyness, Suke could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Stay here and watch how I deal with them. Ah, Brother Suke, are you not staying? Little Ro exclaimed in surprise. I shall return after resolving the matter. This formation was established solely to protect you. Only when you are safe can I act without reservations. But there are so many of them. Little Ro expressed her concerns. No matter how many there are, I shall never allow them to bully the people of our village, Suke declared in a booming voice, embodying the spirit of a savior, which moved countless villagers. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully displaying bravado, earning 5 points of bravado value. The system notification chimed, and Suke grinned with pride. Haha, I shall return shortly. Do not worry, everyone. With that, he executed the 3,000 thunder movement, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he soared back to the mountaintop. Meanwhile, the cultivators on the opposing mountain had already been alerted by the commotion of the 8 desolations and 4 symbols formation, raising their gazes in curiosity. What is happening? It seems someone has set up a formation. The commotion is quite significant, yet it appears rather ordinary, lacking in power. Indeed, it merely consists of a layer of gathered spiritual energy. It pales in comparison to our sect and Oppos, as protective formation. Just a trivial skill, the onlookers scoffed, shaking their heads in disdain. Only Elder Lu displayed a contemplative expression, and soon, he was struck by a realization, exclaiming, This is bad. We have fallen for that little rascal and Oppos' trick. If there were truly a powerful figure in Pan Mountain Village, there would be no need for such a formation. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly awakened to the truth. Indeed, and especially one as rudimentary as this, it hardly seems the work of a master. Elder Lu stroked his white beard, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, we were foolish, deceived by that little rascal and Oppos' pretense. But this time, he has overreached himself, foolishly setting up a formation utterly unnecessary. Fellow cultivators, I assure you, there are no masters in Pan Mountain Village. Let us break the formation. With that, Elder Lu was the first to form a hand seal, exuding an imposing demeanor as he mounted his flying sword and ascended into the air. The elders and disciples behind him also drew their swords, preparing for a massacre. Just then, a figure suddenly shot forth from the direction of Pan Mountain Village. Akin to a bolt of lightning, one moment far away, and the next, it appeared directly above Elder Lu. Elder Lu sensed a shadow looming above him, and instinctively looked up. Swish! A brilliant flash of lightning streaked before his eyes. Elder Lu and Oppos' eyes widened in horror as a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Something was amiss. However, before he could react and prepare to flee, a colossal foot, imbued with an overwhelming presence, descended upon his face with a resounding thud. Chapter 17. The arrival of the vermilion bird with astonishing speed and power. Elder Lu was unable to evade in time, receiving a kick squarely to the face, causing him to tumble off his flying sword. Watch out, Elder Lu! The multitude of cultivators exclaimed in alarm as they finally reacted. Some, quick on the uptake, cast their spells and charged towards the assailant. Yet, the perpetrator was none other than Suke, whose speed was akin to a tempest. After delivering his blow, he deftly navigated through the air and landed atop the mountain behind Panshan Village, erupting into laughter. Haha, old fool, dared to insult me from behind? Allow me to repay you with a kick. No need for formality. Scoundrel! Elder Lu steadied himself, trembling with rage. The once dignified face of the immortal now bore the imprint of a shoe, rendering him utterly ridiculous. The other cultivators were incensed, pointing at Suke and shouting, Despicable rogue, how dare you launch a surprise attack? You will pay for injuring our elder. Come out and face us. Elder Lu's disciples, equally furious, joined in the cacophony of invectives directed at Quebec. Suke shrugged innocently. What do you mean surprise attack? I came openly. It's just that you are so incompetent that your eyes cannot keep up with my speed. You little brat, you're courting death. Elder Lou's face twisted in fury as he ground his teeth. Suke retaliated with equal ire. Old coot, clean up your mouth. Who taught you to spout such filth? Do you possess no decorum whatsoever? Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but twitch their lips, while Elder Lou nearly fainted from indignation. You're the one who speaks filth freely. Let me clarify, Suke smirked. What the old coot just said is correct. You fell for it. There are no experts guarding Panchon village. Oh no, I am the expert. As Suke squinted his eyes and chuckled, an elder emerged. His face darkened with disdain. Humph, regardless of whether there are experts or not, you are doomed today. Is that so? Suke replied, his lips curling upward as he surveyed the shimmering barrier above him. With such useless fools as you, let us see if you can breach my formation first. The crowd erupted in fury, each casting their spells, ready to confront Quebec. Elder Lou, however, sneered. So this formation is your handiwork. No wonder it appears so feeble. Though it makes quite a racket, to think it could obstruct us is sheer folly. Many disciples echoed, indeed, Elder Lou is right. This trivial formation cannot hold us back. It's nothing but boastful delusion that will lead to your demise. Once we break it, you shall suffer greatly. Suke laughed heartily. Oh, you think you can break my formation? Elder Lou shook his head with a scornful smile. Ignorant child, do you believe a mere small formation can be of any significance? You dream of obstructing us? Ah, it appears you are the ignorant ones. I never intended to use this formation to stop you, because... Suke paused slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I intend to use it to exterminate you. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence, followed by uproarious laughter from the mountaintop. Haha, did you hear that? He thinks he can use this formation to kill us. How utterly foolish. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. It was apparent this boy had never seen the world. If he were to witness our sect's protective formation, he would likely be frightened to death. The cultivators laughed uproariously, while Elder Lou wore a mocking expression, shaking his head. You little brat, let me be frank. I possess considerable expertise in formations. I could dismantle your trivial array in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, so prepare to die. Suke was momentarily taken aback by their response, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that this 8 desolations, 4 symbols formation is truly lacking? That can't be right. I spent 80 points of pretentiousness to acquire it, and the description stated it would ruthlessly slay anyone below the infant transformation stage. Could it be that the cultivators of this realm excelled in formations, having reached a divine level of mastery? Suke's mind filled with doubt. If this formation were truly breached by these individuals, it would be a significant loss. With a flicker of inspiration, he decided to test the waters. Old coot, you claim you can breach my formation in a tea's time? Very well, I grant you that time. Go ahead and try. Humph, seeking death. Elder Lou snorted coldly, rising into the air on his flying sword. With a flourish of his arms, he conjured flames before him. Boom. The flames unfurled, splitting into numerous fiery swords, majestic and suspended in the air. To breach your formation, I need not search for the core. I shall break it directly. With that, Elder Lou bellowed, break for me. Instantly, the myriad fire swords transformed into streaks of light, cascading like a torrential rain towards the mountain behind Panchon village. Bang, bang, bang. The fire swords struck the barrier with resounding thuds, and all eyes were fixed upon it, eager to witness the moment of its collapse. Elder Lou's face gleamed with confidence. However, after a cup of tea had passed, the bombardment ceased, the flames dissipated, and the barrier remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The smile on Elder Lou and Appo's face froze. Suke, momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. Haha, breach my formation? You thought you could do it in a cup of tea and Appo's time? Old coot, are you jesting? Elder Lou's face flushed crimson with fury, while the other cultivators looked embarrassed. This was beyond humiliating. But how could this be? Elder Lou was quite proficient in formations. How could he not breach this child and Appo's formation? Was there something amiss? Oh dear, the loneliness of a master. Suke sighed, gazing up at the sky with exaggerated lamentation. You can't even breach this trivial array, yet you dare to boast about killing me? TSK, please do come. I await your attempts to slay me. Do not be shy, I'm even extending my neck for you. Suke's taunts sent the crowd on the opposing mountain into a frenzy. One young disciple shouted, "If you have the guts, come out. Don't hide behind your formation like a coward." Exactly. Don't cower inside and hurl threats. If you truly possess strength, step out and fight. Indeed, come out. And I shall only use one hand against you. The disciples' eyes lit up, believing they had found the perfect retort to Suke, and began to provoke him. Several elders nodded in agreement, thinking this was a clever tactic. Young and fiery, they believed Suke would not withstand such provocation. Once he dared to step out of the formation, they would seize him in an instant. Yet, Suke remained unfazed. He casually leaned against a large tree, propping up one leg, tilting his head back with an air of arrogance. "Do you think you have the right to challenge me, a true master?" The crowd fell silent, while several elders' lips twitched in exasperation. By the heavens, I have never encountered such shamelessness. A mere core formation practitioner dares to claim mastery before those of the golden core stage. Elder Lu snorted contemptuously. "Humph, since you refuse to emerge, then remain hidden. We shall keep watch here, ensuring you and those villagers never escape this place." Suke, however, chuckled. "Haha, I have no intention of hiding. I merely wish to test the strength of this formation. After all, it is far superior to your so-called protective arrays. And do not think that simply because you stand outside the formation, you are safe. For you are all within the range of my formation and Oppos, S attack." As the words fell, he suddenly produced an object from his bosom, revealing the formation disk of the 8 desolations and 4 symbols. With a swift gesture of his fingers, he gently pressed down on the vermilion bird's eye located in the southern position. Boom! Immediately, from the mountainside closest to him, a brilliant white light surged skyward. The totem of the vermilion bird, formed from the blood of avian creatures, began to writhe slowly, gradually taking on a corporeal form as it was drawn into the beam of light. Caw! After a few moments, a piercing cry resonated through the surroundings. Numerous cultivators were taken aback, unable to suppress a shiver. Following this, a vermilion bird, enveloped in flames, burst forth from the mountains, captivating the astonished gazes of the crowd. Its form appeared somewhat ethereal, like a fleeting mirage, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura, ablaze with fierce flames as it charged directly towards the throng. Chapter 18. The 4 divine beasts emerge. What? This is the ancient celestial beast, the phoenix? How is that possible? How could such a creature exist in this place? Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd, and startled exclamations filled the air. Suke, while continuing to manipulate the formation, laughed heartily. "Fools! Come, let me enlighten you dimwits. This is known as the vermilion bird. How can you dare to call yourselves cultivators when you can and Oppos to even distinguish between the vermilion bird and the phoenix? If I were your sect leader, I would expel each of you for such embarrassment." Feeling quite pleased with himself, Suke intended to berate these unsophisticated cultivators further. But no one paid him any heed. A few elders, their faces pale with horror, were filled with dread. Upon witnessing the vermilion bird, they realized escape was their only option. "Not good, run. We must return to the Tianwu sect. This matter exceeds our involvement. Retreat quickly." With a series of commands, everyone mounted their flying swords and took to the skies in an attempt to flee. However, at that moment, 3 streaks of white light shot into the sky. Accompanied by deafening roars, a massive azure dragon soared in from afar, coiling majestically in the heavens, its colossal form nearly obscuring the sky. A muscular white tiger, swift as lightning, darted through the forest and came to a sudden halt beside Suke, glaring fiercely at the group of cultivators. A mountain, ethereal and immense, revealed itself to be a giant black tortoise. In that instant, the 4 symbols appeared. Everyone was astounded. The ancient 4 divine beasts. My heavens! How could this be? Although recorded in ancient texts, had they not long since ascended to the celestial realm? How could they manifest here? Panic-stricken, the crowd found themselves trapped, with the divine beasts blocking all avenues of escape. The mere appearance of the vermilion bird had already instilled terror in them. Now, with all 4 divine beasts present, their overwhelming majesty rendered the cultivators utterly helpless. Suke stood leisurely atop the mountain, casting a glance at Elder Lu, and smiled faintly. "Now, do you still believe this formation can be broken? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With your cultivation, how could you possibly set up such a formation?" Elder Lu was filled with incredulity. He had considerable expertise in formations, yet this summoning of ancient divine beasts was entirely unheard of. How could he believe that it was orchestrated by Suke? A mere nascent soul cultivator? At that moment, a disciple suddenly pointed at the azure dragon in the sky and exclaimed, "Wait, elders! Look, the azure dragon and Apos, S form seems ethereal, not real." This statement immediately jolted everyone awake. They focused their gazes, and a spark of realization ignited. Indeed, the other three divine beasts were similarly insubstantial, mere illusions. In other words, these were not the true four divine beasts. Elder Lu looked up, his expression brightening, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I see now. You little rascal. How cunning. This formation is merely a trick to deceive us into leaving. Fortunately, we awakened in time. Otherwise, we would have truly fallen for your ruse." As Elder Lu grew increasingly animated, he seemed to experience a sense of exhilaration akin to escaping death. Ultimately, his expression morphed into one of derision as he coldly regarded Su Quebec. "Come, I stand here. Let those four divine beasts attack me if they dare." At that moment, Elder Lu had completely shed his earlier panic, standing resolutely within the encirclement of the divine beasts, feeling quite heroic and unafraid. The other elders and disciples, upon witnessing this, appeared to grasp the truth, and they too calmed down, revealing mocking smiles as they shouted at Su Ke, "Utterly ridiculous. You think such petty tricks can deceive us? Come on, we remain here unmoved. Let those four divine beasts attack us if they can. Indeed, come. If I so much as budge, I'll be your grandson." Seeing the scene below, Su Ke was left utterly bewildered, his mind filled with question marks. What is going on here? Have these people collectively lost their wits? They stand still, inviting the four divine beasts to attack? Truly, these cultivators are remarkable, their courage astounding. I have always been the one showing off. Yet I did not expect them to be so audacious as well. Very well, since you insist, I shall oblige. Su Ke chuckled, swiftly manipulating the formation and Apos, S core, turning defense into offense. Boom. In an instant, the four divine beasts let out a simultaneous roar, locking onto the elders and disciples of the various sects as intruders. They then unleashed a frenzied assault upon the unsuspecting cultivators below. Elder Lu and the others, however, maintained their mocking expressions, unfazed in the face of the divine beasts, remaining steadfast in their positions. Merely an illusion, no matter how real it appears, it cannot deceive us. Youngster, I must admit, your tricks are impressively flawless, with no errors or flaws. Yet your only mistake was underestimating Elder Lu's keen insight. Watch me as I unravel this ludicrous illusion. In a bid to impress the elders, a disciple hastily performed a spell, soaring into the sky on his sword, directly confronting the vermilion bird. Although the vermilion bird and Apos, S form was illusory, its flames were undeniably real. This was the fire of the vermilion bird. Though not comparable to the flames of the true vermilion bird, they were far beyond what these novice cultivators could withstand. The moment the disciple ascended, he was engulfed by an intense wave of heat, his smug expression freezing in shock. "Wait, this isn't an illusion." Before he could finish his sentence, the flames of the vermilion bird consumed him entirely. A scream echoed, and he was reduced to a pile of ashes. As a gentle breeze blew, the ashes drifted down upon the other cultivators, leaving them all stunned, as if time had come to a standstill. Ding! Congratulations to host Su Ke for slaying a nascent soul cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. A system notification resonated within Su Ke's mind. Yet, the scene descended into a profound silence. All the cultivators were left dumbfounded, their faces frozen in disbelief. Wasn't Apos? It said that this was an illusion? Wasn't Apos? It claimed that it was all a fabrication? How? How could it have transformed into reality? Chapter 19. A single blow to annihilation roar. At that moment, the azure dragon of the eastern position unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. Its massive form coiled and twisted, resembling a colossal azure ribbon dancing in the sky, exuding an overwhelming dragon majesty. Suddenly, several disciples with inadequate cultivation levels were struck by the roar, their faces drained of color, and they coughed up blood. Before they could retreat, the azure dragon let out another mighty roar. Boom! Instantly, the sky above the back mountain of the Panshan village transformed, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. A torrent of water, akin to a cascading waterfall, poured down from the heavens, rushing towards the cultivators atop the mountain. Is this the dragon clan and Apos' ability to summon wind and rain? This is bad, we must flee. The crowd scrambled to escape, Yet the deluge swept away the majority of the disciples. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, a lightning bolt, thick as an arm, struck the waters, obliterating countless disciples in its wake. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator, earning 8,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a core formation cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a core formation cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully leveling up. Current realm, second layer of core formation. A series of system notifications echoed in Suke's mind, nearly eliciting a laugh of joy. It turned out that those killed by the formation could also yield experience rewards. Moreover, he had leveled up with such ease. It was truly exhilarating. Suke felt that this formation was an exceptional investment. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos outside, several figures broke through the encirclement and fled into the forest. These were the few core formation elders. Their cultivation was extraordinary, and in the presence of both the vermilion bird and azure dragon, they dared not fly with swords but resorted to high-level movement techniques to escape the mountainside. However, they had barely gotten far when a white figure, swift as lightning, darted past them, astonishingly fast. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. One elder was snatched away by the white figure. The expressions of the remaining elders changed instantly. "Where's Elderly? This is bad. It must be that white tiger. We need to retreat." As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, each seeks to save themselves. Upon realizing Elderly had been taken by the white tiger, the others did not hesitate to hasten their escape, pushing their skills to the limit. But how could Suke allow them to return? He had been closely monitoring the chaotic scene, and upon seeing several elders slip away, he immediately manipulated the formation disc, commanding the Xuanwu to block the mountain path. Swiftly, a flash of lightning surged beneath him as he unleashed the 3,000 lightning movements, instantly pursuing the fleeing elders. Whoosh! In mere moments, Suke stood in the path of the elders, smiling as he confronted them, saying, "My dear friends, how ungracious of you. We agreed to stand still. How can you go back on your word?" The elders had already witnessed Suke's bizarre movement techniques and were not overly surprised. Instead, they rejoiced at Suke and Apos' decision to step out of the formation, perfectly aligning with their intentions. "Well, you little brat, you did not take the path to heaven, yet you dared to intrude into hell. Just moments ago, you were safe within the formation, yet now you have come out to deliver yourself to us. How fortuitous." With a sneer, they formed hand seals, and their flying swords unsheathed with a clang, shooting towards Suke with an almost imperceptible speed, cleaving through clouds and stones. Suke felt a chill run down his spine. Their speed far exceeded his expectations. He instantly executed the 3,000 lightning movements, narrowly evading the onslaught of flying swords. Damn it, that was close. I underestimated the strength of these core formation elders. He silently cursed, immediately distancing himself from these formidable opponents. However, his retreat only allowed the elders to gauge his strength, and without hesitation, they pursued him relentlessly. Suke sprinted again, turning to curse. "Damn it, you old rascals. Ganging up on me. Where's your heroism? Why not face me one-on-one?" Elder Lu took the lead, scoffing. "You lack the qualifications to be compared with us, let alone challenge us one-on-one. Indeed, we unite to kill you, avenging our fallen disciples." The remaining elders did not pause, each riding their flying swords in hot pursuit of Quebec. Suke was infuriated. He had indeed underestimated the strength of these core formation elders earlier, nearly getting injured by their flying swords, but that did not mean he was incapable of fighting back. "Damn it, just because the tiger does not roar. Do not mistake me for a sick cat." Suke cursed, his body vibrating as he summoned his internal true essence, bellowing, "Dragon Ascension 9 transformations, activate." Boom. Instantly, 9 beams of blue light erupted from his body, transforming into 9 colossal dragons in the air. A powerful dragon might descended, enveloping the entire area. The elders were momentarily stunned, mistakenly believing the azure dragon from the formation had arrived, only to realize it was 9 dragons, and they were blue. In the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. The 9 blue dragons spiraled in the sky before suddenly twisting their bodies, charging directly towards Suke's head. With a resounding thud, the once seemingly weak Suke now emanated an imposing presence, akin to the son of a celestial dragon, gazing down upon them like a deity. The dragon might emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of the elders. How could this be? What kind of technique is this? How can such an extraordinary method exist in this world? The elders gasped, incredulous as they stared at Su Quebec. Su K laughed heartily. Ha! You wish to team up to kill me? Come on, I welcome the challenge of 10. With that, he flickered, executing the 3,000 lightning movements. Suddenly charging toward the elders. This is bad, run. The color drained from the elders' faces as they immediately turned to flee. In an instant, the roles reversed, the hunters became the hunted. Yet Suke's speed was unfathomably swift, surpassing even core formation cultivators, as he utilized the 3,000 lightning movements. The renowned technique of Xiao Yin from battle through the heavens. Whoosh. Accompanied by arcs of electricity, Suke's figure materialized behind one elder, his fist clenched, delivering a sudden strike. Puff. His fist pierced through the elder's chest, blood spewing forth. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a core formation cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a core pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully leveling up, current realm, 3rd layer of core formation. Damn it, leveled up again. And I even obtained a core pill. Suke was overjoyed. A single core formation cultivator yielded 50,000 experience points. At this rate, it was as if each kill allowed him to level up. What are we waiting for? Let's kill. Suke wasted no time, employing the 3,000 lightning movements to pursue the second elder. At this moment, the core formation elders appeared to Suke as mere bundles of experience points. Meanwhile, the elders were utterly horrified, their faces pale with shock and fear. Who is this person? He is clearly at the core formation stage. Yet why does he possess such terrifying power comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator? He effortlessly obliterated the elder from the falling sun sect with a single blow. This is nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. Chapter 20. The might of the 8 desolations. With a thunderous explosion, Suke arrived in a flash, targeting the second elder. Retreat quickly. The others, in a state of panic, momentarily disregarded their astonishment and summoned their inner energy, fleeing with great haste, their movements utterly disordered. However, after a brief distance, Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Oh no! The mountain path ahead is blocked by the Xuanwu. We cannot escape." What? Confusion gripped them all. To be unable to fight back was one thing, but to lose their avenue of retreat was beyond comprehension. Had their years of arduous cultivation been for naught, only to perish today? No. That little brat is merely at the core formation stage. We, as esteemed elders of our respective sects, cannot fault him. In a desperate bid for survival, one of them shouted. The others seemed to awaken, regaining a semblance of composure. Indeed, that little beast's sudden surge in power must be due to some secret technique. If we can just hold out until his inner energy is exhausted, we can subdue him. Yet, his speed was so astonishing that they knew they could not delay for long. Wait, this brat's antics are all to protect Panshan Village. If we merely threaten the lives of those mortals, he will be powerless to save them. It dawned on them that the villagers were his Achilles heel. Let us unite and charge forth. No matter how swift he is but one person. Let us see how many he can save. As seasoned elders of various sects, they quickly devised a plan, adjusting their flight path to rush toward Panshan Village. Suke, taken aback by their sudden shift in direction, couldn't he help but smirk as he thought. It appears they are not entirely foolish. They intend to leverage the lives of the villagers against me. Alas, so many have already perished near the 8 desolations, 4 symbols array. To charge in now is akin to walking into a trap. But this also spares me the effort of chasing them down one by one. With that thought, Suke slowed his pace, laughing heartily behind them. Why the haste? My esteemed friends, are you racing to meet your maker? The elders' faces twitched, their expressions darkening. Given their status and reputation, they were well-known figures within the Fire Origin Kingdom. To be mocked and pursued by a mere core formation junior was infuriating. Elder Lu, looking grim, replied, "Do not panic, my friends. He is merely trying to provoke us into retreating. The 4 symbols divine beasts are outside the array. It is a moment of weakness. If we break into Panshan Village, that little brat will be forced to bow before us." Hearing this, Suke could barely contain his amusement. Elder Lu was a true gem. Without his meddling, Suke's plans would not have unfolded so smoothly. More importantly, at this critical juncture, Lu was unwittingly leading his companions to their doom, nearly bringing Suke to tears of laughter. He deemed Elder Lu not just a talent, but a true ally. However, allies or not, Those destined for death must meet their end. A glint of cunning flashed in Su-Kei's eyes as he resolved to play with them a bit more. He quickly accelerated, pursuing them with renewed vigor, his face contorted with feigned rage as he bellowed, "Stop right there. Do not force me to unleash my devastating dragon fist of the 10,000 Buddhas. Even I fear its power." The elders were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Having witnessed Su-Kei's previous terrifying move, they were already like startled birds. We were right. The villagers are indeed his weakness. Otherwise, why would he be so enraged? Let us charge forth, Elder Lu shouted, prompting the others to hasten toward Panshan village. They understood that capturing the villagers was the key to controlling Su-Quebec Ding. Congratulations, Host and Appos, Su-Kei and Appos, for successfully showing off. Reward, 20 points of show-off value. Su-Kei relished their performance, and as the system and Appos' reward notification echoed in his mind, he chased after them, secretly reveling in their predicament. Within moments, Elder Lu and the others reached the airspace above Panshan village. Unwavering, they approached the array and Appos' glowing barrier, executing their techniques to breach it. A cacophony erupted as flames swirled in front of them. With a single gesture, they unleashed a torrent of fire toward the barrier. Once inside, seize those mortals. Charge. Elder Lu led the charge, his voice booming, while the others wore sinister smiles, already envisioning how they would torment Su-Kei by threatening the villagers' lives. Yet, Su-Kei lingered a short distance behind, beaming with a radiant smile as he waved goodbye, shouting, "Farewell, old fools. May you be reborn into better lives." No need for formalities. The elders were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? What had that brat just said? Farewell? A chilling premonition washed over them. Boom. Before they could react, the flames crashed against the array's barrier and abruptly dissipated. Immediately, a tremendous force pulled at them from the barrier, as if a monstrous beast had opened its maw to devour them whole. No, Elder Lu realized too late, his eyes widening in terror as he cried out. But it was far too late. The 8 Desolations 4 Symbols array was known for its mercilessness toward intruders. This was no idle threat. Previously, they had only encountered the array's defenses from the outside, with Su-Kei manipulating the array to unleash the 4 Symbols beasts against them. Its power had been limited. But now, as the Golden Core elders stepped into the array, they were essentially walking into a trap. The 8 Desolations 4 Symbols array was not merely limited to 4 symbols. Its might extended throughout the 8 Desolations. Once recognized as intruders, the elders were instantly consumed by the array, their surroundings warping into a nightmarish wasteland. They found themselves trapped in an illusion, their cultivation suppressed, wandering through 8 different desolate landscapes. There were parched, scorching deserts, swamps teeming with venomous creatures, and frigid wastelands that left them starving and freezing. Everything felt hauntingly real. With their powers suppressed, their frail bodies could hardly withstand such torment. By the time they reached the 3rd Desolation, their spirits shattered, and they collapsed, lifeless. Ding. Congratulations, Host Su-Kei, for slaying a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, Host Su-Kei, for slaying a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, Host Su-Kei, for leveling up successfully. Current realm, Core Formation Stage, Level 4. Ding. Congratulations, Host Su-Kei, for slaying a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Chapter 21. The pinnacle of showmanship. As a series of system reward notifications echoed through the air, tranquility gradually resumed in the surroundings. Several elders had perished within the 8 Desolations and 4 Symbols array, while the remaining disciples, including a multitude of loose cultivators, were subdued by the projections of the 4 symbol divine beasts, all of which transformed into experience points for Su-Quebec. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling Su-Kei's hair. He retrieved the array plate and gave it a subtle spin, causing the 4 symbol divine beasts outside the array to dissipate into the air, transforming back into a rich essence of spiritual energy that surged into Panshan village. Finally, it was accomplished. Su-Kei let out a long breath, opening the system interface where his personal information materialized before him. Host, Su-Kei Realm. 5th layer of the Core Formation Stage. Comprehensively integrated. Experience points. 0-200. 000 showmanship points. 350 technique. Ancient 5 elements technique intermediate skills. Dragon Ascension 9 transformations, perfect. 3000 thunder movements, perfect. Essence. Techniques, 330 points. Profession, none status. Prince Consort of the Fire Origin Kingdom in the Eastern Desolation. This battle had propelled him directly from the first layer to the 5th layer of the core formation stage. More crucially, he had amassed a staggering 350 showmanship points. For Suke, this was a veritable fortune, marking the highest accumulation of showmanship points he had ever achieved. Ha ha ha, this time, I've truly struck it rich. Suke burst into laughter. However, the experience required for leveling up had also increased. Initially, ascending from the first to the second layer only demanded 30,000 experience points. But now, moving from the 5th to the 6th layer required a staggering 200,000 experience points, making the challenge evidently more formidable. Yet, compared to the other cultivators in this world who relied on meditation to absorb spiritual energy, Suke's advancement speed remained astonishingly rapid. Thus, he did not perceive the difficulty as particularly daunting, especially with the thrill of those 350 showmanship points invigorating him. With such an abundance of showmanship points, he could procure an array of items, including the advanced edition of the Ancient 5 Elements technique, which merely cost 100 points. It was time to shop. In high spirits, Suke recalled that after slaying the Elder of the Golden Core stage, he had also acquired several golden cores. He eagerly opened his system inventory. Several resplendent, fist-sized golden orbs appeared before him. Golden Core. The golden core of a golden core stage cultivator, containing their life as cultivation essence and techniques. Consuming it grants a 30 chance of acquiring their lifetime techniques, with a 30 risk of going berserk. If sold to the system for recycling, one can obtain 50,000 experience points. Wow, so the golden core possesses such functionality, Suke exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, the beginner-s experience pills he had consumed could raise his experience by 10,000 points each. However, this golden core could be sold to the system for 50,000 experience points, and if ingested, it offered a chance to acquire the original owner's techniques or risk going berserk, an upgraded version of the experience pill. Nevertheless, Suke was currently not in need of techniques, so it was unnecessary to take the risk of consuming the golden core. Moreover, he was not in a hurry to level up. He decided to keep it in his system inventory for future contingencies. After reviewing the golden core's description, Suke turned his attention to the system shop. Now financially affluent, he immediately focused on the section for techniques. However, upon gazing at the dazzling array of various techniques, Suke found himself grappling with a dilemma of choice. Logically, he ought to redeem the advanced edition of the Ancient 5 Elements technique. Yet there was still a considerable gap before reaching the nascent soul stage, so he was not particularly anxious to exchange for the advanced edition. Moreover, after the recent battle, Suke had realized a problem. His techniques were too singular, lacking in diverse combat methods, which hindered his ability to display his prowess. Although the combination of Dragon Ascension 9 transformations and 3000 thunder movements was formidable, relying solely on his fists for combat paled in comparison to the ethereal elegance of those wielding flying swords. Without sufficient flair, how could he truly show off? Thus, Suke resolved to exchange for a variety of techniques, while also acquiring a suitable weapon or artifact, preferably a set of resplendent garments to dazzle the eyes of fellow cultivators. With 350 showmanship points at his disposal, he promptly chose to explore the celestial grade techniques. Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique, a technique from the Zhuxian realm, low-level celestial grade. The astonishing technique of the Qingyun sect, manifesting divine thunder, with overwhelming heavenly might. It is wielded through the sword. Price, 50 showmanship points. Buddha-s Wrath Fire Lotus, a combat skill from the Dopa realm, low-level celestial grade. A self-created combat technique by Xiaoyan, generating immense destructive power through the fusion of various flames. The power of the Fire Lotus varies with the number and strength of the fused flames, possessing limitless potential. Note, this technique requires at least 2 types to execute. Price, 50 showmanship points. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, a technique from the Zhetian realm, intermediate celestial grade. It combines offense and defense, possessing the power to shatter the heavens and earth, dismantling all barriers. When cultivated to its zenith in conjunction with the holy body physique, it can shatter all artifacts and weapons, even tearing apart the void. Price, 100 showmanship points. 9 Character Secret, Fragment, a technique from the Jetian realm, advanced celestial grade. Originally one entity, the 9 secrets were divided into 9 due to their overwhelming nature, which could not be tolerated by the great Tao in ancient times. They are approaching, soldier, battle, user, all, array, group, and forward. Among them, the approaching and array secrets have been lost. When redeeming this fragment, one randomly acquires one of the remaining 7 secrets. Multiple purchases may yield duplicates. Price, 200 showmanship points. Upon reaching this point, Suke was utterly awestruck. So many techniques, all stemming from the signature skills of protagonists across various novels, nearly made him drool. Yet, within this section, there were hardly any techniques employing weapons or artifacts, and the only one that appeared somewhat appealing, the Divine Sword Thunder Control technique, did not particularly impress him. However, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus and 9-character secret were immensely tempting. The power of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus needed no elaboration. The explosive power generated from the fusion of was simply catastrophic, and the more types of fused, the more terrifying the technique became. Definitely a cost-effective treasure. Yet, acquiring proved challenging. And after scouring the shop, Suke was immediately deterred by the exorbitant prices. For instance, the Qinglian Earthfire, ranked 19th among, demanded a staggering 300 showmanship points. It seemed that the path of showmanship was fraught with challenges. Perhaps it was wiser to purchase the 9-character secret first and wait until he amassed wealth to acquire all the top 10. Suke shook his head, focusing his gaze on the 9-character secret. This was an unparalleled technique from Jetian, boasting formidable power. Except for the 2 already lost secrets, the remaining 7 had their descriptions. Weapon secret, a secret technique for weaponry. Mastering it allows one to wield weapons as effortlessly as flowing clouds, even temporarily seizing control of an opponent's weapon, turning it against them. Truly a nightmare for foes. Battle secret, an offensive secret technique, the foremost sacred art of assault, capable of transforming all maneuvers into formidable attacks, augmenting power significantly. It even enables one to learn and utilize others' techniques as their own. User secret, an auxiliary secret technique. The ultimate healing art, capable of restoring both body and soul. Mastery allows for instantaneous recovery from injuries, and at its peak, one can achieve blood rebirth, rendering the user nearly indestructible. All secret, an amplification secret technique, capable of boosting one's attributes tenfold, though the triggering probability is relatively low. Group secret, an auxiliary secret technique, specializing in the art of runic formations, created by the Celestial Treasure Sovereign. Forward secret, an auxiliary secret technique, usable to assist in cultivating the primordial spirit, significantly enhancing the sensitivity of the sixth sense, allowing one to anticipate an enemy's moves and maintain a constant edge in battle. The secret of the flowing word, a method pertaining to speed, once mastered, renders one unparalleled in swiftness, with nothing in the world capable of hindering one's progress. Within the formation, one moves as if strolling leisurely, and with relentless practice, one may even step into the realm of time itself. Chapter 22. A guaranteed success. The 9 secret techniques. Each of the 9 secret techniques represents the pinnacle in its respective domain, enhancing one's combat prowess in areas such as attack, defense, recovery, and speed. Suke was pleased, but the system's shop was extortionate, selling only incomplete scrolls. Each secret required 200 acting tough points, and each purchase randomly selected one of the 9, potentially resulting in duplicates. Fortunately, this was Suke's first purchase, so he felt no pressure. He particularly coveted the army and fight secrets, as they were unparalleled tools for grandstanding and humiliating opponents. The army secret allowed him to seize control of others' magical artifacts, turning them against their owners, while the fight secret enabled him to mimic and even amplify others' techniques, reminiscent of the Muron clans treating others as they treat you in demigods and semi-devils. Imagine disarming your opponent and using their own moves against them, a truly devastating blow to their pride. Of course, the healer and foreknowledge secrets were also desirable. The healer secret provided constant injury recovery, far surpassing the system's slow automatic repair function. At its peak, it could even regenerate the body from a single drop of blood. The foreknowledge secret enhanced the user and Oppo's spiritual sense, granting precognitive abilities to anticipate enemy movements in battle, a significant advantage and another means of showcasing one and Oppo's superiority. Suke was less enthusiastic about obtaining the remaining formation, motion, and all secrets. Not because they were inferior, but because they were currently impractical for him. The formation secret dealt with intricate array formations, which he rarely used. The motion secret provided enhanced speed, but his 3,000 lightning movements were sufficient for now. Similarly, the all secret was temporarily redundant due to his dragon soaring 9 transformations. Acquiring duplicates would be somewhat wasteful. Oh well, no use overthinking it. I'll just buy the 9 secret techniques. After a moment of deliberation, Suke made his decision, investing heavily in the incomplete scrolls. Ding. Congratulations to host Suke for successfully exchanging for the 9 secret techniques, incomplete scroll, and obtaining the army secret. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Excellent. Suke exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. The army secret. Fantastic. My luck is finally turning around. Learn it, of course. Ding. Congratulations to host Suke for successfully learning the army secret. Boom. A surge of golden ancient characters flooded Suke's mind, like a torrential river, eventually coalescing into a mysterious power that took root within him. A smirk played on Suke's lips. Now, exchange for a flame-splitting wave ruler and a 6 directions body movement ruler. Ding. Exchange successful. Would you like to learn them? Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more currents of heat coursed through his body, flowing along his meridians. In an instant, Suke mastered 2 more techniques. The flame-splitting wave ruler and 6 directions body movement ruler were skills from the battle through the heavens world. Signature moves of the protagonist, Xiao Yan, in his early battles. Although inexpensive, costing only 25 acting tough points combined, the value of these techniques, including the cost of the heavy ruler, far exceeded the dragon's soaring 9 transformations and even rivaled low-grade heaven-rank techniques. When Suke read the novel, he admired Xiao Yan's stylish use of the dark-colored Xian heavy ruler, which exuded an aura of superiority wherever he went. Now, having learned these techniques himself, he eagerly entered the shop's weapons section to select a heavy ruler. The weapons section offered various grades of weapons and magical artifacts, categorized by stars, with higher stars indicating better quality. There were only a few types of heavy rulers available. The lowest grade was the 1-star Xian Iron Heavy Sword, the legendary sword from Jin Yong and Amp, Oppo's novels, forged from Xian iron and weighing 64 pounds. It was wielded by the sword demon Duga Bai, who remained undefeated with it until the age of 40. After his death, the Xian Iron Heavy Sword was passed down to Yanghua before being melted down by Huang Rong to create the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Despite being only a 1-star weapon, this heavy sword, classified as a ruler-type weapon, cost a staggering 50 acting tough points. However, Suke had spent only 225 points on the army secret and the 2 earth-rank techniques, leaving him with over 100 points and the ability to purchase a better weapon. He turned his attention to the 2-star options. 2-star Xian Heavy Ruler, a weapon from the battle through the heavens world, used by the protagonist, Xiao Yan. Forged from flame meteoric iron, it is extremely durable, weighs 1,000 pounds, and possesses a unique ability to suppress enemies. Price, 100 acting tough points. The Xian Heavy Ruler was similar to the Xian Iron Heavy Sword, but larger. Its dark surface was adorned with faint, peculiar patterns that extended from the handle, covering almost the entire blade, adding to its mysterious allure. I and Oppos, I'll buy it, Suke declared, decisively purchasing the Xian Heavy Ruler, which cost as much as a mid-grade heaven-rank technique. After all, it was Xiao Yan and Oppo's signature weapon, a guaranteed success. Ding. Congratulations to host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for obtaining the Xian Heavy Ruler. Ding. The system has detected that host is practicing the Oppo's, flame-splitting wave ruler and Oppo's, and Oppo's, 6 directions body movement ruler and Oppo's, triggering a hidden reward, Xiao Yan and Oppo's signature black robe. What the? Suke exclaimed. Buying something can trigger hidden rewards? But what and Oppo's, the deal with Xiao Yan and Oppo's, black robe? Does it have any special properties? Confused, Suke quickly opened his system inventory to investigate. Xiao Yan and Oppo's black robe, non-sellable item, worn by the Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan, in his youth, possessing immense value. Wearing it conceals one and Oppo's appearance from those below the infant transformation stage and exudes an aura of intimidation. Damn, is this what they call and Oppo's innate swagger and Oppo's? Suke was thrilled by this unexpected bonus. Concealing his appearance was insignificant, but the intimidation attribute was remarkable. Just imagine wearing it for a stroll, releasing the aura, and becoming the center of attention, triggering rewards for effortless grandstanding. Ha 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 ha. When luck strikes, there's no stopping it. Suke rejoiced, summoning the black robe and Xian heavy ruler with a thought. Donning the black robe instantly transformed his demeanor, exuding an aura of coldness and depth. With the Xian heavy ruler strapped to his back, Suke became a carbon copy of Xiao Yan. Not bad. I and Appos, LL wear this outfit to stroll around those sects and earn some acting tough points. Suke nodded contentedly before returning the black robe and heavy ruler to his system inventory. He didn't and amp. Appos, do you want to return to Panshan village in this getup? The robe and Appos' innate aura would likely frighten the villagers into prostrating themselves in worship. Meanwhile, the villagers of Panshan village were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed Suke and Imp, Appos' battle against the cultivators from below the mountain. The appearance of the four divine beasts had already stunned them. When they saw the venerable cultivators being forced into the formation and inexplicably collapsing, they finally regained their senses. Looking up, the vermilion bird and azure dragon had vanished. The sky was still blue, and the mountains remained the same. Suke donned a coarse linen garment, his face illuminated by an innocent and radiant smile. As he gracefully descended from the mountain, commanding the very lightning itself, Xiaoro stood amidst the crowd, momentarily entranced. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Her eyes shimmering with a glistening allure, she appeared irresistibly adorable, evoking an impulse to take a playful nibble. Chapter 23. A remarkable background upon Suke and Appos' return. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Many rushed forward, inquiring about his well-being, and upon witnessing his unscathed appearance, they were filled with astonishment. Praising Su Xianzhong for his extraordinary prowess, the villagers felt reassured. With the protective array in place, they would no longer be easily threatened. Suke assured them, promising safety. The villagers, filled with gratitude, attempted to kneel and express their thanks, but Suke gently stopped them, persuading them to refrain. At that moment, De Zhuang stepped forward from the crowd, expressing concern. Su Xianzhong, what should we do next? I saw two individuals quietly escape during the battle. If they summon more people. Oh, two managed to flee? Suke was not particularly surprised. He had been focused on pursuing Elder Lu and his companions. So it was natural for a few disciples to slip through the cracks. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, even if no one had escaped. Those sects would still return once they lost contact with Elder Lu. Rest assured, everyone, settle down. This array will safeguard you. He had contemplated relocating the villagers, but the vastness of a cultivator and amp, Appos' consciousness made such an escape futile. Even if they fled through a secret passage, they would merely reach the mountains beyond, still vulnerable to discovery by the cultivators. Without the protection of the Ba Huang Xixiang array, the villagers would be in greater peril. Everyone trusts Su Xianzhong. He will surely protect us, said Xiaoro, who had emerged to speak. Suke smiled at her, causing her cheeks to flush with a charming innocence. The villagers observed this exchange with knowing smiles, and Xiaoro, embarrassed, quickly turned away. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, returning to their homes to rest. Suke then began to contemplate the future of Panshan village. He could not remain there indefinitely. The world was vast, and he yearned to explore. However, before departing, he needed to resolve any lingering issues for the village. With the Ba Huang Xixiang array in place, Panshan village was essentially safe. Moreover, with ample land and rivers, and goats and chickens on the mountains, the villagers could become self-sufficient without venturing far. However, the village still required supplies, such as food reserves and seeds for planting. Suke sought out De Zhuang and learned of a small town to the east of Panshan village, where common folk lived and cultivators often gathered for leisure. It was merely a couple of mountains away. Su Xianzhong, perhaps I should go? De Zhuang expressed concern upon hearing Suke's intention to procure supplies for the village. The bounty on Suke's head was widely posted in the small town, and his appearance would surely attract more cultivators. No need. There is too much to carry alone, and it would raise suspicion. I can handle this, Suke reassured, patting De Zhuang and amp, Appos' shoulder and declining his suggestion. In truth, Suke welcomed the opportunity for more experience points, and with the black robe from Xiao Yan, he could conceal his identity without fear of being recognized by other cultivators. Having made up his mind, Suke instructed De Zhuang to inquire among the villagers for any additional items they needed, which he could procure as well. Xiao Rou was the first to rush over, saying, "Suke Gij, remember to buy some fine fabric when you return." Fabric? Suke was taken aback. Xiao Rou blushed and softly stated, "Your clothes don't fit quite right, and I want to make you a new one." Upon hearing this, Suke glanced down at his coarse linen attire and then at Xiao Rou, who was shyly looking down. He couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I will buy it." Xiao Rou replied with a nod before turning to run off. Watching her adorable figure, Suke felt warmth in his heart, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Suke prepared to set out. He traversed the secret passage, donned Xiao Yan's black robe, and ensured the mountains were clear before stealthily employing the 3,000 thunder movements to swiftly propel himself into the distance. As night descended, Suke finally arrived at Lishui town. Although referred to as a small town, its size was anything but. From a distance, Suke observed that it spanned at least several football fields, with high walls and patrolling guards at the gates. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen soaring through the night sky on their swords. Upon entering Lishui town, Suke found the atmosphere vibrant. The night market was bustling with lights. Several inns were filled with chatter, and numerous cultivators, mostly disciples in the Qi refinement stage, were drinking and conversing. Suke casually scanned the scene, preparing to leave when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure passing by. Is it her? Suke and Appo's heart skipped a beat. The figure belonged to Tang Shuru, the first woman he had seen upon arriving in this world, a disciple of Tianwu sect. At that moment, she was accompanied by several other young cultivators clad in Tianwu sect robes, all of whom were laughing and chatting as they emerged from an inn, clearly having just finished their meal. As they stepped out, their eyes inadvertently fell on Suke, momentarily stunned. Tang Shuru did not recognize Suke, for he was concealed beneath Xiao Yan and Appo's black robe, emanating an aura of pressure that obscured his identity. It was this very pressure that drew their attention. Suke, disinterested in their presence and wishing to keep his identity hidden, chose to silently walk past them. However, just as he took a few steps, he overheard whispers from behind. What an imposing presence! This person's attire is so peculiar, yet his cultivation is remarkably high. When he stood beside us, I felt as if I were suffocating. Truly powerful. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully emanating an air of superiority. You are awarded 10 points of superiority value. A notification from the system echoed in Suke and Appo's mind, eliciting a grin. His assumption about the black robe being a tool for impressiveness had proven correct. He realized he should wear it more often while strolling through town. By the way, have you heard? Several sects encountered trouble today. It's said that the person we are hunting is in Panshan village, and several elders went to confront him, but all perished, leaving only 2 disciples of the Luoyang sect to return. Of course we know. The Luoyang sect visited our Tianwu sect today to discuss this very matter. Moreover, I've heard that this person has a significant background, being a direct disciple of a prominent figure. At this moment, the Tianwu sect disciples behind him resumed their conversation, their words reaching Suke's ears, causing him to halt in his tracks, bewilderment etched across his face. What is happening? I have a remarkable background, a direct disciple of a significant figure? How come I am unaware of such details? Chapter 24. The Legend of Gu in the Jianghu. Suke was astonished. The events of today had already spread among the disciples of the Tianwu sect, and they were discussing it animatedly. Although he had yet to truly step into the Jianghu, tales of him had already begun to circulate. This was undoubtedly a promising omen. Suke's vanity was gratified, and a smile crept onto his face. He decided to linger a while longer, leaning against the wall and feigning to wait for someone, while his ears perked up to secretly listen to the conversations of the Tianwu sect's disciples. It is said that this esteemed figure once made a name for himself across the eastern wilderness. Even our sect leader holds him in great regard. Could it be? What kind of background does this esteemed figure have? I heard his name is Duan Jioda. Indeed, this afternoon, when the Luoyang sect sent someone to visit our sect leader, I was standing guard at the entrance. I saw our sect leader's expression change upon hearing the name Duan Jioda, and he even referred to him as Senior Duan. Just think, if even the sect leader must address him as Senior, how formidable must he be? Could it be that the person we are pursuing is actually Senior Duan's disciple? This could lead to a significant crisis. It's true. I am quite familiar with the Luoyang disciple who escaped. I learned from him that this individual is indeed Senior Duan's disciple. There is no mistake about it. Ding. Congratulations to the host Su-K for successfully boasting invisibly, receiving a reward of 10 boasting points. Upon hearing this, a system notification rang in Su-K and Oppo's mind, momentarily leaving him stunned. What? This counts as successfully boasting? It seemed that as long as one garnered fame and others discussed it, it equated to having boasted. However, their conversation did help Su-K grasp the situation. It turned out that the rumors stemmed from the two Luoyang disciples who had fled. At that time, Elder Lu and others had mistakenly believed Su-K to be Duan Jioda's disciple, and as soon as they reported back, this absurd rumor had spread. Yet, Su-K had no intention of clarifying the misunderstanding. His eyes sparkled with opportunity as he envisioned the grand chance for boasting. Duan Jioda, a figure so revered that even the leader of the Tianwu sect addressed him as senior, had been rumored to be his master? To not take advantage of this would be a disservice to them. With a smirk, Su-K strode off to procure supplies. Meanwhile, far away in the Tianwu sect's conference hall, several elders and sect leaders, including the sect leader of Tianwu, were engaged in discussion. Their topic remained centered on Su-K, but more prominently on Duan Jioda. This matter is of great significance. The temperament of Senior Duan is peculiar, and his reputation. You all should be well aware. If we inadvertently harm his disciple, the consequences could be dire. An elder from a minor sect stroked his beard as he spoke. Nonsense. Your Lion sect has faced no casualties, so of course you would say that. But our Luoyang sect has suffered grievous losses, including the demise of 2 Golden Core elders. If this matter ends without resolution, how can our Luoyang sect survive in the Huiyuan kingdom? Indeed, our Huiyuan sect has also suffered immensely. We cannot simply let this go. That young man acted with such cruelty. How could we let it rest? We implore sect leader Zhang to take charge for us. Immediately, the leaders and elders of several sects rose, bowing respectfully to a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, beseeching him to intervene. This middle-aged man, clad in a white satin robe, with piercing eyes that commanded respect even without anger, was none other than Zhang Danshan, the leader of the Tianwu sect. Having attained the 5th level of the transformation realm, he was only slightly weaker than the emperor of the Huiyuan kingdom, yet his strength was formidable. The prominence of the Tianwu sect as a major sect was undoubtedly due to his prowess. Zhang Danshan furrowed his brows, seemingly troubled by the matter. He had heard of Duan Jioda's name since his youth, and had even crossed paths with him several times. He understood the terrifying strength of that esteemed figure. Yet Duan Jioda had not been seen in the eastern wilderness for centuries. Now, a young man claiming to be his disciple had emerged, which left Zhang Danshan somewhat skeptical. However, upon hearing that the young man possessed various strange treasures, could traverse vast distances in an instant from the grasp of a Golden Core elder, and had laid down a grand formation in Panshan village, single-handedly slaying dozens of cultivators, including several Golden Core elders, Zhang Danshan quickly dismissed his doubts and was nearly convinced that the young man was indeed Duan Jioda's disciple. Looking across the room at the leaders of the minor sects, Zhang Danshan finally spoke. This matter is indeed serious. You have all heard of Senior Duan and Oppo's deeds. Now that his disciple has come to us, we ought to treat him with respect. However, he did not formally visit us and has pilfered from our Tianwu sect's small treasury, resulting in the loss of lives among various sections. It is only reasonable that we seek an explanation. Pausing slightly, Zhang Danshan continued. Here is the plan. You may all reside at the Tianwu sect for now. Tomorrow, I will send someone to invite that young man to come here. If he is willing to apologize to everyone present, we shall consider this matter settled. Apologize? Under normal circumstances, none present would be willing to accept such a proposal. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Danshan and Oppo's words, there was not a single dissenting voice. Instead, they all nodded in agreement, bowing in unison and proclaiming, this matter shall be decided by sect leader Zhang. After all, they were merely minor sections, though they had expressed their anger earlier. It ultimately stemmed from a desire to save face. However, if they truly were to kill Duan Jioda's disciple, they would not dare to proceed, even if given 100 lifetimes. Zhang Danshan's proposal effectively provided them with a graceful exit. They had no reason to refuse. Just as everyone believed the matter was resolved, an unsettling voice broke the harmony. Sect leader, I do not agree with this decision. An elderly woman stood, her voice ringing out. She was none other than the Tianwu sect elder who had attempted to kill Su-K, the master of Tang Shiru, Sun Juli, senior son. Do you have any objections? Zhang Danshan glanced at her, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked. The elderly woman replied coldly, "That wretch has blood on his hands. How can we let him off so easily? Furthermore, he has never confirmed his identity as Duan Jioda's disciple. Just days ago, when I encountered him, he was masquerading as a prince of the Huiyuan kingdom. He may simply be a fraud, even if we were to kill him. If Duan Jioda comes to seek retribution later, we would still hold the moral high ground." As her words fell, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Rather than doubting Su Kei's identity, they became even more convinced that he was indeed Duan Jioda's disciple. After all, impersonation was a well-known trait of Duan Jioda. It was entirely normal for his disciple to possess such a penchant. Zhang Danshan waved his hand, stating, "Whether he is senior Duan and Apos' disciple or not will be clear when he arrives at the Tianwu sect tomorrow. You may send someone to invite him from Panshan village. That shall be all." With that, his figure gradually faded, like a drop of water on paper, slowly blurring until he vanished from the conference hall. Such magical prowess was nothing new to the assembly. They understood the implications of Zhang Danshan and Apos' final words. How to handle that young man would hinge upon whether he was indeed Duan Jioda and Apos' disciple. If he was, then he could not be harmed. If not, there would be no further discussion. He would undoubtedly meet his demise at the Tianwu sect. That evening, Su Kei meandered through the market in the small town. Cultivators passed by now and then, intrigued by his black robe, yet deterred by the imposing aura he exuded, opting to steer clear. Consequently, Su Kei not only acquired some goods, but also amassed a substantial amount of acting tough points. As night deepened, many shops shuttered, prompting Su Kei to seek temporary lodging in a random inn. The following morning, the bustling market sprang to life, and Su Kei revisited it. Amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of numerous cultivators, he strode confidently, his black robe billowing with each step. The system's reward notifications chimed incessantly in his mind. As his acting tough points escalated rapidly, having procured all the necessary items, Su Kei's acting tough points had significantly increased, transforming from a meager 25 to a respectable 130. Contented, he departed from the small town. As he left, he discreetly stowed everything into the system's storage space, shed his black robe, donned his coarse linen garments, and jauntily strolled towards Panshan village, a blade of grass between his teeth. In truth, his intentions were far from honorable. He was deliberately revealing his identity, anticipating recognition and a subsequent onslaught, which would afford him the opportunity to unleash carnage and accumulate experience points and acting tough points. Alas, fortune did not favor Su Kei that day, as the number of cultivators he encountered was disappointingly low. More importantly, those who did recognize him paled and fled in terror. News of Su Kei's infamy had spread like wildfire throughout the vicinity overnight. Many cultivators were aware of his feat of vanquishing Golden Core stage cultivators and the existence of his formidable master. They were more than eager to avoid him, and no one dared to provoke him. This turn of events frustrated Su Kei, as he lamented the prospect of a future devoid of conflict, which would hinder his advancement. "Hey, you there? Yes, you come here. What are you running for? I and Apos, am not going to eat you." He struggled to hail a group of cultivators ahead, but they recognized him instantly and bolted as if they had seen a ghost. Crestfallen, Su Kei reluctantly abandoned the notion of leveling up through wanton violence, deeming it unjustifiable. "Alas, you lack the tenacity and perseverance to overcome minor setbacks and cease your attempts to assassinate me." Su Kei bellowed at the fleeing group. The fleeing cultivators stumbled, nearly tripping over themselves. "You single-handedly battled several Golden Core stage elders and are a disciple of some eminent figure. Who dares to challenge you? Your strength and background are far from minor setbacks. They are more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Very well, there will be other opportunities." Su Kei shrugged, dismissing the notion of leveling up en route. With a surge of lightning beneath his feet, he employed the 3,000 lightning movement and hastened towards Panshan village. Traversing 2 mountains and a river, Panshan village was within sight. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky. Su Kei turned to observe and grinned. The figures were none other than disciples of the heavenly martial sect clad in long robes. One of the young men was familiar, Zhang Suliang, whom he had encountered while pilfering from the heavenly martial sect and Apos' treasure pavilion. Could this be a delivery of experience points? But why only 2? As he pondered, the 2 figures noticed Su Kei and landed on their flying swords. "Fellow cultivator, our sect master requests your presence at the heavenly martial sect." Zhang Su Liang's expression was peculiar, but he conveyed the message nonetheless. Suke paused upon hearing the words sect master. The heavenly martial sect's sect master? That's an infant transformation stage monster. If I go, I'll be pinned to the ground and beaten. Only a fool would accept. I refuse, Suke replied coldly. Zhang Su Liang and his companion were taken aback. Fellow cultivator, please wait. We have no ill intentions. The sect master invites you to the heavenly martial sect to discuss resolving the misunderstandings between you and the various factions. Resolving misunderstandings? Suke was perplexed once more, but recalled the rumors he had overheard in the small town and quickly understood. The heavenly martial sect's sect master likely misunderstood his identity and sought reconciliation. This is an excellent opportunity to flaunt my prowess. Suke stroked his chin and feigned contemplation. So you wish to negotiate peace? Very well. Tell your sect master to come and find me himself. What? Zhang Su Liang and his companion gaped in disbelief. You want the sect master to come to you? You must be dreaming. How audacious. Suke retorted, what? Is that not acceptable? Do you know who I am? If not, inquire with your sect master and then return. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for a successful act of forcing, rewarding 20 acting tough points. The system notification chimed, and Suke smiled inwardly. This, Zhang Su Liang and the other heavenly martial sect disciple frowned and exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard the rumors of Suke being Duan Juda and Apos, disciple, and, witnessing his arrogant demeanor, were increasingly convinced of their veracity. Fellow cultivator, we are aware of your esteemed status, but the sect master and the various faction leaders and elders await you. Perhaps you could condescend to join us. Enough, enough. Seeing as you are so courteous, I will accompany you. Abruptly, Suke waved his hand, interrupting the two and agreeing to go to the heavenly martial sect. He had initially intended to decline, but had a change of heart. He considered the safety of Panshan village and the fact that the 8 array was not invincible, only effective against cultivators below the infant transformation stage. If the heavenly martial sect and Apos, sect master were to come in person, the 8 array would be useless against him, and its destruction would be a significant loss. Thus, Suke decided to visit the heavenly martial sect, where he would undoubtedly flaunt his prowess and amass more acting tough points. He had the divine travel escape talisman in his system and Apos' inventory, which would allow him to escape after his performance and return to exchange for a more advanced array, ensuring the complete safety of Panshan village. Suke had meticulously planned everything. With an air of composure, he employed the 3,000 lightning movement and sped towards the heavenly martial sect like a bolt of lightning. Such swift movements, and the ability to command lightning. This individual is truly extraordinary. Zhang Su Liang and the other heavenly martial sect disciple were left behind, awestruck by Suke and Apos' agility. Consequently, Suke received another system notification for a successful act of forcing from 100 miles away. Chapter 26. Do you have the right to force me to admit my mistakes? Once again, Suke found himself at the gates of the heavenly martial sect, marking his second visit. The grand entrance, constructed from lustrous white jade, gleamed magnificently, while the stone plaque, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, boldly proclaimed the name of the sect. Gazing beyond the gates, he could faintly discern a vast training ground shrouded in mist, with rows of red-tiled rooftops in the distance. Countless streaks of light traversed the sky, revealing the disciples of the sect soaring through the air on their swords. This truly was a realm of immortals. Suke stood momentarily entranced. His first visit had been an unexpected twist of fate, as a teleportation talisman had whisked him away to the treasure vault of the outer sect, which he had thoroughly emptied before being teleported away again, leaving him unaware of the grandeur of the heavenly martial sect. This time, however, he approached through the main entrance, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the sect. Suddenly, 2 dazzling streaks of light rushed up from behind. Zhang Suliang and another disciple of the sect had caught up to him, landing beside Su Quebec fellow Taoist. This way, please, they said courteously, guiding him onward. Suke nodded in acknowledgement, following them while discreetly preparing another teleportation talisman in case the situation turned unfavorable. Yet, the journey was unexpectedly smooth. As he crossed a bridge resembling a celestial pathway, he was led to the central grand hall. This was the assembly chamber of the heavenly martial sect, where several leaders and elders of minor sects sat on either side. While at the head of the table sat a refined middle-aged man, Zhang Danshan, the sect leader. Upon Suke and Amp, Apos, S arrival, all eyes turned to him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Suke felt a wave of displeasure and glared at an elderly man beside him, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" Ding. Congratulations to the host, and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully showcasing bravado. Reward, 20 points of bravado value. The system and Apos' notification rang in his mind. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a retort, the elder feigned ignorance and turned his head away to sip his tea. The others cleared their throats, refraining from reacting, seemingly accepting Suke and Apos' behavior as characteristic of a disciple of the infamous Duan Jioda. Zhang Danshan furrowed his brow and inquired, "I ask you, is your master the esteemed Duan Jioda? What business is it of yours?" Suke retorted sharply, and once again, the reward notification chimed in his mind. The assembly fell into a profound silence. Everyone was taken aback, silently pondering the audacity of this young man. Zhang Danshan was momentarily stunned as well. He believed that even if this youth were indeed a disciple of Duan Jioda, he should not be so audacious before him, a nascent transformation expert and the leader of a sect. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Suke quickly realized he had overstepped and added, "Did you not invite me here to discuss matters of reconciliation? Let us converse about that, and refrain from prying into other matters. My master does not appreciate being inquired about." His words struck a chord among the assembly. His master did not appreciate being inquired about? This was tantamount to acknowledging Duan Jioda as his master. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they narrowly avoided offending him. Zhang Danshan scrutinized Suke thoughtfully for a moment before speaking again. "Indeed, we have summoned you today to clarify the misunderstandings between our sections." "Very well. How do you propose to resolve this?" Suke replied, maintaining a balanced demeanor. Zhang Danshan glanced at the gathered leaders before continuing. "The issue arose when you first pilfered our sect's treasure vault." "Wait," Suke interrupted, his eyes widening. "When did I steal your treasure vault? What nonsense is this? I absolutely did not do that." Zhang Danshan was taken aback, momentarily speechless, before his expression darkened. "We have witnesses. Zhang Suliang, please elaborate." Zhang Suliang, standing at the entrance, stepped forward at the sect leader's behest. However, before he could speak, Suke donned a benign smile and exclaimed, "Ah, so Brother Zhang is here as well. I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not take offense. I, Suke, have always been one to own up to my actions. And yes, I did indeed empty the treasure vault." The crowd's expressions contorted in disbelief, left at a loss for words. Zhang Danshan exhaled deeply, choosing not to engage further, and continued, "You initially depleted our treasure vault, and subsequently, you have slain disciples and elders of various sections." "Hold on," Suke interjected once more, raising his voice. "I absolutely did not kill anyone." The crowd was nearly left speechless by his audacity. Some of the more hot-tempered elders nearly erupted in anger, contemplating silencing Suke on the spot. Zhang Danshan and Amp, Apos' expression soured. "If you maintain this attitude, we shall have no means to discuss further. If we cannot discuss, then I shall summon my master to speak with you personally." "Farewell," Suke declared, preparing to leave. The assembly grew frantic. If the disciple was this difficult, what calamity would his master bring? An elder, quick on his feet, hurriedly restrained Suke, forcing a painful smile. "Young brother, do not be rash. That is not what sect leader Zhang meant. If that is not what he meant, then what is it? I already asked how you wish to resolve this. Yet you refuse to provide an answer and instead recount the past. As the ancients said, what has happened should be left in the past. Is it meaningful to keep bringing it up?" Suke began to dispense unsolicited wisdom, leaving the assembly speechless. Which ancient sage had ever uttered such nonsense? This was merely an excuse to evade responsibility. Zhang Danshan and Amp, Apos' countenance grew increasingly grim, yet he suppressed his anger, stating solemnly, "Since you prefer directness, let us be frank. Before your arrival, I had already conferred with the various sections. Today, all you need to do is apologize and admit your fault, and this matter will be forgotten. Of course, you may choose to refuse. After all, you are a disciple of an esteemed elder, and we will not take action against you. However, the lives of those in Panshan village are beyond your ability to protect." Suke and Amp, Apos' expression turned icy at this, and he chuckled derisively. "Are you threatening me?" "Not a threat, merely a statement of fact," Zhang Danshan replied, shaking his head. "The heavenly martial sect has endured through the ages, possessing countless treasures. among which is a treasure known as the array-breaking shuttle, capable of dismantling all low-level formations. Thus, the grand array you set is not invincible. Array-breaking shuttle? Capable of dismantling all low-level formations? Suke thought to himself, smirking inwardly. Once I return, I shall exchange for a mid-tier formation and see how you fare against that. Shaking his head, he declared, apologizing and admitting fault is out of the question. When I first entered my master and Oppo's tutelage, he explicitly instructed me to never admit to mistakes, lest I be expelled from his teachings. I once slapped him on the forehead in defiance, and he chased me for 3 days and nights without me conceding. And now? He paused, casting a cold gaze across the assembly, and continued, what makes you think you have the right to compel me to admit my mistakes? Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for forcibly showcasing bravado. Reward, 20 points of bravado value. Chapter 27. I am firm in my stance. At last, a few short-tempered elders could no longer restrain themselves and stood up to scold him. Suke cast a casual glance at them and shook his head, saying, if you maintain this attitude, then there is little I can do to continue our discussion. Perhaps it would be best to summon my master. The elders instantly deflated, gasping heavily, unable to utter a single word. The atmosphere in the council chamber once again fell into a stalemate. None wished to offend Suke, yet no one was willing to lower themselves to seek reconciliation. In truth, Suke did not desire to instigate trouble, having lived 2 lives. He understood precisely how to handle such matters. With a formidable master backing him, he could not afford to appear overly accommodating. Moreover, the rumored Duan Jioda was known for his eccentric temperament, thus he felt justified in being somewhat arrogant. To apologize too readily could arouse suspicion, and should his true identity be uncovered, it would surely invite greater retaliation from several sections. While he possessed a system that rendered him fearless, the villagers of Panshan would be put in jeopardy. Therefore, this act must be carried through to its conclusion. Suke clenched his fists, silently vowing, I am resolute in this charade. After a moment of silence, the sect leader Zhang finally spoke up, since you refuse to apologize. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Remarkably, his tone had shifted from cold detachment to a more congenial demeanor. Suke could not help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed his performance had been convincing enough that even the leader of the Tianwu sect began to believe in his fabricated identity. He recalled that this leader had acquaintances with Duan Jioda. Excellent. This could be exploited further. Feigning contemplation, Suke replied, let us do this. As I was the one who inadvertently caused this misunderstanding, and you are all my esteemed seniors, I shall host a banquet here at the Tianwu sect to treat you all to a meal. Let us become friends and move forward amicably. What say you? Sect leader Zhang? With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Danshan, smiling faintly as if to imply, we share a bond. Do not betray me. Zhang Danshan squinted slightly, nodding in agreement. The Tianwu sect has no objections. The outer sect's martial arts arena is available for your banquet tonight. Observing this, the representatives of other sects quickly chimed in. Su Xiaoyu is too kind. Our Lion sect has no objections. Tonight, we shall not leave until inebriated. Our Tsangshan sect concurs. Our Luoyang sect also has no objections. Ultimately, even the leader of the Luoyang sect begrudgingly acquiesced. After all, if the Tianwu sect was willing to overlook the matter, what could a smaller sect like theirs possibly contest? Moreover, they had initially harbored ill intentions, seeking to eliminate Suke and seize his treasures, only to suffer a counterattack resulting in the loss of numerous disciples and elders. They had no choice but to accept their silent defeat. Thus, a feud that had once seemed irreconcilable was swiftly resolved over a banquet. Yet, it was Duan Jioda's name that played the most pivotal role. As night fell, the Tianwu sect indeed prepared a sumptuous feast. Suke transformed into the favored guest of various sects, receiving toasts wherever he went. He was inexplicably bestowed the title of disciple of Duan Jioda, and naturally, he could not let this opportunity for ostentation slip away. Seizing the chance amidst the revelry, he regaled the leaders and elders with exaggerated tales. I recall a time when my master took me down the mountain for training, and we visited a sect renowned for their hospitality. Upon our arrival, they presented us with a bounty of rare treasures as a welcoming gift, leaving a profound impression on me. Later, when that sect was pursued by enemies, my sense of righteousness compelled me to aid them alongside my master, ultimately annihilating their foes. The crowd momentarily fell silent, then realization dawned upon them. Was this a subtle hint for gifts? An elder from the Lion sect reacted swiftly, raising his cup, with the remarkable prowess of you and the esteemed Duan. You are undoubtedly a person of great stature wherever you go. I shall toast you first, and in addition, I have a few artifacts for you as a token of our meeting. I hope you do not find them lacking. Su Xiaoyu I too, on behalf of the Tsongshan sect, toast to you, and I present you with these 800-year-old fangling herbs. PFF, merely a few fangling herbs? Su Xiaoyu, I from the Huiyun sect offer you a bottle of 9 revolution bloodbath pills, essential for body refinement and achieving sainthood. An elder rose gallantly. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Huiyun sect was exceedingly generous, offering such a valuable item, especially since they reportedly possessed only 3 bottles in total. Oh dear. This is too much. Su Ke feigned modesty, pretending to decline. You're being too formal. If you truly consider me a friend, then accept it, the Huiyun elder insisted, pressing the pill bottle into Su Ke's hands, his expression indicating that refusal would be seen as an affront. With no choice but to comply, Su Ke reluctantly accepted the elixir. He graciously accepted gifts from all the sects, and by the end of the banquet, his storage space was filled to the brim, along with a significant boost to his ostentation value. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the inner sect of the Tianwu sect, a disciple knelt before a white-haired matron, recounting recent events. Upon hearing his report, the matron's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with rage. What did you say? The sect leader not only refrained from demanding an apology from that wretched boy, but also lent him the outer sect's martial arts arena for a banquet. This matron was none other than Elder Sun, the master of Tang Shuuru. Perhaps her fury had rendered her speechless, for her teacup shattered violently against the floor. Why yes, Elder Sun, it is as you say, the disciple stammered, trembling as he knelt. The matron's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. This boy is cunning and vile. He has even dared to insult my disciple. He must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Her gaze suddenly turned to the kneeling disciple. Her voice icy. Take my token and retrieve the array-breaking shuttle from the treasure vault. Remember, I do not wish for a third party to know of this, including the sect leader. Understood? Why yes. I understand. The disciple accepted the matron's token and hastily made his way to the treasure vault. Watching him depart, the matron's gaze turned distant, a sinister smile creeping onto her face. Since I cannot deal with you directly, let the villagers of Panshan bear the brunt of your sins. Chapter 28. Restless as the night deepened, several hours later, the banquet meticulously orchestrated by Su Ke was drawing to a close. Many sect leaders and elders were thoroughly enjoying themselves, urging Su Ke to join them for further libations as they departed. Naturally, Su Ke graciously declined their invitations. After a day of ostentation at the Tianwu sect, coupled with the final feast, he accumulated over 200 points of pretentiousness value, sufficient to exchange for the most basic mid-tier formation. Upon accessing the system interface, his personal information became apparent. Host, Su Ke Realm, 5th layer of the Golden Core stage. Comprehension achieved. Experience points, 0-200. 000 pretentiousness value. 280 points cultivation method. Ancient 5 elements technique mid-tier skills. Dragon transformation 9 changes, perfected. 3000 thunder movements, perfected. Secret of the soldier character, 0 progress. Flame devouring wave ruler, 0 progress. 6 harmonies body technique, 0 progress. Essence, cultivation method, 330 points. Profession, none status. Son-in-law of the Huiyuan kingdom in the eastern wilderness. He nearly forgot to enhance the proficiency of his techniques, since he had exchanged for a new technique but had yet to practice it. The progress remained at 0. However, with only a little over 300 essence points left, how should he allocate them? The dragon transformation 9 changes and 3000 thunder movements belong to the earth tier, each requiring 100 essence points to reach perfection. Now, however, the soldier character secret belonged to the heaven tier, and the essence points required to elevate it to perfection would likely exceed 100. Resolving to give it a try, Su Ke decided to allocate 100 essence points to the soldier character secret. Ding. 100 essence points consumed, and amp, Oppos, soldier character secret and amp, Oppos, upgraded successfully, current progress 10. Su Ke nearly leaped with surprise. A full 100 essence points, and while earth tier techniques could be elevated to perfection, a heaven tier technique only progressed by 10? This was outrageous. He could not afford such waste. System, Allocate the remaining 200 essence points to the flame-devouring wave ruler and 6 harmonies body technique. Suke believed that the ability to wield weapons was paramount for him at present. Otherwise, he would certainly suffer when facing those cultivators wielding flying swords, given that his physical body had yet to reach invulnerability. Ding. 100 essence points consumed. Flame-devouring wave ruler upgraded successfully. Current progress 100. Cultivation perfected. Ding. 100 essence points consumed. 6 harmonies body technique upgraded successfully. Current progress 100. Cultivation perfected. With 2 consecutive alerts, Suke felt 2 surges of warmth coursing through his body, immediately converging into his dantian, filling him with a newfound strength. Feeling invigorated, he decided it was time to return to the village. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he noticed a figure standing not far ahead, calmly observing him under the dark night sky. Master Zhang still awake? Suke smiled, though he felt a tinge of apprehension. Suspecting Master Zhang had come to inquire about Duan Jioda, Zhang Danshan nodded from a distance. Then with a mere blink, he appeared before Suke, startling him. Several centuries ago, I had a few encounters with your master. I wonder how he fares now. Zhang Danshan inquired gently, clearly regarding Suke as Duan Jioda's disciple. Suke smiled. He is doing quite well, enjoying life in the eastern wilderness these past few years. Oh, is he currently in the Huiyuan kingdom? Zhang Danshan and Appo's eyes gleamed with interest. I and Appo's am not certain. That old rascal is quite elusive. However, he did give me a secret talisman that guarantees his appearance in times of peril. Master Zhang, would you care to test it? Suke replied with a grin, fabricating the notion of the talisman based on his prior readings of web novels. Zhang Danshan seemed to believe him, falling silent for a moment before shaking his head slightly. Very well. Fate will bring us together again. He then turned to Suke, speaking kindly. You may reside at the Tianwu sect from now on. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. As for Panshan village, I assure you there will be no further disturbances. Thank you, Master Zhang. However, I must return briefly to gather some belongings. Suke replied with a respectful gesture. Zhang Danshan nodded. Go on. Suke wasted no time in departing, activating the 3,000 thunder movements, swiftly making his way down the mountain. While Zhang Danshan and Appo's demeanor was indeed favorable, the underlying risks remained substantial. Should his true identity be revealed, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, Suke was audacious, and Zhang Danshan's invitation to reside at the Tianwu sect was an opportunity he gladly embraced. After all, he had previously only pilfered from an external treasury of the sect. There must be an internal treasury housing even more formidable techniques, ripe for the taking. However, before embarking on such endeavors, Suke knew he must return to Panshan village first. Although Zhang Danshan had just assured him of no disturbances to the village, it was imperative to exchange for a mid-tier formation to safeguard it, lest his identity be exposed and endanger the villagers. Yet, as he rushed towards Panshan village, a sudden heaviness gripped his chest, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It was an ominous feeling, as if misfortune were imminent. He furrowed his brow, his first thought being that he had been poisoned by that sly old fox, Zhang Danshan, during the banquet. System, quickly examine my body for any signs of poison. Ding. Host Suke is in good health, with vigorous qi and blood, no signs of poisoning detected. Not poisoned. Suke was taken aback. If he were not poisoned, why this unease? Never mind, I should return to Panshan village. Yesterday, Sharo asked me to bring back some silk, claiming she wanted to make me some clothes. Haha, that girl is probably waiting anxiously. Suke chuckled to himself, shaking off the lingering discomfort as he hastened towards Panshan village. Meanwhile, a figure darted across the sky above the Tianwu sect, swiftly entering a pavilion, only to stumble and fall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Elder son. Several Tianwu sect disciples stationed nearby rushed over in alarm. The elderly woman's face was grim, her teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it. I never anticipated the power of the formation set by that little brat would be so formidable. Not only has it destroyed my array-breaking needle, but it has also severely injured me. She then turned to the Tianwu sect disciples, coldly inquiring, is that little brat still at the Tianwu sect? Reporting to Elder Son, he was just seen descending the mountain. Returning? Perfect. Let him witness the grand gift I have prepared for him, and see what he can do about it. The elderly woman sneered, struggling to stand with the aid of the disciples, and made her way into the pavilion. Chapter 29. Leading you to murder at this moment. The village of Panshan was engulfed in flames, with countless villagers lying in pools of blood, some reduced to charred remains by the raging fire. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries and anguished screams. Despite the villagers and Appo's desperate pleas, the more than 10 cultivators remained unmoved, brandishing their flying swords and casting their spells with sinister grins as they struck down the innocent. Just then, several figures darted past. Clad in the robes of the Tianwu sect, one of whom bore a familiar face, Tang Xiuru, accompanied by several disciples of the Tianwu sect. She rushed towards the scene upon witnessing the horrifying spectacle. "Stop! Who are you to dare slaughter the innocent here? Ha! We of the Ghost sect are merely conducting our business. Outsiders should leave swiftly," one of the attackers cackled. "Presumptuous! This territory belongs to the Tianwu sect." You Ghost sect lack the audacity," Tang Xiuru retorted sharply. "What of the Tianwu sect? If you do not leave, do not blame us for our merciless blades." "Humph, then let us see." With expressions hardened, Tang Xiuru and her companions charged towards the Ghost sect members. Meanwhile, beneath the darkened night sky, a chilling wind whipped through Su Ke and Appo's garments, intensifying the unease within him as he approached Panshan village. What has happened? His brow furrowed deeply, and he pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Finally, after traversing a great mountain, Panshan village came into view. Yet, the sight that met his eyes, widespread devastation, a conflagration mingling with a sea of blood, was beyond his comprehension. Could this hell on earth truly be his beloved, innocent Panshan village? His rage and despair surged uncontrollably, erupting into a primal roar. No. Like a man possessed, he dashed down the hill. At the village entrance, he spotted a small figure fleeing from a cultivator. It was Xiao Rou. Suddenly, with a thud, she stumbled and fell, her face devoid of color, biting her lip in fear. Yet, before she could rise, a streak of light appeared behind her and pierced through her body. Swish! The flying sword emerged from her, blood cascading down as she collapsed to the ground. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Not far away, Su Ke's mind went blank. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, unable to fathom the scene before him. "Stop!" At that moment, Tang Xiuru and her group burst forth from the village and, upon witnessing the horror, rushed towards the Ghost sect disciples. But it was too late. The disciples had slaughtered the villagers to the last, fleeing on their flying swords without a second thought. At last, Su Ke reached the bottom of the hill, his eyes crazed with rage, bloodshot, and filled with madness as he screamed, "No! No! No! Is it you, vile scoundrel?" Tang Xiuru was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Quebec. Yet, he disregarded everyone around him and dashed toward Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, wake up. I'm back. Don't be afraid. I will save you." He reached her side and cradled her in his arms, desperately searching the system interface for healing potions. Xiao Rou, with great effort, opened her eyes and, seeing Su Ke, broke into a sweet smile. "Su Ke, brother. You finally returned. I'm back. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being late." Tears streamed down Su Ke and Appo's face. In 2 lifetimes, he had not cried for a long time, but now, the tears flowed uncontrollably. System, quickly, exchange the medicine for me. I will spare no effort to save Xiao Rou." Su Ke shouted frantically. Beep, due to insufficient system level. All items and functions of this system cannot be used by others. The system's cold response fell like a bucket of ice water over Su Ke's head. What? Insufficient level? I need to save her. Save her. Su Ke felt the world spinning, as if it were collapsing around him. He had never felt so powerless. Not even at the moment before his death in his past life. And no, it's all right, Su Ke, brother. Perhaps this is Xiao Rou and Appo's fate. But before I die, being able to see you again, I have no regrets. Xiao Rou smiled, slowly raising her arm, as if expending all her strength. Finally placing her hand on Su Ke's cheek, whispering, "Su Quebec. Brother, don't cry. Your face is so pale, so beautiful. Su Ke, brother. Xiao Rou has always wanted to tell you. I like you. Very much, very much. Su Ke, brother, I know I am not worthy of you. But if I don't say it now, I will never have another chance. Su Ke, brother, I'm sorry, I promised to make you new clothes. But now there's no time. Su Ke, brother, after I die, will you remember Xiao Rou? The happiest days of my life were spent with Su Ke, brother." Plop. Before she could finish, Xiao Rou's hand slipped from Su Ke's cheek. Her sparkling eyes lost their luster. slowly closing before him, faint traces of tears glistening at the corners. No. Witnessing Xiao Rou's innocent and vibrant eyes extinguished forever, Suke let out a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens and frantically shook her lifeless body, shouting, "Xiao Rou, you cannot sleep. Wake up. I promise to take you flying on my sword, to explore the world, to eat all the delicious food, and to wear the new clothes you made for me." Suke and Apos' face was streaked with tears, his voice hoarse from the anguish. Yet, the Xiao Rou in his arms lay in eternal slumber, never to hear his calls again. In his mind, the memories of Xiao Rou's sweet smile, her graceful figure, and her melodious voice echoed endlessly, as though it had all transpired just yesterday. Nearby, Tang Shiwaru and the others exchanged glances, utterly helpless. Though they were cultivators, they possessed no power to resurrect the dead. Hey, scoundrel, death is irreversible. Please, grieve in peace. Besides, life and death are natural occurrences. She was merely a village girl. Why must you be so heartbroken? Rest assured, Panshan village belongs to the Tianwu sect. I will report this to my master and seek justice from the Yin Ghost sect, Tang Shiwaru said, approaching Su Quebec. But Su Ke remained silent, seated on the ground, tightly holding Xiao Rou. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his neck. The next moment, puff, Su Ke and Apos' chest heaved, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Tang Shiwaru and the Tianwu sect disciples' faces changed instantly. This is heart's blood. He must be deeply in love. Even his heart's blood has been expelled. It is evident that this girl was his beloved. Sighs escaped their lips, understanding the unbearable pain of witnessing a loved one perish before one's eyes. Tang Shiwaru was equally astonished, staring at Su Ke, pondering whether this was still the same despicable scoundrel she had known. He seemed like an entirely different person. Before long, Su Ke finally moved. He wiped the blood from his lips, coldly lifting his head, his eyes now filled with an icy malevolence. Tang Shiwaru and the Tianwu sect disciples were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, their faces paling in fear. The killing intent was palpable. Why you must not act recklessly. This matter has nothing to do with us. We were merely passing by to help. A disciple of the Heavenly Martial sect was thoroughly frightened, believing that Su Ke intended to take action against them. In a state of panic, he hurriedly attempted to explain. Su Ke, however, paid him no mind, calmly cradling Xiao Rou in his arms as he gradually rose to his feet. Under the anxious and alarmed gazes of the others, Su Ke leaned closer to Xiao Rou's ear and softly whispered, "Xiao Rou, I shall take you to slay." Chapter 30. All must die. The atmosphere was suffocating. The individual was indeed formidable. As Su Ke departed, several disciples of the Tianwu sect finally exhaled in relief, only to realize their backs were drenched with cold sweat. However, it appeared that he intended to confront the Yingui sect. Could it be? The Yingui sect was teeming with members, and even their leader was a formidable Yuanying realm cultivator. Was he truly embarking on a path to certain demise? Alas, the members of the Yingui sect were notoriously ruthless. Tang Shiwaru gazed at Su Ke and Apos' receding figure, biting her lip as she said, "We must return to the Tianwu sect and report this matter." Agreed. The disciples of the Tianwu sect nodded in unison, swiftly taking to their flying swords, racing back towards their sect. Meanwhile, beneath the pitch-black and frigid night sky, Su Ke held the lifeless body of Xiao Rou tightly, his expression devoid of emotion as he soared forward. His thoughts remained engaged in dialogue with the system, seeking a method to save Xiao Rou. Ding. Calculation complete. Due to the current system level being insufficient, the resurrection method cannot be searched. It is recommended that the host exchange for the soul gathering tower to safeguard the deceased and Apos' spirit. The system provided its response. Insufficient level? If the system level were raised, could a resurrection method be found? Su Ke felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Yes. Please inform me how to elevate the system level. Su Ke's heart finally eased. As long as there was a chance to revive Xiao Rou, he would spare no effort. Once the host attains the perfection of the Golden Core realm, the system can be upgraded. Since the host has never updated the system, the first upgrade will be free. Perfection of the Golden Core realm? Excellent. This truly is a system. A cold smirk graced Su Ke and Apos' lips. It was fortuitous that he was now set on exacting revenge upon the Yingui sect. The lives he claimed would serve as experience points for his upgrade. Ding. Detection indicates that the residual souls of the deceased near host and Apos, Suke and Apos, are on the verge of dissipating. Immediate exchange for the soul-gathering tower is advised. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Suke's expression shifted as he urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, exchange for the soul-gathering tower." Ding. Consumed 100 points of pretentious value. Soul-gathering tower exchanged successfully. Would you like to use it? Note that this tower can only accommodate one soul. Use it. I will gather Xiao Ro and Amp. Apos, S spirit. Ding. Soul collection successful. It is advised that the host promptly inter the deceased to ensure peace, as a future resurrection method may allow for the recreation of the deceased and Apos, S body. The system cautioned. Suke and Apos, S gaze turned icy. Interment for peace. This was indeed necessary. However, before that, he would make the Ingui sect pay dearly for the suffering inflicted upon Xiao Ro and the villagers of Panshan. With a swift motion, he pursued the fleeing disciples of the Ingui sect, following their escape route. Soon, he spotted several figures ahead. Those were indeed the disciples of the Ingui sect. Let the slaughter commence with you. Suke sneered, unleashing his technique, the 3,000 thunder movements, propelling himself forward in an instant. The disciples of the Ingui sect heard the commotion and turned abruptly, their faces paling in horror. Not good. He's chasing us. Retreat. Do not engage. If we return to the sect, he won't dare follow. In a panic, dozens of them spun and fled. Suke opened his system space, retrieving the soul-gathering tower, which he clasped to his chest while cradling Xiao Ro's corpse. Xiao Ro, watch closely. I will send these wretches to hell to accompany our kin. With that, he surged forward, lightning crackling beneath him as he swiftly closed in on one of the Ingui sect disciples. Clenching his fist, he let out a thunderous roar, instantly entering the Dragon Ascension 9 transformation state. With a resounding thud, his fist pierced through the chest of the Ingui sect disciple. Ding! Congratulations. Host Suke has slain a golden core realm cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. A few disciples of the Ingui sect, witnessing the scene, nearly lost their minds in terror, desperately fleeing on their flying swords. Yet, their speed could not match Suke's. Before long, another was caught and met a gruesome fate at Suke's hands. The system and Apos' reward notifications echoed in his mind, but he paid them no heed, executing the 3,000 thunder movements to its fullest, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Ingui sect disciples. In a short span, only 3 disciples remained. They successfully reached the threshold of the Ingui sect. Master, save us! The 3 disciples cried out, scrambling toward the entrance. Suke descended from the sky, expressionless, and crushed one disciple and Apos' head beneath his foot. Crack! The man and Apos' skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The other 2 were utterly paralyzed with fear. They had prided themselves on being members of the Ingui sect, known for their cunning and cruelty. Yet now they faced an individual who was even more terrifying, a true demon. Impudent! Dare you kill my disciples outside the Ingui sect? Are you tired of living? A resonant voice boomed from within the sect, shaking the surroundings. The 2 remaining Ingui sect disciples, seeing a glimmer of hope, wept, Master, please save us. All our brothers have been killed by this man. As soon as they finished speaking, a throng of disciples from the Ingui sect surged forth. Encircling Quebec simultaneously, a powerful gust of dark wind erupted from the sect, and with it came a formidable pressure as a figure clad in black robes appeared in the air. It was the sect master of the Ingui sect. His murky old eyes gazed down, chillingly fixated on Suke, as he intoned, "Youngster, it would be wise to cease this folly." Suke replied with a cold chuckle. "Cease? Certainly. Once I have reduced the Ingui sect to ruins, I shall stop." The disciples of the Ingui sect erupted in fury. "Ignorant fool! You think you can level our sect? A deluded dreamer, begone. Just because your master is Duanjioda, do not presume we fear you. The Ingui sect fears nothing." "What Duanjioda? Never heard of him. Others may tremble, but we do not." You've even brought a corpse with you. What? Do you intend to frighten us with the dead?" "Oh, this corpse is quite lovely, a rare beauty indeed. Such a pity she has died. She seems to have only just passed. I wouldn't mind sampling her, come to think of it. I've never tried being with a corpse before." The vulgarity of their words darkened Suke's expression. They could insult him, but to speak of her was to seal their fates. Boom. In an instant, A colossal ink-black heavy ruler manifested in Suke and Amp, Apos, grasp. As the disciples of the Ingwe sect continued their raucous laughter, the next moment, countless ink-black rulers enveloped them. All expressions of mirth froze on their faces. What is happening? Why do I feel a tingling sensation on my scalp? Before they could react, the multitude of ink-black rulers descended upon them with overwhelming force. Chapter 31. Keeping one and Amp, Apos, word bang. 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted as the bodies of several disciples from the Ghost sect disintegrated into clouds of crimson mist. Boldness. Cease at once. The elder in the black robe, hovering above, shouted with authority, while a tremendous pressure surged from his palm, targeting Suke directly. With a fierce roar, Suke unleashed the dragon transformation and Amp, Apos, ninth change. His power surged, enabling him to withstand the elder and Amp, Apos, formidable aura. Today, you shall all perish, he declared, his voice resonating like thunder, splitting the air asunder. Lightning crackled and surged as Suke, cradling Xiao Ro in one arm and gripping the heavy celestial ruler in the other, darted into the throng like a spectral wraith. His ethereal movements, combined with the unique technique of the six harmonies wandering ruler, rendered him a fearsome force, both offensive and defensive, impenetrable and unmatched. Countless disciples raised their flying swords in futile defense, only to be met with the terrifying might of the celestial ruler, reducing them to mere flesh and blood. Their lives extinguished and transformed into experience points. In that moment, fear enveloped all the disciples of the Ghost sect. They trembled in terror, finally comprehending the sheer horror of the man before them. The elder in the black robe, too, was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he reassessed this young man, merely at the core formation stage. What a disciple of Duan Jioda! Since you seek death, do not blame me for my mercilessness. Finally, the elder struck, his palms crashing together to conjure several incantations, summoning a torrent of black flames that roared behind him. Black Dragon Inferno, explode, he commanded, unleashing a devastating attack. One of his signature techniques, imbued with immense power. The disciples of the Ghost sect, witnessing this, felt renewed hope, shouting, "May our sect master reign eternally, unrivaled." With the emergence of the Black Dragon Inferno, they believed the young man would surely be vanquished. You are finished. Do not think that merely learning some esoteric spells makes you invincible. Dare to disturb the Ghost sect, and you shall regret it for life. Boom. The black flames surged through the sky, nearly engulfing the entire heavens, darkening the night even further. The flames intertwined, swiftly morphing into a dragon-like form, charged with murderous intent. Racing towards Quebec, Suke narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he coldly replied, "So it's the Black Dragon Inferno? Allow me to show you what true destruction looks like." Gathering his inner essence, Suke's arm, gripping the heavy ruler, swelled with veins as he bellowed, flame-scything ruler. Boom. The earth trembled violently as Suke raised the massive celestial ruler high, as if he were pulling a weight of countless pounds, and brought it crashing down upon the black fire dragon. The dragon roared, but before it could reach him, an invisible force cleaved its head in two. The once mighty black fire dragon was instantly split in half, hurtling towards the surrounding disciples of the Ghost sect. Dozens of disciples stood in stunned disbelief. The sect master's Black Dragon Inferno was actually severed? Retreat. The elder's face paled as he shouted to his remaining disciples. Yet, they were too slow to react, their expressions frozen in shock as the black flames consumed them. A chilling scream erupted, piercing the silence. Ding! Congratulations, host and Amp, Apos, Suke and Amp, Apos. You have successfully displayed your prowess, earning 50 points of display value. Ding! Congratulations, host and Amp, Apos, Suke and Amp, Apos. You have slain a core formation cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host and Apos, Suke and Apos. You have slain a core formation cultivator, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host and Apos, Suke and Apos. You have slain a golden core cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and 1 golden core. Ding! Congratulations, host and Apos, Suke and Apos. You have leveled up. Your current realm is now the 6th layer of core formation. A series of system notifications resounded in Suke's mind, and he unknowingly ascended a level. Xiao Ro, did you see? I have reached the 6th layer of core formation. Just wait a little longer. Once I achieve the perfected golden core stage, I will bring you back to life. Suke said, gazing at the girl in his arms with a gentle smile. You little rascal, have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to fight to the death with me, the Ghost sect, for the lives of mere mortals? The sect master's eyes bulged in rage as he witnessed the massacre of his disciples. He could no longer remain indifferent and shouted at Suquebec. Although he was not afraid of Suke and had not heard of Duan Juda and Apos' name, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. He had hoped to let Suke vent his anger on a few disciples and leave afterward. However, he never anticipated Suke's ruthlessness. Having already slain the errant disciples, he continued his rampage within the Ghost sect. Ha! Suke suddenly burst into laughter, his fierce eyes fixated on the elder as he coldly declared, You think you have the right to speak of not fighting to the death with me? I promised to turn your Ghost sect into ruins, and I intend to keep that promise. The words keeping one's word rang out, echoing through the heavens like thunder. The surviving disciples of the Ghost sect wore expressions of shock, their eyes filled with fear and panic. Despite the sect master's presence, they felt ensnared in a profound terror, unable to escape. The elder's expression grew grave, suddenly realizing that this young man might genuinely fulfill his promise. Could it be that the rumored Duan Juda had truly arrived? What do you truly want? He stammered, his tone faltering. This matter is trivial. There is no need to escalate it so dramatically. Yet his words struck a nerve in Suke, igniting his fury. Trivial? So many innocent villagers have been slaughtered by your hands, and you dare to call it trivial? Suke sneered ominously. Fine, trivial it is. Today, I shall let you experience what such triviality feels like. Swish. As the words left his mouth, Suke's figure blurred, accompanied by a flash of lightning as he charged towards the remaining disciples of the Ghost sect. Thud. The celestial ruler descended from the sky, and several disciples' heads exploded, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Suke then retrieved a long piece of satin from his storage bag, precisely as Xiao Rou had instructed him to purchase days prior. Xiao Rou, we can save the new clothes for later. Today, this satin shall serve as shrouds for these poor souls. He cackled madly, brandishing the long satin and flinging one end towards the headless corpses of the disciples. With a whoosh, the headless bodies were instantly ensnared, bound together, and dragged across the ground as Suke, employing the 3,000 thunder movement technique, surged towards his next targets. Chapter 32. To annihilate your entire clan, foolish wretch. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? The old man in the black robe was utterly enraged, no longer willing to tolerate the insolence, and summoned forth a brilliantly shining silver sword. Buzz. The sword emitted a sharp whistle, transforming midair into countless blades, illuminating the pitch-black night with dazzling brilliance. Immediately, tendrils of black flames surged forth, enveloping the sword completely. The searing and sharp aura instantly enveloped the entire Ghost gate. In that fleeting moment, Suke finally sensed the imminent danger, his brow furrowing as he swiftly executed the thunderous steps, propelling himself away from his original position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he departed, several beams of light shot forth at a terrifying speed, piercing the ground and creating bottomless pits. The sheer force made Suke's heart tremble with awe. Truly formidable. This was the power of the nascent soul stage. Ignorant child, I had initially spared you for your master's sake, yet you have pressed your luck, forcing me to burn my essence to unleash this technique. It is too late for you to regret now. The old man in the black robe snorted coldly, his hand sweeping down as countless strands of black fire engulfed the sword, launching towards Suke like a torrential downpour. Why would I regret? Do you truly believe that I, merely at the core formation stage, cannot contend with you? Suke scoffed, his palms coming together as his fingers transformed into phantoms, swiftly forming the ancient secret technique. The weapon secret, one of the 9 secrets from. Mastering it allows one to wield weapons fluidly and even seize control of an opponent's weapon, turning it against them. Although his progress had only reached 10, it was ultimately a celestial-level technique, created by the Celestial Emperor, powerful beyond measure. Once unleashed, it would surely become a nightmare for countless cultivators. Whoosh. At that moment, the myriad flying swords under the old man's command rushed forth like shooting stars. However, just as they reached Suke, the weapon secret was perfectly executed, freezing time as the dense array of black fire swords appeared to be halted by an invisible barrier, caught abruptly before Suquebec. What? The old man was taken aback, his expression shifting. He realized he had lost connection with his precious artifact. No matter how he called out, there was no response. Old fool, perish. Suke gritted his teeth, straining to maintain the hand seals of the weapon's secret. In the next instant, the overwhelming essence within him was instantly depleted. Even with 5 spiritual roots and 5 core formations, he could scarcely endure the consumption of this technique. Yet, Suke succeeded. Temporarily seizing control over the old man's weapon, he turned it against him. Millions of black fire swords simultaneously redirected their blades towards the old man. With a wave of Suke's hand, they surged forth like a tidal wave. How is this possible? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene. At this moment, he had nowhere to flee, utterly powerless. This move was originally unleashed after he burned his essence, and could not be halted unless stop. The massacre of the village was not orchestrated by my ghost gate. Someone compelled me to do so. The old man roared. Upon hearing this, Suke abruptly halted the onslaught of thousands of black fire swords, his icy gaze fixated on the old man. What do you mean? The old man let out a long breath, realizing he had wagered correctly. Only this youth could halt this attack. I bear no enmity towards you. Why would I send someone to massacre Pan Mountain Village? It was elder son of the Tianwu sect who commanded me to do this. She personally led the array-breaking shuttle to Pan Mountain Village, instructing me to eliminate all villagers in exchange for a bottle of spirit-nurturing pills. Suke's pupils dilated in shock. Tianwu sect, elder son? Is it that old hag, Sun Julie? Why would she do this? Zhang Danshan had just assured me that Pan Mountain Village would be unharmed. Yet the Tianwu sect is the true mastermind behind this. The more Suke pondered, the angrier he became, murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. Indeed, it was all her scheme. I recently failed my tribulation, my soul injured, and I required the spirit-nurturing pills to recover. She lured me into this, forcing my hand against Pan Mountain Village. If you seek vengeance, do not blame my ghost gate, but seek her out, the old man shouted. A flicker of hope crossing his eyes as he began to feel a faint connection to the flying swords again. However, the next moment, Suke's words plunged him into despair. I'm sorry, but I am a man of my word. When I say I will annihilate your entire clan, I will indeed do so. With that, Suke's hand fell once more, and the myriad black fire swords shot forth at lightning speed. Puff, puff, puff. The old man was pierced through by countless swords, vitality extinguished, leaving behind a body riddled with wounds as he collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 50 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for slaying a nascent soul cultivator, gaining 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. Ding! As this is the host and Amp, Oppos, first kill of a nascent soul cultivator, a mysterious gift package has been awarded. Would you like to open it? Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for leveling up, current realm, core formation stage, 7th layer. Listening to the series of system prompts, Suke felt none of the previous excitement or joy. He shook his head slightly, cradling the body of Xiao Rou, and slowly approached the corpse of the black-robed old man, binding it with a long satin ribbon. Then, his cold gaze swept towards the ghost gate disciples, who were already in a daze, expressionless as he said, "It is now your turn." His voice, indifferent yet filled with icy dread, was akin to a call from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down their spines. Some disciples could no longer bear the fear, emitting terrified screams as they fled towards the mountain's edge. Yet soon, they were felled by Suke's swift strike, their breaths extinguished, their corpses likewise bound with satin. This was destined to be a night of death and revenge. Suke transformed into a grim reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the ghost gate members. By dawn, none were spared. The entire ghost gate was utterly obliterated, with nearly 100 corpses tied to long ribbons, most of them decapitated, dragged across the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. Next, it is your turn, Tianwu sect. Suke stood atop the mountain peak, his piercing gaze directed towards the Tianwu sect, murderous intent surging. Yet he had not allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. He understood well that the Tianwu sect was not akin to the small sect of the ghost gate. The Tianwu sect had several nascent soul elders, and with Zhang Danshan, a formidable being at the infant transformation stage, stationed there, His current strength was insufficient for revenge. It seems I must exchange for some powerful techniques. Suke muttered to himself, opening the system interface and directly accessing his inventory. He recalled that upon slaying the leader of the Ghost Gate, in addition to the experience reward, he had also received a storage ring and a mysterious gift package. The storage ring belonged to the leader of the Ghost Gate. Upon a brief inspection, he found it contained some techniques, a few bottles of pills, and several spirit stones. Nothing of particular note. So he turned his attention to the mysterious gift package. Open the gift package. As his thoughts reached it, the system interface flashed with several beams of light. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for obtaining 2 and Amp, Oppos, beginner and Amp, Oppos, escape talismans and Amp, Oppos. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for acquiring A and Amp, Oppos, disguise puppet and Amp, Oppos. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for receiving and Amp, Oppos, bone spirit cold fire and Amp, Oppos. Would you like to absorb it into your body? As the prompts concluded, 3 new items appeared in the system's inventory. The beginner and Amp, Oppos, escape talismans were nothing new to Suke. He had seen them often before, having previously acquired a concealed puppet, which had remained unused. Suke was unfazed by the acquisition of another. However, the final item, the bone spirit cold fire, filled him with an unexpected sense of fortune. The bone spirit cold fire, an eminent and extraordinary flame from battle through the heavens, held the 11th rank. Once possessed by Yao Lao, it was later passed on to the protagonist, Xiao Yin. This remarkably potent flame, a fusion of extreme cold and heat, existed uniquely, appearing only during the biannual convergence of the sun and moon in the frigid and shadowy depths of the endless fire domain. Suke noticed that this extraordinary fire was priced at 1,300 actough points in the system store, an exorbitant sum. Indeed, Providence favors me. Woe to the heavenly martial sect. With a somber smile, Suke invoked the bone spirit cold fire, assimilating it into his being. Instantly, a wisp-like flame materialized within his core, emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of incinerating all matter. Suke communicated to the system through his thoughts. Exchange for the Buddha and Oppos' Furious Lotus Flame and the Azure Lotus Core Flame, ranked 19th. Ding! 50 actough points have been expended. Successfully redeemed Buddha and Oppos' Furious Lotus Flame. Commence cultivation? Ding! 380 actough points have been expended. Successfully redeemed Azure Lotus Core Flame. Assimilate into your being? Affirmative. Before long, Suke mastered an additional heavenly grade technique and successfully integrated the Azure Lotus Core Flame into his being, coexisting with the bone spirit cold fire. Subsequently, he extracted all the techniques from the Ghost sect leader's storage ring, allowing the system to recycle them, which ultimately yielded over 300 points of technique essence. He utilized this essence entirely on the Buddha and Oppos' Furious Lotus Flame, successfully elevating the cultivation progress of this technique to 30. This also meant that he could simultaneously fuse 3 different flames. Ultimately, Suke cradled Little Ro and Oppos' lifeless form, dragging the silk fabrics laden with the corpses of the Ghost sect members, and returned to Panshan village. Aware that a journey to the heavenly martial sect, even if vengeance were achieved, might render his return impossible, he personally excavated dozens of pits in the mountain behind Panshan village, interring each villager and erecting tombstones. As for Little Ro, she was laid to rest on the summit, in a secluded and picturesque grove. Suke erected a stone for her, inscribed with Little Ro, Tomb of the Physical Body, erected by Suke, since Little Ro had not truly perished, and Suke was confident in reviving her. This tomb would serve as the burial place of her former physical existence. Meanwhile, Little Ro's soul was still being nurtured in the soul-gathering pagoda. Suke, through his divine sense, could perceive Little Ro's familiar and sweet countenance, lying peacefully within, resembling a serene and lovely sleeping beauty, too precious to disturb. Little Ro, trust me. Soon, I will be able to resurrect you. And now, it is time to settle accounts with the heavenly martial sect. Having spoken, Suke invoked the 3,000 lightning movements, dragging the segments of silk fabrics laden with corpses and heading towards the heavenly martial sect like lightning. Shortly thereafter, above the heavenly martial sect, a figure riding the lightning arrived, brimming with murderous intent. Sun Ju Li, Zhang Dan Shan, reveal yourselves. A thunderous roar, piercing through the clouds and splitting the stones, echoed throughout the entire heavenly martial sect. Chapter 33. Come out, or I shall flatten your Tianwu sect. In the martial arena of Tianwu sect, countless disciples were engrossed in their practice of sword control when suddenly they were startled by an overwhelming aura and a furious shout. Who possessed such audacity? Had they lost their senses to dare call out the names of Elder Sun and Sect Master Zhang, demanding them to come forth? Yet, as the crowd raised their gazes, a stunned silence enveloped the arena. There, amidst the clouds, stood a youth harnessing the power of lightning, clutching several silken threads, the ends of which were gruesomely tied with a multitude of corpses, bloodied, many of them decapitated, their flesh a grotesque mash. What was this horrifying spectacle? The disciples of Tianwu sect stood frozen. Some who had never encountered such brutality retched on the spot, while a few female disciples screamed in terror. It was only a handful of the bolder ones who fixated on the bodies and suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the clothing on those corpses. They all belong to the Yin Ghost sect." Indeed, it appeared true. They were all from the Yin Ghost sect. Wait, look at that elderly figure in black robes. How is this possible? It is the leader of the Yin Ghost sect. Instantly, the martial arena erupted into chaos. The leader of the Yin Ghost sect had been slain, and so many disciples bound to the silks. Could it be the extermination of their sect? Ding! Congratulations to the host, Su Ke, for successfully displaying prowess, earning 20 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Su Ke, for successfully displaying prowess, earning another 20 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Su Ke, for successfully exhibiting invisible prowess, earning 50 points of show-off value. The system and Oppo's notifications echoed in Su Ke and Oppo's mind as his gaze swept towards the inner sect of Tianwu. Whoosh! Several streaks of light darted across the sky above the inner sect. Elite disciples of the inner sect, riding their swords, arrived and froze in astonishment upon seeing Su Ke, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Among them was Tang Xueru, who, upon witnessing Su Ke and the multitude of corpses he dragged, widened her eyes in shock. Her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. How could this be? He had actually slain the leader of the Yin Ghost sect? With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Ke descended onto the rooftop of a red-tiled building, raising his arm to hurl the hundreds of corpses into the martial arena. With a resounding thud, blood splattered across the ground. Most disciples of Tianwu sect had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Their faces turned pale as they hastily retreated. Su Ke and Oppo's icy gaze swept across the surroundings as he bellowed, "I shall say it once more, Sun Ju Li, Zhang Dan Shan, come out, or I will flatten your Tianwu sect." Preposterous! How dare you call out the names of our elders and sect master? Shouted several elite disciples at the Golden Core stage who rushed out from the inner sect. Tang Xueru regained her composure and hurried forward. "What are you doing?" "I reported this matter after returning last night. The sect master will handle it today, you." Realizing her words were somewhat superfluous, she added, "Since you have already slain the leader of the Yin Ghost sect, why create trouble at Tianwu sect? We were merely passing by last night and intervened when we saw the Yin Ghost sect committing atrocities. We were not involved." Su Ke cast her a cold glance, uninterested in explanations, and remained silently poised atop the red-tiled rooftop. After a brief pause, the inner sect was enveloped in silence. A cold smile crossed Su Ke's face. "Very well, since you refuse to come out, let your disciples pay for your sins." With that declaration, he leapt forth like lightning, employing the dragon's soaring 9 transformations to swiftly assault the elite disciples who had just scolded him. Meanwhile, prior to Su Ke and Oppo's arrival, Zhang Danshan and others were already aware of the situation. They had gathered in the conference hall of the inner sect, with Zhang Danshan, Sun Ju Li, and other elders seated within, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Zhang Danshan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the old crone for a long moment before sighing. "Elder Sun, how could you act so recklessly? Do you not realize that I had just promised him last night to protect Pan Mountain Village, and now you?" The old crone, with a sinister expression, coldly snorted, "What are the lives of a mere few ants? What does it matter if they are killed? Do you think that little brat will seek revenge for such a trivial matter? I have served the sect master for decades, contributing countless merits to Tianwu's sect. How can they compare? Alas, elder son, that is not my intention. You must understand, in Su Kei's eyes, Pan Mountain Village likely holds significant importance. If he learns of this incident and comes to Tianwu's sect, how shall I explain it to him? Zhang Danshan shook his head. The old crone, however, merely chuckled coldly. Perhaps no explanation is necessary. Last night, my disciple Shuiru happened to pass by Pan Mountain Village and witnessed the scene. She said that Su Kei went alone to the Yin Ghost sect. Whether he returns alive is uncertain. If he perishes within the Yin Ghost sect, my scheme will have avenged the other sects, and even if Duan Jioda comes, he will only seek retribution against the Yin Ghost sect. Zhang Danshan waved his hand. Enough, enough. Given his status, the Yin Ghost sect would not dare to kill him easily. Here is the plan. Send someone to the Yin Ghost sect to demand the return of the bodies. In a few days, I shall personally take action to subdue the leader of the Yin Ghost sect, providing him with an explanation. What? Sect master? You intend to act personally? He is merely a disciple of a powerful figure. Why the need for such seriousness? The old crone was taken aback, as were the other elders present. A rare hint of bitterness crossed Zhang Danshan and Apos' face as he shook his head. You do not understand the strength of Duan Jioda. Had you witnessed his prowess, perhaps your attitude would be different. Just as he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the sect. It was Su Kei's voice. Sun Ju, Zhang Danshan, come out. Instantly, the expressions of those in the conference hall changed. Oh no, he has come knocking. Given this momentum, he likely knows the truth. One elder exclaimed. His face filled with worry. Zhang Danshan frowned, and the old crone erupted in fury, slamming her hand on the table. How dare he to call out my name and the sect master and Apos' name so brazenly, and that leader of the Yin Ghost sect. What a fool. Not only did he let that little brat go, but he also revealed the truth to him. Once more, Su Kei and Apos' voice thundered from outside. I will say it again. Sun Ju, Zhang Danshan, come out, or I will flatten your Tianwu sect. Upon hearing this, even Zhang Danshan, with his usually calm demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Flattening Tianwu sect? Did this youth truly believe he could defy the authority of the sect? The old crone and the other elders were equally incensed. In the several hundred years since the founding of Tianwu sect, this was the first time someone dared to utter such threats. This youth was utterly arrogant, believing himself above all. Sect master, do not heed him. The elite disciples of the inner sect will know how to handle this. Previously, he relied on formations to defeat the elders of other sects. Now he believes he can run rampant at Tianwu sect without consequence? The old crone said coldly. Zhang Danshan remained silent for a moment before slightly nodding. Indeed, he must be taught a lesson. And so, Su Kei commenced his rampage outside. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, combined with the extraordinary agility of the 3000 Thunder movement and the activation of the Dragon Soaring 9 transformations, a mere few elite disciples at the Golden Core stage were no match for him. In just a few exchanges, Su Kei swiftly ended the confrontation, showing no mercy as he decisively struck down his foes. In full view of the crowd, those elite disciples were brutally dispatched, their bodies pierced through by Su Kei's fists, their golden cores forcibly extracted, resulting in their gruesome demise. The disciples of Tianwu sect who had gathered to watch stood in stunned silence. Some could scarcely process what had just transpired. It seemed that Su Kei had annihilated an elite disciple with a single punch. But how could this be possible? He had merely reached the core formation stage. And yet, lacking even the ability to wield a flying sword, he astonishingly annihilated those formidable elite senior brothers with nothing but his bare fists. Was this a dream? The silk was rather insufficient. In light of this, why not utilize your bodies to construct a tower of bones, to honor my dear Ro and the departed villagers? At that moment, Su Kei let out a cold laugh, casting aside the corpses of several elite disciples from the Tianwu sect, allowing them to overlap upon one another. His eyes, brimming with murderous intent, swept across the other stunned disciples of the Tianwu sect. The group was momentarily taken aback by his gaze, shivering involuntarily, and suddenly regaining their senses, their faces turned pale. It was at this juncture that they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Someone was indeed committing murder within the Tianwu sect, and the victims were elite disciples. Quickly flee. Go inform the elders and the sect master. Hurry. In an instant, a multitude scattered in panic, racing towards the inner sect and Apos' conference hall. Chapter 34, Blood for Blood. Elders, Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Suke has come to kill us. He has gone mad, bringing a pile of corpses, and has already slain several of our elite disciples. Outside the council hall, a few disciples of the Tianwu sect scrambled in, collapsing to the ground, their faces etched with panic. With a loud crash, the doors of the council hall burst open, and several elders emerged, their expressions filled with astonishment. What did you say? Suke has killed our sect's disciples. They were utterly taken aback. The disciples of the elite hall were all at the Golden Core stage, each having undergone rigorous training in the outside world, seasoned in battle. How could they possibly be slain by someone of mere core formation? That little beast must be tired of living. Sect Master, I shall go and take his head. An elder, her rage palpable, gritted her teeth and brandished her flying sword, ready to charge out. Zhang Danshan and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened. Elder son, hold on, we cannot kill him. What? The elder and Amp, Apos, S eyes widened in disbelief. Sect Master, that little beast has come to our Tianwu sect to kill. How can we let him go so easily? If word gets out, how will our sect stand in the Huiyuan kingdom? Zhang Danshan and Apos, S anger flared. Silence. If it weren't and Apos, T for your reckless actions. Would this incident have escalated to such proportions? Sect Master, you. The elder was left speechless. The other elders exchanged glances, astonished. Elder Sun was a venerable figure who had helped establish the Tianwu sect. Moreover, the sect master had always treated her with respect. Yet now, he was scolding her over a mere Suke. Do not forget, his master is Duan Jioda. I have warned you all, he is someone we cannot afford to offend. Suke possesses a secret talisman. Should he find himself in danger, he can shatter it, and Duan Jioda will arrive in an instant. At that time, not just the Tianwu sect, but the entire Huiyuan kingdom would be in peril. Zhang Danshan's face darkened ominously. The elders gasped in unison. The entire Huiyuan kingdom in peril? My heavens, who is this Duan Jioda? No wonder the sect master is so fearful. It seems we truly cannot provoke him. Sighing, they pondered their next course of action. Surely, they could not allow Suke to rampage through the Tianwu sect. The elder and Apos, S expression shifted between anger and resignation, clearly shaken by Zhang Danshan and Apos, S words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, after much hesitation, she clenched her teeth and yielded. Sect Master, I will take responsibility for this matter. I will go out and give him an explanation. And what do you propose to do? Zhang Danshan inquired. The elder closed her eyes momentarily, suppressing her anger, and retrieved a vial of pills from her storage ring. I will personally present this last vial of spirit-nourishing pills as an apology. Zhang Danshan's expression softened slightly. Those spirit-nourishing pills are precious. Given his stature, they may not suffice. Bring along a few more magical artifacts. Yes. The elder gritted her teeth in response. It was evident how reluctant she was. Moments later, they soared into the air, riding their flying swords swiftly toward the training ground. Before long, they arrived. But what they witnessed left the several nascent soul elders, including Zhang Danshan, utterly astounded. In the center of the training ground stood Suke, surrounded by the gruesome corpses of over 100 disciples of the Yingwomen on one side and several elite disciples of the Tianwu sect on the other. The ground soaked in their blood. However, what shocked them most was the body of an elder in black robes lying amidst the carnage. The master of the Yingwomen is dead? You killed all these people? One elder looked at Suke in utter disbelief. Finally willing to show yourselves? Heh, once I take care of this old hag, you will know whether or not I am the killer, Suke remarked coldly, his gaze locking onto the elder woman. A murderous intent boiling within him. The elder felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing. The other elders were equally horrified. The old monster of the Yingwomen was also a nascent soul existence. How could he have perished at the hands of this youth? At the same time, the Tianwu sect disciples, who had initially scattered in fear, rallied upon seeing their sect master and elders emerge, emboldened. They surrounded Suke, faces filled with indignation and fury. One shouted, "Sect master, this person is ruthless. Our brothers were merely speaking to him when he murdered them. Indeed, Sect master, you must avenge our fallen brothers. This villain deserves to be tortured to death." Amidst the uproar, Suke remained composed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Do not fret. I will soon send you all to join your brothers." The crowd grew increasingly enraged, hurling insults. "You heartless murderer! Even in death, my brothers will not spare you." The cacophony of curses intensified. Among the throng stood Tang Shuuru, her face a mask of anger. Stepping forward, she pointed her sword at Suke and declared, "Yesterday, I saw you weep for that woman. I thought you were a person of honor, yet you are nothing but a despicable fiend. I explained to you that we were merely passing through last night, not accomplices of the Ying woman. Why do you continue to kill indiscriminately? Not just her, but nearly all disciples of the Tianwu sect misunderstood, believing Suke to be a bloodthirsty maniac." Suke, however, shook his head with a derisive laugh, glaring at Tang Xueru. "Have you heard of the phrase and amp? Amp, oppos, big-chested and brainless and amp. Amp, oppos. It refers to you. You, Tang Xueru and amp. Amp, oppos." S face flushed crimson, trembling with rage. "What and amp? Amp, oppos, S the matter with you? Do you even know who sent the Ying women to massacre the villages? That and amp. Amp, oppos. S right. It was your master, that heartless old hag." Suke bellowed. As his words echoed, the crowd fell into stunned silence, all eyes turning towards the elder woman. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched, veins bulging, her gaze fixed on Suke, brimming with murderous intent. Yet her silence revealed a damning truth to all the disciples of the Tianwu sect. Their elder son had colluded with the Ying woman to slaughter Pan Mountain Village. Tang Xueru stood frozen, her mind blank, unable to fathom the reality of her master's actions. Youngster, a calm yet resonant voice, finally broke the silence. Zhang Danshan regarded Suke with a steady gaze. "Please, calm yourself. We will provide you with an explanation." He then turned to the elder. With a darkened expression, the elder reluctantly produced a vial of spirit-nourishing pills, stating, "This incident was indeed my fault. I offer this vial of spirit-nourishing pills as an apology for the villagers. Furthermore, you may select several magical artifacts from our intersect and amp, oppos, S treasure pavilion at your leisure." With a flick of her finger, the vial floated towards Suke, landing before him. Suke seized the vial without a glance, smashing it to the ground. With a shattering sound, the precious pills, coveted by countless nascent soul practitioners, fell into the blood-soaked ground, rendered worthless. Suke sneered, "What worthless trash? You think a vial of garbage pills can compensate for the lives of so many villagers? Dream on. Let me tell you, even if you offered the entire Tianwu sect to me today, it would not suffice." Preposterous. The elder erupted in fury, her eyes wide as she gazed at the shattered pills, her heart nearly bleeding. Zhang Danshan, taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you truly desire?" "What do I desire? Haraha." Suke suddenly burst into a wild, hoarse, and sinister laughter that reverberated throughout the Tianwu sect. In the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the old woman as he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. "I demand that this old hag pay in blood for her transgressions." Chapter 35. The Buddha's Wrath in the Fire Lotus. Let it explode. Blood for blood. These 4 words struck the hearts of all present with immense force. Every disciple of the heavenly martial sect stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Suke's audacious response. Blood for blood. Was this a declaration of perpetual enmity against the heavenly martial sect? But from where did he summon the audacity to utter such words? Before the sect master Zhang and so many elders, how could a mere core formation cultivator possess such courage? In a fleeting moment of collective astonishment, Suke moved with astonishing stealth. His figure became nearly indistinguishable, his feet transformed into a web of lightning as he surged toward the old woman. In the state of dragon soaring 9 transformations, Suke and Oppos' power had vastly surpassed the core formation stage, even eclipsing that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. As he clenched his fist, the previously restrained murderous intent erupted forth. The old woman suddenly regained her senses, drenched in cold sweat, her complexion drastically changing as she hurriedly retreated. Yet, the might of Suke and Oppos' punch, which unleashed the full force of dragon soaring 9 transformations, was akin to the power of the nascent soul stage, amplified 9-fold. Additionally, the old woman had sustained internal injuries from breaking the 8 desolations and 4 symbols formation in Panshan village, diminishing her strength. In that instant, her speed could not match Suke and Oppos' as she watched helplessly as his dragon-like fist grew larger before her. In the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, interposing between Suke and the old woman. Enough. With a cold snort, a powerful pressure descended abruptly. Suke's fist struck, only to feel as though he had hit a mass of cotton, devoid of any resistance. Immediately, He was repelled by an overwhelming force, and with a heavy thud, he collided against the training ground. Gasping, Suke knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured. The nascent soul stage, truly formidable. Despite his extensive training in various techniques, he was no match. Suke's heart sank as he raised his gaze, fixating on Zhang Danshan, who stood protectively before the old woman. Had Zhang Danshan not intervened, he was confident he could have severely injured that old hag with a single blow, subsequently unleashing the bone spirit cold fire to incinerate her. However, the intervention of this nascent soul powerhouse shattered Suke and Apos' plans entirely. The chasm between the core formation and nascent soul stages spanned two significant realms, golden core and nascent soul, and the disparity was insurmountable, far beyond mere techniques. Su Xiaoyu, it is time to cease this folly. Zhang Danshan regarded Suke with a cold stare, his tone laced with a hint of menace. As long as I kill this old woman, I consider it sufficient. Suke retorted with a bitter smile while summoning the system, activating the automatic healing function as his internal injuries gradually began to mend. Zhang Danshan's expression darkened as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to sever ties with the heavenly martial sect over a mere handful of mortal lives? Even your master would not resort to such mutually destructive actions. A mere handful of mortal lives? Suke's expression morphed into one of scorn as he pushed himself up from the ground. What of mortals? To me, those deceased villagers are of no lesser worth. While this old woman is even lower than a beast, what does it matter if we both suffer? For certain matters, I am willing to face death." His voice, though hoarse, resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the vicinity. All heavenly martial sect disciples stood frozen, their minds reverberating with Suke and Apos' words. Tang Xueru, too, was taken aback, murmuring and repeating Suke and Apos' two phrases. What of mortals? What does it matter if we both suffer? In such a dire situation, how could he express such impassioned words? Should he be commended for his loyalty or deemed foolish? Alas, Tang Xueru shook her head, fully aware that Sect Master Zhang was determined to protect her master today. Should Suke persist in his obstinacy, it would ultimately be he who suffered the consequences. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully showing off, earning 20 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully showing off, earning 40 show-off points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully showing off, earning 60 show-off points. The system notifications sounded within Suke and Apos' mind once more, but he paid them no heed. At that moment, Zhang Danshan let out a heavy snort. Stubborn fool. He made no move to strike, but remained firmly in front of the old woman, stating solemnly, "For the sake of your master, I will not take action against you. However, I must inform you that from this moment onward, you will not be able to harm Elder Sun, nor any member of the heavenly martial sect. This is not a place for your reckless antics. Is that so?" A cold, menacing smile curled at the corners of Suke and Apos' mouth. "Then let me assure you, those I wish to slay cannot be saved by anyone." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense surge of true essence erupted from within him, his slender, pale hands slowly emerging from the sleeves of his coarse robe. Zhang Danshan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Suke and Apos' intentions. The disciples and elders of the heavenly martial sect stood bewildered, questioning his motives. In the next instant, Suke thrust his hands skyward, releasing a stream of true essence, which he then positioned before him. After a brief pause, a swirling blue flame ignited upon his left hand. Whoosh! The blazing and radiant flames radiated intense heat, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. The roiling azure flames exuded a fierce energy, warping the very air around them into a distorted, ethereal haze. Hiss! The attending elders gasped in shock. What technique was this, capable of conjuring such astonishingly powerful flames? It was utterly unprecedented. Zhang Danshan's expression grew solemn, his brow furrowing. Even he, with his formidable prowess, had never witnessed such a bizarre flame, which shimmered with a profound darkness and emanated a terrifying heat that transcended his understanding of fire. In the next moment, a white flame surged from Suke and Apos' right palm, ethereal as smoke, releasing a tremendous chill that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Numerous lower-tier disciples of the heavenly martial sect could not help but tremble, drawing their necks in with faces awash in horror. Zhang Danshan and the other elders were equally taken aback. As inhabitants of the fire elemental nation, they were intimately familiar with flames. Yet none had ever heard of a flame that bore a chilling aura, one that was colder than a millennium of profound ice. Zhang Danshan and Amp, Appo's heart raced as he stared at Su Ke, his thoughts racing. Where had this individual acquired such peculiar and extraordinary powers? Even the esteemed senior Duan could not possibly possess such depth. A flicker of greed crossed Zhang Danshan's gaze as he fixated on the white flame, contemplating the notion of seizing it for himself. Meanwhile, Su Ke had fully immersed himself in the technique, as if oblivious to the world around him. A hint of manic delight dancing upon his fair visage. Buddha's wrath and the fire lotus. This was the renowned ultimate technique of Xiao Yan, the protagonist of Battle Through the Heavens. To execute, it required the fusion of two or more unique flames, demanding a high level of spiritual prowess from the practitioner. Yet Su Ke had cultivated the Buddha's wrath and fire lotus to 30% mastery, enabling him to control the fusion of three unique flames. Merging just two was a trivial matter for him. As his palms drew closer, the two unique flames began to churn restlessly. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire, valued at over 300 show-off points, and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, worth over 1,300 show-off points, both roiling violently in his hands. Heat clashing with frost upon the training grounds of the heavenly martial sect. What on earth does this boy intend to do? Zhang Danshan narrowed his eyes. A flicker of unease creeping into the heart he had cultivated over hundreds of years. The elderly woman behind him, along with the assembly of elders and disciples, Kuden and Amp, Appo's, helped but recoil. In the next instant, a fierce glint flashed in Su Ke and Amp, Appo's eyes, and he abruptly roared, "Merge!" Boom! His hands, bearing two distinct flames, slammed together, unleashing a thunderous reverberation. No, stop. Have you lost your mind? How can two flames with diametrically opposed attributes be fused? This is a clash of ice and fire. Cease at once, or you and Appo's perish with them. Several elders shrieked, their faces contorted with terror. At that moment, their gazes towards Su Ke underwent a complete transformation, as if they were beholding a madman, a complete and utter lunatic. Zhang Danshan and Appo's pupils contracted sharply. With a sweeping gesture, he erected a massive barrier of light, a shield formed from nearly all the true essence within his body, and positioned it before him. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Su Ke, this venerable one commands you to stop." There and Appo's no need for us to reach a point of mutual destruction. However, Su Ke did not cease, nor could he possibly cease. He understood the power of the Buddha and Appo's angry fire lotus better than anyone. Today he was determined to slay this old hag, Sun Ju. Boom! The two flames swirled around his hands, alternating between azure and white, appearing exceedingly bizarre and sinister. The violent energy surged incessantly, as if on the verge of detonating in his grasp at any moment. Yet, Su Ke's fingers moved with incredible speed, as nimble as threading a needle, swiftly dancing within the flames, infusing them with strands of true essence, constantly compressing the two distinct flames. In a few breaths, under the astonished and horrified gazes of everyone present, the ball of flame suddenly coalesced into a lotus seat, no larger than the palm of a hand. Like a newly blossoming lotus flower, it rested serenely in Su Ke and Appo's hand, rotating gently, beautiful yet deadly. Buddha and Appo's angry fire lotus detonate. Old hag, atone for the lives of the dozens of people in Panshan village. Su Ke roared maniacally. With a flick of his wrist, the azure-white fire lotus shot forth, eerily slicing through the void, drifting towards Zhang Danshan and Sun Ju behind him. Stop! Zhang Danshan and Appo's expression twisted in horror as he cried out in alarm. No! Sun Ju and Appo's face was filled with dread, and the hairs on her body stood on end as she let out a piercing scream. Immediately following, the once serene and beautiful fire lotus detonated before her and Zhang Danshan. Chapter 36. Terrifying power. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the expansive heavenly martial sect. An apocalyptic azure and white inferno engulfed everything, causing visible undulations in the very fabric of space. Buildings of red tile and white walls crumbled into piles of rubble, while the once pristine jade-paved ground fractured into a web of fissures. Zhang Danshan and the old crone were at the epicenter, bearing the full brunt of the devastating blast. The old woman and Appo's face contorted in a final scream before she was obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, instantly vaporized by the intense heat, her essence extinguished. Zhang Danshan and Appo's protective barriers shattered, and he was hurled into a distant mountain with earth-shattering force. Several elders were also swept away by the shockwave, crashing into the ruins behind them, coughing up blood. The only survivors were the heavenly martial sect disciples huddled behind Quebec. Sheltered from the worst of the blast and shielded by a hastily erected barrier from Zhang Danshan, they suffered grievous injuries but avoided death. Left to writhe on the ground in agony, Tang Shuirua, among those behind Suke, stared in disbelief. The once majestic heavenly martial sect was now a ruin. Her powerful master had been effortlessly annihilated before Suke, and the revered sect leader Zhang had been sent flying. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. A shocking and almost incomprehensible display. Suke, however, paid no heed to the system notifications flooding his mind. He reveled in the old crone and Appo's demise within the fiery lotus. The pent-up rage finally released. He roared to the heavens. Xiaoro, do you see? Village chief, do you see? Dezhuang, do you see? My fellow villagers, do you all see? The mastermind behind your deaths, that depraved old hag. I have avenged you. The azure and white flames continued to burn as the wounded disciples of the heavenly martial sect cried out in pain. Amidst the chaos, Suke and Appo's vision blurred, his eyes welling with tears. The faces of the kind villagers of Panshan village, their simple smiles, seemed to reappear before him. He saw Xiaoro smiling sweetly at him, the villagers heading to the fields with their hoes. But the vision faded, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. It is done, he thought, a pang of melancholy in his heart. All is now in the past. Regardless of what happens, I will not let my conscience be disturbed. What did it matter that they were mere mortals? What did it matter that these people were exalted cultivators? In Suke and Appo's eyes, the villagers like Xiaoro, the village chief and Dezhuang were worth more than all the despicable cultivators combined. Their deaths, an unforgivable sin. Looking at the devastation and carnage wrought upon the heavenly martial sect, Suke felt no remorse. He had reveled in this act of defiance, this slap in the face. What did it matter if Zhang Danshan was a nascent soul cultivator? Suke had killed the detestable old crone right under his nose. Now, with vengeance achieved, Suke and Appo's priority was to level up and obtain the means to resurrect Xiaoro from the system. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distant mountain. Boulders cascaded down as a figure erupted forth, consumed by rage. It was Zhang Danshan, the sect leader of the heavenly martial sect. His hair was disheveled, his robes tattered. Witnessing the destruction of his sect, Zhang Danshan could no longer contain his fury. You little beast, I will kill you. He bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. A torrent of fire erupted from his body, like a volcanic eruption, and a terrifying wave of pressure surged towards Quebec. Yet, Suke merely glanced at him and said, from the massacre of Panshan village to your attempts to protect Sunju Li, you should have foreseen this outcome. Your feigned politeness was merely a reflection of your fear of the Appo's, master and Appo's, behind me. But let me tell you, Zhang Danshan, I, Suke, rely on no one. I will come and go as I please, kill as I please, all by my own ability. Ha ha ha, next time we meet, I will personally end your life. With a swift motion, Suke activated a low-grade swift escape talisman. In a flash, his form faded, vanishing without a trace. The battle had left the heavenly martial sect crippled. Not only had they lost a nascent soul expert, but their elders and disciples were also wounded. And the sect and Appo's infrastructure was largely destroyed. Consumed by rage, Zhang Danshan searched frantically for Suke, seeking revenge. But he could not find even a trace of him. Despicable! Despicable! He roared. This is the greatest humiliation in the 5,000-year history of the heavenly martial sect. A nascent soul sect leader had been outwitted and humiliated by a mere core formation cultivator who had nearly destroyed the entire sect and then escaped with ease. Zhang Danshan could not swallow this insult, not even after a millennium. His boundless rage had nowhere to go. for Suke had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Suke was already hundreds of miles away. After fleeing the heavenly martial sect, he had been teleported to a deserted mountain. He immediately donned the Xiao Yin black robe, strapped on the Xian heavy ruler, and transformed his aura, becoming unrecognizable. Even if he stood before Zhang Danshan, he might not be recognized. Driven by the desire to reach the peak of the core formation stage and upgrade the system to resurrect Xiao Rou, Suke became a wandering ascetic, plunging into the forest and disappearing from sight. For days, he ventured deeper, hunting beasts to accumulate experience points to level up. He rested in the wilderness, using the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed, before resuming his hunt. After half a month, Suke entered a swampy jungle filled with miasma, where he encountered a talking demon beast. It was a grotesque giant toad, with bulbous eyes and slimy, foul-smelling skin covered in venomous insects. Most bizarrely, the toad had a festering sore on its head, oozing yellow pus. Yet, this toad blocked Suke and Appo's path and spoke in a raspy voice. Heh, more food has arrived, it croaked. Too skinny, though, not enough to eat. Suke was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a wry smile as he remarked, I never anticipated that the first talking beast I would encounter in this world would be such an unsightly creature. According to his existing memories, beasts in this realm required extensive cultivation to reach the perfected golden core stage and successfully endure the 4-9 heavenly tribulation before they could attain spiritual intelligence and articulate human speech. Upon reaching the perfected nascent soul stage and surviving the 5-9 heavenly tribulation to enter the transformation stage, these beasts could then assume human form. Clearly, the toad before him was of the nascent soul level, possessing considerable power. Ribbit, you feeble human, how dare you insult your grandpa Toad and Appo's appearance? You seek death. The toad bellowed in fury, unleashing a long, barbed tongue from its mouth, akin to a sword, aimed directly at Su Quebec instantly. Suke executed the 3000 thunder movement technique, deftly evading the attack while laughing heartily. You have a hemorrhoid on your head and still dare to claim you're not ugly? You seek death. The toad, incensed and seething with rage, felt humiliated by the mockery of a mere golden core human. It closed its mouth tightly and inhaled sharply, summoning the surrounding spiritual energy that surged into its body, causing it to expand dramatically. Suke cursed inwardly, realizing that this wretched toad was preparing a formidable attack. Without delay, he activated the 3000 thunder movement, leaping into the air and quickly entering the Dragon Ascension 9 transformation state, amplifying his strength 9-fold. Bang! Simultaneously, the toad launched itself from the ground, resembling a cannonball with its grotesque and corpulent form, barreling towards Su Quebec. Haha, splendid. Prepare to receive my powerful slam. Suke laughed exuberantly, brandishing the Xuanzhong ruler and executing the flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler technique, striking down with 9 times the force directly onto the toad and Appo's forehead. Chapter 37. I would personally advise you all to come at me together. Thwack! The Xian heavy ruler, possessing the weight of 1,000 pounds, descended fiercely upon the toad and Appo's face, contorting its features grotesquely. Subsequently, its massive form plummeted from the sky. Boom! The ground erupted into a crater as the impact sent sand and soil scattering in all directions. This devastating blow, amplified by the perfected state of the flame-dividing wave ruler technique and the 9-fold power augmentation of the dragon soaring 9 transformations, inflicted grievous wounds upon the toad. The nascent soul stage beast lay prostrate upon the ground, utterly incapacitated. Suke was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a wry smile. The absence of a system notification indicated that the toad was not deceased, but likely unconscious, explaining its prolonged immobility. However, such a valuable nascent soul stage entity, brimming with hundreds of thousands of experience points, could not be squandered. With this in mind, Suke summoned lightning, preparing to descend and deliver the final blow. Yet, at that very moment, several figures emerged from the forest, brandishing bows, arrows, blades, and spears. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the unconscious toad. Suke and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Hold on, what in the world is happening? Are they attempting to steal my prey? Cease your actions. Reserve the final strike for me, he exclaimed, descending from the sky. However, the interlopers paid no heed to his words. 2 archers even turned, their faces devoid of emotion, and drew their bows towards Suke. Swish, swish. Two gleaming arrows, imbued with chilling intent, pierced through the air with violent momentum, hurtling towards Quebec. What in the nether? Where did these bandits come from? Not only are they stealing my kill, but they also seek to murder me? How dare they defy me? Suke retorted, incensed. Grasping the Xian heavy ruler, he executed the 6 harmonious roaming ruler technique, brandishing a multitude of dark ruler shadows. Coupled with his elusive movements, he swiftly closed the distance between himself and the archers. Their expressions shifted in alarm as they retreated hastily, shouting to their companions, "Disregard the three-eyed poison toad for now. This lad is not to be underestimated. Eliminate him first." Upon hearing this, the other accomplices ceased their assault and turned their heads, their faces etched with surprise. To regard Quebec, a man wielding a pointed spear scrutinized Suke before furrowing his brow. "What do you mean? Not to be underestimated? He is merely a golden core stage 1 cultivator. Are the two of you incapable of handling him?" A man and a woman, both bearing flying swords, also examined Suke, their faces breaking into derisive smiles. A mere golden core stage 1 cultivator dares to venture alone into the buried bones forest? He is courting death. The two archers, having already exchanged blows with Suke, wore solemn expressions. "Do not underestimate him. The technique he employed earlier was highly peculiar. Had we not retreated in time, we would have suffered severe injuries. Is that so?" The three companions responded, shifting their gazes back to Quebec. Suke returned their gazes indifferently, shaking his head in silence. These 5 individuals were all at the golden core stage. The 2 archers were at the 5th level, the sword-wielding pair at the 6th, and the spear-bearing man at the 8th. Such a formidable ensemble would constitute a force to be reckoned with in the outside world. However, in Suke's eyes, they were nothing more than 5 feeble chickens. He hoisted the Xian heavy ruler onto his shoulder and stated nonchalantly, "I was the one who knocked the three-eyed poison toad unconscious. It is unjust for you to arrive uninvited and attempt to seize the spoils. Furthermore, you intend to kill me?" The 5 exchanged bewildered glances before erupting into laughter. "You knocked it unconscious? Ha! That is the funniest thing I have ever heard. Do you even realize the realm of the three-eyed poison toad? We have tracked it for 7 days and 7 nights, yet we dared not make a move. It must have consumed something peculiar that caused it to faint. You claim to have knocked it unconscious? What an audacious boast. Moreover, what if we do kill you? This is the buried bones forest. Regardless of your background, you are nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter here." Suke chuckled. "If that is the case, then I am also capable of slaying you, am I not? Very well, tell me, do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel or a group melee? I would personally advise you all to come at me together. It would save time, as my time is precious." The system's reward chime echoed in his mind. The 5 were once again taken aback by Suke's words, before erupting into laughter, as if regarding a fool. "Have I heard correctly? This lad is challenging us to attack him simultaneously? Hee, lad, do not presume that mastering some arcane technique renders you invincible. Observe carefully. You are merely at the golden core stage 1. Any one of us could crush you with ease. Arrogant individuals often meet their demise. It is evident that your death is imminent." As they spoke, the mocking smiles on their faces gradually transformed into chilling grins as they began to cultivate their killing intent. Suke narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Fear not. I have divined that a humble individual such as myself is far from death. However, you, on the other hand, have already stepped halfway into the abyss. What a sharp tongue, you ignorant fool." The spear-bearing man sneered, regarding Suke as an arrogant simpleton. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Cease your idle chatter. Assist us in eliminating him swiftly. When we venture into the blood-refining cave later, we can use his corpse as bait." "Understood." The sword-wielding pair responded in unison, executing a series of incantations and launching their flying swords, which traced a circle overhead, instantly conjuring a sea of flames. With a flick of their fingers, the sea of flames surged towards Quebec simultaneously. The 2 archers retreated hastily, creating distance as they channeled their true essence, knocking their arrows in one fluid motion. "Alas, why so impatient? Could you not have waited for me to flaunt my superiority a few more times before initiating the battle?" Suke lamented, activating the dragon's soaring 9 transformations and executing the 3,000 thunderous movements technique, leaping into the heavens. With the 9-fold power augmentation, he gripped the Xian heavy ruler with both hands and unleashed a flame-dividing wave ruler strike from above. Boom! Instantly, An invisible shockwave descended from the sky, dispersing the sea of flames. The shockwave continued its trajectory, hurtling towards the sword-wielding pair. Thud, thud. Two muffled thuds echoed as the man and woman were sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the trees behind them, their bodies embedded deeply within the trunks. Senior brother, senior sister, the two archers cried out in alarm, firing 2 arrows before rushing towards the trees. The spear-bearing man and Appos' expression shifted as he regarded Suke with shock and astonishment. As the system and Appos' notifications echoed in his mind, Suke confirmed the demise of the sword-wielding pair. He immediately unleashed the 3,000 thunderous movements, evading the archers and Appos' heart-piercing arrows, and descended upon them with the Xian heavy ruler in hand. The two archers attempted to assess their companions and Appos' injuries, but Suke blocked their path. You seek death, they snarled, seizing their bows and preparing to fire. However, their speed was far inferior to Suke's. Before they could release their arrows, they saw the Xian heavy ruler descending upon them. The two were instantly petrified. Halt! The spear-bearing man roared as he charged forward. Silence, you fool! Suke retorted, the Xian heavy ruler descending with crushing force. Thud! Thud! The two archers were instantly transformed into headless corpses, with the system's notifications echoing in his mind. Suke ascended to the second level of the Golden Core stage. After consecutively slaying 4 Golden Core cultivators, coupled with the experience gained from hunting beasts in the forest over the past half-month, Suke successfully leveled up once again. You are doomed. How dare you kill someone from the Bloodsea sect? You will pay dearly for this. I have marked you. The spear-wielding man suddenly halted, glaring furiously at Suquebec. At that moment, he discarded his spear, stepping on it as it transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, attempting to flee. The Bloodsea sect. Is it? Very well, I have taken note of that. However, do not think you can escape. Suke laughed heartily, unleashing the thunder of 3,000, his figure shifting in an instant. Within mere breaths, he abruptly appeared before the spear-wielding man. Wow, what? The spear-wielding man's eyes widened in sheer terror. Chapter 38. Once again, experience awaits me with a swift motion. The spear-wielding man and Appos' head fell, his face frozen in a look of terror from the moment of his death, while his body and the spear beneath him glided through the air. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for slaying a Golden Core stage cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. As the system notification chimed, Suke reached out with one hand, grasping the weapon of the spear-wielding man, inspecting it briefly before tossing it into the system and Appos' storage space. He then returned to the ground to clean the battlefield, collecting all the bows and flying swords into the system and Appos' storage as well. Following that, he reclaimed the Golden Cores from the 5 slain men, each yielding an impressive 50,000 experience points, a truly bountiful harvest. Consuming 5 Golden Cores, you have gained 250,000 experience points. After completing these tasks, Suke stepped over to the grotesque toad nearby. According to the earlier remarks of the 5 men, this creature was known as the 3-eyed poison toad, likely due to the festering growth atop its head that represented its third eye. Contemplating for a moment, Suke advanced, drew a sharp sword, and plunged it directly into the 3-eyed poison toad and Appos' head. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for slaying a nascent soul stage beast, earning 200,000 experience points and a drop reward. Would you like to check it? Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for leveling up. Your current realm is now the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. A drop reward? Suke exclaimed in surprise, nodding in affirmation to check it. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for obtaining a 3-star demon core. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for obtaining poison toad liquid. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for obtaining the poison toad and Appos' tongue. As the system notifications rang out, 3 radiant items materialized in the system and Appos' package. 3-star demon core, the core from a nascent soul stage beast. usable as a medicinal catalyst or for weapon refinement. Poison toad liquid, the most potent toxin within the three-eyed poison toad. Usable as a medicinal catalyst or to be applied on weapons to induce paralysis in foes. Poison toad and amp. Amp. Oppos, tongue. The feeding appendage of the three-eyed poison toad, exceptionally resilient. Suitable for weapon refinement. Indeed, the entire body of a demon beast is a treasure trove. Suke praised, having read the descriptions of the three items. Clearly, the rewards for slaying a demon beast of the nascent soul stage far surpassed those of a cultivator. Closing the system package, Suke delved into his personal information. Host, Suke Realm. Third layer of the Golden Core stage. Mastery achieved. Experience points. 500,000 pretentiousness points. 680 cultivation method. Ancient 5 elements formula intermediate level skills. Dragon transformation 9 changes. Perfect. 3,000 thunder movements. Perfect. Secret of the weapon character. Progress 10. Flame devouring waves. Perfect. 6 harmonies body technique. Perfect. Buddha and Oppos. Angry fire lotus. Progress 30. Exotic fires. Azure lotus earth heart fire. Bone spirit cold fire essence. Cultivation methods. 30 points. Profession. None status. Son-in-law of the fire origin nation in the eastern wilderness after the battle with the heavenly martial sect and the bountiful gains over the past half-month. Including today and Oppos' rewards, it was evident that his strength had undergone a transformative evolution, with the system and Oppos' assessment elevated from and Oppos' integration and Oppos' to and Oppos' mastery achieved, and Oppos' in terms of realm. He had reached the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, nearing the peak of the 10th layer, but more importantly, his pretentiousness points had soared to an impressive 680, reaching a new peak and marking his wealthiest moment to date. Suke vividly recalled that the gains from the heavenly martial sect battle were particularly abundant, especially when he demolished over half of their buildings, leading to a reward of 100 pretentiousness points from the system. He later learned that any power with a nascent soul stage guardian was classified as a low-level force by the system, thus granting extra pretentiousness points for any destruction cost. This explained why he did not receive such treatment when annihilating the Shadow Ghost sect. Of course, Suke had no intention of seeking out conflicts with those powers merely for the sake of accumulating pretentiousness points. His principle was simple: if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. If one does harm to me, I shall eradicate them entirely. For instance, the 5 individuals he had encountered today from the Bloodsea sect. Just hearing their name indicated they were not up to any good, and their ruthless methods, including robbing and killing, suggested they were seasoned in such deeds. Suke believed that if given the chance, he would certainly need to eliminate, rather, to rid the world of such evil. After a thorough organization of his gains, Suke continued on his journey. Having tasted the sweetness of the three-eyed poison toad, he resolved to roam the bone forest, awaiting any unwitting demon beasts to present themselves for him to slay, endlessly accumulating experience points to swiftly reach the peak of the Golden Core stage, upgrade the pretentiousness system, and find a way to resurrect Xiaoro. The bone forest seemed to be a paradise for demon beasts. Within merely half an hour, he encountered another nascent soul stage beast. This time, it was a massive, blood-red python, currently ensnared by several cultivators in a marshy area. It hissed coldly. "Foolish humans dare to disturb my cultivation. Are you seeking death?" The group of cultivators, clad in Taoist robes, comprised 3 men and 3 women, hovering in midair on their flying swords, their faces contorted with rage. One strikingly beautiful woman shouted, "You beast! A few days ago, my junior sister was foraging for herbs nearby and did not offend you, yet you brutally killed her. Last month, my junior brother was also poisoned by your venom, and today we come to avenge them." The blood python laughed heartily. "Haha, it is merely unfortunate for them to encounter me while I was out hunting. Since I have found food, why should I not feast? Speaking of which, that young girl was tender and delectable. Despicable beast, you shall pay with your life. I will take your demon core to cure my junior brother and amp, Oppos' poison." Enraged, the group drew their swords, casting spells as they charged at the blood python. However, the blood python, despite its massive size, exhibited remarkable speed and agility. The 6 cultivators attacked from all directions, unleashing various spells, yet it deftly evaded every assault, occasionally releasing clouds of red toxic mist to counterattack the 6. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Suke, watching from the sidelines, found himself utterly bored. Stifling yawns. The 6 cultivators were all at the 7th or 8th layer of the golden core stage, while the blood python was of the nascent soul stage. Logically, the python should have had the upper hand, yet curiously, it seemed to be confined, remaining within the marsh and unwilling to engage the 6 directly. This was perplexing. The blood python did not appear to be foolish. Why would it behave this way? Suke pondered, recalling the web novels of his past life. And suddenly a realization sparked within him. Following the narrative tropes, it was highly probable that the blood python was safeguarding something precious, fearing that if it emerged, others would seize it. This could prove intriguing. It seems the time has come for me to make my move. Having reached this conclusion, Suke smiled, deciding to reveal himself and showcase his prowess. However, just as he took a step forward, a dozen figures suddenly darted out from the thicket, landing outside the marsh. Upon seeing these newcomers, the 6 cultivators and Oppos' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces turning pale. Among the dozen figures, a tall man stepped forward, casting a cold glance at the group of 6, and said nonchalantly, "This territory belongs to our Blood Sea sect. Leave your magical tools and spirit stones, and get lost." Damn, the Blood Sea sect? How fortuitous. Experience has come knocking at my door once again. Suke, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of gratitude. Chapter 39. Opponents in the Art of Showmanship with a Swift Motion. The blood python writhed and vanished into the depths of the swamp upon witnessing the multitude of individuals that had emerged. The 6 cultivators in the air, however, were no longer preoccupied with the blood python. Their faces shifted in color, revealing their palpable trepidation towards the Blood Sea sect. One of the men hesitated for a few moments before, with evident unease, he uttered, We are disciples of the Tai sect. Did you not hear what I just said? Leave your magical artifacts and spirit stones, and then depart. I do not wish to repeat myself for a third time. Do you understand? The tall man abruptly interrupted him, his tone exceedingly indifferent. The man felt helpless as he glanced at his 5 companions, ultimately sighing and murmuring, "Let us leave the magical artifacts and spirit stones." With that, he was the first to relinquish his sword, also placing a small pouch from his waist onto the ground. The other 5, recognizing the situation, begrudgingly complied. Clang, clang. Several flying swords and pouches were discarded onto the ground. The 6 of them cast reluctant glances back before stepping away. "Wait, I told you to leave, not to walk away," the tall man suddenly said coldly. The faces of the 6 men changed instantly, annoyance flickering in their eyes. Among them, a striking woman turned to the tall man and said sternly, "Young Master Song, do not overstep your bounds. Although the Tai sect has fallen, we will not allow ourselves to be humiliated by you. I had intended to spare you today, but it seems you do not appreciate mercy. Since you refuse to leave, then perish here," young Master Song replied with a cold laugh, a glimmer of frost in his gaze. With a wave of his hand, a dozen individuals surged forward from behind him. The 6 disciples of the Tai sect turned pale at once. Suke, hiding in the shadows, observed the scene with clarity. He could not help but secretly muse that young Master Song was indeed an adept at ostentation, and rather skillful at that. However, the reputation of the Blood Sea sect seemed formidable. The 6 cultivators had relinquished their magical artifacts and spirit stones merely at the utterance of a single command. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. With this thought, Suke patted his dark robe, hoisted the heavy Xuanzhong ruler onto his shoulder, and whistled as he strode forth with purpose. "Who goes there?" The members of the Blood Sea sect turned at the sound, their voices low and commanding. Suke narrowed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised the Xuanzhong ruler, pointing it at the crowd while proclaiming loudly, "Do not move. It and Oppos, SA robbery. Men to the left, women to the right. Hand over all your valuables, quickly." Robbery? Instantly, over a dozen cultivators were taken aback. In this desolate bone forest, they had always been the ones to rob others and had never encountered anyone daring enough to rob them, especially not a solitary individual. The 3 men and 3 women from the Tai sect were equally stunned, staring at Suke in disbelief. Upon discerning that he was merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, they nearly fainted. "Dude, if you and Oppos, going to rob, at least do it professionally. Bring more people with you. Don't you see that we 6 can only surrender obediently? Moreover, you are merely at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. What can you even do? Stop dawdling. This place is mine now. Hurry and hand over your valuables, then leave. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Suke mimicked young Master Song and Appo's earlier words, shouting loudly. The expression of the Blood Sea sect members turned peculiar. Young Master Song's face darkened as he looked at Suke, a murderous intent flaring up within him. The 6 members of the Tai sect gaped at Suke as if witnessing a lunatic. A small cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage attempting to rob a group at the 7th and 8th levels? Heavens, I have seen reckless individuals before, but never one so eager for death. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for successfully displaying ostentation, earning 30 points of ostentation value. The system notification echoed, and Suke revealed a satisfied smile. Strip him of his flesh and toss him to the dogs. At that moment, young Master Song waved his hand, casually issuing a command to his subordinates before redirecting his gaze towards the swamp, no longer sparing Suke or the 6 disciples of the Tai sect another glance. Suke inhaled sharply. Gosh, I have encountered a rival in the art of showmanship, one who exhibits such exceptional skill. This will not do. Suke frowned, pulled out a sharp spear, 2 flying swords, and 2 longbows from his storage space, and with a clatter, he tossed them onto the ground, casually stating, I just encountered 5 blind fools on the road who claimed to be from the Blood Sea sect, and guess what? They were directly annihilated by our exploding sky gang. This fellow possesses a storage ring. However, the Blood Sea sect members showed no interest in the spear or longbows. Instead, their attention fixated on Suke, their faces revealing a glint of greed. Clearly, his earlier display of summoning items out of thin air had misled them. Young Master Song's gaze returned, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The Blood Sea sect has countless disciples. Losing 5 is of no consequence. Yet here you are, a mere lackey, daring to present yourself before us. Why do you think I had the audacity to come here alone? To be frank, this area is already surrounded by our exploding sky gang. If you have any sense, you will drop your weapons and surrender. Suke declared with an air of confidence. Young Master Song's brow furrowed, and the others faltered, instinctively casting their gazes around. Exploding sky gang? What sect is that? I have never heard of it. Could it be that we are truly surrounded? Why is there no noise? This fellow cannot be bluffing, can he? Meanwhile, the 6 disciples of the Tai sect also wore puzzled expressions. A younger girl covertly inquired, Senior brothers and sisters, what is the exploding sky gang? The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. I have not heard of it either. Could it be a recently established faction? Perhaps, with the recent turmoil in Misty Fog City, it is quite normal for new sects to emerge. The girl stole a glance at Suke, asking, so does this mean we might be saved? But he looks rather peculiar. Even his magical artifacts seem odd. The others followed her gaze towards Suke, deep in thought. At that moment, a burly man from the Blood Sea sect stepped forward, glaring at Suke. Hey, kid, who exactly are you? Do you have a death wish provoking our Blood Sea sect? Suke met his gaze defiantly, retorting, what do I care about your so-called Blood Sea sect? It is you who are courting death by provoking our exploding sky gang. What is the exploding sky gang? The burly man shouted in anger. Suke looked at him with disdain. You don't even know what the exploding sky gang is, and yet you still have the audacity to roam about? It's the gang that's cool, flashy, and utterly explosive. Chapter 40. Do not leave. Stay here and watch me show off what kind of ridiculous name is Exploding Sky Gang. Does such a gang even exist? The crowd was left utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances as no one recognized this faction. Only young Master Song, with a frosty gaze fixed on Suke, wore a cold smirk. You are the first to dare mock our Blood Sea sect. Mock. Upon hearing young Master Song and Appos' words, the onlookers froze momentarily, only to quickly realize that the young man was toying with them. Damn it, he seeks death. Capture him and let him experience true cruelty. This time, without needing young Master Song to give the command, the Blood Sea sect members charged at Suke in a furious rage. The 6 members of the Tai sect were dumbfounded. Upon hearing Suke claim that the Exploding Sky Gang had surrounded them, they had hoped for a chance to escape. Instead, they discovered it was a ruse, and they felt utterly betrayed. Now it was all over. The 6 looked at Suke with expressions of despair, reluctantly picking up their flying swords, preparing to fight their way out. Seeing this, Suke smiled nonchalantly and said, There's no need for your assistance. I can handle this alone. Want to compete with me for kills? Not a chance. He gripped the Xuanzhong staff and charged toward the Blood Sea sect members as if fearing someone would snatch his prey. The 6 from the Tai sect nearly spat blood in disbelief. Big brother, are you out of your mind? You're only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. What can you possibly do against them? However, in the next moment, all 6 were left speechless. Suke transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing before the Blood Sea sect members. With a swing of the Xuanzhong staff, a multitude of phantoms materialized. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, sending several Golden Core cultivators from the Blood Sea sect flying. They crashed into trees, breaking them, and fell to the ground. Lifeless and without uttering a sound. The Tai sect members stared in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Just one move? He had effortlessly dispatched 6 members of the Blood Sea sect, all at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. How could this be possible? This guy was clearly only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. The Blood Sea sect members were equally terrified. Their mouths agape as they looked at Suke, their eyes filled with fear and horror, as if witnessing a monster. Young Master Song's expression shifted dramatically as he widened his eyes, fixated on Su Quebec Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off. Reward, 60 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. The notifications rang continuously in Suke's mind, and his experience surged to 300,000, just 200,000 away from leveling up. With a smile, he commanded his thoughts to retrieve the 6 Golden Cores. Ding. Consumed 6 Golden Cores, gained 300,000 experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for leveling up successfully. Current level, 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Haha. Alright, let us keep going. Suke laughed heartily, gripping the Xuanzhong staff as he charged toward the horrified and still frozen Blood Sea sect members. Boom, boom, boom. The Blood Sea sect members launched a desperate counterattack, unleashing a barrage of spells, only to be driven mad with fear, regardless of the sword techniques or spells they cast. They were utterly powerless against Suke's Xuanzhong staff, which shattered their attacks effortlessly. They could only watch helplessly as the massive dark staff struck their faces, plunging them into darkness, forever departing this world. One force can conquer 1,000 techniques. The 6 spectators from the Tai sect gaped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. He was extraordinarily powerful. This individual must be concealing his true strength. Indeed, look at him now, having reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. He must have utilized some hidden cultivation techniques, and he was even concealing his appearance to avoid being recognized. Could he possibly be a senior from the nascent soul stage? Given this power, it was certainly plausible. The 6 members sighed in relief, no longer feeling despair or unease. Suke was reveling in the slaughter, as the system's reward notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off. Reward, 60 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off. Reward, 80 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for killing a Golden Core cultivator. Reward, 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for leveling up successfully. Current level, 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Boom. Finally, Suke plunged the Xuanzhong staff heavily into the ground, standing amidst the pile of corpses, and loudly declared, "Is there anyone else?" Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for successfully showing off. Reward: 60 points of show-off value. At this moment, only young Master Song and 2 Blood Sea sect members remained near the marsh. The 2 Blood Sea sect members were pale, their lips trembling in fear. Young Master Song and Amp Apos' face turned ashen as he stared intently at Suke, asking in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Hehe, my name remains unchanged. I am Xiaoyan, also known as the Invincible Lone Hero," Suke replied, narrowing his eyes with a faint smile. Xiaoyan. Young Master Song pondered briefly, realizing he had never heard of such a name, and continued, "Why do you have a grudge against my Blood Sea sect?" "When did I ever have a grudge against you?" Suke retorted. "Then tell me, what does this mean?" Young Master Song pointed at the pile of Blood Sea sect corpses, his voice trembling with anger. Suke blinked and smiled faintly. "Didn't I say? I came to rob. Casualties during a robbery are quite normal." Young Master Song felt a surge of rage swelling in his chest, almost compelling him to vomit blood. The 3 female disciples of the Tai sect couldn't help but burst into laughter. This mysterious senior was simply too amusing. The 3 male disciples also twitched their lips, their expressions strange. Who would have imagined that young Master Song from the Blood Sea sect could be humiliated like this? It was a sight they had never expected to witness, and if word got out, the entire Wind Mist City would be left in shock. The 6 members were filled with astonishment and admiration. Suke glanced at the sky, noticing that it was still early, and turned to young Master Song and the others, saying, "Hey, is this all the people from your Blood Sea sect? Can't you call in more? The more, the merrier." Uffed. At this, the 3 male disciples of the Tai sect sprayed water everywhere, not from laughter, but from sheer terror. The group hurriedly said, "Senior, let us just leave it at this. Shall we?" "Yes, Senior, the Blood Sea sect is not something we can afford to provoke. Let us withdraw." Suke shot a fierce glare at them. "Withdraw? What is there to fear from the mere Blood Sea sect? You're not leaving either. Stay and watch me show off watch me teach the Blood Sea sect a lesson." The members of the Tai sect suddenly wore expressions of despair. It was over. They had thought they encountered a chivalrous senior, but instead, they had found a lunatic. After killing so many from the Blood Sea sect, he not only refused to flee, but was actively encouraging young Master Song to call for reinforcements. Who would be foolish enough to do that? Did he not know that the Blood Sea sect had 8 formidable nascent soul experts stationed? Chapter 41. I'll be waiting right here. Don't be strangers. With clenched fists and bulging veins, the young Master Song erupted in livid laughter, his face ashen. "Very well," he spat. "In all the years since the Blood Sea sect was founded, no one has ever dared to humiliate us so brazenly. You are the first, and you shall most certainly be the last. I assure you, I harbor no intention to humiliate anyone. However, your anger is quite appropriate. Summon as many individuals as you can muster. The more, the merrier," Suke retorted, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having ascended to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage after his recent exploits, he speculated that the arrival of 100 or more members of the Blood Sea sect might propel him directly to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. "Very well. You desire a spectacle? Then I shall grant you one. Await my return," young Master Song bellowed, flinging his sleeve with a flourish and preparing to depart with his 2 subordinates. "Hold a moment. You cannot all depart. Should you fail to return, I would be at a distinct disadvantage. One of you must remain as collateral, while the other 2 may proceed," Suke interjected. His eyes narrowed in a display of shrewdness. The members of the Tai sect nearly collapsed in disbelief. "At a disadvantage? Senior, you jest. Surely, it is the Blood Sea sect that should be apprehensive about your potential escape, having offended their young master and slain so many of their members. Remain as collateral, you say? Huh, do you dare detain me?" Young Master Song sneered, regarding Suke with the amusement one might reserve for a jester. "Do you even know who I am?" Suke rolled his eyes. "You are a fool. Are you not young Master Song?" Young Master Song retorted. "My father is Song Yunhai, the master of the Blood Sea sect. I am the sect's young master. Are you certain you wish to detain me, young master?" "So, you are the Blood Sea sect's young master?" Suke's eyes lit up once more. "It appears you are not from Windfall City, nor have you ever ventured there, or you would never possess the audacity to antagonize my Blood Sea sect. I offer you a piece of advice. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may consider overlooking your transgressions." Suke fixed his gaze upon young Master Song, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. A shiver ran down young Master Song's spine, and his scalp prickled with unease. "What are you planning?" he questioned warily. Suke shook his head and chuckled. Nothing of consequence. I merely pondered whether the demise of the young master might entice a larger contingent from the Blood Sea sect to attend. The declaration left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. To slay the young master? Has this man lost his senses? The two Blood Sea sect disciples flanking young Master Song recoiled in terror. The 6 members of the Tai sect were equally aghast. Senior, do not act rashly. They pleaded. Exercise restraint. You must not slay him. Should you do so, the Blood Sea sect will unleash its full fury, pursuing you relentlessly. Nay, the entire demonic faction within Windfall City will hunt you down. Suke and Amp, Appos, face lit up. Is that truly the case? Indeed. The 6 members of the Tai sect affirmed in unison. Magnificent! Suke exclaimed gleefully. Lightning crackled beneath his feet as his form blurred, and he lunged toward young Master Song. Before young Master Song could react, he found himself staring into the void where Suke had stood moments before. A dark silhouette materialized before him, and a colossal ebony ruler loomed into view. Young Master Song and Amp, Appos, eyes widened, his pupils constricting in terror. No. He managed to utter before Suke and Appos. Shin heavy ruler descended with devastating force. With a sickening thud, young Master Song and Appos' head exploded in a shower of gore, leaving a headless corpse to slump lifelessly to the ground. The two Blood Sea sect disciples shrieked in unison, collapsing to the ground, their faces contorted in horror and disbelief. The 6 members of the Tai sect were equally stunned, their minds reeling from the sheer audacity of the act. Ding! Congratulations to host Suke for successful act of Burlsworth. Rewarding 80 points. Ding! Congratulations to host Suke for killing Golden Core Stage Cultivator, receiving 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Suke's mind was flooded with system notifications, and a radiant smile spread across his face. He stowed the Shin heavy ruler and approached the 2 Blood Sea sect disciples. What is done cannot be undone. Please accept my condolences. He consoled them, patting them on their shoulders. The 2 Blood Sea sect disciples were utterly bewildered. He slew our young master, and then offers us condolences? What is he attempting to accomplish? Has this man lost his mind? Now, compose yourselves and hasten to summon reinforcements. I shall await your return, Suke urged, his voice gentle as he helped them to their feet, brushing the dust from their garments. The 2 men remained in a state of shock, their minds blank. They allowed Suke to guide them toward the forest, moving like automatons for several meters before jolting back to reality. They turned to see Suke standing beside the marsh, waving farewell with enthusiasm. Farewell. Take care and avoid stumbling. And be wary of the beasts. Return swiftly and ensure that your sect receives the message. I shall await you here. Do not be strangers. Ah! The 2 men shrieked in unison, clutching their heads and fleeing. They could no longer discern whether the black-robed man was insane, or if they themselves had succumbed to madness. The 6 members of the Tai sect stood frozen, their jaws agape, their minds fixated on a single word, doomed. As they listened to Suke and Amp, Appos' solicitous farewells to the Blood Sea sect disciples, they felt an overwhelming urge to draw their swords and strike him down. Senior, you must not allow those men to escape. If they deliver the message, all is lost. They pleaded. Suke waved his hand dismissively. Remain calm. They may come in droves, but they shall all meet their end. There is no cause for fear. But enough with the buts. Tell me, does the Blood Sea sect possess any infant transformation stage cultivators? No, they replied in unison, before adding anxiously. But the Blood Sea sect boasts 8 Yuan infant stage experts, particularly the sect master, Song Yunhai, whose cultivation has reached the 8th level, making him the most formidable figure in Windfall City. If we flee now, we may yet escape. Indeed, Senior, let us retreat to the city. You saved us, and our sect leader will surely find a way to ensure your safe passage. Suke laughed heartily. Rest assured, there is no need to flee. As long as there are no infant transformation stage cultivators, they are all doomed. Doomed. Speaking of sustenance, I find myself somewhat peckish. The day is still young. Let us procure some victuals to fortify ourselves for the coming fray. Dismissing the Blood Sea sect as a threat, Suke rubbed his stomach and addressed the 6 members of the Tai sect. Gather some firewood while I prepare a meal. We must be prepared for their arrival. The 6 men perked up at his words. Ah, so Senior has a plan. I knew that a man of his caliber would not trifle with his life. Since he dared to slay the young master of the Blood Sea sect, he must possess some form of advantage. But what purpose does firewood serve? Could Senior be planning to construct a formation? Yes, that must be it. Senior is indeed remarkable. Filled with newfound resolve, the 6 men plunged into the forest, gathering firewood with alacrity. Chapter 42. Roasted Chicken Wings, My Favorite Delicacy. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully displaying flair, earning 40 points of swagger value. Huh. As he watched the 6 individuals scamper away, a sudden alert echoed in Suke and Apos' mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How did I display flair? Was it merely instructing them to gather some firewood? With a puzzled shake of his head, Suke dismissed the thought. Summoning the system to reclaim the Blood Sea sect disciples he had previously vanquished, as well as the golden elixirs from Young Master's song. Ding. Consumed 10 golden elixirs, acquiring 500,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for leveling up successfully. Current realm, 6th layer of golden elixir stage. Instantly, a surge of warmth flowed from his lower abdomen, propelling Suke to the next level. At the 6th layer of golden elixir stage, he was merely 4 layers away from achieving the minor perfection of the 10th layer. Soon, Xiaoro, I shall discover a way to resurrect you. He glanced at the soul-gathering tower in his storage, murmuring softly. After a few moments, he regained focus and retrieved several items from his storage bag. First, he spread a clean cloth on the ground, followed by a few pairs of freshly cleaned and plucked chicken wings, along with jars and bottles marked with labels such as chili sauce, soy sauce, and pepper. These condiments were all exchanged from the system and Apos' shop, reasonably priced, with the entire seasoning package costing merely a bit of swagger value. As for the chicken wings, they were a result of his recent hunting escapades, where he had caught a dozen wild chickens, and each time he felt hunger, he would prepare a meal. His culinary skills had improved remarkably over the past month and a half. However, with only a few pairs of wings remaining, Suke hesitated. Should he braise them? Or perhaps fry them? Ah yes, let us try the New Orleans-style wings. The memory of the savory aroma from his past life made his mouth water. Without delay, he fetched an iron basin from his inventory, tossing all the wings inside, then adding a variety of seasonings for marination. He then settled down, crossing his legs, waiting leisurely. Moments later, a few disciples from the Tai sect returned, carrying a large pile of firewood, their brows glistening with sweat. Senior, is this enough? Plenty. No need for so much. Please sit down. I'll handle the rest. Suke felt somewhat embarrassed. Did they really need to gather so much firewood just to start a fire? Upon hearing this, the disciples placed the firewood down and sat to rest, curious to observe how their senior would set up the formation. However, as soon as they sat down, their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of an iron pot on the ground, containing chicken wings. What is going on? The 6 exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, Suke approached the pile of firewood, bending down to select carefully. While it was entirely possible to utilize his true essence to conjure flames for roasting the wings, that would strip them of their unique charred aroma. Thus, he had instructed the disciples to gather firewood, meticulously choosing branches from fruit trees. For only the charcoal derived from fruit wood could produce the most fragrant essence, perfect for creating authentic New Orleans-style wings. With a decisive motion, Suke tossed the selected firewood onto the ground. Then with a flick of his fingers, summoned a strand of flame from his true essence that leapt towards the firewood. The Tai sect disciples watched in confusion, perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to set up a formation? Why was he burning the firewood? Was this some sort of mysterious ritual? Remaining silent, they decided to observe further. They watched as Suke walked past them towards the back, lifting the pot filled with chicken wings. Their eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Suke conjured a wire mesh that he placed above the firewood. He then arranged the wings from the pot onto the mesh, pair by pair. Sizzle! The marinade from the wings dripped onto the firewood, producing a delightful sound. Ah yes, this is the flavor. Suke leaned closer, inhaling deeply, a look of bliss crossing his face. The Tai sect disciples were left utterly astonished. Wings could be prepared to such perfection? Their senior was truly remarkable. Just a few New Orleans-style wings, nothing extravagant. When time allows, I shall treat you all to spicy fried chicken, grilled chicken leg burgers, and secret recipe sirloin steak. As Suke spoke, he found himself growing hungrier. Bang! At that moment, a sudden loud thud erupted from the nearby swamp. As the previously encountered blood python emerged, its expression one of sheer shock. What is that smell? Why does it smell so divine? The Tai sect disciples jumped. Their initial fright quickly transformed into fury, drawing their swords to attack. Suddenly, a wisp of pale white flame shot from Suke's hand, emanating a chilling aura, and struck the blood python. With a hiss, the blood python was enveloped in the white flames, instantly freezing into a popsicle. Enough, Suke huffed, nonchalantly bending down to continue fanning the fire. The Tai sect disciples were left in a state of shock, frozen in place. They were genuinely terrified, their faces turning pale. They glanced at Suke, their expressions now filled with fear. A formidable blood python at the nascent soul stage had been casually dispatched by him. Heavens! Who on earth is he? No wonder he shows no fear towards the Blood Sea sect. Chapter 43. The Cruel Boy Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 50 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Yuanying stage beast, gaining 200,000 experience points and a drop reward. Would you like to check it? The system's notification sounded, and Suke focused his mind, responding, check. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for obtaining a 3-star demon core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for acquiring the skin of a blood python. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for receiving the essence blood of a blood python. 3-star demon core. The core within the body of a Yuanying stage beast can be used as a medicinal guide or for refining tools. Blood python skin. The most resilient skin layer of a blood python, inherently toxic, suitable for tool refinement. Blood python essence blood. The blood sac within the blood python, laced with potent poison, can be used as a medicinal guide or consumed directly, with a certain chance to cultivate an immunity to all poisons. 3 more items have been added to Suke and Appo's system package. Contemplating for a moment, he took out a 3-star demon core and tossed it in front of the few disciples from the Tai sect, saying, I heard your junior brother was poisoned by this blood python and needs a demon core for the antidote. Here, take it. The group was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. A demon core from a Yuanying stage beast was simply given away? They had never encountered such generosity before. What are you dawdling for? Take it. Suke chuckled, seeing them still in a daze. This 3-star demon core was of no use to him. He could toss it around like a stone. Coming back to their senses, the disciples instantly expressed their profound gratitude. Thank you, Senior. We shall never forget this kindness. Senior, you are truly a good person. We thank you on behalf of that junior brother. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 60 points of show-off value. Suke laughed heartily, waving his hand. No need for thanks, no need to be polite. Come, the chicken wings are ready to eat. Suke found the Tai sect disciples quite likable. At the very least, they were honorable. For instance, when he had just slain the young master of the Blood Sea sect, they did not immediately think of fleeing. Instead, they came over to persuade him to leave together. In the end, seeing that he would not leave, they too chose to stay, thus upholding the principle of mutual assistance. Suke treated them to roasted chicken wings. Each of them received a wing, immediately captivated by the enticing aroma, unable to resist taking a bite. Crunch. A crisp sound echoed. Their eyes widened in astonishment. This is simply exquisite. The best food they had ever tasted. They had never imagined chicken wings could be so delightful. Senior truly is a master. The skin of the chicken wings, coated with honey and roasted to a perfect crisp, enveloped tender, sweet meat. The first bite revealed a delightful contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior, filling their mouths with fragrance. Suke smiled inwardly. It seemed the culinary skills of the people in this world were rather lacking. A mere New Orleans-style chicken wing could elicit such enthusiasm from them. Perhaps he could leverage this culinary talent for some showboating in the future. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate bone forest, in a cave strewn with dry grass, a ragged old man lay sleeping. His hair was disheveled, and he reeked of alcohol, resembling a drunken beggar. Surprisingly, beside him lay 2 Yuanying stage crimson flame tigers, quivering in fear. The old man was in deep slumber when he suddenly sat up from the grass bed, his nose twitching as he murmured, What is that smell? Why is it so peculiar? I haven't and Appos eaten anything for hundreds of years, yet today I find myself with an appetite. The 2 crimson flame tigers trembled, their eyes filled with terror, not daring to utter a word, fearful that the old man might devour them. Useless creatures, why are you so afraid? With your meager flesh, you wouldn't Appos to even catch my eye. The old man glared, scolding them, and then inhaled deeply, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. After a few moments, he licked his lips and turned to the Crimson Flame Tigers, asking in a deep voice, "Have you found out what I asked you to? I want to see which fool dares to impersonate my disciple, Duan Jioda." The two Crimson Flame Tigers shuddered and quickly replied, We found out that half a month ago, a young man named Su Ke appeared in the territory of the Tianwu sect, claiming to be your disciple, Senior Duan. It is said that to protect a small village, he killed countless members of various sects, and later held a banquet at the Tianwu sect, resolving conflicts and shaking hands for peace. Is that all? Ridiculous. What nonsense is this Tianwu sect? A bunch of fools, allowing a fraud to impersonate my disciple. And they actually believe it? The old man crossed his legs, picking at his filthy toes, while cursing. The two Crimson Flame Tigers suppressed their disgust and shook their heads. It's not just that. It is said that on the night Su Ke hosted the banquet, elder son of the Tianwu sect led the Yin Ghost sect to massacre that village. Upon returning, Su Ke was furious. Some said they saw him holding a girl, vomiting heart blood on the spot, and then single-handedly slaughtered the entire Yin Ghost sect, binding over 100 corpses together. Directly heading to the Tianwu sect to confront elder son. Oh, what a cruel boy. After killing, he even binds the corpses together. TSK. To dare claim to be my disciple. If I had not been wandering in the Huiyuan kingdom and heard of this, my illustrious name would have been tarnished by him. The old man expressed his indignation. The two Crimson Flame Tigers wore bitter expressions, silently cursing. It seemed that your reputation was even more tarnished, right? What Su Ke accomplished couldn't even compare to your little finger. After scolding for a while, the old man continued. What happened afterward? How did that boy fare in the Tianwu sect? Later, that boy killed elder son right in front of the sect leader, and even destroyed most of the Tianwu sect. Now, the Tianwu sect has become a laughingstock. Centuries of foundation have been obliterated. Strangely, that boy managed to escape unscathed. The sect leader searched for half a month, but found not a trace of him. Oh, the sect leader of the Tianwu sect should be at the infant transformation stage, right? He couldn't and Appos to even capture a little brat. How embarrassing. But on the other hand, that boy and Appos' cultivation talent is quite remarkable. He could rival some Holy Land and Appos' young prodigies. After all, to kill under the watch of an infant transformation stage cultivator and escape unscathed. He must at least be at the 7th or 8th level of the Yuanying stage. At this point, the old man chuckled, taking an interest as he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. The Crimson Flame Tigers exchanged strange glances, forcing a smile. Senior Duan, you are mistaken. That boy is only at the Golden Core stage. Uffed. The old man spat out his drink, eyes wide. What? The Golden Core stage? You two have such audacity. Do you take me for a fool? A Golden Core stage cultivator can slay a Yuanying stage in front of an infant transformation stage? Come, let me practice with you. Senior, spare us. We swear it's the truth. We guarantee our lives on it. The two Crimson Flame Tigers cried in despair. Only then did the old man furrow his brows, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Really? Really? The Crimson Flame Tigers nodded vigorously. The old man stroked his chin, revealing a sinister smile. Haha, this is intriguing. However, he is using my name to swindle. This matter cannot be easily overlooked. You two, go out and investigate thoroughly. If you cannot find that boy and Appos' whereabouts, you shall face dire consequences. Yes, the Crimson Flame Tigers quickly responded. The old man hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping beyond the cave and Appos' entrance. He then inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, the aroma intensifies. It and Appos' unbearable. Hasten to find someone. This old fellow shall venture out for a stroll. The talent capable of crafting such exquisite delicacies must be brought back to my abode." With the final word barely uttered, a gust of wind echoed through the cave, and the grimy old man vanished without a trace. Chapter 44. I and Appos. Even consumed the Kuan Pung. The aroma of succulent roasted chicken wings permeated the forest surrounding the withered bone swamp. A myriad of beasts were lured by the tantalizing scent, yet they retreated in terror upon beholding the blood python, frozen as an icicle within the marsh. Su Ke, oblivious to the escalating admiration he was garnering, reveled in the repast with the disciples of the grand sect. Suddenly, a disheveled old man emerged furtively from the woods, his gaze fixated on the chicken wings in their possession, his eyes ablaze with longing. Su Ke and the disciples noticed him. Before they could utter a greeting, the old man darted forward, a jovial grin plastered across his face. He nestled beside them as if they were long-lost comrades. Ah, roasting chicken wings, are we? How could you neglect to invite me? TSK, TSK. Without waiting for an invitation, he snatched 2 wings from the grill and devoured them with unrefined gusto. Suke, regaining his composure, inquired of the disciples, "Do you recognize him?" They shook their heads in bewildered unison. Unrecognized? By the heavens! Where did this shameless old trickster materialize from, attempting to freeload off me? Suke and Apos. S eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the old man, prepared to settle the score. However, the old man, having devoured the wings in mere moments, beamed with satisfaction, his gaze fixed upon Suke with reverence. "Youngster, you are a prodigy, to create such delectable fare. Ah, a gourmand, I perceive." Suke chuckled. "I wouldn't and Apos have guessed that an old vagrant like yourself possessed such discerning taste." The old man bristled at the appellation. "Vagrant, say you? I, with my divine mien and unparalleled aura, bear no resemblance to a beggar, and Apos, resembling one entirely, and Apos, Suke and the disciples mentally retorted, their expressions mirroring their thoughts. The old man, impervious to their reactions, crossed his legs with nonchalant ease, picking at his teeth. "Nevertheless, your perception is commendable. When it comes to culinary matters, I am second to none." Suke, piqued, retorted, "You consume my provisions and then boast before me? In culinary pursuits, I have been bestowed with the epithet of Apos, god of cookery and Apos. Nonsense. You, a mere stripling, dare to style yourself as a culinary deity?" The old man erupted, leaping to his feet. "The world has descended into depravity. Never have I encountered such brazen effrontery. I have savored the liver of dragons and the gall of phoenixes. Your paltry chicken wings are insignificant." Suke scoffed. "You dare flaunt such commonplace delicacies? I have tasted KFC, McDonald's, and Pizza Hut. What chicken and labor are you babbling about? I have never heard of such things. Do not presume to deceive me with fabricated names. That is because you are woefully ignorant. Balderdash, I possess knowledge of the celestial and terrestrial realms. I, the god of cookery, traverse the heavens and the earth, omniscient and omnipotent. Shameless, audacious." The disciples watched in bewilderment as the two engaged in a heated quarrel, vying for the title of the world's foremost epicure. "Is this a matter of pride? Why are you so agitated?" And Apos, they mused, speechless and amused, unable to interject amidst the escalating tirade. Suke and the old man traded barbs, each more outlandish than the last, for the better part of an hour. Finally, the old man harumphed. "I shall not deign to argue with an ignorant whelp. In my youth, I roamed the northern sea, consorting with the Peng clan, devouring the world and Apos' countless delicacies. You were yet to be born. You flaunt such trivialities? I have even consumed the Peng." Suke retorted with a disdainful air, exaggerating the truth. The old man erupted in laughter. "Huh, now your boast has been exposed. With your meager cultivation, you have not even ventured beyond the Fire Yuan kingdom, yet you claim to have consumed the Peng of the northern sea? You have likely never even beheld one." He turned to the disciples. "Tell me, have you heard of the Peng? Have you ever seen one?" The disciples shook their heads in confusion. "The northern sea? Where is that? The Peng clan? Does such a race exist? We have never heard of it." Suke sneered. "That is because you are ignorant. I not only consumed the Peng, but was also inspired to compose a poem in its honor." "A poem? You can write poetry for the Peng clan? Recite it." The old man challenged with a mocking grin. Suke rose to his feet and began to declaim. "In the northern sea, there dwells a fish. Its name is Cunning. The old man and Apos' smile faltered. He felt a pang of apprehension, and Apos, the lad knows that the Cunning is a fish? Could he have truly seen one? And Apos, Suke glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "The Cunning is immense, too vast for a single pot. It transforms into a bird. Its name is Peng. The Peng is immense, requiring 2 barbecue grills, one with extra sugar, one mildly spicy, and a bottle of snowflower, to boldly venture forth." Puffed. The disciples spat out their chicken wings. "What manner of poetry is this? The beginning and middle are acceptable, but the rest is all about food? Hiss." The old man gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, his heart pounding. After a moment, he snapped out of his reverie and slapped his thigh. "Bravo!" And Apos, one with extra sugar, one mildly spicy, and Apos, is a line that whets the appetite. A magnificent poem. The disciples tumbled from their perches. Suke turned to the old man and said with feigned humility, "You flatter me. Come, lad, tell me, have you truly consumed the kuenpeng?" The old man, all smiles, draped an arm around Suke's shoulders. Suke thumped his chest. "Do I appear to be a purveyor of falsehoods? Then, what is this snowflower? How does it enable one to boldly venture forth?" "Ah, it is a type of beer. Your mention of it has made me yearn for it. Seeing as you are a decent old vagrant, if I ever brew it, I shall treat you to a copious draught." Suke patted the old man and Apos' shoulder. The old man laughed heartily, nodding. "Indeed, you are a promising youth. Here, accept this as a token of our acquaintance." The old man produced a dark jade tablet, its inscriptions indecipherable, bearing the image of a Chilan, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. "Ah, thank you." Suke accepted the tablet, unable to discern its value. He deemed its appearance pleasing and hung it from his waist as an ornament. The old man paused, his eyes narrowed, and chuckled softly. He refrained from further comment and resumed his camaraderie with Su Quebec. The disciples watched, their eyes rolling, on the verge of fainting, and Amp, Apos, how did you two reconcile? And Amp, Apos. Suddenly, the air was rent by the sound of rushing wind, as if countless figures were hurtling through the trees, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Several disciples from the Tai sect blanched, rising abruptly in astonishment, exclaiming, "The adherents of the Blood Sea Gate have arrived." Chapter 45. The young and beautiful sect leader. After such a protracted wait, they have finally arrived. Suke murmured with a serene smile, his gaze fixed upon the grove. Since the members of the Blood Sea sect dared to present themselves, he would not hesitate to accept them as experience points. Striving to reach the zenith of the golden core stage, the old man also perceived the disturbance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, lad, do you have adversaries seeking retribution?" "Hardly adversaries. Merely a group of dim-witted individuals easily dispatched with a flick of the wrist," Suke proclaimed boisterously. The old man arched an eyebrow, chuckling. "Lad, refrain from exaggerating. They appear to be quite numerous." He paused, then added, "Of course, if you were to beseech my assistance, I could resolve this predicament for you." "Beseech you? In your dreams," Suke retorted, scrutinizing the old man and Apos' cultivation level, which he found unfathomable. The old man offered a knowing smile. "You truly require no aid?" "None whatsoever. Should you dare to intervene, you will face my wrath," Suke declared with conviction. He had painstakingly acquired this group of experience givers and would not allow the old man to meddle. Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head, a silent smile playing on his lips. He mused, "For one who has merely reached the golden core stage, your audacity knows no bounds. I shall refrain from informing you that 8 nascent soul cultivators are approaching. Let us see if you maintain your arrogance." Suke dismissed the old man, concentrating solely on the grove. Whoosh! Suddenly, several streaks of light emerged from the forest, swiftly landing near the marsh. 3 cultivators clad in Taoist robes had arrived on their swords. They are not members of the Blood Sea sect? Suke wondered. However, the intent to kill emanating from the grove intensified, indicating that the Blood Sea sect was drawing near. The 3 individuals before him, 2 men and 1 woman, possessed cultivation levels in the nascent soul stage. The woman's cultivation was the highest, having reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Remarkably, the woman appeared youthful and possessed captivating beauty. Her skin was fair, seemingly as delicate as a flower petal. She was the kind of woman who would capture one and Apos' gaze and hold it captive. Her Taoist robes enhanced her ethereal aura, making her resemble a celestial being untouched by worldly concerns. The 2 men, appearing middle-aged and somewhat rotund, had cultivation levels at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Sect leader. At that moment, the disciples of the Great Ease sect beside Suke exclaimed in surprise. They rushed forward, bowing respectfully to the young woman and chanting in unison, "Greetings, sect leader." They then turned to the 2 men, saying, "Greetings, elderly." Suke exclaimed in surprise. "What? The Great Ease sect has such a young and beautiful sect leader? Could she be an old crone with the ability to preserve her youth? I heard the young master of the Blood Sea sect was slain, and it involved you, so I came immediately. What exactly transpired?" The woman inquired of the Great Ease sect disciples, her voice as melodious as silver bells. The disciples exchanged glances before recounting the events to her and the 2 elders, occasionally gesturing towards Quebec. As the woman and the two elders listened, their expressions shifted to astonishment. They glanced at Suke before questioning the disciples. Are you saying that the man in black deliberately slew young Master Song to lure the Blood Sea sect here? Indeed. The disciples nodded with weary expressions. The two elders were dumbfounded, having never encountered such an absurd situation. Why would he do such a thing? The woman asked, her brow furrowed. The disciples shook their heads with wry smiles. We have no idea. Initially, we were terrified and urged him to flee, but he refused. Instead, he asked us to gather firewood and began roasting chicken wings. Roasting chicken wings? The two great Ease sect elders were flabbergasted. After killing someone, he had the audacity to roast chicken wings? Heavens, what kind of person is this? Where did this madman come from? The young woman and the two elders turned their gazes towards Suke once more. Ding! Congratulations to host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully feigning composure, rewarding 40 points of act tough points. The system and Apos' notification echoed in Suke and Apos' mind. The disciples continued to describe how Suke had annihilated the Blood Sea serpent in one move, leaving the young woman and the two elders in a state of shock and disbelief. Thus, ding! Congratulations to host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully feigning composure, rewarding 60 points of act tough points. The system and Apos' notification resounded in Suke and Apos' mind once more. In this manner, Suke inadvertently accumulated over 100 act tough points. At this juncture, the members of the Blood Sea sect finally arrived. A series of rustling sounds emanated from the grove, as if a gale had swept through. Dozens of figures emerged, clad in crimson robes, brandishing swords or spears, and exuding murderous intent, swiftly encircling the marsh. The sect leader of the Great Ease sect and the two elders turned to face them, their expressions morphing into alarm. Disaster! All 8 members of the Blood Sea sect have arrived, the young woman whispered. From the crowd of the Blood Sea sect, 8 figures emerged. Their cultivation levels all at the nascent soul stage, their formidable auras engulfing the entire area. Among them, a middle-aged man with a somber countenance possessed the most potent aura. His eyes were bloodshot, as if a raging inferno was about to erupt. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze abruptly halting beside a colossal rock. His expression changed, and he rushed towards it, kneeling and cradling a headless corpse, roaring in anguish, "My son, my son." Boom. Instantly, a terrifying intent to kill emanated from the middle-aged man, transforming into an invisible hurricane that swept outwards. "The beast who murdered my son, reveal yourself." The middle-aged man bellowed, his voice deafening, causing many to experience earaches. The female sect leader of the Great Ease sect and the two elders wore solemn expressions. The two elders inquired in hushed tones, "Sect leader, what shall we do?" The woman frowned. "The man in black saved our disciples. We must assist him. But there are no buts. Although the Great Ease sect has declined, we must not abandon our principles," the woman declared with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Suke was not concerned with the Blood Sea sect, instead glaring at the grimy old man. The reason was that Suke was preparing to battle the Blood Sea sect when the old man began winking and making faces at him, irritating Quebec. Finally, Suke could not bear it any longer, rolling his eyes and saying, "Old beggar, stop looking at me like that. It's disgusting." The old man was on the verge of exploding, scolding, "Ungrateful brat. So many nascent soul experts. Do you think you can defeat them? I was going to give you one last chance to beg me for help, but now it's gone. Even if you kneel and beg me, I won't help you. You overestimate yourself. I can easily kill these dozens of lackeys. I don't need your help," Suke said dismissively. "Very well, if you can't kill them. I and Apos, LL kill you first," the grimy old man said, glaring angrily. Suke sneered, "Kill me? How naive. If you can kill me, I and Apos, LL take your name." "What? You dare to provoke me? Dawn and Apos, T think I won and Apos, T kill you. Provoke you? Come on, kill me. Let and Apos, S see who kills whom. You first. You go first. You first. You first, your great-grandfather. You first, your ancestors." The two individuals began to hurl insults at each other without a care for their surroundings, even showing signs of a physical confrontation. Bystanders were too astonished to intervene, their eyes wide and expressions blank as they witnessed this scene unfold. Chapter 46. Elimination of Song Yunhai Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, rewarded with 30 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, rewarded with 50 points of show-off value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, rewarded with 60 points of show-off value. As Suke argued vehemently with the old man, the system's reward notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Yet this time, he was not intentionally trying to boast. The old man was simply too bizarre, provoking genuine anger from Quebec. A barrage of fierce curses erupted from him like a series of cannon blasts, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered, especially the female leader of the Tai sect, who had nearly intervened to assist Suke, now wore a perplexed expression, utterly flabbergasted. Faced with a formidable adversary, what were these two doing? Engaging in infighting and squabbling over trivial matters? The Tai sect disciples were equally taken aback, caught between laughter and tears, having witnessed such absurdity before. The Blood Sea sect members were momentarily stunned, but soon the 8 nascent soul experts had their expressions darken, an overwhelming murderous intent sweeping over them. Song Yunhai was filled with furious rage. His beloved son had been slain, and he had gathered all the strong members of his sect for vengeance. Yet, the adversaries displayed no fear whatsoever, even bickering before them. Silence. For my son, you shall pay with your lives. The pain of losing his son, combined with this humiliation, ignited a torrent of wrath within him. His body transformed into a crimson shadow, surging forth from his original position. At the same time, a delicate yet razor-sharp flying sword shot from his hand, aimed directly at Suke and the old man. Beware, this is bad help. The faces of the Tai sect members changed dramatically, with the female leader exclaiming in alarm as she darted forward. Still engaged in their argument, Suke and the old man turned to see the incoming attack, and both impatiently shouted, "Get lost!" with a simultaneous wave of their hands. A wisp of ghostly white flame and a crimson flying dagger hurtled towards Song Yunhai. The flame was Suke's bone spirit cold fire, while the dagger was merely a casual technique from the old man. However, the combined force of their simultaneous strikes manifested a terrifying power. Although Song Yunhai was engulfed in fury, he did not completely lose his wits. He swiftly adjusted the angle of his sword, attempting to block the combined spells of the old man and the youth. The flame, though strangely pale and emanating a chilling aura, seemed small enough for him to handle. The only element that truly concerned him was the flying dagger wielded by the old man. The dagger, entirely crimson and appearing quite ordinary, pierced through the void with astonishing speed, arriving silently. Clang! The sound of metal striking resonated. The dagger was faster than the ethereal flame, crashing directly against Song Yunhai's sword, sending a shower of sparks flying. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Song Yunhai let out a muffled grunt as his entire being was sent flying, akin to a broken kite, crashing into a massive ancient tree, creating an indentation in the trunk shaped like a person. Immediately following, the wisp of white flame arrived quietly, landing lightly on Song Yunhai and Amp, Oppo's garments like a bee. Boom. A powerful chill suddenly spread throughout the area. Song Yunhai and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting sharply as he emitted a ghastly scream. In the following instant, he was completely encased in ice, his face frozen in an expression of agony. All present were left in utter shock. They had not witnessed the entire process, only observing Song Yunhai charge towards Suke and the old man, only to see the two dismiss him like a bothersome fly. Then, they watched in disbelief as the old man and Amp, Oppo's dagger, with terrifying speed and power, sent Song Yunhai flying. The ethereal flame was overlooked, and in the blink of an eye, Song Yunhai had already transformed into an ice statue. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the old man, their eyes filled with astonishment and fear. It dawned on them that they could not discern the old man and Oppo's cultivation level. With the dagger and Oppo's decisive strike against Song Yunhai, the old man instantly became the focal point of everyone and Oppo's attention. How powerful! It turns out this elder was so formidable, completely undetected until now. Several Tai sect disciples, including the female leader, were left agape. To them, it appeared as though Song Yunhai had been slain by the old man. A sense of relief washed over them. Having this elder present meant the end for the Blood Sea sect. Conversely, the Blood Sea sect members wore expressions of disbelief. The remaining 7 nascent soul experts, filled with trepidation, instinctively retreating, yet hesitant to act, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for slaying a nascent soul cultivator, rewarded with 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. At this moment, the system's notification resonated in Suke's mind, clearly attributing the kill to him, causing a smile to spread across his face. The old man beside him appeared shocked, his gaze flickering, staring intently at Quebec. No longer bickering, the old man exclaimed in astonishment, "Kid, what was that technique of yours? I want to learn it." "Oh, you wish to learn? You must beg me first," Suke replied with a mischievous grin. The old man's expression darkened. "Humph. I wouldn't deign to consider your petty tricks. Instead, if you kneel and plead, I shall teach you a truly formidable technique. How about that?" "Huh. Not interested. Hurry along. Do not disturb me while I kill." Suke waved dismissively, clearly impatient. The old man snorted, glaring, "Kid, do you think I want to stay? Were it not for your chicken wings, I wouldn't have bothered to intervene. Since you possess such means, I shan't concern myself with you. I have my sights set on another rascal like you. Farewell." "Don't mention farewells. Travel safely," Suke replied with a squinting smile. Thus, the old man made no further movements, his figure suddenly fading, then vanishing without a trace. Suke was momentarily stunned, silently acknowledging the old man's impressive speed, faster than a teleportation talisman. The Tai sect members stood in shock. The elder had actually left, and they had driven him away. What was going on? Were they simply wasting time? Such a powerful ally had been sent away. The female leader and two elders stared at Suke, wishing they could pierce his forehead with a sword to see if his brain had gone moldy. Only a few disciples understood the situation. Having turned to ice was a scene all too familiar. Suke had previously executed a nascent soul blood python before their eyes in the same manner. The Blood Sea sect members were initially taken aback, but soon their spirits soared. The old man had departed, signifying the disappearance of their greatest threat. This meant they no longer had to tread carefully. Someone burst into laughter. "Haha, kid, with no one to protect you, hand over your life willingly. You can only blame your own mouth for this." It was a first to witness such a foolish act. Never had they encountered someone so inept. The Blood Sea sect erupted into raucous laughter, even the death of their leader forgotten. Yet Suke merely cast them a calm glance, smiling. "Come now, with the irrelevant parties gone, we can finally engage in a proper battle. Tell me, do you prefer to face me one by one or all at once? Personally, I recommend all at once." Chapter 47. I am Suke. Shall we confront them together? This fellow, has he lost his mind? Even at such a critical moment, he dares to provoke the Blood Sea sect. The two elders from the Tai sect were instantly terrified, their anxiety palpable. The female sect leader and Apos' face turned ashen, feeling as though she had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. She assessed the strength of both sides. There were only 3 of them at the nascent soul stage, while the opposing side boasted a full 7, along with dozens of Golden Core disciples. By any measure, the overall strength of their adversaries far surpassed their own. Yet, in the face of such disadvantage, Suke boldly challenged them, inflicting psychological distress upon the female sect leader, whose mental anguish had likely reached an incomprehensible level. Only a handful of Tai disciples remained composed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, their hearts racing uncontrollably. One-on-one or all at once. Personally, I recommend we confront them together. This phrase is all too familiar. Previously, when faced with the likes of young Master Song and his companions, Suke had uttered similar words during their moment of despair. The ultimate outcome saw young Master Song and his companions all slain. Now, Suke repeated this line, instantly quickening the breaths of several Tai disciples. It was exhilarating, so thrilling. The black-robed elder exuded an overwhelming aura. The 3 female disciples gazed at Suke with newfound admiration and affection, their expressions spellbound. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Sea sect erupted into raucous laughter. Suke and Apos' provocation was nothing more than a grand jest to them. "It seems you are eager to meet your end. We can certainly oblige." One of the nascent soul masters from Blood Sea sect sneered, casting a glance at the other 6 nascent soul practitioners. He continued with a dispassionate smile. "Gentlemen, with the sect leader now deceased, let us wager. Whoever slays that brat first shall become the new sect leader. What say you?" "Agreed." The 6 responded without hesitation. One individual and Apos' gaze lingered on the female sect leader of Tai, leering as he proposed. Why not add a bonus? After we deal with that brat, we can join forces to take down Tai's sect. What do you think? Huh, that sounds splendid. With sect leader Su Yunlan's beauty, she is indeed worth our attention. Now that Song Yunhai is dead, we need not hold back any longer. The nascent soul elites of Blood Sea sect all shared knowing smiles that conveyed unspoken intentions. The Tai sect members were instantly enraged. Two elders shouted angrily, "You vile scoundrels from Blood Sea sect, mind your language. Do not think us easy prey, you shameless wretches. How dare you speak ill of our sect leader?" The disciples turned to Su Ke, urging him to take action. Su Yunlan, the female sect leader of Tai, glared at the Blood Sea sect members, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet upon hearing her disciples implore Su Ke for assistance, she was taken aback. Su Ke, however, was focused on the Blood Sea sect, shaking his head slightly in disappointment, chastising them. "You fools are destined to be single for life. Just because you see a beautiful sect leader, you think you can force your way in? You know nothing of cherishing beauty or the art of courtship, yet you dare to roam the world? You all deserve to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ke's figure blurred and transformed into a streak of lightning, tightly gripping the heavy, profound ruler as he charged toward the members of Blood Sea sect. The Tai disciples were momentarily stunned. The two elders were left fuming, and even Su Yunlan's mouth hung open in disbelief. What was this black-robed figure doing? What nonsense was he spouting? His fervor was palpable. "Huh, boy, you shall be the only one to meet your demise." The nascent soul masters of Blood Sea sect mocked, clearly underestimating the approaching black-robed figure, who was merely at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, hardly a threat to them. Their true focus remained on the formidable Su Yunlan and the two elders of Tai. However, before Su Yunlan and her associates could react, the nascent soul masters were abruptly alarmed. As Su Ke drew closer, they felt a chilling sensation creep down their spines, a sense of imminent danger akin to death approaching. Suddenly, an overwhelming black ruler appeared before them, its phantoms appearing real and infused with wild power, crashing down upon them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the nascent soul masters hastily formed defensive spells. Yet, they were sent reeling backward by the force of Su Ke's heavy, profound ruler, while a multitude of Blood Sea sect disciples were flung away in droves. Su Yunlan and her companions stood aghast. Su Ke, standing alone with the heavy, profound ruler, radiated an aura of unstoppable might. The three nascent soul masters from Tai sect experienced a profound and invisible shock. How is this possible? He is clearly only at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Even if he possessed high-level spells capable of slaying nascent soul beasts, he should not be able to face so many nascent soul and Golden Core practitioners alone. The two elders were filled with disbelief, their understanding of power dynamics shattered. Su Yunlan stared blankly at the battlefield, her gaze fixated on Su Ke's silhouette, her teeth gently biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with unspoken thoughts. The Tai disciples were equally stunned. Although they knew Su Ke could subdue nascent soul masters, witnessing him confront so many at once was utterly eye-opening. Su Ke's overwhelming presence deeply intimidated everyone present, including the members of Blood Sea sect. All Golden Core disciples were filled with terror, scrambling to their feet as if they had seen a ghost, turning to flee without hesitation. The nascent soul masters widened their eyes, blood trickling from their mouths. Hastily covering their heads as they scurried away, fear etched across their faces as they gazed at Su Quebec. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. A Golden Core practitioner cannot possess such strength. Who on earth are you? They cried out in desperation. Su Ke sheathed the heavy, profound ruler, his obsidian-like eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. "I am Su Ke." At this revelation, the pupils of the Blood Sea sect's nascent soul masters constricted, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, their lips trembling violently. Indeed, Su Ke and Apos' name had long reached even the ears of Blood Sea sect. Yet, they never anticipated that the black-robed figure before them was none other than Su Ke. "Farewell, esteemed gentlemen. Hurry along to reunite with your beloved sect leader." Su Ke smiled, a wisp of ghostly white flames swirling in his palm, bubbling like boiling water, emitting frigid mist that sent chills down the spine. As his voice faded, Su Ke struck out with his palm. Boom! A howling tempest erupted, and the bone-chilling cold fire surged like a deluge, sweeping across a vast expanse of forest. No, the nascent soul masters, along with the Golden Core cultivators who had fled several hundred meters away, screamed in horror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the bone-chilling fire engulfed the entire forest, freezing the area in an instant. All members of Blood-Sea sect, along with lurking beasts and trees, were transformed into ice sculptures. The world fell eerily silent. Suke's mind echoed with a flurry of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host Suke, on successfully showcasing your prowess, earning 40 points of display value. Ding! Congratulations, host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, on successfully showcasing your prowess, earning 60 points of display value. Ding! Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, for successfully showcasing prowess, earning 70 points of prestige. Ding! Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, for vanquishing a Yuanying stage cultivator, acquiring 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, for slaying a Yuanying stage cultivator, gaining 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for defeating a Jindan stage cultivator, receiving 50,000 experience points and a golden elixir. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for conquering a Yuanying stage cultivator, obtaining 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for vanquishing a Jindan stage cultivator, acquiring 50,000 experience points and a golden elixir. Chapter 48, The Wound of Dao Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for leveling up. Current realm, 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. After a flurry of system notifications, Suke finally found clarity. He had successfully ascended 3 levels, stepping into the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. Nearly a step away from perfection. Without hesitation, he summoned the system and opened his personal information interface. Host, Suke realm, 9th layer of the Golden Core stage, mastery, experience points, 0 200. 0 prestige points. 800 techniques. Ancient 5 elements technique intermediate skills. Dragon transformation 9 variations, completion. 3000 thunder movements, completion. Soldier secret, 10 progress. Flame dividing wave, completion. 6 harmonies body technique, completion. Buddha's wrath fire lotus, 30 progress. Exotic fire, azure lotus core fire. Bone spirit cold fire essence, techniques, 30 points. Profession, nun status. Son-in-law of the Fire Yuan Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. Ha! Suke burst into hearty laughter. He was pleasantly surprised. His venture into the Blood-Sea sect had proven immensely profitable, nearly doubling his prestige points to a remarkable 800. However, he had no intention of spending them just yet. He wished to accumulate them, for he feared he might need a substantial amount for the method to resurrect Xiaorou, which was imminent. At that moment, the members of the Tai sect behind him were roused by Suke and amp, Oppos' laughter. Yet, the vast expanse of trees frozen into ice sculptures still left them momentarily dazed. Su Yunlan stared at Suke, slightly agape, unable to utter a word. Just moments ago, she had pondered how to assist Suke through this perilous battle, only to witness him obliterate the entire Blood-Sea sect with a mere palm strike. Moreover, the manner of their deaths was eerily reminiscent of Song Yunhai and amp, Oppos' fate. It turned out that Song Yunhai had not been slain by that elder, but rather, the 2 elders gasped in shock. Song Yunhai was a formidable cultivator at the 8th layer of the nascent soul stage, the most powerful figure in Fengwu City. To think he had perished at the hands of someone merely at the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. Wait, what was happening? How had he ascended to the 9th layer? Suddenly, the 2 elders widened their eyes, incredulous as they gazed at Su Quebec. Su Yunlan also took note, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, and Oppos, Suke, and Oppos, for successfully displaying your prowess invisibly, earning an additional 60 prestige points. Suke had grown accustomed to these sudden and inexplicable moments of grandeur and paid little heed to them. He turned and approached the members of the Tai sect. Xiao. Senior Xiao, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed a female disciple of the Tai sect, her voice brimming with excitement. This was the first time she had witnessed such a magnificent battle and such overwhelming power. Merely flattery. Suke chuckled heartily. Su Yunlan and amp, Appo's beautiful eyes glimmered with curiosity as she inquired, "Is your surname Xiao?" Suke paused, suddenly recalling that he had introduced himself with the alias Xiao Yin in his earlier encounters with Song Gongzi and others, which had led the Tai sect disciples to believe him. He had spoken softly when revealing his identity to the Blood Sea sect members, ensuring Su Yunlan and the others had not heard. Now, caught off guard by her question, Suke awkwardly smiled and replied, "Actually, my surname is Su. Given name K? Currently single." "Su, what did you say?" "Suke?" Su Yunlan initially pondered, lightly tapping her finger against her chin, but suddenly it dawned on her, prompting an exclamation of surprise. The two elders and the other 6 disciples were rendered speechless. Suke? This individual was none other than the legendary Suke. No wonder he effortlessly annihilated the Blood Sea sect. No wonder he had the leisure to roast chicken wings after the carnage. Instantly, the Tai sect disciples found everything that had transpired to be entirely reasonable. "Indeed, I am Suke," he said, wearing an innocent smile. The members of the Tai sect shivered involuntarily. Had they not already interacted with Suke, they might have fled at the mere mention of his name. Su Yunlan's complexion paled as her mind raced with thoughts. This person truly resembled the tale spoken of, capable of annihilating entire families with a flick of his hand. Yet, those who perished had indeed brought it upon themselves. Why, then, did she feel a twinge of fear? Sectmaster Su, why do you look so pale? Have you sustained an injury? Allow me to take a look." Suke suddenly leaned closer to Su Yunlan, his expression filled with concern. Su Yunlan snapped back to reality, startled to find Suke and Appo's face nearly pressed against hers. She instinctively took a step back, her face growing even paler, shaking her head. I'm fine. Really. Yet your complexion betrays you. It clearly indicates a loss of blood." Suke continued, unabashed. "To be candid, I am a physician, often referred to as the divine doctor." "What? Did you not claim to be the god of food?" a younger female disciple exclaimed, bewildered. Suke waved dismissively. "The god of food is merely a side profession. My primary occupation involves healing the sick, saving the world, and charming ladies." "Charming ladies? What does that mean?" Su Yunlan asked, puzzled. "Simply put, it means assisting women with their ailments. Come now, Sectmaster Su, allow me to charm. Cough, cough. Let me examine your wounds." Wait. I assure you, I have not been injured, nor do I have any wounds." "Thank you for your concern, Su Daoist," Su Yunlan exclaimed, flustered as she backed away, fearful that Suke might genuinely attempt to touch her. "What? Is the Sectmaster truly injured?" the younger female disciple gasped, her gaze shifting to Su Yunlan. The others were equally taken aback. Before long, the atmosphere grew tense. Several female disciples, including Su Yunlan, suddenly realized and blushed furiously. You. Su Yunlan, both embarrassed and indignant, glared at Suke, struggling to find a retort. Despite her beauty, she had endured her share of flirtatious remarks from unscrupulous cultivators, yet she had never encountered someone as brazen as Suke, who delivered such shameless lines with utmost sincerity, nearly convincing her. "Incorrigible rogue." After a prolonged silence, Su Yunlan managed to utter this phrase, shooting a reproachful glance at Suke before taking flight on her sword, disappearing into the sky. The others exchanged bemused glances, filled with unspoken words. Just moments ago, he had been a formidable force, a merciless killer, and now he had transformed into a shameless scoundrel, leaving them utterly astonished. What manner of person was he truly? Chapter 49. Reluctance after Su Yunlan and Appo's departure. 2 elders from the Tai sect fervently invited Suke to visit their sect, seemingly eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Unable to decline their warm hospitality, Suke accompanied them to Fengwu City. Along the journey, Suke learned that Fengwu City was quite distant from the Tianwu sect, even with sword flight. It would take 2 to 3 days to arrive. However, the news of the Tianwu sect and Appo's sudden destruction spread rapidly due to its prominence. And Suke and Appo's reputation rose alongside the collapse of the sect and the emergence of the Ingui men. From the conversations with the Tai sect elders, Suke gathered that the Tianwu sect had fallen into complete decline, no longer possessing its former prestige. The sect and Appo's leader, Zhang Danshan, reportedly succumbed to inner demons after fruitlessly searching for Suke for half a month and hastily retreated into seclusion. Thus, the sect, still reeling from its losses, was deprived of a powerful nascent soul practitioner to oversee it. Moreover, the news of Elder Sun's collusion with the Ingui men to massacre villages further tarnished the Tianwu sect's reputation, leading to a barrage of scorn from various righteous cultivators. Eventually, several elders at the nascent soul stage could no longer bear the pressure and departed, leaving only a handful of elite disciples to hold the fort. In the pursuit of cultivation, innate talent alone is insufficient. Rare materials and elixirs are equally vital. Without the alchemical expertise of nascent soul elders, the Tianwu sect's resources began to dwindle, unable to meet the needs of its disciples. Many ultimately chose to leave, while those with greater potential were lured away by other sections. Time was of the essence for them. Wasting it within the Tianwu sect, regardless of their talent, would inevitably lead to stagnation. Thus, within a matter of days, the Tianwu sect lost a considerable number of disciples. As long as Zhang Danshan remained in seclusion, the sect held no promise of revival. However, the duration of a nascent soul practitioner's retreat could range from a few years to several decades, leaving everything uncertain. As they conversed and traveled, Suke arrived at the Tai sect. Over a century ago, the Tai sect was also a formidable sect, rivaling the Tianwu sect at its peak. However, following the disappearance of Su Yunlan's grandfather, the sect's first leader, it gradually fell into decline. With exceptional talent and abundant resources, Su Yunlan ascended to the nascent soul stage within a mere 20 years and took over the leadership. After losing her parents in a battle several years prior, the entire Tai sect relied on her and two elders to keep afloat, making their situation quite challenging. Suke sensed this upon stepping into the sect. Observing the dilapidated buildings, the overgrown courtyards filled with fallen leaves, and the cobwebs, all indicative of neglect over the years. The sect's total number of disciples barely exceeded 20. With the highest cultivation level belonging to the 6 golden core disciples he had encountered in the withered bone forest. The rest were primarily at the foundation establishment and core formation stages. Suke, under the guise of a guest named Xiao Yan, settled into a loft in the inner courtyard, with the 2 elders and the 6 disciples keeping his true identity a secret. This was Suke and Appo's request, as his current notoriety could bring calamity to the Tai sect if his presence were to be revealed. After all, he was merely staying temporarily, intending to rest for 2 days before heading back to the withered bone forest to hunt demon beasts. Now at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he needed just 2 million experience points to level up, which meant he had to slay 6 nascent soul beasts to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and acquire the means to resurrect Xiao Rou. However, on the first night of his stay, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Suke reclined on his bed, gazing at the beautiful moon outside, lost in contemplation. Bored and unable to sleep, he pondered whether to venture out and catch a few birds to roast for a midnight snack. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted in with the breeze, catching his attention. He focused his gaze and was startled to see a graceful figure standing outside his window, smiling at him. Had it been anyone else, Suke would have surely scolded them for trying to scare him in the dead of night. Yet, upon seeing her, he found himself at a loss for words. The figure was none other than Su Yunlan, the beautiful leader of the Tai sect, her ethereal beauty and grace making her appear more like a celestial being than a specter. "Ah, Leader Su, you're still awake?" Suke sat up, smiling at her. Meanwhile, he was taken aback, wondering why the enchanting leader had come to see him in the middle of the night. Could it be that she sought his healing abilities? The thought of teasing her in the withered bone forest earlier made him chuckle inwardly. Su Yunlan merely smiled serenely, her bright eyes and fair complexion showing no trace of shyness or anger, exuding an air of confidence as if she had forgotten about their earlier encounter. "Su Daoyu, you jest. At our cultivation levels, what need is there for sleep?" she replied softly. Suke paused for a moment, realizing that in many novels he had read, cultivators rarely needed sleep. Meditation often sufficed as rest. However, his method of leveling up was quite different, relying solely on experience. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Leader Su? Please, come in and have a seat. Enjoy some tea," Suke suggested, noticing her hesitance as she lingered by the window. Su Yunlan gently waved her hand. "No need. I merely wish to converse with Su Daoyu here." Suke Kuden and Appo's tea helped but smirk at her words. What did she mean by and Appo's here and Appo's? Surely, she wasn't Appo's tea afraid that he might devour her? Yet, upon further reflection, He understood her hesitation. As the leader of a sect and a young woman, it would indeed be inappropriate for her to enter his room at such an hour. But then again, seeking him out for a chat in the dead of night was itself rather peculiar. Suke shook his head in bemusement. Unfazed by his expression, Su Yunlan gazed up at the night sky and softly inquired, "Su Daoyu, what are your plans for the future?" Suke was momentarily taken aback, pondering her question. "In the future, I intend to continue my travels, saving the world, and charming maidens wherever I go. Of course, that is all contingent upon resurrecting Xiao Rou first. Have you not considered settling down? Perhaps finding a sect to call home, guiding disciples in their cultivation, and no longer living amidst daily strife and bloodshed?" Su Yunlan suggested gently. Suke raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing her intentions. This beautiful leader was trying to recruit him. A grin spread across his face as he asked, "Leader Su, are you inviting me to join the Tai sect?" Su Yunlan paused momentarily, turning to face him with a smile, nodding slightly. "Indeed. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Tai sect and serve as our grand elder. Would Su Daoyu be willing?" "Unwilling," Suke replied, shaking his head decisively. Chapter 50. I have a method ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, rewarded with 60 points of show-off value. The system and Amp, Oppos, S prompt echoed in Suke and Amp, Oppos, S mind. Su Yunlan, seated by the window, was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Suke and Amp, Oppos, S outright refusal. "Could you enlighten me on your reasoning, fellow Taoist Su?" she inquired, perplexed. Reasoning? How could he possibly disclose that he needed to slay humans and beasts to level up? That he had to flaunt himself to accumulate wealth? If he stayed, it would be akin to willingly succumbing to degradation. What a jest! Was Suke the sort to willingly descend into such a state? No one could hinder his flamboyance. With this thought, Suke maintained a radiant smile and replied, "Noble status is not inherent. A man must rely on his own strength. I aspire to roam the vast world, and if you, Su sect leader, wish for me to remain as an elder, it would be akin to clipping my wings." Su Yunlan was immediately taken aback, her heart racing. Noble status is not inherent. A man must rely on his own strength. What an exquisite line. I did not anticipate that fellow Taoist Su possessed such remarkable eloquence. I apologize for my presumptions. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. A forced smile crossed her lips, her eyes filled with complexity. Initially, she viewed Suke as a roguish, loquacious wanderer, albeit with a kind disposition and formidable strength. She believed that if he remained in the Tai sect, it would surely elevate its status. Yet, at this moment, Suke spoke with such literary prowess, reminiscent of a talented scholar, particularly with that phrase, "Noble status is not inherent. A man must rely on his own strength," which left her utterly astonished. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Suke, for successfully showing off, rewarded with 50 points of show-off value. Suke received the system's notification, secretly amused that his poetic lines from his original world were equally remarkable in this realm of cultivation, perfectly suited for showcasing. Turning to Su Yunlan, he said, "Your praise is unwarranted. For someone as cold and unruly as I truly does not belong in a sect. It would only bring trouble. Thus, I can only accept your goodwill in my heart." Uft. Su Yunlan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Cold and unruly? She had never heard anyone describe themselves in such a manner. Suke was indeed a peculiar individual. Unable to contain her amusement, she replied, "Indeed. Fellow Taoist Su is anything but ordinary. However, I believe that while you possess a rebellious spirit, you are also quite approachable and not at all cold-hearted." "Not cold-hearted? I suppose I should try this approach next time, as aloofness is the primary element of show-off," Suke mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Su Yunlan gazed at Suke, feeling a sudden pang of envy, and let out a soft sigh. "In truth, I envy your carefree lifestyle, unfettered and possessing extraordinary skills. Able to traverse the world." Suke was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up as he sat up. "You can too. Being a sect leader does not necessitate remaining within the sect at all times. That would be dreadfully dull. Come, let us embark on an impromptu journey together. I will take you, and you shall bring the funds." "An impromptu journey?" Su Yunlan murmured, her heart fluttering with unexpected excitement. Yet she soon shook her head with a wry smile. "If only it were that simple. Aside from myself, there are only 2 elders left to manage the sect. We often struggle to handle various affairs. If I were to leave, the Tai sect would surely descend into chaos. How could that be? I see you're, ahem. Please don't take offense, but I believe your disciples are not numerous, and life seems quite relaxed, Suke remarked, puzzled. That is merely a fade. We frequently deal with disturbances from members of the demonic sect. We drive one batch away, and another soon follows, Su Yunlan explained. Oh, Suke and Appo's interest piqued. His eyes gleaming. Are they numerous? Upon hearing about the disturbances from the demonic sect, he felt as if a horde of challengers were approaching, and excitement surged within him. Quite a few, but they typically do not engage us directly. Usually, if we offer them some spirit stones, they will depart, Su Yunlan replied casually. Suke and Appo's lips twitched. Wait, is this essentially collecting protection fees? So, it seems the demonic sect has its perks? What kind of cultivators usually come? Suke inquired further. Su Yunlan regarded him with a curious glance, seemingly puzzled by his questions, yet she answered, typically, there are 1 or 2 core formation experts and several golden elixir disciples. Fellow Taoist Su, why are you asking this? Haha, it and Appo's. Nothing at all. Suke chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. However, his excitement betrayed him, and Su Yunlan's expression shifted as she seemed to surmise something. Fellow Taoist Su, you must not act recklessly. Those individuals belong to the demonic sect near Foggy City. Their movements are unpredictable. If you were to slay a group, another would inevitably come, and if you were to eliminate them, the Tai sect would indeed face grave repercussions. What is there to fear? Let them come, I shall slay them, Suke declared boldly. Su Yunlan shot him a concerned glance and replied, if you would consider staying to assume the position of Grand Elder, I would naturally fear nothing. But if you were to leave, how could the Tai sect withstand the repeated incursions of the demonic sect? That is indeed a valid point. Suke nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. If he were to stir up trouble with the demonic sect and then depart, it would undoubtedly bring disaster to the Tai sect. However, if he could strengthen the Tai sect, that concern could be alleviated. With that, Suke concentrated his thoughts and summoned the system, accessing the marketplace interface. He then inquired, is there anything available that could enhance the sect and Appo's combat capability and be utilized by others? Initially, providing the Tai sect with a formation would be most suitable, but the items the system currently offered could not be used by outsiders, hence Suke's inquiry. Before long, the system's marketplace flashed, presenting several items. Suke was taken aback, for the items were all blueprints. However, after glancing over the information on the blueprints, Suke burst into hearty laughter. Su Yunlan, seated nearby, was startled. Having observed Suke suddenly zoning out, she was puzzled and about to voice her thoughts when he erupted in laughter, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Taoist, what is the matter? Suke, brimming with excitement, suddenly crossed the window and embraced Su Yunlan, exclaiming with joy, Sect Leader Su. I have a method that can liberate the Tai sect from the disturbances of the demonic sect, and it could even elevate it to become the most powerful sect in the vicinity of Foggy City. Taken aback by the unexpected embrace, Su Yunlan was shocked and attempted to break free, only to be stunned into silence by Suke's words. What did you just say? Chapter 51. The invitation to free the Tai sect from the disturbances of the demonic sects, even to rise as the most powerful sect within the vicinity of Misty City. Upon uttering these words, even Su Yunlan found it hard to remain composed. Were it anyone else speaking thus, she would have dismissed it as madness. However, when Suke made such a claim, it became impossible for her to disregard it. In her eyes, Suke was, in a sense, a kindred spirit of lunacy. The feats he had accomplished thus far were nothing short of extraordinary, each one steeped in madness and wonder. First, he single-handedly annihilated the Ghost sect at the Foundation establishment stage, then confronted the Heavenly Martial sect, slaying a nascent soul expert in their midst and crushing their stronghold before departing. A mere fortnight later, he reappeared in the Bone-Dry Forest, obliterating the entire Blood-Sea sect with his golden core prowess. Now, with his sudden assertion of a method to elevate the Tai sect, Su Yunlan's immediate thought was, could he be intending to eradicate all the sects in Misty City? In a moment of impulse, Su Yunlan pushed Suke away, taking a step back while inhaling deeply, her expression grave. Su Dao, you please. Calm down. Suke was momentarily bewildered. How could she not be thrilled by such promising news? Why was she asking him to calm down instead? Damn it, this was a significant loss. He had spent over 100 points of bravado value to exchange for the blueprint, and before he could seize the moment to steal a kiss, he was left with nothing but a fleeting embrace. What a waste. Su Daoyu, I understand your good intentions, but if we can resolve the troubles posed by the demonic sects, that would indeed be splendid. However, the other sects are innocent. I implore you to show mercy. Su Yunlan and Apos. S words were somewhat indirect, suggesting that Su Ke, the harbinger of death, spare the other righteous sections. Su Ke remained perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Sister Su, what are you talking about? Well, never mind. The truth is, I possess a blueprint that can forge a powerful magical artifact to help you defend the Tai sect. With this, you can sleep soundly when the demonic sects come to invade. If you harbor ambitions, you may even take the artifact into battle, ensuring your victories are guaranteed. As he spoke, Su Ke produced the blueprint and handed it to Su Yunlan. Su Yunlan was taken aback, then sighed in relief, realizing her misunderstanding. Su Ke was not here to kill, but to offer a magical artifact. This was indeed a favorable turn of events. But what kind of artifact could possibly possess such power to fend off the demonic sects and conquer the realms? Curiosity piqued, she slowly accepted the blueprint. Su Ke smiled subtly, seizing the opportunity to brush against Su Yunlan's delicate hand. In truth, the blueprint he presented was for a godly power energy cannon, a formidable weapon from a high-tech realm of cultivation, which had cost him 120 points of bravado value to acquire. If crafted according to the blueprint, it could be wielded by others. Moreover, the cannon and Apos' power was astounding. It required only a single low-grade spirit stone to fire 10 rounds, each shot comparable to the strongest strike of a peak nascent soul expert. If produced in sufficient numbers, even transformation stage experts would be forced to kneel. The most crucial aspect was that any cannon forged by Su Ke would grant him experience and rewards whenever it was used to slay enemies, explaining his eagerness to distribute them wherever he roamed. As long as the Tai sect employed these godly power energy cannons to defeat foes, he would continuously accumulate experience, a prospect anyone would find appealing. However, upon glancing at the blueprint, Su Yunlan and Apos' curiosity waned, replaced by a bittersweet smile as she looked at Su Daoyu. I fear that this mundane cannon may not prove very effective. Mundane cannon? What nonsense. You jest. A mundane cannon cannot compare to this. Su Ke retorted, pointing at the blueprint. Sister Su, look closely. This is a godly power energy cannon. With just one low-grade spirit stone, it can unleash 10 shots, each on par with the strongest strike of a nascent soul expert. If I craft 10 of these, the Tai sect will be invincible, and even transformation stage experts would dare not provoke you. Su Yunlan and Apos' expression froze momentarily before she forced a smile, clearly unconvinced by Su Ke and Apos' assertions. After all, in the realm of cultivation, she had never heard of any magical artifact possessing such strength, capable of being activated with merely one low-grade spirit stone, and each strike rivaling that of a nascent soul expert. Such a notion seemed improbable unless it were a legendary celestial artifact. However, celestial artifacts required true essence to operate, and could only be forged by celestial beings. It was unimaginable that one could be so casually produced. Yet, she refrained from voicing her doubts to Su Ke, fearing it might embarrass him. Instead, she returned the blueprint, saying, Su Daoyu, if that is the case, I shall leave it to you. Please let me know what materials you require. As long as the Tai sect possesses them, you may have them. It was not that she was overly generous. It was simply that the Tai sect had exhausted its resources, and their treasury held little of value. Thus, Su Yunlan allowed Su Ke to take what he needed. Fortunately, the construction of the godly power energy cannon did not demand precious materials. It primarily required a substantial amount of Xian iron. The additional complex rune stones had been generously included with the blueprint, sufficient for Su Ke to forge 4 or 5 cannons. Ultimately, Su Ke obtained a token from Su Yunlan and made his way to the Tai sect and Apos' treasury. Since he was unable to sleep and pressed for time, he decided to begin the crafting process immediately. Xian iron was an essential material for forging flying swords, and as such, the Tai sect and Apos' treasury was well stocked. Upon entering, Su Ke wasted no time and began to clear out the Xian iron, leaving the treasury's guardians in a state of astonishment. Afterward, he returned to his small courtyard, too lazy to seek out a forge, and instead unleashed his true essence. causing the Xian iron to levitate in midair. Soon after, he summoned a blazing green flame from his palm, the celestial lotus heart fire, enveloping the Xian iron and igniting it rapidly. Following the instructions in the blueprint, Suke utilized the otherworldly flame to swiftly melt the Xian iron into a liquid state, eliminating impurities throughout the process, which took several hours. By the time dawn broke, he had finally refined a jet-black liquid of Xian iron. He then began to shape the molten iron, cooling it while molding it into the form of the godly power energy cannon as depicted in the blueprint. Just as the cannon's body began to take shape, he quickly retrieved 2 stone slabs etched with runic markings, which he had acquired with the blueprint, and embedded them into the cannon's core. This principle was akin to implanting an electronic chip into a device, and Suke executed the task with remarkable ease. Several hours later, as dusk approached, the sky began to blush with hues of red. Suke successfully completed the forging of his first godly power energy cannon, marking a triumphant achievement. The cannon measured over 1 meter in length, its surface as dark as ink, adorned with a multitude of golden runes that exuded an air of mystery. Without delay, he summoned a disciple of the Tai sect to notify the sect leader and 2 elders to come and witness the cannon. Upon seeing Suke in the courtyard, the disciple's expression turned peculiar, caught between laughter and restraint. Here was a cultivator crafting a mundane military piece, treating it as though it were a treasure. If word got out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Nevertheless, Suke was indeed a distinguished guest, and the disciple ultimately managed to suppress his amusement, saying softly, "Dao friend, when we meet the sect leader and elders, we must first present a nameplate, stating our intent." "What is this? We need to send a nameplate to see them? What absurdity is this?" Suke scowled, bewildered that such a minor sect would impose such trivial customs. Even the heavenly martial sect did not have such complicated protocols. The disciple hurriedly waved his hand and clarified, "My friend, you misunderstand. Throughout the generations, our sect leaders and elders reside within the library, which is heavily fortified with restrictions. One must possess a special decree to gain entry. However, only the elders and the sect leader can carry such decrees. Other disciples can only submit their requests by delivering a name card. Our sect leader has also fretted over this matter, wishing to alter these restrictions, yet he finds himself utterly powerless, as they were established by our founding ancestor." "I see." Suke nodded slightly and said, "Very well. Please assist me in composing a name card and send it promptly." "Certainly. Kindly recite what you wish." "And I shall inscribe it as you direct," the disciple replied, producing a silver piece of paper. Suke stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before stating, "You should write, dear, never mind, just write, and Apos, sect leader Su. A dashing and aloof young man wishes to invite you to witness the divine energy cannon this evening. And Apos." The disciple was momentarily taken aback, looking somewhat troubled. "My friend, this name card is rather small, and the space for writing is limited. Might you consider a more concise version?" "Concise?" Suke contemplated briefly and replied, "Then write, and Apos, sect leader Su. A charming young man wishes to invite you to see the cannon tonight, and Apos. Could it be further shortened? Still more concise?" "Very well, write, and Apos, sect leader Su. Invitation for tonight, and Apos. Exclude the word and Apos, cannon and Apos. Indeed, my friend is truly gifted." The disciple exclaimed, "By the way, the name of the sender must also be included. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "I am the Cannon God." Chapter 52. Terrifying destructive power. As twilight descended, the stars twinkled in the sky, and a gentle evening breeze wafted over from the back mountains of the Tai sect. Suke stood atop the mountain, alongside a massive black cannon, his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering in the wind, gazing into the distance at a grand tree, his target for testing the might of the divine might energy cannon. After all, the most potent strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator was no trifling matter. Suke had to conduct his experiment here on the mountain. Otherwise, one misstep could obliterate the Tai sect, and he could only imagine how furious Su Yunlan would be. At that moment, Su Yunlan, accompanied by 2 elders and several golden core disciples, was making her way to the mountaintop. The beautiful sect leader felt a sense of helplessness regarding the so-called divine might energy cannon, which had taken merely a day to fabricate. She lacked confidence in it. feeling Su Ke was merely toying around. The two elders, upon learning from Su Yunlan about Su Ke's creation of a cannon, displayed peculiar expressions. One elder, while on the way, inquired, "Sect leader Su, I heard from the disciple guarding the treasury that Su Ke has taken all the profound iron. Was it truly for the sake of this cannon?" "Indeed. I promised him to take whatever materials he required," Su Yunlan replied calmly, nodding. The two elders' faces fell, their expressions turning despondent. "But that was our last bit of profound iron. While not exceedingly rare, it is of considerable value. To waste it thus is truly—" Alas, they both sighed heavily. None of them deemed that the artillery used in mortal armies could pose any threat to cultivators. Even if modified, it could never rival a spell. Thus, their visit to the back mountains to witness Su Ke's cannon test was merely for amusement, akin to celebrating the downfall of the Bloodsea sect. Only Su Yunlan remained composed. To her, the loss of some profound iron was inconsequential. After all, Su Ke's intention to assist the Tai sect touched her heart. Over the years, she had tirelessly supported the sect alone, and now, with Su Ke willing to share her burdens, even if his efforts bore little fruit, it provided her with a measure of comfort. Before long, Su Yunlan and her companions arrived at the mountaintop. Upon seeing the cannon, entirely black with golden runes inscribed upon it, they were rendered speechless. Su Ke, unfazed by their expressions, eagerly pointed to the opposite mountaintop and asked, "If I fire this cannon at that peak, it won't cause any issues, will it?" "No problem. There are no inhabitants on that mountain, only some wandering beasts. Fellow Taoist Su, feel free to proceed," Su Yunlan replied nonchalantly. The two elders nodded in agreement, albeit their expressions remained somewhat distracted and indifferent. They believed they had witnessed the potency of mortal artillery before. A shot would likely result in nothing more than a large crater. What impact could it possibly have beyond that? "Very well, then I shall proceed. Let us witness the inaugural shot of the divine might energy cannon together," Su Ke proclaimed with enthusiasm as he approached the cannon. All eyes were upon him as he took a deep breath, silently declaring that the moment to impress had arrived. With a swift motion, he opened a small compartment atop the cannon and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from the storage ring obtained from slaying a nascent soul cultivator. The spirit stone radiated a ghostly green luminescence, translucent as jade, which he pressed into the compartment. The two elders expressed surprise. Typically, cannons required gunpowder and shells, ignited by a flame. They had never seen one that necessitated a spirit stone first. Su Yunlan, however, was startled, suddenly recalling Su Ke and Appos' words from the previous night, that this was a cannon that consumed only spirit stones. Could it be that he spoke the truth? A thought flickered in her mind, but she quickly suppressed it, deeming it impossible and refusing to believe it, as it was simply too astonishing. Suddenly, Su Ke clapped his palms together, his fingers moving rapidly to form a complex and obscure seal. A golden stream of spiritual power erupted, enveloping his fingers in a fiery golden aura. "Fire!" Su Ke exclaimed, his eyes wide open as he thrust his palm, infused with golden energy, against the cannon's rear. With a resounding boom, the cannon emitted a deep, resonant sound reminiscent of a golden bell, and countless golden runes on its surface illuminated, radiating a dazzling golden brilliance. Fervent and resplendent. What on earth is happening? The two elders of the Tai sect wondered, sensing that this was no ordinary cannon. Su Yunlan and Appos' mouth slightly agape. Her face filled with shock, watched as the golden runes on the cannon reached their zenith of brightness. The brilliant glow began to coalesce within the barrel like a golden sun, suddenly illuminating the entire dark night. Boom! In the next instant, an overwhelming beam of golden radiance erupted from the cannon, striking the opposite mountaintop. The night sky transformed into daylight, blinding them momentarily, causing Su Yunlan and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. With a deafening roar, the earth-shattering sound reverberated in their ears, jarring their eardrums and leaving a ringing sensation. When they finally opened their eyes, the brilliance had dimmed, no longer blinding. Yet, what lay before them left them utterly astounded. The once mighty mountain now appeared as if cleaved in two. Its summit vanished without a trace, the breakage smooth as a mirror. Such terrifying destructive power was beyond the capabilities of even Su Yunlan and her companions. They could scarcely fathom achieving such a feat after all. That was a mountain, a colossal peak. Yet, with but one shot, it had been reduced to nothingness. "Sect leader Su, I possess a method that can liberate the Tai sect from the clutches of the demonic sects, even elevating it to the status of the most powerful sect in the vicinity of Misty Fog City. Sect leader Su, witness closely. This is the divine might energy cannon. With a single low-grade spirit stone, it can unleash 10 shots, each equivalent to the most formidable strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, the echoes of Su Ke and Apos' words from the previous night reverberated in Su Yunlan and Apos' ears, each syllable crystal clear. Su Yunlan was utterly mesmerized. While Su Ke's previous feats of slaying multiple nascent soul cultivators had left her in awe, she could still rationalize such occurrences, for in this vast world, there would inevitably be a few prodigious talents. Yet, the spectacle before her was beyond her comprehension. In merely one night's time, with just a blueprint and a quantity of profound iron, he had crafted a cannon that rivaled the might of a peak nascent soul cultivator. How could one possibly accept such a reality? Chapter 53. The Demonic Gate Approaches Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Apos, Su Ke and Amp, Apos, for successfully displaying prowess, earning 80 points of pretentiousness. The system notification echoed in Su Ke and Amp, Apos' mind, yet he remained entirely unfazed. After witnessing the devastating power of the divine might energy cannon, he found himself momentarily stunned, realizing the sheer magnitude of its destructive capability. Had he known of such formidable strength during the Withered Bone Forest incident, he would have aimed it at that group of nascent soul cultivators, securing a fortune of experience points and amplifying his own display of grandeur. However, despite the cannon and Apos' might, it paled in comparison to the power of the. Su Ke felt no genuine regret. He glanced over at Su Yunlan and her companions, who were still in a state of shock and couldn't help but smile. Their astonishment was entirely justified. After all, the divine might energy cannon was a relic from a bygone era of advanced cultivation technology, and Su Ke had effectively introduced a piece of a more sophisticated society into this ancient realm. The level of their shock was akin to modern individuals witnessing an aircraft carrier being constructed before their eyes in ancient times. Imagine the psychological impact on those who witnessed such a spectacle. Fortunately, this astonishment did not linger long. By the time Su Yunlan and her companions regained their composure, Su Ke was already crouched beside the cannon, discreetly extracting the spirit stones within and stowing them away in his storage space. The onlookers were taken aback. Was it merely a low-grade spirit stone? Why was he so stingy, recovering it after just one use? Su Ke, undeterred by their gazes, remained nonchalant, his demeanor unchanged as he smiled at them. Dear friends, are you satisfied with my and Amp, Apos, divine might energy cannon and Amp, Apos? He inquired. Su Daoist, is this truly a creation of yours? Su Yunlan and Amp, Apos' eyes still shimmered with disbelief. Indeed. Su Ke blinked and nodded cheerfully. It took only one night. Just using that mysterious iron? The question was a bit more complicated. Essentially, the runes played a significant role. But he couldn't and Apos' inscribe those runes yet, and their quantity was limited. Thus, he could forge no more than 2 additional divine might cannons for them. Su Ke raised 2 fingers. Upon hearing this, Su Yunlan and the 2 elders were utterly astonished. If 1 cannon was this formidable, what would 2 more entail? Who would dare challenge the Tai sect in the future? Even if the Bloodsea sect had not been annihilated, they would likely think twice before confronting the current Tai sect. This gift was immensely valuable and shocking to the members of the Tai sect. Su Yunlan could not refuse such a grand offering. The sect had fallen into disarray, akin to a critically ill patient, and Su Ke and Amp, Apos' 3 divine might cannons were akin to a miraculous elixir capable of reviving them. After a moment of silence, Su Yunlan regarded Su Ke earnestly, stating, Su Daoist, this favor will be forever etched in the annals of Tai sect. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Even if it means exhausting the resources of our sect, we shall spare no effort to aid you. Thank you, Su Daoist. The 2 elders and several disciples behind them expressed their gratitude in unison. Too kind, too kind. There is no need for such formality. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the future, feel free to unleash the divine might cannon upon them. Oh, and here is a simplified set of seals to operate the cannon. You may begin your studies. Su Ke generously declared. He naturally hoped that the more adversaries the cannon eliminated, the more experience he would gain. Subsequently, Su Ke descended the mountain with the others, returning to the Tai sect. Under the cover of night, He hurriedly forged 2 additional divine might cannons, transporting them to the library. For the Tai sect, these 3 divine might cannons had become treasures of the sect, supreme artifacts for protecting their domain, demanding utmost vigilance in their safeguarding. As dawn broke, Suke stepped out of his courtyard, prepared to depart. After spending 2 days at the Tai sect without any disturbances, he realized that aside from showcasing his prowess, he had gained no experience points at all. Thus, he resolved to venture once more into the withered bone forest. Slaying 6 more nascent soul beasts would allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Golden Core stage, facilitating a system upgrade that would grant him the means to resurrect Xiaoro. Just as Suke took his first step out of the courtyard, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps behind him. A group of Tai sect disciples rushed past him, their faces marked by urgency and panic. Suke raised an eyebrow, about to inquire about the commotion when a raucous uproar erupted at the mountain gate. Su Yunlan, are you not coming out to welcome us? Have you prepared the spirit stones for this month? Why the delay? Are you attempting to provoke us into action? Su Yunlan, our patience is limited. You have 3 breaths and oppos, time. If we do not see the spirit stones within that time, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. By the way, our leader is on his way with others. I advise you to comply obediently and hand over the spirit stones. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Suke and Appo's expression darkened upon hearing the brazen taunts from the demonic sect members outside. He had previously heard Su Yunlan mention that such disturbances from the demonic sect were not uncommon, but he had not taken it seriously. Now, witnessing their arrogance firsthand, he finally grasped the immense burden Su Yunlan had shouldered alone for so many years to uphold the Tai sect. Since they have delivered themselves to my doorstep, I shall make them my first targets. I am in dire need of experience to level up, Suke thought coldly, stepping purposefully toward the mountain gate. Outside stood a dozen cultivators clad in black and red robes, 2 of whom were at the nascent soul stage, while the remainder were at the Golden Core stage. It was the latter who were responsible for the raucous jeering. As Suke emerged and took in the scene, a chill swept through his gaze. These mere Golden Core cultivators had grown audacious, relying on the backing of 2 nascent soul practitioners, daring to taunt the esteemed Su Yunlan, who was at the nascent soul stage, simply because the Tai sect had fallen from grace. Their arrogance was utterly intolerable. Suke detested such individuals above all else. Striding forth with purpose, he furrowed his brow and admonished, "What are you yapping about? Which dog is unrestrained, barking incessantly in the early morning and causing annoyance?" The demonic sect members outside were momentarily taken aback, their malevolent gazes swiftly converging upon Su Quebec. One of them sneered, "Who is this brash little brat? Get out of the way and let that wretched Su Yunlan come forth." Suke sighed softly, shaking his head. "Your foul mouth could use a permanent closure." No sooner had he spoken than his form blurred, transforming into a flash of lightning that wove through the air, appearing directly before the speaker. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 54. Bring me the divine might cannon with a dull thud. The Golden Core disciple of the demonic sect was sent flying by a single punch. No one had the chance to react, not even 2 powerful nascent soul experts, who failed to comprehend how such a scene unfolded. Suke's speed had become unfathomable. Upon reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and unleashing the 3,000 thunder moves, he was no longer comparable to his former self. Even without entering the Dragon Transformation 9 changes state, his current realm and techniques, coupled with a heavy mystical ruler, were sufficient to contend with a nascent soul practitioner. With such prowess, dispatching a 5th-level Golden Core disciple of the demonic sect was effortless. Bang! The demonic disciple crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, marking his demise on the spot. The faces of the dozen or so demonic sect cultivators shifted drastically as they hastily formed spells, preparing to retaliate. Yet, none dared to strike first. The scene of Suke instantaneously slaying a Golden Core cultivator had deeply intimidated them, rendering them immobile. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 40 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for killing a Golden Core cultivator, gaining 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Standing imperiously, Suke paid no heed to the chaos around him, his lips curling into a faint, cold smile as he listened to the system notifications in his mind. Whoosh! Just then, several streaks of light pierced the air. It was Su Yunlan and two elders, accompanied by several golden core disciples confidently carrying a divine might cannon, eager to engage in battle. Having witnessed the cannon and amp, Oppo's power, they no longer feared the demonic sect. They were intent on exacting revenge for their fallen comrades. However, upon their arrival and the sight of Su Ke standing over the bloodied demonic disciple, they were taken aback. The disciples of Tai's sect exchanged glances, their eyes filled with sympathy. How foolish to provoke this murderous man. His wrath was 100-fold more terrifying than that of the demonic sect. Su Yunlan, what are you implying? Do you wish to declare war on my wind-chasing gang? A nascent soul man from the demonic sect questioned darkly, fury evident in his gaze. For too long, Tai's sect had been a target for their extortion. Even when Tai's sect resisted, they eventually yielded and paid a portion of their spirit stones. But today's situation was unexpected. The once docile Tai's sect had dared to kill one of their own. Su Yunlan's expression remained indifferent as she gazed down, ignoring the wind-chasing gang members. With a gentle smile, she addressed Su Ke, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Taoist Su. There and Oppo's. No need for gratitude. These mere lackeys are easily dealt with." Su Ke replied with a casual wave and a smile. The wind-chasing gang was instantly enraged. The nascent soul man shot a cold glare at Su Ke and said sternly, "So you are not from Tai's sect? We have no enmity with you, yet you choose to slay our members. Is it that you look down upon us, or do you wish to make enemies of the entire wind-chasing gang?" His words dripped with veiled threats. After all, the wind-chasing gang was a significant force in Misty City. While not as formidable as the Bloodsea sect, their reputation was not to be trifled with, and few dared to provoke them. Thus, the members of the wind-chasing gang had developed a habit of declaring their name before striking, hoping to instill fear in their opponents, making them believe that even if they triumphed, they could not defeat the wind-chasing gang behind them. In most cases, weaker sects like Tai would yield after weighing their options, willingly offering spirit stones to avoid conflict. But this time, their tactic would not work, for they had encountered Su Ke. Su Ke had never been one to succumb to threats. Even the head of the Heavenly Martial sect could not intimidate him, let alone a mere wind-chasing gang. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the dozen or so gang members, he rested his chin on his hand, feigning contemplation, and then nodded earnestly. "I've thought it over, and indeed, I look down upon you. Firstly, your gang's name is quite lacking. Wind-chasing gang? If you look around, most people chasing the wind are simpletons. Clearly, your name pales in comparison to the explosive Sky Gang. Secondly, your overall strength is inadequate. You cannot even compare to the Bloodsea sect. How could I possibly respect you? Tell me, are you not ashamed? Do you not feel embarrassed?" The crowd fell silent, and soon several Tai disciples burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. "Ha ha ha, this is simply undeniable. It's remarkably logical. I never thought the name Wind-Chasing Gang was peculiar until now. The image of a bunch of fools chasing the wind is simply too amusing. Stop, stop. Oh dear, I'm laughing so hard I'm crying." The laughter of the Tai disciples resonated, not out of malice toward the Wind-Chasing Gang, but rather from the absurdity of the situation. For years, the members of the Wind-Chasing Gang had boasted their name with pride, only to be comically reinterpreted by Su Ke, leaving them feeling foolish. Su Yunlan couldn't help but smile, and had it not been for her position as the sect leader, she might have burst into laughter. She looked at Su Ke, her eyes glimmering with rare admiration, increasingly convinced that this young man was not only powerful but also quite entertaining. Despite Su Ke only spending a little over 2 days at Tai's sect, Su Yunlan felt that those brief moments were more enjoyable than all her previous years combined. The members of the wind-chasing gang stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. This was the first time since their establishment that anyone had dared to evaluate their gang in such a manner. What was meant to invoke fear and respect had turned into a source of humiliation. The faces of the two nascent soul experts darkened to an extreme, their eyes ablaze with fury. One of them fixed his gaze on Su Ke and gritted his teeth, saying, "No matter who you are, today you and Tai's sect shall meet your end. Once our leader arrives, we shall annihilate Tai's sect without leaving a single one alive." His voice echoed throughout Tai's sect. "Preposterous. Tai's sect is not a rabble you can covet." The two elders of Tai's sect rebuked furiously. With the divine might cannon in their possession, they felt emboldened and would no longer tolerate the wind-chasing gang and Oppo's bullying. Su Yunlan, as the sect leader, cast a frosty glare at the wind-chasing gang, coldly declaring, "Leave my Tai sect within 3 breaths, or do not blame us for our actions." "Wait," Suke suddenly interjected, casting a bewildered glance at Su Yunlan. "Sect leader Su, you cannot be suggesting that we let them go? That is utterly unacceptable. Bring me the divine might cannon. There is no need for a gang like the wind-chasing gang to exist." As his words rang out, the disciples of Tai's sect felt a chill run down their spines, exchanging wry smiles. Indeed, those who provoke a murderous man seldom meet a favorable end. It seems Suke was intent on wiping them out entirely. Poor wind-chasing gang. Chapter 55. Fire at me, Humph. What an audacious proclamation. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure, a resonant cold snort suddenly echoed from the air. The crowd was taken aback, looking up to see dozens of figures soaring through the sky on flying swords, heading towards the gate of the Tai sect. Leading them was a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, with a hawkish nose and a toad-like mouth. He appeared grotesque, yet evoked an instinctual fear. This man was none other than Peng Gang, the leader of the wind-chasing gang. Following him were several dozen members at the core formation and golden core stages, along with 2 elders at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. With the addition of the previous 2, the wind-chasing gang boasted 5 nascent soul experts. No wonder the Tai sect had endured humiliation, unwilling to provoke the wind-chasing gang over a few spirit stones, as it could signify their annihilation. Peng Gang descended with an imposing presence, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Suke, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. He sneered, "A mere golden core junior dares to speak so brazenly. Whether the wind-chasing gang should exist or not is not for you, a hairless brat, to judge. Apologies. But my hair has grown." Suke pointed to his own hair, responding earnestly. The members of Tai sect Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but twitched their lips, bemused by his seriousness. It was evident that Peng Gang and Amp, Oppos' arrival had failed to instill panic among the Tai sect members. Just 2 days prior, Suke had eradicated numerous strong foes from the Bloodsea sect in the Withered Bone Forest. Perhaps the news had yet to spread, for few in Windfog City were aware of the Bloodsea sect and Amp, Oppos' demise. However, the Tai sect members knew this well, having witnessed Suke and Amp, Oppos' overwhelming power firsthand. Now, a gang that was inferior to the Bloodsea sect dared to cause trouble. The Tai sect members felt nothing but sympathy for this pitiful demonic faction. At this moment, Suke snapped his fingers and instructed several golden core disciples from the Tai sect, "Bring over the divine might cannon. It's time to demonstrate how this cannon eliminates foes." Understood. The disciples promptly wheeled over the divine might cannon. Su Yunlan and the 2 elders maintained their calm demeanor, showing no intent to intervene. Over the years, the Tai sect had been subjected to relentless bullying. Many disciples had perished at the hands of the wind-chasing gang and other demonic factions in the Withered Bone Forest, and every month or so, they had to surrender a portion of their spirit stones to them. Now that Suke declared his intention to annihilate the wind-chasing gang, Su Yunlan and the others certainly would not oppose it. The wind-chasing gang members gazed at the seemingly ordinary, pitch-black cannon brought forth by the Tai sect, momentarily taken aback. Soon, some core formation members Kuden and Oppos helped but burst into laughter. What are they trying to do? They and Oppos actually brought out a cannon. Has the Tai sect lost its mind? What use do they have for a mundane cannon meant for mortals in battle? Perhaps they wish to entertain us with a fireworks display? Unlikely. I suspect this cannon might be something more extraordinary, perhaps a magical artifact? Are you foolish? Have you ever seen anyone use a cannon as a magical artifact? Look at how cumbersome it is. It would likely be a burden in battle. Amidst the discussions, several nascent soul experts from the wind-chasing gang exchanged glances. One elder murmured, "This object may appear ordinary, but it bears runes on its surface, indicating it is not a mere mortal's possession." Indeed, the Tai sect is not so foolish as to bring an ordinary cannon to confront us. This item is likely their trump card. The others nodded slightly in agreement. Peng Gang, a naturally suspicious man, wore a slightly grave expression, scrutinizing the divine might cannon in silence. At that moment, the divine might cannon was pushed beside Su Quebec. He turned to the members of the wind-chasing gang with a faint smile, then extended his fingers and lightly pressed on the cover of the cannon's slot. With a resonating thud, the cover sprang open. The members of the Tai sect held their breath, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. "Here it comes," They were about to witness the miraculous power of the divine might cannon once more. Excitement filled their eyes, for they had all witnessed its might before. And now Suke intended to use it to subdue the wind-chasing gang. They were curious about the outcome, and even Su Yunlan was keenly interested in this spectacle. Suke leisurely retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, placing it into the cannon's slot. However, the pained expression on his face once again embarrassed the Tai sect members. It was merely a low-grade spirit stone. Why did he seem so distressed? A hint of a smile crept onto Su Yunlan and Apos' lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she observed Suke's every move. The wind-chasing gang members were momentarily stunned. Several nascent soul experts were also taken aback. A cannon powered by spirit stones was truly unheard of. This object was indeed extraordinary. Leader, why not stop wasting time and attack directly? We could capture Su Yunlan, and you could enjoy some time with her. One suggested to Peng Gang with a deep chuckle. Hee. I'm curious to see what trick they are trying to play. Peng Gang shook his head with a cold smile, stating, a mere cannon poses no threat. Observe closely. Although it is powered by a spirit stone, that brat has only inserted a low-grade spirit stone. It truly is a low-grade spirit stone. Is this kid genuinely foolish or merely pretending? The spiritual energy contained in a low-grade spirit stone is utterly feeble. What can he possibly achieve with it in the cannon? The nascent soul experts of the wind-chasing gang wore puzzled expressions. Bang! At that moment, Suke had already formed the seal to activate the divine might cannon, his palm enveloped in golden spiritual energy as he slammed it onto the cannon and Apos' body. The runes on the cannon glowed brilliantly, radiating golden light that gradually intensified. Peng Gang, however, merely chuckled coldly, convinced that the cannon posed no threat to them. With a mocking expression, he declared, a mere trick. I stand here unmovable. Should you manage to harm even a single hair on me, I may consider leaving your corpse intact. Suke Kuden and Apos' help but laugh. Oh, you're quite the pretentious one, but it's futile. Just watch the cannon. Boom. The divine might cannon suddenly unleashed a blinding beam of light, descending upon the wind-chasing gang with devastating force. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes, unable to withstand the overwhelming brilliance. Moments later, as the light began to wane, the members of the Tai sect opened their eyes. Outside the vast mountain gate, the wind-chasing gang members, who had once stood in a neat row, were now reduced by more than half, including 3 nascent soul experts who had perished in the recent blast. Yet, the leader, Peng Gang, was still alive. Oh my! Suke exclaimed suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The members of Tai sect turned to him, astonished. With a sincere expression, he addressed the leader of the wind-chasing gang. My apologies. I missed and only severed one of your arms. No worries, I can fire again. Chapter 56. The completion of the Golden Core stage. A sudden silence enveloped the entire arena. The surviving members of the Chasing Wind gang found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. Even Peng Gang, the leader of the gang, appeared completely stunned. The formidable SHNWI cannon, a weapon of instantaneous and overwhelming destructive power, transcended the comprehension of these cultivators. When the cannon fired, Peng Gang had no time to react. He was blinded by a blinding beam of light, instinctively shutting his eyes. What followed was an onslaught of terrifying destructive force, a sensation akin to narrowly escaping death. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a desolate void around him. Most of his gang had vanished, as had his 3 Yuan stage subordinates. He even felt a dull ache in his left arm. But before he could assess his injuries, he heard Suke apologetically state that he had misfired. Misfired? He had only lost an arm? And it was inconsequential. Just fire again? In that instant, Peng Gang was left dumbfounded. He stared down at his left arm, and the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. He let out a wretched scream. The combination of rage from losing his left arm and the delayed, excruciating pain drove him to the brink of madness. More infuriating was Suke's nonchalant comment about misfiring and firing again, which nearly made him spit blood in fury. At that moment, the remaining members of the Chasing Wind gang snapped back to reality, witnessing the scene before them, rendered speechless in shock. How could this happen? Where's Ergo, the one who was just beside me? What on earth transpired? Why are there only a handful of us left? Leader, you're injured, your arm. Suddenly, a dozen gang members were thrown into a panic, their minds awash with confusion. No one had anticipated that a single cannon, fueled by a low-grade spirit stone, could unleash such terrifying power, completely unstoppable. However, being unstoppable did not equate to being unavoidable. After the previous shot, Suke realized that the SHNWI cannon possessed a commendable attribute, but also a critical flaw. The advantage lay in the cannon and Oppo's adjustable power, a feature that only Suke could utilize with a mere thought. Earlier, fearing it might be too powerful and obliterate the gate of the Tai sect, he deliberately reduced its power by half. Yet, reducing the power revealed its downside: poor accuracy. The SHNWI cannon lacked an automatic targeting system, requiring the user to calibrate it manually. If the enemy was in motion, the cannon and Oppo's hit rate would significantly decrease, making it challenging to strike the opponent, relying solely on the operator's foresight. Nevertheless, the members of the Chasing Wind gang had remained stationary, making Suke's earlier apparent misfire intentional. He clearly intended to ensnare Peng Gang, aiming to take down all members of the Chasing Wind gang, ensuring they would not return. Thus, he chose to eliminate the 3 Yuan Ing stage experts on the left first, along with a group of Jedon and Jindan stage members. A substantial amount of experience points was instantly accrued by Su Quebec. The 3 Yuan Ing stage experts provided him with 600,000 experience points. And with the additional Jedon and Jindan members, his total experience surged to 760,000 out of 1,200,000. A staggering 76,000 experience points, leaving him just 440,000 experience points shy of the perfected 10th layer. What did 440,000 experience points signify? Quite simply, it required 2 Yuan Ing stage experts and 1 Jindan stage expert. Suke and Oppo's gaze turned fervent, fixating intently on Peng Gang and another Yuan Ing stage expert from the Chasing Wind gang. Bang! He struck the SHNWI cannon with his palm, causing the golden runes to shimmer brilliantly once more. But this time, Peng Gang and his companions reacted swiftly. Faced with the cannon, their expressions shifted dramatically, fear etched on their faces. With a collective cry of run, they leaped into action, riding their flying swords to scatter in all directions. Suke quickly recalibrated the cannon, his first target being Peng Gang and Oppo's right arm. Boom! With a deafening roar, the blinding golden beam erupted, slicing past Peng Gang's right side, striking several members of the Chasing Wind gang, and successfully obliterating Peng Gang's right arm. Oh no, another misfire! Suke exclaimed again. Yet the lack of regret on his face betrayed his true intentions. The disciples of the Tai sect immediately grasped the situation, gasping in disbelief. Damn it, he was doing this on purpose. However, the most frustrated of all was Peng Gang, the esteemed leader of the Chasing Wind gang. A prominent figure in Wind Mist City. He could hardly fathom that he would meet such an end, being reduced to a state of disarray by a mere 9th layer Jindan stage cultivator wielding a cannon, leaving him armed only with shattered arms. Consumed by rage, he bellowed to the heavens, Tai sect, mark my words, the Chasing Wind gang shall return with a vengeance, and I will not rest until we settle this score. Just you wait. With that, he mounted his flying sword, intending to flee down the mountain. Yet, Suke and Oppo's voice, reminiscent of death itself, echoed once more, ringing in Peng Gang and Oppo's ears like a death knell. Don't even think about returning. Prepare yourself, for another shot is coming. Ready, aim, boom. As Suke and Oppo's command reverberated, the SHNWI cannon unleashed its third shot. The massive golden beam surged toward Peng Gang at an imperceptible speed, instantly piercing through his back, striking down the last Yuan Ing stage expert of the Chasing Wind gang as well. In the end, several members of the Chasing Wind gang, having escaped hundreds of meters away, were caught in the blast, their souls scattering into oblivion, utterly annihilated. Thus, an utterly one-sided battle drew to a close. Suke's mind was soon flooded with a series of system notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for successfully showing off. Reward of 40 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for successfully showing off. Reward of 60 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for successfully showing off. Reward of 80 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppos, for slaying a Yuan-ing stage cultivator. Reward of 200,000 experience points and a storage ring. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Yuan-ing stage cultivator. Reward of 200,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Jindan stage cultivator. Reward of 50,000 experience points and a Jindan. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for slaying a Jindan stage cultivator. Reward of 50,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for leveling up, current realm, 10th layer of the Golden Core stage. Congratulations to the host Suke for achieving the perfected realm of the Golden Core stage. Successfully activating the system level function, current system level, LV1. Ding. A free system upgrade opportunity has been detected for the host. Would you like to use it? Having finally achieved consummation, a surge of ecstasy overwhelmed Suke upon reaching the 10th level of the Golden Core stage, despite his anticipation. System, expedite the complementary upgrade. He mentally commanded. Commencing system upgrade. A chime echoed. 1, 12, 28, 51. System upgrade complete. Current system level, LV2. New items added to the store. Item usage permissions unlocked. The prompt concluded, and the system fell silent, leaving Suke perplexed. New items? Item usage permissions? Of what avail is this? I was promised a method to resurrect Xiaoro. Her revival is my sole desire. Suke implored mentally, searching for resurrection method. Please wait. After a brief interlude, the system and Oppos' voice reverberated once more. Search complete. Based on the host and Oppos' current strength and the resources of this world, the resurrection method with the lowest difficulty has been located. A luminous interface materialized before Suke, automatically navigating him to the system store, where a solitary item was displayed, a medicinal prescription. 9 Revolutions Soul Revival Elixir, prescription. This elixir nurtures the souls of the deceased, possessing the power to revive the dead and reconstruct their physical bodies. There is a chance of obtaining a 5 elements chaos physique. Primary ingredients: primordial gold spirit grass, primordial wood spirit grass, primordial water spirit grass, primordial fire spirit grass, primordial earth spirit grass. Auxiliary ingredient: essence of life. Price: 2,000 acting tough points. Suke was dumbfounded. He was unfamiliar with any of the materials listed in the prescription, and the price for this single recipe was an exorbitant 2,000 acting tough points. He frantically searched for these materials in the system store, but to no avail. System, is this your idea of lowest difficulty? Where am I supposed to find these primordial gold and fire spirit grasses? Suke lamented. The system responded impassively. Please proceed with the exchange. What? You require me to exchange before providing guidance? Suke exclaimed, his eyes widening. Affirmative. Guidance will commence upon successful exchange. Very well. Exchange. 2,000 acting tough points deducted. Exchange 4 and Oppos. 9 Revolutions Soul Revival Elixir prescription and Oppos. Successful. Suke reluctantly purchased the prescription, expending a staggering 2,000 acting tough points. His once ample supply dwindled to a mere 300. However, Suke felt no remorse. If it meant resurrecting Xiaoro, he would have spent 20,000. Or even 200,000 acting tough points. Now, enlighten me. Where can I acquire these materials? Suke demanded of the system. Please wait. The system responded, and a dense wall of text appeared before Quebec. Primordial gold spirit grass grows in areas with the most concentrated gold elemental spiritual energy, containing unimaginable spiritual power. Can be used for alchemy. Based on the host's current world, the location of this item has been identified, deep within the Dragon Vein, south of the Golden Yuan Kingdom's Imperial City. Primordial wood spirit grass grows in areas with the most concentrated wood elemental spiritual energy, containing unimaginable spiritual power. Can be used for alchemy. Based on the host's current world, the location of this item has been identified, deep within the Dragon Vein, west of the Wood Yuan Kingdom's Imperial City. Primordial fire spirit grass grows in areas with the most concentrated fire elemental spiritual energy, containing unimaginable spiritual power. Can be used for alchemy. Based on the host's current world, the location of this item has been identified, deep within the Dragon Vein, east of the Fire Yuan Kingdom and Amp, Oppos' Imperial City. Primordial water spirit grass. Hold on, the Dragon Vein east of the Fire Yuan Kingdom and Amp, Oppos' Imperial City? Unbelievable. Suke nearly erupted in profanity. Based on the memories of his current body, he was intimately familiar with that location. The eastern outskirts of the Fire Yuan Kingdom and Apos, imperial city were the imperial mausoleum, the final resting place of generations of emperors. This accursed system. Are you toying with me? You expect me to raid tombs? Are you unaware of the intricate mechanisms and formidable restrictions within, which even the current emperor dares not tread lightly? Suke mentally bellowed. To his knowledge, the first emperor of the Fire Yuan Kingdom was a refinement void stage cultivator, even more powerful than those in the infant transformation stage. He personally constructed the imperial mausoleum, and subsequent emperors reinforced its defenses to prevent intrusion. It wasn't an Apos, the treasures buried within that were the concern, but the fact that the imperial mausoleum was built upon the dragon vein. Before their demise, emperors would enter the mausoleum and entomb their physical bodies, ensuring the prosperity and perpetuity of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Therefore, if Suke were to enter the imperial mausoleum, he would have to outwit and outmaneuver generations of Fire Yuan emperors. No, not just the Fire Yuan Kingdom. He and Apos have to raid the imperial mausoleums of all 5 kingdoms. The primordial spirit grasses are the essence of the entire dragon vein, the system responded. Once extracted, the dragon vein and Apos' energy will be depleted, and the nation and Apos' fortune will be extinguished. So what? All I want to know is, with my current cultivation level, how am I supposed to plunder the imperial mausoleums of 5 kingdoms? Suke inquired. The system remained silent for a moment before responding impassively. Therefore, this endeavor is fraught with peril. It is hoped that the host will strive to cultivate diligently. Incredible. Suke erupted in curses. He was still standing at the entrance of the Tai school. The crowd, having witnessed his dispatch of the Chasing Wind gang, were about to inquire when they heard Suke and Apos' sudden outburst. They were startled, wondering who had provoked this murderous overlord. Fellow Taoist Su, what is the matter? Su Yunlan approached Suke gracefully, her voice gentle and laced with concern. Suke regained his composure and sighed. Nothing. I and Apos' returned to my room to rest. He turned and walked towards the nearby courtyard. Su Yunlan watched his retreating figure. Her lips parted, but she remained silent. Suke returned to his room, his emotions gradually calming. He knew that arguing with the system was futile. The system would and Apos' intentionally deceive him. After all, this involved resurrecting a life, defying the natural order. To demand a life from the heavens was inherently difficult. Regardless, he had at least obtained a method to resurrect Xiao Ro and found a direction. Damn it. I Don and Apos' care about the imperial mausoleums of 5 kingdoms. No one can stop me from resurrecting Xiao Ro. I refuse to believe that a few tombs can thwart me. I and Apos' exchange for some manuals of the grave robbing school and plunder your entire tombs. Suke clenched his fists, his heart filled with renewed determination. He had no attachment to these 5 kingdoms. Even if he destroyed the dragon veins, only the royal families would suffer, not the common people. Therefore, Suke and Apos' first target was the Fire Yuan Kingdom. He remembered clearly that the original owner of this body had died because of the Fire Yuan Kingdom and Apos' emperor, who had deceived him into cultivating in the palace for years, feeding him countless elixirs, and then allowing the princess to absorb his cultivation and even his heavenly fire spirit root. Fortunately, he had transmigrated and obtained the system, which not only restored his heavenly fire spirit root, but also replenished the other 4 heavenly spirit roots, transforming him into the formidable 5 elements heavenly physique. It and Apos' time for a trip to the Fire Yuan Kingdom and Apos' imperial city. Emperor, little princess, your consort is returning. Suke stood before his room, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 58. Journey to the imperial city. As night fell, the small courtyard was tranquil, illuminated by a radiant moon hanging in the sky. Suke reclined on his bed, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed out at the starry expanse. Lost in contemplation, he resolved that soon he would embark on his journey to the imperial city. After all, 5 royal tombs awaited his exploration, each fraught with peril beyond measure. Moreover, he intended to exact revenge on the emperor and the princess, although their schemes had targeted the former owner of this body. The memories of that life lingered within him, evoking feelings of resentment and anger. Thus, vengeance was imperative, for Suke's restless mind would surely keep him awake otherwise. However, before his departure, Suke planned to bestow a significant gift upon the Tai sect. The formidable divine might cannons were bound to attract attention, and should adversaries conspire to seize them, the Tai sect would struggle to defend itself with merely 3 cannons. Summoning the system, his personal information interface materialized before him. Host, Suke Realm, Golden Core Stage, 10th Layer, Mastery, Experience Points, 01, 500. 000 Imposing Value, 380 points. Cultivation Technique, Ancient 5 Elements Technique, Intermediate Level Skills, Dragon Transformation 9 Changes, Perfect, 3000 Thunder Movements, Perfect, Military Character Secret, Progress 10. Flame Devouring Wave, Perfect, 6 Harmonies Body Movement, Perfect, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Progress 30, Exotic Fires, Azure Lotus Earth Fire, Bone Spirit Cold Fire Essence, Cultivation Techniques, 30 points, Profession, None Status, Imperial Son-in-Law of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, Eastern Wilderness. With his prowess now at the pinnacle of the Golden Core Stage, he was poised to face the legendary 4-9 Heavenly Tribulations, the gateway to the nascent Soul Stage. The 4-9 Heavenly Tribulations, while fundamental, involved enduring 4 strikes of lightning. Those who survived could transform their core into an infant and embrace vast opportunities. Failure, however, would spell certain doom. Yet, this tribulation posed a greater challenge to demonic beasts than to human cultivators, who typically navigated it with relative ease, and Suke found little concern in this regard. His current worry lay in the dwindling amount of imposing value. After redeeming the 9 Revolutions Soul Revival Elixir recipe, he was left with a mere 380 points. What could he possibly exchange for the Tai sect with such a meager amount? Perhaps a few more divine might cannons? That seemed unwise. If the enemy employed a strategy of sheer numbers, a handful of cannons would be insufficient. If he exchanged for an array, it would be limited to his control alone. In his absence, it could only serve as a passive defense, lacking synergy with the Tai sect's members. Suke frowned. No matter how powerful an array might be, without a controller to manipulate the array plate, its effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. This was precisely why Elder Sun had overrun Panshan Village. Had Suke been present, even without direct intervention, merely controlling the array plate would have unleashed a devastating force against Elder Sun, rendering him far worse than simply sustaining minor injuries. But wait. Suddenly, Suke recalled something, sitting upright from his resting place. During the system upgrade, he had heard of 2 new features being unlocked. He murmured to himself as he re-entered the system interface. In the system's interface, a new upgrade information section revealed the enhancements made with each update. Indeed, 2 new features had been added. One was an expanded selection of items in the store, including the coveted 9 Revolutions Soul Revival Elixir recipe. And the other permitted the use of items by others, no longer restricted to his own usage. This second feature instantly resolved Suke's dilemma. If others could utilize the items, he could simply redeem an array without concern. He immediately accessed the system store, navigating to the array section, meticulously selecting from an array of beginner-level formations. Ideally, he would have preferred to exchange for an intermediate-level array, but the cheapest among them demanded over 200 imposing value. And those formations were primarily suited for gathering spiritual energy, not for defense or counterattack. The few intermediate-level arrays with offensive capabilities were priced at over 400 imposing value, which Suke simply could not afford. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for beginner-level selections. Initially, Suke had intended to redeem the 8 Desolations 4 Symbols array to give to the Tai sect. However, as he scanned through the beginner-level arrays, he noticed a few he had never seen before, one of which possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Bagua 10,000 Swords Array, derived from the remnants of the ancient 8 formation diagram, with Qian representing heaven and Kuan representing earth. Each hexagram embodies a realm. Once an intruder enters, they will lose their sense of direction, experiencing a reversal of heaven and earth. Subjected to the onslaught of 10,000 swords, certain death awaits. Note, this array is ineffective against those at the nascent soul stage or above. Price, 200 imposing value. Goodness, what a steep price. It nearly rivaled that of the intermediate-level arrays. Nevertheless, this array was indeed impressive, had it been available during the incident at Panshan Village. Even that old crone would have struggled to break it. Alas, Suke's thoughts drifted back to Panshan Village, eliciting a wave of emotions. He glanced at the soul-gathering pagoda resting at his chest, where the spirit of Xiao Ro lay peacefully asleep, and his melancholic mood softened somewhat. Resolutely, Suke gritted his teeth and redeemed the Bagua 10,000 swords array. Ding! Congratulations, host and amp, Oppos, Suke, and amp, Oppos, for successfully redeeming the and amp, Oppos, Bagua 10,000 swords array, and amp, Oppos, consuming 200 imposing value. A flash of white light swept past, and a small array plate materialized within the system package. Suke retrieved it, examining it briefly before nodding in approval. With this array, even in his absence, the Tai sect could safeguard itself, and combined with the 3 divine might cannons, its future prospects would be formidable. Now, he could depart with peace of mind. How unfortunate, though, that he had yet to win over the beautiful sect leader. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Suke chuckled softly to himself. Ultimately, he penned a letter detailing the usage of the Bagua 10,000 swords array, placing it alongside the small array plate on the table. He then turned and stepped out of the room, employing the 3,000 thunder movements to soar into the sky, gradually vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Sigh. After Suke and amp, Oppos' departure, a gentle sigh echoed from the corner of the courtyard. A figure clad in white emerged gracefully, her skin as smooth as cream and her demeanor ethereal. She was Su Yunlan, the leader of the Tai sect. Observing the direction Suke had taken, her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, a blend of reluctance and concern. Gently, she pushed open the door to Suke and Oppos' modest dwelling and stepped inside. Upon noticing the items left behind, she paused momentarily before picking up the letter and settling onto the bed to read. Moments later, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her face as she murmured softly, "Is there nothing else left for me aside from the instructions for the sword array?" She set the letter down and reclined onto the bed. The sheets still retained a hint of warmth, and as Su Yunlan pressed her exquisite face against the pillow, she inhaled deeply, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 59. Suke from 6 years ago. The next day, as dawn broke, Suke, cloaked in black, with the mysterious weighty measuring tool slung across his back and a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, hummed a carefree tune as he leisurely traversed the mountain path. He had been journeying throughout the night, heading towards the distant imperial city. However, located at the border of the Huiyuan kingdom, this area was not only desolate, but also quite remote, even with relentless travel day and night. It would take at least a month or 2 to reach the imperial capital. Yet, Suke was mentally prepared for this arduous journey, intending to hunt some demonic beasts along the way to accumulate experience and continue his ascension. After all, the imperial city was fraught with perilous individuals, such as the emperor himself, a formidable existence at the 6th level of the transformation stage, surpassing even the sect leader of Tianwu, Zhang Danshan, by 1 tier, a truly terrifying power. Previously, Suke had utilized his dual anomalous fires, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, to confront Zhang Danshan. Bolstered by the state of dragon's soaring 9 transformations, his most formidable technique. Yet, it had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Zhang Danshan, merely tearing his garments and leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. Now, as Suke approached the imperial city, he was about to face an emperor far mightier than Zhang Danshan, a source of considerable pressure. Indeed, once one reached the transformation stage, the journey to ascend each level became exceedingly arduous. Even the most gifted individuals would require decades of cultivation and countless rare resources to make any progress. Although there appeared to be only a single tier of difference between Zhang Danshan and the emperor, a duel between the two would undoubtedly see Zhang Danshan defeated within mere dozens of exchanges. The disparity between them transcended mere levels, as the time and resources expended for that single elevation could easily cultivate dozens of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Consequently, Suke's mood was rather somber. Having previously vanquished numerous lesser foes, he now contemplated the reality of confronting a transformation stage powerhouse, realizing he had virtually no chance of victory. Sighing heavily, he continued on his way. Before long, he crested a mountain and arrived at its base, where a quaint tea house lay not far ahead. This route, being a government thoroughfare, was desolate for miles around. Both cultivators and common folk would typically stop here to rest. As Suke approached, he noticed only a few commoners scattered about the tea house, seemingly having just arrived, while the young waiter busily served them tea. "Young man, bring me a bottle of Sprite," Suke called out as he found an empty table and plopped down. The waiter was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed guest, what is? Sprite? We do not have that here. What do you have then? Suke inquired, a glimmer of realization sparking within him. Initially intending to jest, he suddenly recalled that this world lacked Sprite and beer. If he could somehow procure a few bottles in the future, wooden and amp, oppos. Tea, that be a fine way to impress others? Honored guest, we have exquisite teas and some fine dishes. Please feel free to order anything you desire. The young waiter replied with a hearty smile. Suke, lost in thoughts of future opportunities to impress, absent-mindedly nodded. All right, just bring me a pot of tea. Certainly. The waiter responded cheerfully and hurried away. Shortly after, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the distance, intermingled with the rumbling sound of wagon wheels. The patrons of the tea house turned their attention, whispering among themselves. Goodness, such a commotion. Surely it must be some high-ranking official. Indeed, it and amp, oppos. That's the first time I and amp, oppos, ve seen such a grand entourage here. Could it be from the imperial city? What are you talking about? Look at their direction. They and amp, oppos, re-heading toward the imperial city. Perhaps they are envoys from a neighboring country. No. The wagon bears the flag of Huiyuan Kingdom. How could they be from a neighboring nation? Then they must be our kingdom's envoys returning from a visit to the neighboring country. Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our drinks. Suke, too, observed the procession passing along the thoroughfare. The sight was indeed impressive. A contingent of approximately 200 individuals, among whom were over 100 cultivators, ranging from the core formation stage to the nascent soul stage, showcasing remarkable strength. Some rode horses while others walked, all safeguarding the lavishly adorned central carriage. Though the carriage was entirely enclosed, Suke could still sense that two individuals within possessed the prowess of the core formation stage. Who could they be? Of such esteemed status that even nascent soul experts were relegated to guarding the exterior of the carriage? Suke pondered this, albeit without much inclination to delve further, as he lifted the steaming tea recently brought by the waiter and sipped it leisurely. Meanwhile, inside the carriage that passed the tea house, two breathtakingly beautiful women sat, exuding an extraordinary presence. One was clad in a simple yet elegant gown, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, a jade hairpin adorning her locks. Her delicate, sweet face was perpetually graced with a gentle smile, emanating a serene elegance akin to a captivating peony. Beside her sat another woman, even more stunning. Her hair elegantly styled high, her skin as smooth as cream. Her face, pale as snow, bore an air of icy aloofness, and her gaze radiated a commanding authority, clearly indicating her high status as an ice beauty. The woman in the simple gown smiled gently at her companion, the ice beauty, and remarked softly, "My princess, who has upset you? Ever since we returned to Huiyuan Kingdom, you've kept a stern face. Be careful, or you might develop wrinkles." If Suke were to see the ice beauty in the carriage, he would undoubtedly unleash a strike with his weighty measuring tool. Indeed, for she was none other than the sole princess of Huiyuan Kingdom, Ji Wanqing, known by the title of the Fiery Sun Princess. This familiar visage was etched in Suke's memory, as he had once encountered the owner of this face before, until all her powers were drained, leaving her lifeless in this far-off frontier. Yet, the aura emanating from the princess now would surely astonish Suke, for in his recollection, the Fiery Sun Princess had not possessed such a frigid demeanor. Rather, she had been more of a delicate, dependent figure. "Zishuan, do you still remember Suke?" The Fiery Sun Princess inquired calmly, gazing at the woman in the simple gown. "Suke?" The latter responded, taken aback, blinking her beautiful eyes before nodding. "Yes, I remember. Ever since we entered the frontier, the tales surrounding Suke have been abundant along the way. However, those stories seem rather exaggerated. How could a core formation cultivator possibly slay a transformation stage expert, especially a nascent soul elder, and escape unscathed? I am certain there must be embellishments involved." "Not quite," the Fiery Sun Princess replied, shaking her head slightly, her expression impassive. "I was referring to a different Suke, the one from 6 years ago." Upon hearing this, the woman in the simple gown appeared puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, her mouth fell slightly agape as if recalling something, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you referring to the one who was summoned by the Fire Emperor to the palace as a consort 6 years ago? I remember now. Yes. That false consort was also named Suke. What has become of him now?" "Dead," the Fiery Sun Princess stated coldly. Chapter 60, A robbery by the old master what? He is dead? The lovely eyes of the woman in plain clothes widened in shock. Princess Yin nodded calmly. I only learned of this matter recently. Upon hearing this, the woman and Appo's eyes darkened involuntarily. After a few seconds of silence, she let out a sigh. Reflecting on it, I seem to recall how he blushed adorably when he first met us. Even then, I knew he would become the indirect furnace for the Fire Emperor. Unfortunately, we were too young to intervene. Later, he was imprisoned in the underground palace for closed-door cultivation. Over time, we forgot about him, and now, to mention it again, he has already passed. I have never forgotten. Princess Yin Yang's eyes slightly closed, responding with a calm affirmation. What? The woman in plain clothes stared wide-eyed, astonished. Then, why didn't Appo's you stop it? Because my father wished to advance further, and Suke was the most suitable candidate at that time. He possessed the heavenly fire spirit root and had no family ties. Thus, my father had phantom concubine impersonate me for 6 years, accompanying Suke during that time. Only when he reached the golden core stage did they extract the heavenly fire spirit root from him. I considered it a form of compensation for a homeless orphan who should have starved on the streets. Princess Yin stated, her voice devoid of emotion. So, all these years, it was phantom concubine impersonating you to accompany Su Quebec. With her enchanting skills and transformation techniques, deceiving a golden core practitioner was indeed not difficult. No wonder I have rarely seen her in the palace these past few years. However, I still find Suke quite pitiable, the woman said. Her beautiful eyes filled with sympathy. Princess Yin remained unmoved, her expression steady. Each person has their destiny. There are far more pitiful souls in this world than just him. Moreover, his death was not without value. After Phantom Concubine extracted the heavenly fire spirit root, she transferred it to my father, who has now begun to strive for the 7th level of cultivation. If he succeeds, it would be a boon for the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Sighing softly, the woman in plain clothes gently closed her eyes, choosing not to speak further. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly opened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Wait, could this Suke be the same Suke? If not, I shall investigate and see if there are any portraits of him, to ascertain what kind of person he is." Princess Yin shook her head. There are many people with the same name. There is no need to make a fuss. Furthermore, the Suke in the palace is already dead. Before his demise, all his cultivation was drained. Even if he managed to survive, without his spirit root, he could not cultivate again. That is true. After all, there is no medicine in this world that can regenerate a spirit root. The woman in plain clothes nodded in realization. At this moment, Suke had already departed from the small tea house, continuing on his journey to the imperial city. Along the way, he hummed a tune and occasionally employed the 3000 thunder movement technique to traverse mountains and valleys. Whenever he encountered dense forests, he would immediately stop, entering to hunt demon beasts and catch a few ordinary animals for roasting. After several days, Suke's experience points had increased significantly, though his show-off points were scant. He had encountered several weaker cultivators along the way, all intimidated by his black robe and the heavy ruler he carried, earning him a few dozen show-off points. Nevertheless, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat, and Suke was not one to be picky. On this day, as Suke passed the foot of a large mountain, he spotted a village ahead, and his eyes brightened. He hurried towards it. Where there are people, there are opportunities for him to showcase his prowess. However, as he approached the village entrance, Suke suddenly noticed that a group of cultivators was present, not just one or two, but a large crowd. Wow, it and Appo's so lively. It and Appo's time to show off. Suke thought as he quickly made his way over. But upon getting closer, he realized the situation was rather serious. An elderly woman and a young child, around 11 or 12, were kneeling on the ground. The grandmother held the child tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with the group of cultivators, "Please spare my grandson. His parents warned us before they died never to let him cultivate. Just let him live a simple life. I beg you, do not take him away." A middle-aged man at the golden core stage replied, "Elder, you do not understand. This child possesses a rare spirit root talent. If he joins our Wuxiang sect, he will surely achieve greatness, surpassing his parents. No matter how strong he is, you must go." The elderly woman's emotions grew agitated. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "Elder, we have come here out of respect for your deceased son and daughter-in-law, who were once disciples of our sect. But if you continue to be unreasonable, do not blame us for taking action. You want to take him? You shall have to step over my dead body. The grandmother clung tightly to the child. The child spread his arms, shielding the grandmother behind him, glaring fiercely at the cultivators. Do not bully my grandmother. You are all bad people. You caused my parents' deaths. And they told me before they died not to speak with you. Ha ha, Tong Tong, your parents' deaths were merely an accident. We feel guilty, which is why we wish to take you back to Wuxiang sect to nurture you as compensation. Come, go with your uncle, the middle-aged man chuckled. The child immediately shook his head. I will not go. The smile vanished from the middle-aged man and Appo's face, replaced by an impatient glint in his eyes. He turned to several nearby cultivators and commanded, Forget it, let us take him by force, but try not to hurt the old woman. Understood. The group of core formation cultivators responded in unison, advancing towards the grandmother and child. The grandmother clung desperately to the child, crying out, No, you cannot take him. I have already let you harm my only son. I cannot let you take my grandson too. That is not up to you. The cultivators scoffed, reaching out to pry the grandmother away. This scene unfolded before Su Ke and Appo's eyes, inciting a surge of anger within him. Damn it! Bullying an old woman in broad daylight and snatching a child? You scoundrels! Stop right there! Su Ke shouted, donning his black robe and carrying the heavy ruler. Striding forward with determination, the group of cultivators froze momentarily, turning to look at him. The middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd, sizing Su Ke up, and frowned, Friend. This is an internal matter of our Wuxiang sect. Please do not meddle. Who said I was meddling? Su Ke glared, raising his voice. Then what is your purpose here? I'm here to rob. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. Chapter 61. If you win, I shall let you depart. The disciples of the Wuxiang sect were momentarily taken aback. Robbery? What absurdity! Had this young man gone mad in his cultivation? How dare he? At the mere golden core stage, attempt to rob at the foot of our Wuxiang sect and Appo's mountain. The middle-aged man, unconvinced by the notion of robbery, fixated a cold gaze upon Su Ke and said solemnly, Friend, I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. This is the territory of the Wuxiang sect. If you wish to provoke trouble, I need only send a signal, and our elders will arrive post-haste. Su Ke could not help but chuckle at this. The most formidable among them was merely this middle-aged man at the 8th layer of the golden core stage, while most others were at the core formation stage. Even if he were to eliminate them, the experience gained would be but a trifling amount, hardly sufficient to satisfy Su Quebec. The notion of their sect being able to summon reinforcements at any moment was precisely what he desired. Is that truly so? He inquired with a smile directed at the middle-aged man. The man and Appo's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing across them as he produced a bamboo tube from his robe and pointed it skyward, stating icily, You may test the truth of my words. Enough with the banter. Hurry and summon your elders. If possible, call your sect leader as well. The more, the merrier. I am pressed for time. Su Ke replied with a grin. Everyone stood in stunned silence. A fellow cultivator of the same golden core stage stepped forward and said to the middle-aged man, Senior brother, there is no need to alarm the elders. While this person may be at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, we can subdue him together. The middle-aged man sneered. Nodding humph. I intended for him to retreat in the face of difficulty, yet he proves to be an ungrateful wretch, dressed so oddly and concealing his appearance. He could very well be a wanted criminal. Should we capture him together, our sect leader may bestow a reward upon us. With that, he returned the bamboo tube to his robe, casting a series of scornful glances at Su Quebec. Su Ke, feeling urgency, exclaimed, Wait. It won't be fun if you don't call anyone. How arrogant. The middle-aged man bellowed, Brothers, let us band together and subdue this man. With a flick of his fingers, a flying sword materialized before him and surged towards Su Quebec. Several golden core stage disciples emerged from the crowd, their faces etched with murderous intent as they brandished their blades, encircling Su Ke without leaving any avenue of escape. The core formation disciples observed this scene with cold detachment, some even wearing expressions of derision as they shook their heads and chuckled. This fool is truly courting death, daring to challenge the Wuxiang sect. With our brothers united, even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would meet their demise here. Su Ke sighed at the sight of their formation. Alas, this is troublesome. Since you refuse to call for help, I shall take the initiative. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed toward the middle-aged man with lightning speed. Clang! The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, swinging his sword at Su-Kei, only for it to be thwarted by Su-Kei's Xuanzhong hammer, numbing his arm upon impact, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Senior brother, be cautious. The remaining Golden Core stage disciples' expressions shifted dramatically as they brandished their swords, charging towards Su-Quebec. Yet Su-Kei's speed was unparalleled. In an instant, he appeared behind the middle-aged man and delivered a devastating punch. Thud! The middle-aged man, taken entirely off guard, was left in shock as Su-Kei's hand pierced through his chest, his heartbeat abruptly ceasing. Su-Kei snatched the bamboo tube from his grasp and retreated. The middle-aged man crumpled to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, blood pooling around him. The crowd stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for successfully displaying prowess, earning 60 points of bravado value. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for slaying a Golden Core stage cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Su-Kei offered a faint smile as he raised the bamboo tube high amidst the stunned and fearful onlookers, channeling a thread of true essence to activate it. Whoosh! A streak of light shot forth from the tube, soaring into the sky, and with a resounding bang, it exploded like fireworks, scattering brilliant sparks that coalesced into a blood-red symbol in the air. Ah, this is rather delightful. Does your sect have more of these? Su-Kei inquired with a beaming smile at the remaining Wuxiang disciples. The crowd was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. They had never encountered someone so ruthlessly powerful. With a single punch, he had dispatched an 8th-layer Golden Core brother and even commandeered the bamboo tube to summon aid. What in the world is happening? Is this person insane? A dozen individuals stood rooted in place, staring blankly at Su-Kei, unable to comprehend the situation. The first to react were a few of the Golden Core stage cultivators, who, filled with rage and despair, shouted, "How dare you kill my senior brother? I will fight you to the death." Simultaneously, they summoned their flying swords and leapt into the air, only to turn and flee. Oh, now it was Su-Kei and Appos' turn to be taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief. What happened to the basic trust between people? You said you would fight me to the death, yet you all ran away. Su-Kei sighed, uninterested in pursuing them, turning instead to the remaining core formation disciples. Feeling conflicted, your realms are so low, it might not be appropriate for me to engage you. If this gets out, I would be ridiculed for bullying the weak, tarnishing my reputation. Su-Kei muttered, glancing at the disciples, his face a mask of indecision. How about this? You select one among you to duel me. If you win, I shall let you go. The group of core formation disciples was left speechless. A duel? Their strongest senior brother had been instantly defeated by this man, and he had the audacity to propose a duel? Who among them could possibly contend with him? I will fight you. Suddenly, a slender disciple shouted, stepping forward with a look of determination. He summoned his flying sword, and with a swift motion, sent it hurtling towards Su-Quebec. In the next moment, the lean figure, along with the other core formation disciples, took to the sky, attempting to flee just as the previous Golden Core cultivators had. However, Su-Kei had no intention of engaging with the flying sword. With a swift flick of his body, he evaded the attack and raised his Xuanzhong hammer high, unleashing the Six Harmonies wandering hammer technique. The overwhelming shadows of the hammer descended upon them, casting a vast and oppressive presence across the sky. Boom! The hammer's shadow crashed down, obliterating the group of core formation disciples, their bodies bursting into clouds of crimson mist under the relentless force. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for slaying a core formation stage cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for slaying a core formation stage cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for slaying a core formation stage cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su-Kei for slaying a core formation stage cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Su-Kei wore a cold smirk, scoffing fools. You think such tricks can deceive me? The ones who fled were merely beneath my notice. Soon, I shall sweep your Wuxiang sect clean, sparing myself the hassle. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Appos, Su-Kei and Appos, for successfully displaying prowess, earning 50 points of bravado value. The system notification chimed once more. Su-Kei turned to see the elderly woman and child, along with the other villagers who had been hiding behind, gazing at him in astonishment. Chapter 62. Hidden Mission Rewards. Su-Kei helped the elderly man to his feet, gently wiping the tears from the child and Apos' face and offering him a radiant smile. Subsequently, he learned the entire sequence of events from the elder. The tale began when the elder and Apos' son was accepted into the Wuxiang sect, a moment of great joy for any mortal, and the village even celebrated this auspicious occasion. Years passed, and the elder's son returned with a woman, announcing their marriage and the birth of a child. However, the couple was soon dispatched on a mission. Tragically, the elder and Apos' son returned injured, and both he and his wife went back to the sect for healing. It was during this time that a disciple, coveting the beauty of the elder and Apos' daughter-in-law, took advantage of the situation while her husband was in seclusion, resulting in a scandal that quickly escalated. Enraged, the elder's son sought vengeance, but the sect leader intervened, suppressing the incident due to the disciple being the son of the sect and Apos' grand elder. Consumed by anger and resentment, the elder's son infiltrated the disciple and Apos' quarters with the intent to kill, but was met with unexpected resistance. The grand elder intervened, severely injuring the elder's son and ultimately expelling the couple and their young child from the sect. The two returned to their village, but mere days later, the elder and Apos' daughter-in-law took her own life in despair. Overwhelmed by grief and still suffering from his injuries, the elder's son soon succumbed to sickness, unable to recover without spiritual remedies. Unexpectedly, just 2 or 3 years later, the elder's grandson was playing in the back mountains when he encountered a Wuxiang sect elder. Recognizing the child's extraordinary talent, the elder sought to bring him to the sect, only to discover he was the son of the ill-fated couple, leading to the current unfolding of events. Upon hearing this, Su Ke felt a profound sense of empathy and shook his head in dismay. Regardless of the world, such tragedies perpetually unfold. Within the Wuxiang sect, individuals protect one another, allowing the disciple's misdeeds to go unpunished simply because of his lineage as the grand elder's son, turning the couple into tragic victims. Fear not, elder, I shall avenge this wrong. Soon, the entire Wuxiang sect shall pay the price for the suffering inflicted upon your son and daughter-in-law, Su Ke vowed, seated in the elder's humble abode. Savoring the warm porridge he had prepared, the elder sighed. Oh, benefactor, you should leave quickly. There is no need for you to endanger yourself for us. The Wuxiang sect is filled with devils. They are not to be trifled with. I must prepare to leave with this child. We cannot allow those vile individuals to succeed. Do not fear, elder. The Wuxiang sect is composed of mere scoundrels. Grant me 2 hours, and I shall ensure their demise. This is a task I have undertaken many times, and with great expertise, Su Ke assured, finishing the porridge and wiping his mouth. In the past, such bravado might have seemed boastful, but now it rang true. The elder paused, caught off guard, his hesitation evident. Not wishing to waste time, Su Ke stood, brushing off his clothing, and declared, Elder, point me in the direction of the Wuxiang sect. Should I not return in 2 hours, you may leave with the child. But if I do return, you must prepare another bowl of that delightful porridge. With a smile, he added a light-hearted note. The elder, seemingly affected by his cheerfulness, felt some of his fear dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. The Wuxiang sect lies beyond those mountains. Benefactor, please take care, and if danger arises, you must there's no danger. Rest assured, I shall return shortly, Su Ke interjected, waving his hand as he stepped outside. In a flash, he harnessed the power of lightning and sped towards the Wuxiang sect. Before long, he encountered a group of over a dozen cultivators, among whom was an elder at the nascent soul stage, approaching the village. Clearly, they had responded to the earlier distress signal conveyed through a bamboo tube, bolstered by the accounts of several golden core disciples who had returned to the sect. There's Elder Wu, one of the cultivators remarked, pointing at Su Ke to alert the elder. The elder's gaze sharpened as he fixated on Su Ke, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. Child, kneel and surrender, the elder commanded in a deep voice. Behind him, the disciples of the Wuxiang sect shouted in unison, Kneel, you villain. Do you think yourself invincible merely because you have reached the golden core stage? You are but an inexperienced fool before our elder Wu. Did you hear our elder? Kneel. With the presence of a nascent soul expert, the disciples gained newfound confidence, their voices rising in fervor. Su Ke merely smiled, producing the Xianzhong from behind him and shaking his head. Your audacity is remarkable. You abandoned your fellow disciples in flight just moments ago, and now you dare to speak? The faces of several golden core cultivators flushed with anger. You are at a higher realm. Of course, we chose to retreat. Would it not be foolish to seek death? Oh, so you choose not to flee this time? Suke jested. One particularly stout cultivator, merely at the golden core stage, emerged from the back and bellowed, "Those who run are cowards." Very well. Suke laughed heartily, gripping the Xianzhong with determination, channeling a tremendous surge of true essence, and struck forward towards the nascent soul elder. Such trivial skills, daring to embarrass themselves before me. Elder Wu scoffed, drawing forth his flying sword with one hand while conjuring a golden flame with the other to meet Suke's assault. Suke's eyelids twitched in surprise. The Wuxiang sect's Elder Wu was capable of executing two different techniques simultaneously. In an instant, he unleashed the thunderous steps, weaving through the lightning as he evaded the Elder's fierce sword strike, launching himself into the air while raising the Xianzhong to execute a powerful downward strike. A formidable wave of energy surged toward Elder Wu. Elder Wu's expression shifted as he sensed the intensity, swiftly channeling his true essence and blurring into motion. Beneath him, a streak of lightning coursed, narrowly allowing him to evade the invisible blast. Holy smokes! Suke exclaimed, astonished. This Elder Wu had performed the thunderous steps. How could this be possible? Where did they learn such techniques? Ah, young one, I did not anticipate you wielding such a plethora of remarkable techniques. Alas, before my lesser Wuxiang technique, your skills shall serve only as my own. The elder proclaimed with a chilling smile as he landed before Quebec. Suke suddenly realized. Astonished, lesser Wuxiang technique? Did you just learn my movement technique? No wonder the Wuxiang sect was called Wuxiang. This elder had mastered the lesser Wuxiang technique. Suke recalled that there existed a divine skill known as the lesser Wuxiang skill, which allowed the practitioner to instantly replicate the extraordinary abilities of others. Now, this elder had acquired the lesser Wuxiang technique. The names were nearly identical, and it appeared that their functions were alike, both enabling the imitation and learning of others' extraordinary skills. What a treasure! This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Suke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Almost simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! An ancient sect's legacy has been detected nearby. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission reward. By slaying a nascent soul elder, you shall receive a fragment of the lesser Wuxiang technique. Collecting 6 fragments will allow you to exchange them for the advanced celestial technique. Wuxiang Divine Art. Chapter 63. The Formless Divine Art Hidden Task Reward? The Formless Divine Art? Goodness! Suke's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had received such a notification from the system, undoubtedly triggered by the profound legacy of the Formless sect. Although it had now diminished to a minor sect, it still activated the system and Oppos, as hidden task, granting Suke this fortuitous opportunity. By vanquishing an elder, he could obtain a fragment of the minor formless scriptures, and upon gathering 6 such fragments, he could exchange them for the formless divine art. Suke recalled vividly that this art was not available in the marketplace. Its classification as a high-level heavenly art indicated its extraordinary value. Youngster, unleash your divine abilities. Let them serve some purpose before your demise. The 5th elder bellowed, executing the same 3,000 thunder movements that Suke employed. With his sword raised high, he transformed it into a measuring device to unleash the flame-splitting wave-devouring technique, charging towards Suke with lethal intent. However, this was merely an imitation of the technique, and its speed and power paled in comparison to Suke's prowess, achieving only about 30% of its true potential. Nevertheless, the 5th elder's eyes sparkled with glee, as these 2 wondrous techniques had significantly augmented his strength. The disciples of the Formless sect, witnessing the 5th elder gaining the upper hand, erupted in cheers. The 5th elder is invincible. What a magnificent display! Truly worthy of the title. 5th elder, quickly rip that brat apart to avenge our senior brother. Suke frowned. Similarly evading the 5th elder's technique with his own 3,000 thunder movements, secretly relieved that he had refrained from using the dragon and Oppos, as soaring 9 transformations, otherwise. The 5th elder and Oppos, as power would have surged even further. Yet, this still posed little threat to Quebec. What is the matter? Are you afraid to employ other methods? Or is this all you are capable of? The 5th elder swung his sword through empty air, a mocking grin plastered across his face. Suke shook his head slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Old man, you talk too much. Do you think your minor formless scriptures are impressive? I possess a technique that you could never hope to imitate. Would you care to see it? Huh. Presumptuous and ignorant youth. There is no technique in this world that the formless sect cannot learn. The fifth elder burst into loud laughter. Then behold, Suke responded coldly, lifting his palm as a flicker of thought ignited within him. Instantly, a ghostly white flame erupted from his hand, swirling and radiating waves of chilling energy, gradually spreading outward. The fifth elder narrowed his eyes, secretly beginning to execute the minor formless scriptures, but in the next moment, he was utterly stunned. How is this possible? Why can I not sense any technique? Shock coursed through the fifth elder. Could it be that such a unique skill truly existed? One that the minor formless scriptures could not replicate? Fool, this is not a technique at all. Prepare to meet your end. Suke's gaze glinted with cold light as he thrust his palm forward. Boom. A torrent of bone-chilling cold fire surged forth like a white tempest, instantly engulfing the fifth elder and the dozen or so disciples behind him. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a core formation cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for slaying a core formation cultivator, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a formless sect elder, earning 200,000 experience points and a fragment of the minor formless scriptures. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp, Oppos, Suke and Amp, Oppos, for successfully showcasing prowess, earning 60 points of bravado value. A series of system notifications echoed in Suke and Amp, Oppos' mind. He immediately entered the system interface and opened his inventory, revealing a fragment of the martial arts manual, Minor Formless Scriptures. Minor Formless Scriptures fragment. Formless, without form, without trace. Gather 3 fragments to merge into the Minor Formless Scriptures, a mid-level Earth-grade technique. With this skill, one can instantaneously imitate others' unique techniques. Upon reaching perfection in practice, the imitated technique can wield 40% of its original power. Gather 6 fragments to merge into the Formless Divine Art, a high-level heavenly technique. With this skill, one can instantly imitate others in Amp, Oppos, unique techniques. Upon reaching perfection, the imitated technique can wield 80% of its original power. Goodness! This formless divine art is utterly extraordinary. The ability to instantaneously imitate unique techniques and immediately wield 80% of their power is nearly comparable to the Do character secret among the 9 secrets. Suke's heart raced in astonishment. Among the 9 secrets, the Do character secret is also a high-level heavenly technique, capable of instantly imitating others' techniques, and when perfected, it can unleash power greater than the original technique itself. Unfortunately, the Do character secret is exceedingly difficult to obtain, with only a 1 in 7 chance during exchanges. Suke and Amp, Oppos' current bravado value is insufficient for such a gamble. Thus, the hidden task reward offered by the system genuinely delighted Suke, as it bestowed upon him yet another skill to showcase. Formless sect, here I come. Suke laughed heartily, striding towards the formless sect. However, just as he turned around, he spotted a plump figure crouched behind a pile of frozen corpses. Goodness, that's a person. Get up, don't hide. Your alluring figure 1T save you. Don't think I can't see you. Suke approached and kicked the figure into Amp, Oppos' backside, chuckling coldly. The chubby boy reacted swiftly, scrambling to his feet, clutching Suke and Amp, Oppos' leg, and pleading with a woeful expression. Grandfather, please spare me. I have an elderly dependent and young ones to care for. I've never done anything wrong. Suke burst into laughter, recognizing the chubby boy as the one who had been shouting about who would run away before the fight. It was surprising to see such audacity. He truly had the nerve to call him an Amp, Oppos, grandfather and Amp, Oppos, and claim to be his grandson. You clever little rascal. How did you manage to hide just now? Suke inquired with curiosity. The chubby boy grimaced. I learned a bit of the minor formless scriptures, so I used your lightning movement technique to evade. Oh, how interesting. Get up. I won't kill you for now. You can lead the way, Suke said with a grin. The chubby boy was immediately taken aback, nervously asking, Where? Where are we going? To the formless sect, to annihilate your entire clan. The chubby boy trembled, his mouth agape, then exclaimed, All right, I'll lead you right away. I've long harbored a grudge against those old geezers. Suke chuckled silently. It seemed that the disciples of the formless sect were all cut from the same cloth, adept at fleeing when the odds were against them, and skilled at navigating the winds of fortune. Chapter 64. Mastery in hand. I am unfathomable with someone to guide him. Suke no longer needed to search each mountain personally. He swiftly unleashed the technique of 3,000 thunder movements, gripping the collar of his companion, the plump boy, and leaped towards the nearby mountains. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the Wuxiang sect. Before them lay a winding mountain path that branched into several forks. A few bearers, carrying an ornately decorated palanquin, stood at the crossroads, hesitating, seemingly unsure of their route. Inside the palanquin sat a young man clad in a cloud-patterned robe, his appearance strikingly handsome, exuding a certain grace akin to a tall and elegant tree, and surprisingly, he was at the golden core stage of cultivation. With a furrowed brow, the young man caught sight of Suke and the plump boy and immediately shouted, Hey, you two stop. Do you know how to get to the Wuxiang sect? Lead the way for me, and you shall be generously rewarded. Another arrogant fool, Suke, intent on annihilating the Wuxiang sect, had no desire to entertain the arrogance of this privileged young master. However, the plump boy's expression shifted upon seeing the nobleman in the palanquin, and he urgently whispered to Suke, Grandpa, that person inside the palanquin is the son of our prime minister from Huiyuan country. I've seen him in the imperial city before, and that concerns me how. Hurry and point the way, Suke retorted, his eyes wide with impatience. The plump boy, with a distressed look, indicated a direction. Suke ceased further discussion, seized the plump boy, and once again employed 3,000 thunder movements, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they zipped past the palanquin and ascended towards the Wuxiang sect. Watching the two depart, the young man was initially taken aback by Suke's strange movement technique. However, recalling how Suke had completely disregarded him, he became furious, his eyes bulging in anger. How dare they ignore me? I offered them the chance to lead me because I valued them, yet they brushed me aside? Even the minor princes in the capital would never dare to treat me with such contempt. A servant beside him hurriedly replied, Young master, calm your anger. They are merely two uncultured mountain boys. Once you learn the minor Wuxiang technique from the Wuxiang sect, you will become invincible among your peers. And even several golden core cultivators will be no match for you. Humph, the minor Wuxiang technique is not as formidable as rumored. Even if one were to mimic some extraordinary technique, it would ultimately be superficial, lacking in true power. Otherwise, the Wuxiang sect would have long been plundered, and not even my father could protect them. Were it not for the emperor's search for a suitable suitor for the princess in 2 months, I would not deign to visit this place. Yet, that young man in the black robe possesses extraordinary agility. Meanwhile, at the Wuxiang sect, Suke stepped through the sect's gates and unceremoniously tossed the plump boy inside. Gripping the Xianzhong ruler, he unleashed a barrage of ruler shadows, embodying the might of one man against a multitude, executing his grand plan of extermination. Impudent! How dare you trespass upon the Wuxiang sect, you ignorant wretch! Dozens of disciples rushed forward, shouting and brandishing weapons. Yet, Suke's Xianzhong ruler fell with a decisive strike, and the technique of 6 harmonies movement was unleashed to its utmost, overwhelming the area with ruler shadows. Each disciple at the golden core stage met their end, exploding into clouds of blood mist beneath his onslaught. The plump boy, the most unfortunate, attempted to escape using the 3,000 thunder movements he had clumsily imitated from Quebec. However, Suke had no intention of killing him. Yet he collided with the Xianzhong ruler, perishing under a single strike of the 6 harmonies movement. Damn it, I was hoping you and Oppos, assist me as a little brother in the future, yet you chose to court your own demise. Suke silently cursed before continuing his slaughter of the remaining disciples. Bold villain, cease this at once. Soon, several elders emerged from the Wuxiang sect, even the sect leader, a lean old man at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, was roused. As they appeared, they simultaneously employed Suke and Oppos, as 3,000 thunder movements. Encircling him from all sides, swords descending upon him, utilizing the technique of the Six Harmonies movement. A pack of old foxes. Suke and Apos. S lips twitched as he executed 3,000 thunder movements to escape the encirclement. These elders had undoubtedly been lurking in the shadows, secretly learning his technique while he dispatched the Wuxiang disciples. Who sent you to cause trouble? They demanded, their expressions stern and righteous, evidently scheming to usurp Suke and Apos' techniques. Suke scoffed, since you are so earnestly inquiring, allow me to generously inform you. To prevent the world from falling into ruin, to safeguard peace, and to uphold love and justice. I can no longer fabricate lies. In truth, I am here to commit an equally heinous act, like annihilating your entire sect. As the words left his mouth, a surge of bone spirit cold fire erupted from his palm, the chilling flames flickering ominously, instilling dread in all present. How dare you attempt to intervene? One elderly man mocked, but his expression shifted abruptly as he gazed at the flames in Suke and Apos' hand. Shock written all over his face. What is this? The minor Wuxiang technique cannot replicate this fire. The others, including the sect leader, were left dumbfounded. Suke smirked. Let me enlighten you. This is called exotic fire, infamously known as bone spirit cold fire. With that, Suke unleashed a powerful strike. The flames surged upward like a roaring ice dragon, cascading forth like a waterfall. Quickly, the Wuxiang sect leader shouted in desperation, but before he could finish, he was engulfed by the bone spirit cold fire, transforming into an ice sculpture on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showcasing prowess, earning 80 points of bravado value. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Wuxiang sect elder, earning 200,000 experience points and a fragment of the minor Wuxiang technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for slaying a Wuxiang sect elder, earning 200,000 experience points and a fragment of the and Apos, minor Wuxiang technique and Apos. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Wuxiang sect elder, earning 200,000 experience points and a fragment of the minor Wuxiang technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying the Wuxiang sect leader, earning 200,000 experience points and 2 fragments of the minor Wuxiang technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for completing a hidden mission, collecting all 6 fragments of the and Apos, minor Wuxiang technique, and Apos, and acquiring and Apos, Wuxiang divine art. And Apos, will you cultivate it? Wuxiang divine art, a high-level celestial technique. Possessing this art allows one to instantly imitate the ultimate techniques of others. Upon full cultivation, imitated techniques can wield 80% of their original power. Of course, I shall cultivate it. With mastery in hand, I shall be unfathomable. How could I possibly refrain? Suke laughed heartily. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully cultivating and Apos, Wuxiang divine art, and Apos. A wave of warmth surged through Suke and Apos' abdomen, coursing through his meridians, akin to an invigorating full-body massage, leaving him utterly comfortable. Just like that, he grasped a high-level celestial technique without effort. Wuxiang, without form, untraceable. Such a profound technique. Yet these disciples of the Wuxiang sect had managed to cultivate a bizarre essence, fleeing faster than anyone else at the first sign of trouble, truly untraceable. Observing the sudden emptiness of the Wuxiang sect, Suke Kuden and Apos, helped but chuckle. Only a few chi refinement stage stragglers had escaped, inconsequential in the grand scheme. And with the Wuxiang sect annihilated, they would dare not identify themselves as part of it. Numerous enemies would seek them out for trouble. With that, Suke lost interest and turned to descend the mountain. As he descended the mountain path, a few bearers soon came into view, steadily carrying a palanquin. It was none other than the son of the chancellor. Suke merely curled his lip, too indifferent to seek trouble with him, and began to hum a tune, leisurely passing them by. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the curtain of the palanquin was abruptly drawn back, revealing the chancellor and Apos' son, who leaned out and regarded Suquebec. Having previously witnessed Suke and Apos' peculiar agility, he spoke with a hint of courtesy. Fellow cultivator, have you just come from the Wuxiang sect? Is this road leading to Wuxiang? Suke raised an eyebrow and waved dismissively. You wish to go to Wuxiang? Forget it. There's nothing left of Wuxiang ahead. I personally suggest that you consider joining the Zhatian gang. That faction is far superior to Wuxiang. With that, farewell. Chapter 65. I seem to have spotted another opportunity for arrogance, Su Ke whistled as he gradually walked away. The son of the chancellor gazed at his departing figure, mouth slightly agape, in a state of bewilderment. A few attendants beside him also seemed momentarily stunned, asking, "Young master, what did that man in the black robe mean? And what is this explosive heaven gang? I have never heard of it before. Have you lost your senses to dare question me?" The chancellor and Appos' son retorted, his eyes widening in ire. If I knew what he meant, would I still be pondering it here? The attendants quickly begged for mercy. "My lord, please calm your anger. It was my fault for being blind. That black-robed fellow was merely spouting nonsense. Let us proceed along this path. The Wuxiang sect should be just ahead. Then hurry and lift the sedan chair. And when you meet the leader of the Wuxiang sect, remember to be courteous and refrain from embarrassing me. That leader and Appos' strength is not inferior to my father and Appos'. Yes, we understand. Rest assured, young master." The group lifted the sedan and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Wuxiang sect, only to be met with an overwhelming scent of blood. "What is going on here?" One attendant frowned. As they approached the entrance, they were immediately struck dumb. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, the ground soaked with blood, and in the center stood several frozen figures of elderly men. Suddenly, a fake mountain was toppled over, and several pale-faced disciples of the Qi refinement stage crawled out in terror, having hidden beneath it until now. Upon seeing others in the courtyard, they were immediately seized by fear and attempted to flee. One attendant reacted swiftly, calling out, "Fellow Taoists, do not panic. We are from the Chancellor's residence, and the young master is in the sedan chair. May I ask what has transpired here?" Upon hearing they were from the Chancellor and Appos' residence, the disciples of the Qi refinement stage breathed a sigh of relief, regaining some composure. At that moment, the Chancellor's son lifted the curtain of the sedan and stepped out. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, asking the disciples, "What on earth happened? Where is your leader?" The disciples' faces drained of color as they raised trembling hands to point at the frozen figures in the courtyard, weeping, Our leader is dead. The elders are dead, and our senior brothers and sisters, all dead. The Wuxiang sect is no more. It is all gone." "What?" The Chancellor and Appos' son was immediately taken aback, while his attendants also changed countenance in disbelief. Who could have done this? The Wuxiang sect may not be a large sect, but it holds some renown in the Huiyuan kingdom. Did they offend some ancient being of the infant transformation stage to suffer such calamity? No wonder that black-robed fellow said the Wuxiang sect was no more. He must have witnessed this scene, as the attendants murmured among themselves. The disciples of the Wuxiang sect suddenly turned pale again upon hearing the mention of the black-robed man. The black-robed man? Was he at the perfected golden core stage, wielding a massive black measuring stick? They asked in utter terror. The attendants were momentarily stunned, but nodded. Yes, indeed. Do you know that fellow? He seemed rather arrogant. Instantly, the expressions of the Wuxiang sect disciples stiffened, rendering them speechless. After a long silence, one disciple finally murmured, "The one who annihilated our Wuxiang sect. Is that black-robed man?" "What?" The Chancellor and Appos' son and his attendants all froze, then involuntarily burst into laughter. "Gentlemen, this is no child and Appos' play. Do not speak carelessly. That black-robed fellow is merely at the perfected golden core stage. How could he single-handedly wipe out the Wuxiang sect? Indeed, such an absurdity should not even be uttered. Surely, you must have been frightened into confusion." They continued to press for clarity. Yet the Wuxiang sect disciples, still pale and shaken, insisted with unwavering certainty, "We did not misremember. It was that black-robed man, and his cultivation level is undoubtedly beyond the golden core stage. Your guests, the matter has reached this point, and we dare not say more. We simply wish to leave this place of calamity as far as possible. The further, the better. Otherwise, if that black-robed man returns, we may not live to tell the tale. Farewell." With that, the disciples hastily fled. The Chancellor and Appos' son and his attendants were left in shock, their hearts still harboring doubt. Yet, before long, the young master recalled the strange movement technique exhibited by the black-robed man, an involuntary chill creeping down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat, beginning to feel a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, Su Ke had returned to the village. unexpectedly receiving a reward notification for his arrogance from the system along the way, but he paid it no mind and headed straight to the elder and amp, Appos' home. Upon arrival, he found that the elder had already left with his grandson, but on the table remained a bowl of slightly warm rice porridge. Sighing, Suke shook his head. He didn't blame the elder for his distrust. After all, the fear of mortals towards cultivators was indeed profound. Never mind. The news of the Wuxiang sect and amp, Appos' annihilation would surely spread soon, and when the elder and the child heard it, they would undoubtedly return. It was time for me to set off for the imperial city. Ultimately, Suke drank the bowl of porridge in one gulp, feeling unsatisfied as he left the small dwelling, summoning the thunderous winds to soar into the sky, embracing the gentle breeze as he continued toward the imperial city. A few days later, Suke stepped into a wild forest, where a Yuaning stage demon beast blocked his path. This left Suke both amused and exasperated. After slaying the members of the Wuxiang sect days prior, his experience points had surged to over 130,000, with just a few more to level up. Unexpectedly, a demon beast worth 20,000 experience points had presented itself before him. Well then, he might as well take it down. With a resounding boom, Suke gripped the Xuanzhong stick, channeling a tremendous surge of true essence. A powerful energy erupted from within him, causing his inky black robe to billow without wind as he unleashed a fierce strike toward the demon beast. Ding! Congratulations, host Suke has slain a Yuan-ing stage demon beast, gaining 200,000 experience points and a drop reward. Ding! Congratulations. Host Suke has broken through to the perfected Golden Core stage and is about to face the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation. According to the system's calculations, this Heavenly Tribulation would arrive in 7 days, with a difficulty level of hard mode. What the heck? Suke's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. Why is it hard mode for my Heavenly Tribulation? System, this is not how we agreed to do things. You promised to help me show off and soar. Ding. Due to the host cultivating the ancient 5 elements technique, which is incompatible with heaven and earth, hard mode is currently the easiest difficulty level. Future challenges may include hell mode, Shura mode, and life or death mode. As Suke absorbed the system and Appos' notifications, a sudden sound from the nearby woods caught his attention, prompting him to perk up his ears. Moments later, 6 figures burst forth. All 6 were at the Yuaning stage, donned in white silk, their faces concealed behind red masks, revealing only their menacing eyes. Not here. Continue searching. She must not return alive. The 6 glanced briefly at Suke, disregarding him entirely as they darted back into the depths of the forest. Suke stood there, bewildered, scratching his head in confusion as he pressed onward. Just a few steps later, he stumbled upon an overturned carriage nearby, surrounded by a sea of corpses, blood pooling on the ground. This carriage! Suke exclaimed in astonishment. This carriage bears a striking resemblance to One-Eye and Amp, Appos' VE seen before, adorned as it is with the flag of the Fire Origin Kingdom. By Jove, it dawns on me. This is the very same entourage I encountered at a quaint tea house a fortnight prior. It would seem they have fallen prey to an ambush and pursuit by that band of crimson-masked individuals. TSK. I dare say, another opportunity to grandstand presents itself. Chapter 66. The prince consort. In the eyes of Princess Yin Yang, engaging in acts of chivalry was not something that Suke particularly enjoyed. If he ever did so, it would likely be merely for the sake of ostentation, since his arrival in this mystical realm and the acquisition of the ostentation system, he had spent each day either in the act of showing off or on his way to do so. Upon discerning that the convoy from the Fire Yuan Kingdom was under pursuit, Suke immediately commenced a thorough search. Regrettably, he was oblivious to the identities of those within the carriages. After several hours, aside from occasionally stumbling upon a few corpses in the woods, Suke had achieved nothing. Lying against a tree, he sighed deeply. Oh heavens, is it really so difficult to simply enjoy a quiet moment of pretense? Shaking his head, he accessed the system interface and began scouring the marketplace. Following the annihilation of the Wuxiang sect a few days prior, his ostentation points had risen to over 400, which afforded him a modest degree of financial freedom. He resolved to seek out any artifacts that could aid in tracking. After an extensive search, he found nothing of use. However, he did notice a new item in the miscellaneous category. High-level human skin mask, crafted by the renowned master of countless faces, Wang Lianhua. This mask possesses remarkable disguise capabilities, allowing the wearer to define their appearance once, creating a lifelike visage that is indistinguishable from reality. This item is ineffective against those of the infant transformation stage and above. Price, 200 ostentation points. What a robbery. 200 ostentation points for a mere human skin mask. More expensive than a heavenly grade spell? Suke exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Typically, items of such exorbitance would confer extraordinary additional abilities. Yet this so-called high-level human skin mask seemed to possess no attributes other than its disguising effect, with the sole exception being its ineffectiveness against powerful opponents. Ding. The high-level human skin mask can be customized to meet the host's desired appearance. Once the appearance is defined, the system will evaluate and calculate additional attributes for enhancement. The system chimed in Suke's mind. Ah, so there are additional attributes. I wonder if it enhances strength or speed. Suke pondered, curiosity piqued. This mask will only provide 2 attributes, charm value and luck value, and given the host's current state, the system recommends the purchase. What is this? A recommendation to purchase? Suke retorted with irritation. Pfft. With my charm and appearance, do I really need to enhance my charm value? What nonsense! I could charm an entire throng of maidens just by stepping outside. Based on the assessment, you will face a challenging mode of heavenly tribulation in 7 days. Luck value will have a remarkable effect, the system replied. Suke was momentarily stunned, realizing, so it's referring to luck value. But is it reliable? Invisible and intangible? Who knows what sort of effect it might have? Despite his skepticism, he found himself somewhat tempted. Luck value, though unseen and untouchable, could be immensely powerful when it manifested. After weighing his options, he resolved to grit his teeth and give it a try, since he could not currently locate the individuals within the carriages. He figured it wise to purchase a human skin mask to enhance his charm and luck, then track them down. By doing so, he could not only recoup his investment, but potentially profit from the endeavor. By heavens, I must be a genius, Suke declared, promptly selecting the exchange for the human skin mask. Ding. Congratulations, host Suke, on successfully exchanging for the high-level human skin mask, consuming 200 ostentation points. Please proceed to simulate your appearance. With the system's prompt, a visage appeared before Suke, and as he envisioned his likeness, the mask promptly transformed to mirror his thoughts. Suke paused, recalling the visage of a popular male star from his past life on Earth. The mask shifted again in response to his mental image. Oh, so this is how it's done. Let's go with Li Xiaoyao, Suke decided, finalizing his new appearance. Though he considered his own looks to be quite commendable, he felt it unwise to waste the mask and Oppos, as potential, especially as he was soon to arrive at the imperial city. It would not do to don a black robe every day. Having multiple faces would indeed be advantageous. Ultimately, Suke chose the face of Hu Gu at the height of his attractiveness. A star who once portrayed Li Xiaoyao, a character with a hint of roguish charm, and later evolved into a more mature and composed role as Mei Changsu. With the allure and charisma of this face, it was perfect for Suke. Are you sure about this appearance? The system inquired once the character was selected. Yes, Suke affirmed without hesitation. With a flash, the human skin mask shimmered, revealing Hu Ji's face before Su Quebec. Upon examining the mask's attributes, he found they had indeed changed. High-level human skin mask, crafted by the renowned master of countless faces, Wang Lianhua. This mask possesses remarkable disguise capabilities. The appearance has been confirmed, creating a lifelike visage that is indistinguishable from reality. This item is ineffective against those of the infant transformation stage and above. Charm value, 20 luck value. 2 What is this? Only 2 points for luck value? Suke exclaimed, ignoring the charm value as he gawked at the paltry amount of luck value. However, the system offered no response, remaining silent. Suke shrugged, entering the system and Oppos' inventory to utilize the mask. As he did, a warm sensation coursed over his face, but beyond that, he felt no other oddity. Leaping down from the tree, he approached a nearby stream and peered into the water, discovering that his face had transformed into the ancient attire version of Hu Gu. Then, with a mere thought, he felt the warmth again, and his face shifted back to his original appearance. He realized he could seamlessly alternate between the 2 looks. Wait, do I actually look more handsome? Suke mused, gazing at his reflection with surprise. He quickly deduced that this was likely the effect of the 20 points in charm value, nearly ensnaring himself with his own visage. Ha ha ha, this is going to be entertaining. He chuckled, knowing that even when he reverted to his original face, the 20 points in charm and luck would still enhance him. With another thought, Suke switched back to Hu Gu and Oppos' face, pulled the hood of his black robe down, and decided to make his way to the imperial city in this guise. However, just as Su Ke turned around, a dark figure emerged from the river, rapidly enlarging in his vision. With a splash, a massive crimson blood python surged forth. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Su Quebec. With quick reflexes, Su Ke sensed the danger and swiftly executed the thunderous motion to evade the attack. Drawing the Xuanzhong from behind him, he glared at the blood python, which had reached the infant transformation stage, and barked, "You imbecile! Trying to surprise me? You're finished." With that, the Xuanzhong transformed into a multitude of shadows, crashing down upon the blood python. Boom! The overwhelming pressure and terrifying aura momentarily stunned the creature. Yet, it reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly dodging the Xuanzhong, and, without hesitation, turned to flee. "Running away, are we?" Su Ke shouted, pursuing the fleeing creature. Meanwhile, not far across the river, beneath towering ancient trees, two women were hidden in a corner, none other than Zixuan and Princess Yin Yang from the earlier convoy. Having undergone a transformation, the two had donned coarse burlap clothing, disguising themselves as village girls, and had even smeared some mud upon their fair faces. At first glance, they were nearly unrecognizable. Their expressions were grave, brows furrowed, as they remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings. The kingdom of Jin Yuan truly displays audacity, daring to strike against us and deploying numerous experts in the nascent soul stage, evidently intent on annihilating us. Zixuan clenched her small hands, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Princess Yinyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she coldly remarked, "Those individuals are not mere nascent soul practitioners, if I am not mistaken. They are elite assassins from the Heavenly Killers." "What? They are actually from the Heavenly Killers." Zixuan and Apos' expression changed instantly. Indeed, it is said that members of the Heavenly Killers don white robes and red masks, and their sword techniques are formidable. From their recent maneuvers, they undoubtedly belong to the Heavenly Killers, Princess Yinyang stated coldly. Zixuan's face turned pale, drained of color. The kingdom of Jin Yuan is excessively bold, actually spending a fortune to hire the Heavenly Killers to ambush us. "Your Highness, we are likely doomed this time." Princess Yinyang fell silent, letting out a slight sigh. "Zixuan, I have implicated you this time. They seek only to kill me. I will divert their attention shortly, and you must leave immediately." "Your Highness, I have always heeded your words, but you must understand that I cannot comply with such a notion." Zixuan's expression suddenly turned cold, her resolve firm. Princess Yinyang opened her mouth, then transformed it into a bitter smile, shaking her head. "You often say that my temperament will prevent me from finding a suitor, that no one will want me. Yet your stubbornness is no less than mine." Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Not at all. I was merely teasing you, Your Highness. In truth, the young masters in the imperial city vying for your affection could form a line that would encircle the entire city. It is simply that you do not find any of them worthy. Those dandy scions of the imperial city, of similar age to me, possess cultivation no higher than the 5th level of the golden core stage, weaker than I am. They are unworthy of being my Yinyang and Apos' consort." Princess Yinyang replied nonchalantly. Zixuan sighed softly. "You always judge people by their cultivation level. I believe that a relationship should be based on mutual understanding and affection. If you like him, and he likes you, that is sufficient. There are indeed some noble young masters in the imperial city. Have you never felt even a flicker of interest in any of them?" Princess Yinyang shook her head gently. "The consort I envision should be someone capable and exceptional, possessing at least a complete golden core stage. He must always appear when I need him, as in today's predicament. My dear princess, are you selecting a husband or a bodyguard? Even if a complete golden core consort were to emerge, it would not alter our current situation. Those individuals are elite assassins from the Heavenly Killers, each at the nascent soul stage." As Zixuan spoke, she paused slightly, nodding her head. Unless a genius with the Heavenly Fire's spiritual root were to exist, it is improbable that one at the complete golden core stage could contend against those at the nascent soul stage. If that Su Ke had not perished years ago, he would have met your requirements splendidly. What a pity. Princess Yinyang and Apos' brows knitted slightly. The world is not devoid of individuals possessing the heavenly spiritual root. I firmly believe that my Yinyang shall encounter a truly exceptional consort destined for her. Whoosh. Just then, amidst their conversation, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. Is that the aura of a nascent soul? The expressions of both women shifted dramatically, their beautiful eyes scanning the front. In an instant, they were left dumbfounded. They beheld a nascent soul-blood python darting from the woods, thrashing wildly as it attempted to escape. Hot on its trail was a young man clad in black robes, wielding a dark, giant ruler, relentlessly pursuing it. Chapter 67. The distinctive temperament of Suke. How could a golden core cultivator chase down a nascent soul beast, especially one as formidable as the blood python? This was utterly inconceivable. Both Princess Yin Yang and Zixian were astounded. The spectacle was beyond comprehension. Typically, nascent soul beasts vastly outclass human cultivators in strength. Their intelligence is not to be underestimated, and they possess innate advantages in physical power and speed, often dominating in confrontations. Yet, here was a human youth, merely at the golden core stage, relentlessly pursuing a nascent soul-blood python renowned for its swiftness and cunning. Was this a dream? As they stood in disbelief, the fleeing blood python cried out, "Friend, do not go too far. This is all a misunderstanding." Is it truly necessary to pursue to the bitter end? Absolutely necessary. Suke retorted with a cold snort, uninterested in further discourse. In an instant, he unleashed the 3,000 thunder movements, his form blurring as he appeared mid-air. Gripping the heavy celestial ruler, he executed the flame-devouring wave strike. With a mere flick of his wrist, he cleaved mountains and parted waves. Boom! The blood python, unable to evade in time, was struck by the shockwave, its massive body tumbling helplessly before crashing into a great tree, rendering it unconscious. Suke, adjusting his grip on the celestial ruler, moved to deliver the final blow, but then sensed two individuals nearby. Village girls? No, how could they possess golden core cultivation? And why were their faces smeared with mud, perhaps to hide their unattractiveness? Oh, their wide-eyed expressions indicated they were utterly captivated by my charm. This human skin mask was worth every coin. With a glance, Suke felt an amused spark within. However, his countenance remained composed and serious. It was time to put on a show. He cast a distant gaze toward the sky, feigning profundity like a mature and weary hero. Letting out a soft sigh, he then turned to the unconscious blood python, proclaiming with righteous fervor, "Heaven cherishes life. I shall spare you this once. Should you harm others again, I will assuredly take your life." With that, Suke dramatically swirled his robe and strode away, not sparing a single glance at Zixian or Princess Yin Yang. Ding! Congratulations, host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully performing an act of bravado. Reward, 50 points. Ding! Congratulations, host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for forcefully performing an act of bravado. Reward, 60 points. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Suke reveled inwardly. 110 points of bravado value had just been secured. What a delight! He could not discern whether this stroke of fortune was due to the luck conferred by the human skin mask, but he had already amassed a significant amount of bravado value and chose not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, Zixian and Princess Yin Yang remained in a state of shock. Suke had subdued the nascent soul-blood python with a single strike, exceeding their wildest imaginations. More intriguingly, he seemed disinclined to kill it, appearing to regard the beast as utterly worthless. Once Suke had departed, Zixian abruptly regained her composure, urgently addressing Princess Yin Yang. "Princess, that individual possesses extraordinary strength. With his complete golden core cultivation, he easily subdued a nascent soul-blood python. If we could seek his protection, perhaps we could escape this place." Princess Yin Yang frowned. As a dignified princess, how could I lower myself to request aid from a mere golden core stranger? Though he is formidable, he is still no match for the numerous nascent soul assassins. Rest assured, my father should have received my distress signal by now and is sending aid. We merely need to hide for a while longer. Given the considerable distance to the imperial city, even if the Fire Emperor dispatched someone, it would take a fair amount of time. After a moment's thought, Zixian smiled. "Princess, I have a plan. Given our current appearance, if we do not reveal our identities, no one should recognize us. Once he safely escorts us, we can reward him with some spirit stones, and thereafter, we shall have no further entanglements." Upon hearing this, Princess Yin Yang hesitated, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "Oh, my princess, do not hesitate. Come with me. I will plead with him. Look how compassionate he was even towards a beast. He would undoubtedly not abandon us in our time of need," Zixian declared, grasping her hand and racing after Su Quebec moments later. Suke heard footsteps approaching from behind, causing him to pause. Turning around, he saw the two women hastening toward him. One of them, With a hint of desperation in her gaze, softly implored, "Friend, might you pause for a moment? I have a request to make." Wearing the human skin mask, Suke resolved to maintain the charade. In that instant, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he lifted his head and regarded the two with an air of detachment. "Might I inquire what business brings you here, ladies?" His voice was clear and serene, like a gentle stream flowing through their ears. Both women momentarily froze. Zixian remained composed, but Princess Yin felt a sudden tumult within her heart. Over the years, she had encountered either reverent gentlemen or sycophantic flatterers. Yet, she had never met a man as unassuming and tranquil as the figure before her, who, despite possessing overwhelming power, had shown mercy and turned to leave. Each of his movements seemed to exude a unique charisma, and his inky black eyes were so profound they threatened to draw one in. As if merely gazing at him could lead to enchantment, the millennia-old frosted Princess Yin Yang's heart seemed to waver at that moment. However, she quickly suppressed this fleeting emotion, her gaze returning to its usual indifference, her demeanor once more frigid. At this juncture, Zixian spoke candidly. "To be frank, my sister and I hail from the Imperial City. A few days ago, we ventured out for leisure, but unexpectedly encountered enemies who pursued us. Our servants perished, and after disguising ourselves, we fled here. Might you escort us back to the city? We assure you a generous reward upon our return." Suke was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then a jolt of realization struck him. These two, could they be the ones from the carriage? How serendipitous! After searching fruitlessly for several hours, to find them here was astonishing. It seemed the luck from the human skin mask was indeed in play. With a smirk hidden within, Suke feigned seriousness and asked, "Are your enemies a group of individuals clad in white robes and red masks, all of nascent soul caliber?" "Yes." "Friend, have you encountered them?" Zixian exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of concern, fearing that this black-clad man might refuse to assist them, given the assassin's formidable nature. To her surprise, Suke spoke with resolute vigor. "We, as cultivators, are bound by righteousness and camaraderie. Fear not, ladies. I shall do everything in my power to escort you to the Imperial City, no matter how many nascent soul warriors they send, even at the cost of my life. I shall not falter." Chapter 68. Suke and Amp. Amp. Oppos, S majestic figure ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp. Amp. Oppos, Suke and Amp. Amp. Oppos, for successfully displaying bravado, earning 60 points of bravado value. The system and Amp. Oppos, S notification echoed in his mind. Suke and Amp. Oppos, S grandiose declarations moved the two women deeply. Indeed, such self-sacrificing words were not uncommon for them, but those were uttered due to their unique identities. However, they understood that this robed figure before them was oblivious to their true nature. Previously, he had even shown compassion towards a blood python, which left them utterly captivated by Suke and Amp. Amp. Oppos, S altruistic spirit. In this cold world that reveres strength and is driven by profit, it was a breath of fresh air that Suke spoke such words when two unfamiliar women were on the brink of despair. At this moment, both Zixian and Princess Yin felt a burgeoning fondness for Suke, along with an indescribable depth of emotion. If they were to encapsulate their feelings in a single phrase, it would be, "There is genuine affection and true love in this world. This sentiment of camaraderie I shall forever remember in my heart. If I return alive, I will certainly repay you with gratitude." Zixian pledged earnestly, visibly moved. Even the proud and aloof Princess Yin could not help but express her thanks to Su Quebec. There and Amp. Oppos, S no need for such formality. My life and Oppos, S aspiration is simply to extend my hand to aid others. Suke waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a nonchalant air. His gaze lifted slightly to the sky, his expression imbued with a profound melancholy, exuding an unmistakable aura of bravado. The two women were instantly struck, their hearts trembling. What a man of noble character. His demeanor so honorable, undoubtedly a true gentleman. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Amp. Oppos, Suke and Amp. Oppos, for forcefully displaying bravado, earning 30 points of bravado value. Suke and Amp. Oppos, S heart leaped with joy. He had finally recuperated the cost of the human skin mask. Yet, he paid no heed to the rewards the two women mentioned, not out of genuine greatness, but rather because he placed little value on such promised recompense. Among cultivators, exchanges typically involved spirit herbs, magical artifacts, or spirit stones, none of which Suke lacked. Anything he desired could easily be seized from unscrupulous demon sects, rendering the assistance of others unnecessary. Soon, the trio set off towards the forest and Apos' edge. However, their formation appeared rather peculiar. With Suke donning the human skin mask, no one could recognize him. Meanwhile, Princess Yin Yang had smeared ash on her face and donned the attire of a peasant girl, and Suke surprisingly failed to recognize her. After all, he had not anticipated that a dignified princess would fall to such depths, and the primary reason was her cold, aloof demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his memory of a delicate princess. Thus, they embarked on this journey of escape with pure intentions. Princess Yin Yang and Zixian felt anxious and apprehensive, fearing that the elite assassins of Tian Sha might suddenly appear. If only 1 or 2 emerged, they might have a chance to fight back, but if 3 or 4 appeared, despair would surely follow. Suke, however, was entirely unconcerned. As long as no infant transformation stage opponents appeared, he could rest easy. He strode forward with the Xian Zhongqi on his back, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his presence still commanding. Astonishing. Perhaps it was the additional 20 points of charm value at play, as both Zixian and Princess Yin Yang, walking behind him, felt an inexplicable sense of security emanating from his formidable silhouette. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully displaying invisible bravado, earning 50 points of bravado value. The system and Apos' notification rang unexpectedly in Suke and Apos' mind, and he couldn't and Apos' help but smile. He had grown accustomed to it. This was the first reward after recuperating his investment in the human skin mask. Thus, Suke found himself hoping that the assassins would appear soon. As he yearned for more opportunities to display his bravado, roars of beasts occasionally echoed from the depths of the jungle, indicating that the assassins were not infallible and had likely disturbed some creatures. Suke's brows raised, and he prepared to rush towards the source of the noise. However, Zixian hurriedly interjected, "Friend, we cannot proceed further. Let's take a detour." Suke paused for a moment and smiled gently. "My apologies. That was merely a reflex. I thought there were beasts causing trouble ahead and instinctively wished to assist. Your chivalrous spirit truly earns my admiration." Zixian beamed, feeling a genuine fondness for this stranger for the first time. Princess Yin Yang remained silent, saying nothing further. Suke, disregarding her entirely, directed a humble smile towards Zixian. "You flatter me. I am merely doing what ought to be done. By the way, may I inquire how to address you?" Zixian asked. Suke cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Hua Wuke." In truth, he had hoped to use another name. But there were only a handful of handsome figures in the martial arts novels of his past life, such as Chu Liuxiang or Li Xuanhuan. With little time to think, he blurted out the name Hua Wu Quebec Hua. "Wuke?" Zixian hesitated, as if recalling something. A flicker of surprise crossed Princess Yin Yang's eyes, her gaze lifting to scrutinize Su Quebec. "Ah, have you heard of my name, fair maiden?" Suke inquired, puzzled. Zixian smiled and shook her head slightly. "No. It's just that your name contains the character K, which reminds me of a friend from the past who also had that character in their name." "I see." Suke nodded faintly, continuing onward without any intention of asking for the names of the two women. This left Zixian momentarily bewildered, glancing at Princess Yin Yang and playfully sticking out her tongue with a smile. Princess Yin Yang narrowed her eyes, choosing not to comment, setting aside their identities. Both women were undoubtedly among the most beautiful and graceful in the 5 nations, accustomed to being adored like stars in the night sky. Yet, at this moment, they experienced a sense of neglect for the first time, stirring a peculiar feeling within them. "Princess, this young hero Hua is indeed exceptional. If we manage to escape, it would be worthwhile to befriend him. When you revert to your true appearance, he will surely be speechless in awe of your unparalleled beauty." Zixian whispered conspiratorially to Princess Yin Yang. Princess Yin Yang shot her a disapproving glare, remaining silent. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom in her heart. This anticipation was not born from a deep-seated affection for Suke, but rather from a sense of discontent at being overlooked, coupled with the desire to witness his astonished expression when her identity was ultimately revealed. However, they ought to be grateful that neither of them chose to wash away the ash from their faces just yet. Otherwise, should Suke recognize Princess Yin Yang, he would certainly abandon any pretense and wield the Xian Zhongqi without hesitation, potentially unleashing the Buddha and Apos' wrath upon them. Before long, night began to fall. Zixian took the initiative to suggest a brief respite for Su Quebec. After all, the two women had been fleeing all day, exhausting their true essence. Even with their golden core cultivation, they were feeling fatigued. Su Ke, eager to linger in the woods for more opportunities to display his bravado, readily agreed. Thus, while the two women sat beneath a tree to meditate and recover, Su Ke scoured the area for firewood, producing some leftover chicken wings from the previous day, preparing to indulge in a barbecue. Chapter 69. The most handsome man is the serious one beneath the pitch-black night sky. Su Ke gathered a pile of dry wood, channeling a wisp of fire elemental energy to ignite it. The dry wood crackled instantly, startling both Zixuan and Princess Yinyang awake. "Hero Hua, what are you doing?" Zixuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "We are fleeing for our lives. Lighting a fire at this hour will surely attract our enemies." Su Ke waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. "After a long day of travel, we ought to eat something. You need not worry about those assassins, while I gathered the firewood. I also set up a family heirloom formation. Only those in the infant transformation stage can break it. Should they approach, they will meet certain death." His earnestness left Zixuan and Princess Yinyang momentarily speechless. "Hero Hua, you excel in the art of formations?" Zixuan asked, astonished. Su Ke smiled modestly. "I have a basic understanding. Dispatching a few infant transformation cultivators is well within my capabilities." Zixuan and Appo's mouth fell open in shock, and Princess Yinyang furrowed her brows, stating coldly, "I have never heard of a formation capable of dispatching infant transformation experts." Zixuan quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Hero Hua, extinguish the fire. If those assassins are drawn here, we will have no escape. Fear not, trust in me. This formation is passed down from my ancestors and is certain to eliminate any infant transformation foes." Su Ke replied with a nonchalant smile. In truth, he had set up no such formation. He simply lacked the patience to waste time and instead sought to lure the assassins into a trap, achieving two objectives at once, rescuing the two women and gaining experience and prestige. Without further ado, Su Ke retrieved a few marinated chicken wings he had prepared and placed them on the grill to roast. Zixuan looked on in astonishment. "Hero Hua, you intend to eat this? Chicken wings? They have no meat. They are inedible." Princess Yinyang and Appo's expression grew colder, reflecting her disdain. In the royal palace, only the finest ingredients graced the table, and poultry like chicken was deemed unworthy. Even in hunger, she would not glance at a whole chicken, let alone chicken wings, which were unfit even for commoners. Yet here was Su Ke, amidst great peril, opting for mere roasted chicken wings. "You and Appo's, LLC, it and Appo's, perfectly edible," Su Ke replied absently, though his passion for culinary delights surpassed his interest in charming women. It was, in fact, the fault of Zixuan and Princess Yinyang. Their disheveled appearance could not compete with the allure of fine food. Had they taken a moment to tidy themselves, the situation might have been different. Using such inferior ingredients as chicken wings for sustenance is rather desperate. Iasin and Appo's. "Tiet?" Princess Yinyang interjected, her tone sharp. Su Ke raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. "Oh." Anger flickered in Princess Yinyang and Appo's eyes as she prepared to reprimand him, but Zixuan, quicker on the draw, tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to remain calm. Drawing a deep breath, Princess Yinyang said, "Extinguish the fire. Once we reach the royal city, I shall treat you to a lavish feast." Just then, the skin of the chicken wings began to sizzle, juices dripping onto the fire with a soft crackle. A rich aroma wafted into the air, intoxicatingly delightful. Princess Yinyang was momentarily stunned. Zixuan, too, was left speechless. The chicken wings possessed such a fragrant aroma? Su Ke maintained a serene smile. Knowing that the cuisine in this realm was lacking, even the most esteemed individuals, having tasted exquisite dishes, found nothing comparable to his specially crafted roasted chicken wings. Last time, that old beggar, seemingly stronger than any infant transformation expert, boasted of having sampled the world's delicacies, yet he succumbed to the allure of Su Ke's chicken wings. He doubted these two women from the royal city could resist such a delectable treat. As the wings neared readiness, Su Ke produced a bottle of high-quality honey, using a small brush to glaze the wings. A plume of white smoke rose, the aroma intensifying. The combination of charred flavor and special spices was enough to make one's mouth water. Zixuan and Princess Yinyang widened their eyes, speechless. More than hunger, They were astonished. Ordinary chicken wings transformed into a culinary masterpiece in Suke and Apos' hands. "Dear ladies, would you prefer mild, medium, or extra spicy?" Suke asked, now holding a bottle of chili powder and turning to the two women with a grin. Princess Yinyang remained silent, while Zishuan, after a moment of contemplation, stammered, "Mild." "Mild, please." "Very well," Suke replied cheerfully. Under the dark night, beneath the full moon, beside the crackling fire, the warm glow illuminated Suke and Apos' refined features. With a flick of his wrist, he sprinkled the chili powder like crimson rain upon the golden wings, as if embellishing them with vermilion. This scene was indelibly etched in the hearts of the two women. After all, a man who is earnest is undoubtedly the most handsome. And at that moment, Suke possessed an additional charm value of 20 points. Both women watched him intently as he completed his task, snapping back to reality only when the fragrant wings were presented before them. "We and Apos, VE all had a long day. Let us eat and then joyfully return to the royal city," Suke said, a warm smile gracing his face. In this atmosphere, with the moon shining brightly and the fire blazing, a solitary man and two women found themselves in a tranquil night. At such moments, one and Apos' defenses often falter. Suke and Apos' actions and smile, combined with his charm, had a profound impact on the two women. One was a princess, the other her confidant, both accustomed to being the center of attention, relishing the admiration of many. Yet, deep down, both Zishuan and Princess Yinyang harbored a sense of isolation. Now, Suke emerged as a protective older brother, bringing them a sensation they had never experienced, one of being cared for, of having a support system. Faced with this sudden, wondrous feeling, Zishuan chose to embrace it. She beamed a sweet smile, her innocent eyes sparkling as she looked at Suke and gratefully accepted the roasted chicken wings, whispering her thanks. In contrast, Princess Yinyang, with her icy demeanor, found herself flustered by this unfamiliar sensation. Instinctively, she recoiled. Her expression turned frosty as she averted her gaze, dismissively stating, "Remove that. I shall not consume such fare." Upon uttering those words, she froze, realizing she had revealed too much with her reference to this palace. Zishuan's face paled instantly. Suke was equally taken aback. Chapter 70. A fiery encounter with enemies. Who are you? Suke and Apos' expression changed dramatically as realization dawned upon him. He abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming loudly. His sudden movement was so forceful that it toppled the grill, causing several golden-brown chicken wings to fall into the mud with a splatter. Zishuan and Princess Yinyang were taken aback by Suke and Apos' unexpected reaction, their faces filled with astonishment. "Humph." Suke snorted coldly, refraining from further inquiries. He concentrated his energy, summoning his water elemental power, which transformed into a stream of clear water that splashed directly onto the faces of Princess Yinyang and Zishuan. His speed was so swift that the two women had no time to react, and the grime on their faces was instantly washed away, revealing their delicate, flawless features. "What are you doing?" Zishuan exclaimed in anger, her voice rising in shock. Princess Yinyang and Apos' face was also filled with fury as she glared coldly at Suquebec. Yet, Suke was momentarily stunned, and then, his pupils constricted slightly as he let out a cold laugh. "Ji Wanqing, it truly is you. You. How dare you call the princess by her name?" Zishuan exclaimed in surprise. Princess Yinyang reprimanded him sharply. "Hua Wuqing, you are quite bold. Since you know I am the princess of Yinyang, how dare you treat me with such disrespect? For this offense alone, I could obliterate your entire clan." "Athaha." Suke and Apos' laughter erupted, filled with rage. "You wish to annihilate my clan, but alas, I am the last of my bloodline. Besides, I am not Hua Wuqing. You should clearly see who I truly am." His voice reverberated powerfully, echoing in all directions. The fury he felt stemmed from the memories embedded within this body. Memories that had become one with him. The images of being stripped of his cultivation and abandoned in the borderlands surged forth in his mind. Suke and Apos' eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he slowly raised his hand and removed the human skin mask from his face. With a rip, his own handsome visage appeared before Princess Yinyang and Zishuan. "My dear princess, it has only been a few months. You Haven and Apos' forgotten your prince consort, have you?" Suke said with a chilling smile. "Wow, what?" In that moment, Zixuan and Princess Yenyang were utterly dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, they could not have imagined that the person before them was the prince consort, the very same individual they had met 6 years ago. Impossible. My father clearly severed your life force. You cannot still be alive. Princess Yenyang and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. A person who should have perished, whose heavenly roots had been seized, and who could not possibly cultivate again, now stood before her. Why is it impossible? The heavens granted me a second chance at life, and it is to seek revenge on your Ji family. Because you, Ji Wanqing, with your venomous heart, are unworthy of being the princess of Yenyang, and that old dog Ji is unworthy of being emperor. The reign of the Ji family in Huiyuan Kingdom shall end with your generation. Su Kei's voice was a low, furious laugh as he raised his hand, the Xuanzhong ruler pointing directly at Princess Yenyang. Stop! Zixuan rushed out, her face pale, spreading her arms to shield Princess Yenyang, trembling as she pleaded, You cannot kill us. Do not forget, you just promised to protect us. Sorry, I have many virtues, but my only flaw is that I do not keep my promises, and I have no intention of changing that. Su Kei replied coldly, advancing with the intent to strike. Zixuan panicked and hurriedly said, Wait, Su Kei, listen to me. Over these 6 years, the princess has not. Zixuan, be silent. Princess Yenyang suddenly snapped, silencing Zixuan with a chilling glare. Her eyes icy and fixed on Su Kei as she coldly stated, We of the Ji family do not need to explain ourselves to a wandering orphan who should have starved to death on the streets. But Princess. Zixuan attempted to argue further, only to be silenced by another fierce glare from Princess Yenyang. Su Kei was consumed by rage, unwilling to unravel the misunderstandings at play. He only knew that the one who had stripped him of his heavenly fire roots and his entire cultivation was this very princess before him. Ah, Ji Wanqing. So this is your true nature as a princess, a heartless vixen. I never imagined that your demure demeanor over the past 6 years was merely an act. You certainly deserve an award for your performance. Su Kei scoffed repeatedly. Princess Yenyang's expression turned frigid as she retorted, And what of it? Today, I shall see what you can do against me. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant, yet that would be too merciful. Therefore, I do not mind exposing you to the royal city, allowing the entire world to see your true face. Su Kei and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly when it came to his enemies. He was capable of anything. Impudence. Princess Yenyang was incensed, her body trembling, revealing the magnitude of her fury. Zixuan looked anxiously at Su Kei, pleading, Su Kei, please stop. Indeed, I have no need to waste breath on you. Su Kei and Appo's gaze turned icy, gripping the Xuanzhong ruler tightly, ready to charge forward. However, Princess Yenyang suddenly pushed Zixuan aside, her fingers illuminating a storage ring from which a jade flute appeared in her hand. She glanced at Su Kei, mockingly declaring, Su Kei, I owe you nothing, but if you wish to kill me, I can ensure you die here as well. As her words fell, she swiftly brought the flute to her lips, releasing strands of true essence, creating a long, sharp melody that rippled through the air, resonating far and wide. Nearby, several assassins searching for the princess halted at the sound of the flute, one among them exclaiming with delight, the Yenyang emerald flute. The royal jade flute that little wench always carries. Quickly, they are over there. In the next moment, several figures transformed into streaks of crimson light, rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Clad in white robes and wielding long knives, their blood-red masks instilled fear. These were elite assassins from Tiansha, each one at the nascent soul stage, their blades gleaming, ready to seal fates with a single strike. As a few assassins arrived, more crimson figures surged forth, all drawn by the enchanting flute melody. A glint of coldness crossed Princess Yenyang and Appo's face as she pointed at Su Kei, sneering at the Tiansha assassins. This man is my prince consort. If you wish to kill me, first ask him about that giant sword in his hand. Clang. In an instant, over a dozen Tiansha assassins unsheathed their blades in perfect unison, the sound echoing like a single, chilling note. Su Kei chuckled coldly, shaking his head, Ji Wanqing. Your plans are rather clever, trying to use them to eliminate me. But alas, do you truly believe that these mere fools can kill me? Ding. Congratulations to the host Su Kei for successfully showing off, earning 80 points of boastfulness. The system's notification chimed, and Su Kei clearly felt the gazes of the assassins locking onto him in unison. Yet, He did not regard them as a threat at all. Kill. The Tianxia assassins wasted no time. They valued efficiency above all, and nearly all launched simultaneously, transforming into streaks of crimson light. Their blades aimed directly at Su Ke as if piercing the void. Go. Simultaneously, Princess Yinyang seized Zixuan, whispering urgently as they leapt into action, dashing into the depths of the forest, thinking that drawing the Tianxia assassins would focus everyone's attention on him. She never expected him to be so foolish as to provoke them, ultimately serving to benefit them. Princess Yangyang glanced back, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of her lips. Zixian's eyes reflected a tinge of reluctance, yet she ultimately pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted behind them, akin to a tempestuous wind, reminiscent of a 1,000-pound waterfall crashing down. Almost immediately, a chilling breeze swept over them. Both women were startled, turning their heads in unison, only to be momentarily frozen in astonishment. The figure draped in a black cloak, wielding a massive, inky ruler, appeared like a demon ascending from the abyss of the netherworld, a sinister grin upon his face. He strode through the icy expanse, a wisp of ghostly white flame hovering above his head, advancing step by deliberate step towards them. Each footfall resonated like a drumbeat against their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, the dozen elite assassins, once formidable, had been reduced to mere ice sculptures, devoid of all vitality. Chapter 71. The Most Poisonous Woman and Amp. Oppos. Heart. How? Is this possible? Princess Yinyang felt her mind go blank, her face a mask of bewilderment as she murmured to herself. Bang! Along with Zixian, the two of them fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a cloud of dust. Yet, they remained unresponsive, their eyes wide with horror, as if their souls had been lost, sitting dazedly on the ground while watching Su Ke approach them step by step. The valiant hero they once admired, the man who had stirred a flicker of affection within them for the first time in their lives, had transformed into a demon, radiating a palpable murderous intent as he neared. At that moment, their hearts were on the brink of collapse. They could not comprehend what had just transpired. They were utterly shocked by the scene before them. Those dozen elite assassins, each a formidable presence in the nascent soul stage, had all turned to ice sculptures and perished in an instant under this man and Oppos' strike. A perfected golden elixir cultivator had effortlessly slaughtered those elite assassins as if they were mere ants. Princess Yinyang and Zixian could not help but recall Su Ke and Oppos' earlier words. Do you really think that these dozen worthless beings could kill me? Could they? A bitter smile crept onto Princess Yinyang's face as she shook her head. It was in this moment that she truly grasped the depth of Su Ke's terror. The overwhelming sensation was suffocating, one she had never experienced before, not even in the presence of her father, the emperor. The Su Ke before her was no longer the mere furnace confined in the palace and Oppos' basement, who could only cultivate in seclusion. That Su Ke had perished. The one before her had been reborn, returning stronger than ever. At this time, Zixian and Princess Yinyang suddenly recalled the rumors that had circulated upon their return from Shui Yuan country, as soon as they entered the border region. A golden elixir cultivator had annihilated the Yin Ghost Gate. A golden elixir cultivator had devastated a significant portion of the Tianwu sect. Initially, they had dismissed these tales, considering them mere fabrications unworthy of belief. But now, the realization struck them. This Su Ke was indeed the very same Su Ke they had heard of. In the entire world, only he could have achieved such feats. Why? Why is it you? Princess Yinyang was utterly stunned, unable to fathom how the beggar who had once survived through royal pity had ascended to such an extraordinary level of strength. If he could easily slay so many nascent soul assassins as a golden elixir cultivator, how terrifying would he be when he reached the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage? Why could it not be me, since heaven has spared my life? It must be fate. My princess wife, fate cannot be defied. Soon, it shall be the day of your nation and Oppos' demise. Observing the astonished expressions of Princess Yinyang and Zixian, Su Ke let out a hearty laugh, reveling in his exhilaration. Although the Su Ke who had suffered humiliation was not the same as him, upon crossing over, he had completely fused with this body and its fragmented soul, thus sharing in its resentment and hatred. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Oppos, Su Ke and Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 50 boasting points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 60 boasting points. Ding. Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Suke and amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 80 boasting points. The notifications of earned boasting points echoed in his ears. Yet Suke's attention was no longer on them. He stepped closer to the stunned Princess Yin Yang, gently lifting her chin with one hand, and said playfully, "How does it feel, my esteemed princess? Do you think there is anyone who can save you now?" "No, Suke, you cannot kill the princess. In truth, she has not." Zixian, stunned, rushed forward to explain. However, Princess Yin Yang coldly interrupted her, her gaze fixed on Suke. "Indeed, Suke, it was wrong of my Ji family to mistreat you in the past. However, had we not brought you back to the palace, you would have been nothing more than a corpse starved to death in the streets. If you spare my life today, once I safely return to the capital, I will ensure my father rewards you handsomely, whether with high office and riches or extraordinary cultivation techniques. Whatever you desire, I will have my father grant it to you. I might even allow you to be the consort of our Hui Yuan kingdom. Take me back to the palace? Huh. Your intention to save me is merely a desire to covet the heavenly fire spirit root that I possess. I have always been nothing but a tool in your eyes. Moreover, do you think I still covet the so-called glory and wealth of your royal city?" Suke scoffed, taken aback by Princess Yin Yang's audacity to flaunt her royal superiority even in the face of death. Seeing that Princess Yin Yang had no retort, Suke let out another cold laugh and said, "However, I do not intend to kill you just yet. You must understand, there are countless punishments far worse than death in this world. Suke, what do you intend to do? She is the esteemed princess of Hui Yuan country. Release us." Zixian cried out in alarm. "Sit down." As he released the pressure of his unusual fire, both women were immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. By a stroke of luck, he had encountered Princess Yin Yang. Suke had no intention of killing her so easily. More importantly, he needed to leverage this princess to obtain the royal tomb map of Hui Yuan and Oppos' capital. Alas, such a waste of delicacies. Suke returned to his previous resting spot, shaking his head slightly. On the ground lay several previously mouth-watering roasted wings, now mixed with dirt and devoid of their original flavor, which he found quite wasteful. Reflecting on earlier, he had merely intended to show off a bit, gain some experience, and then depart. He never anticipated that the person he had saved would be none other than the very princess he wished to take revenge upon. Aside from his frustration, Suke had no other thoughts. He sat down, contemplating how to utilize Princess Yin Yang as a hostage against that despicable emperor, and how to gain access to the royal tomb. After all, rescuing Xiao Rou was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Zixian and Princess Yin Yang sat quietly on the ground, not daring to move. Suke was seated nearby, and they understood they could not escape. Princess Yin Yang sat with her head bowed, staring at the ground, gradually losing herself in thought. After a few moments, her eyes flickered as if she had made an important decision, and she suddenly murmured, "Zixian, give me that bottle of wine we brought back from Shui Yuan country." Zixian's expression changed instantly, hastily shaking her head. "No, princess. That Tian Xian Yinyang wine is strictly forbidden in Shui Yuan country. If a man drinks it, he will instantly lose all his power. And for a woman to drink it. She hesitated to finish her sentence. However, Princess Yin Yang calmly interjected, "For a woman to drink it. It acts like an incredibly potent aphrodisiac." "Yes, princess, I understand what you intend to do, but what if he notices? If you provoke him, he will undoubtedly kill you." Zixian exclaimed anxiously, glancing furtively at Suke, fearful of being discovered. Princess Yin Yang merely smiled nonchalantly. "Zixian, have you heard that a single night of marriage grants 100 days of affection? After all, Suke has had marital relations with that false princess. He still remains unaware that the princess was impersonated by a phantom. He does not kill me now because he is still reminiscing about their past. If I willingly submit and flatter him, engaging him in conversation over wine, he will undoubtedly drink. Moreover, rest assured, the toxicity of this celestial Yinyang wine is exceptionally unique. Even an ancient being in their transformation phase would struggle to discern any issues in a short span of time. However, there is no however. This is my final hope. He is merely at the perfected golden core stage, yet possesses such formidable power, should he ascend to a more profound realm. The kingdom of Huiyuan shall meet its demise. As the princess of the Flame Sun spoke, her gaze was resolute as she turned to Zishuan and extended her hand. Zishuan felt an overwhelming dilemma, hesitating to act. The princess of the Flame Sun, having lost her patience, directly removed the storage ring from Zishuan's hand. With a flicker of her consciousness, she erased the imprint left by Zishuan within the ring, retrieving 2 jade wine flasks, and then stood up abruptly. No, princess. Zishuan hurriedly grasped the hem of her garment. My father was able to kill him once, and I too can do the same. The princess of the Flame Sun smiled faintly, prying open Zishuan's small hand, and strode directly towards Su Quebec. The previous chapter was written incorrectly, so I have revised it. The subsequent chapters will be updated later. Chapter 72. The clever fall victim to their own cleverness. As Su Ke pondered, he was roused by the sound of light footsteps approaching him. He turned his gaze sharply. Under the moonlight, Princess Yin Yang gracefully advanced, her unparalleled beauty adorned with a faint air of coldness, delicately holding 2 small flasks of wine between her jade fingers. Su Ke, she called softly, her voice melodious and lingering. She came to a halt beside him and spoke calmly. I am aware that you harbor resentment towards the Ji family. Yet, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. In times of weakness, one must submit to the whims of others, losing control over one's own life and death. Much like how I am currently held captive by you. However, I cannot simply forget the 6 years we spent together. Therefore, I raise this cup in your honor, severing our marital ties. When you decide to take my life, you shall not bear the stigma of amp, oppose, wife killer, and amp, oppose. With that, she extended the jade flask in her right hand towards Su Quebec. The flask in her right contained the deadly Tianxin Yinyang wine, while the one in her left was an ordinary floral brew. Though their appearances were nearly identical, the former was poisoned. Though Su Ke was unaware of this, he had no intention of naively accepting the flask. He cast a casual glance at Princess Yin Yang, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and then turned his gaze away, choosing to disregard her completely. A tremor ran through Princess Yin Yang's heart. Su Ke's icy gaze had caught her off guard. Could it be that my assumptions were wrong? Has he truly forgotten the princess he spent 6 years with? Impossible. Unwilling to yield, she pressed on. Is it that you refuse to drink because you fear I might offer you poison? Or do you still cling to old feelings? Su Ke retorted with a cold smile. You overestimate yourself. I do not drink with 2 types of people, the dead and the despicable. You fit both categories rather well. So how could I possibly drink with you? You. Princess Yin Yang was instantly incensed. You would do well to behave. For before I decide how to deal with you, cherish your remaining time and reflect on the unspeakable deeds you have committed. Su Ke mocked disdainfully. How absurd. After all these years of reading web novels, I know that no one offers kindness without ulterior motives. You bring me a bottle of wine out of nowhere. It must be poison. The only mistake I ever made was marrying someone like you. Now, I wish to sever all ties before I meet my end. Is that too much to ask? Princess Yin Yang ground her teeth. Su Ke raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. Your current predicament does not grant you the privilege to make demands. However, I agree to dissolve our marital bond. Hand over the wine. He extended his hand. Princess Yin Yang and amp, oppose. S expression remained unchanged, as frigid as ever, as she handed him the wine flask with an air of indifference. Su Ke did not hastily drink. Instead, he summoned the system, his thoughts commanding, system, investigate whether this wine is poisoned. Ding. Examination complete. This wine is Tianxin Yinyang wine. Should a man consume it, he will lose all his cultivation and never be able to practice again. A woman, however, will experience intense aphrodisiac effects. Damn it. I knew this wine was suspicious. System. Is there a way to swap this wine with the one in her hand? Su Ke inquired, believing that the flask in Princess Yin Yang and amp, oppose. S possession was undoubtedly safe. Ding. You can exchange for a replacement token costing 30 points of arrogance value to switch the 2 flasks. The system replied. Exchange for 1. Su Ke commanded and simultaneously requested. Also, search for any poison that can control life and death. A smile crept onto Su Ke and amp, oppose. S face as he decisively redeemed the exchange token. The system interface flashed before him, listing several types of poisons, among which one piqued his interest. 3 corpses devouring soul pill. This pill can be controlled by the host and amp, oppose, S mind. When someone consumes it, the host can dissolve the pill shell with a thought. summoning the soul-devouring worms within to claim the life of the consumer. This pill is effective only on those below the complete yawning stage and cannot be resolved by anyone other than the host. Price: 50 points of arrogance value. So, Ji Wanqing is on the brink of death, yet still seeks to play games. Very well, let us engage in this deadly dance. If you enjoy poison, allow me to show you the true meaning of it. System: I want 2 of those 3 corpses devouring soul pills. With a flash of white light, several items appeared in Su Kei's system inventory. He quickly activated the exchange token, and with a mental command, he inconspicuously swapped the toxic wine in his hand with the one held by Princess Yin Yang. Subsequently, he had the system verify the contents of the flask in his possession, confirming it was indeed harmless. Su Kei, are you still afraid that I might poison you? Whether you drink or not is up to you, but I shall drink first to honor our severed ties. Seeing Su Kei hesitating to drink, Princess Yin Yang seemed a bit anxious. With that, she raised the flask to her lips, tilting her head back to drink. The motion was undeniably alluring. Yet Su Kei paid no heed, raising his own flask to drink as well. The floral brew cascaded into his mouth, its pure aroma enveloping him, providing a delightful sensation as it flowed down his throat. Upon witnessing Su Kei drink, Princess Yin Yang's brow finally relaxed. A hint of relief washing over her features as she wiped her lips clean, a subtle smile gracing her cold visage. Su Kei, it seems you are not as formidable as I thought, remaining as naive as ever, she remarked lightly. Feigning ignorance, Su Kei frowned. What do you mean by that? Your Highness. At that moment, Zixin approached, her expression tinged with worry. She glanced at Su Kei, her eyes filled with compassion and even a hint of regret. Princess Yin Yang regarded Su Kei coldly, her confidence unwavering as she chuckled darkly. Su Kei, I truly ought to thank you for eliminating the assassins from the Heavenly Fiend, although I am unsure of the fortuitous events that have transpired over these few months. Granting you the ability to cultivate anew and boosting your power to such terrifying heights, all of it will soon come to naught. Is that so? I beg to differ. Su Kei replied, a playful smile dancing on his lips, utterly unfazed. Princess Yin Yang's eyes narrowed, and her demeanor shifted back to her previous haughty arrogance as she coldly laughed. Your father once sought to kill you, and I can do the same now. Do you know what kind of wine I just made you drink? Su Kei blinked. Of course, it is Tianxin Yingyang wine. The second update has arrived. 2 more chapters will be delivered before midnight. Chapter 73. Conditions for saving the princess know this. The heart of heaven Yingyang wine. Upon hearing these words, the expression of strategic acumen on the face of Princess Yin Yang vanished instantaneously, leaving her countenance rigid and frozen. Beside her, Zixin and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Su Kei smiled faintly. Ji Wanqing, your heart is as black as it can be. Once was not enough, you wish to harm me a second time? Had it been my former temperament, you would be a corpse by now. However, I have changed my mind and am curious to see what happens to you after consuming the heart of heaven Yingyang wine. What did you say? Princess Yin Yang panicked, her face filled with shock as she stared at Su Kei, her body swaying slightly as she took a step back. Zixin and Apos' expression also shifted. Filled with horror, Su Kei, what? What have you done? Nothing much, just swap the wine, Su Kei shrugged. His gaze fixed on Princess Yin Yang as he remarked with a nonchalant smile. Logically, you should be feeling an intense heat coursing through you, yearning to shed your clothes. Presumptuous. You. Princess Yin Yang was both astonished and furious, yet before she could finish her retort, she sensed an unusual shift within her body. Her spirit shaken to the core. I had clearly warned you earlier not to play tricks, but you chose to ignore me, thinking yourself clever. This is the consequence of your own folly. Su Kei scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest, leaning against a large tree, prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Boom. The heart of heaven Yingyang wine within Princess Yin Yang erupted, surging through her body like fire, instantly sapping her of all strength. She collapsed to the ground, her face flushing crimson, a clear sign of poisoning. Rip! She began to tear at her garments. Zixin panicked at once, rushing to her side to support her, anxiously saying, Princess, you. Ugh. Before she could finish, Princess Yin Yang yanked Zixin towards her. Su Kei stood dumbfounded. Goodness, this drug is far too potent. It seems wise to keep my distance. He pondered whether to climb the tree for a better view. However, at that moment, Zixin had already freed herself from Princess Yin Yang's grasp. Facing the princess, who had succumbed entirely to the effects of the heart of heaven Yingyang wine, Zixian still held the upper hand in terms of strength. Her face flushed. She stood tall, her fingers coalescing as a blue essence manifested at her fingertips, resembling clear water, tracing an arc towards Princess Yin Yang. Whoosh! Instantly, Princess Yin Yang was enveloped by a circular stream of water, and with a flash of blue light, the water surged forth, forming a bowl-shaped barrier that ensnared her within. A water prison technique. Water essence energy? So you are from the water source nation? Suke remarked, somewhat surprised. Having completed her actions, Zixian suddenly turned, biting her lip, and knelt before Quebec's Suke. I implore you, save the princess. She trembled, tears glistening in her clear eyes. Suke's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, she brought this upon herself. Unless my head is struck by a donkey, there is no way I would save her for no reason. Watching her die in this manner suits me just fine. Suke, as long as you are willing to save the princess, I, Zixian, am prepared to offer you my entire cultivation and spiritual roots, to serve you as a maid, to atone for all the wrongs done to you. Zixian pleaded. Her face streaked with tears, making an incredulous promise. Suke remained unmoved, shaking his head lightly. Your cultivation and spiritual roots are of no use to me. I do not require servants. What do you desire? I will give anything for the sake of the princess. Zixian begged desperately. Oh, now that you mention it, I do require something. Suke and Appo's lips curled into a smile as he said, bring me the royal tomb maps of the fire source and water source nations. Zixian was momentarily taken aback. Suke continued, since you are from the water source nation and so close to the princess, your status must be quite significant, correct? If you can procure the royal tomb maps of both nations for me, I will agree to save her. Why do you need the royal tomb maps? Zixian asked in astonishment. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to explore and see if there are any treasures to obtain, Suke replied with a casual smile. Zixian shook her head. It's futile. Even with the maps in hand, the royal tombs are laden with numerous restrictions. Even those in the infant transformation stage dare not tread lightly. Once inside, no one has ever emerged alive. You, do not concern yourself with that. I only require the maps, Suke interrupted her. He was well aware of the dangers of the royal tombs, yet possessing the maps would significantly reduce his risks. Zixian fell silent, her eyes flickering as she seemed to be in deep contemplation. At that moment, Princess Yin Yang's anguished cries from within the water prison grew increasingly intense. Zixian gritted her teeth and looked up, declaring, I agree. If you save the princess, I will go to the water source nation to retrieve the royal tomb map for you. However, the map of the fire source nation is kept in the forbidden area of the heavenly palace, accessible only to those of the Ji family bloodline. In the entire realm, only the fire emperor and a few princes and princesses can enter. So you are telling me that the map of the fire source nation's royal tomb cannot be obtained? If that is the case, then I cannot assist you in saving her, as my sacrifice is considerable, all my life's treasures, Suke said lightly. If saving the princess could procure both royal tomb maps, Suke would certainly be willing, for he had endured 7 days and nights before. Repeating the ordeal would not be a loss. Zixian quietly stated, I can persuade the princess to hand over the royal tomb maps to you. Very well. Then take this pill first. Suke flipped his hand, producing a vial of pills from thin air. This pill is called the three-corpse soul-devouring pill. Once ingested, there is no antidote. Should you deceive me or harbor ill intentions, I can easily end your lives with a mere thought. And do not presume that death will grant you peace. I will have your bodies discarded in the most populous areas of the imperial city. You. Upon hearing this, Zixian trembled, staring at Suke in disbelief. Even without hearing the latter half of his statement, she understood his meaning, struggling to accept that this young man possessed such a heartless method, prepared to guard against them to such a degree. Yet upon reflection, after experiencing the Fire Emperor's treachery regarding the spiritual roots, it seemed only natural for his current disposition. To eat or not to eat, that is your decision, Suke said expressionlessly, holding the pill in the palm of his hand. I will eat. Zixian gritted her teeth, took the pill, and swallowed it down. Her gaze pleadingly fixed on Suke as she implored, save the princess. Suke exhaled deeply, his mood turning strangely complex as he gazed towards the water prison, where Princess Yin Yang lay sprawled within. Under Zixian's imploring gaze, Suke eventually headed towards the water prison. A wisp of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertip, and with a gentle flick, The entire water prison instantly collapsed, transforming into scattered droplets that vanished into nothingness. Zixuan's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Although her water prison incantation was not a particularly powerful technique, it could not be so easily broken by ordinary individuals. Unless they possessed a water elemental order to disrupt the prison and damp, Oppo's structure. Yet, the spiritual energy Suke had just conjured was precisely water elemental power. Previously, Suke had also materialized clear water to wash away the grime from their faces, but at the time, they were unaware of Suke and Oppo's identity, assuming him to be a water spiritual root cultivator. However, now that they knew Suke was from the fire elemental kingdom and had witnessed him unleash water elemental power, Zixuan was utterly stunned. Dual spiritual root prodigies were exceedingly rare in this world, and she never imagined that Suke would be one of them. Ding! Congratulations to host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for a successful invisible act of coercion, rewarding 50 points of coercion. Suke paused, casting a strange glance at Zixuan before retrieving another 3 corpses soul-devouring pill from his system inventory. With a gentle flick, he directly delivered it into Princess Yinyang and Oppo's mouth. No! Zixuan exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. The pill followed Princess Yinyang and Oppo's throat, descending directly into her dantian. Suke nonchalantly stated, with her venomous nature, "Do you think I would risk not administering the antidote? Otherwise." Before he could finish, a figure lunged at him. Princess Yinyang herself. Zixuan, standing not far away, suddenly realized what was about to transpire. Her expression changed drastically as she turned and fled. Suke felt as though he had been transported back to his memories in the palace. The princess before him was identical to the one in his recollections, but strange, it and Oppo's not quite the same as in my memory, like a different person, Suke mused in bewilderment. Zixuan hid not far away. Hearing the sounds subside and silence return, she hastily emerged, staring blankly at Suke before rushing to Princess Yinyang and Oppo's side to tidy her garments. Suke indifferently remarked, "I have saved her. I will visit the royal city in a few days, and I hope to see the royal tomb map then. Otherwise, I am capable of anything. You needn't threaten me. I will honor my promises," Zixuan replied expressionlessly, though a blush still lingered on her face. "Very well. By the way, Suke chuckled coldly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he recalled something and was about to inquire. Abruptly, 2 powerful auras descended from afar. Boom! The auras, like colossal mountains, suddenly enveloped the entire forest, suffocating countless creatures. Suke furrowed his brow. This aura, nascent soul stage experts, and 2 of them? You should leave. Those 2 are likely the lords of nearby principalities. When we encountered trouble, the princess sent out a distress signal. Based on the timing, they should be arriving soon, Zixuan whispered. A smile tugged at the corner of Suke and Oppo's lips as he muttered eagerly, 2 nascent soul stage lords? Since my battle with Zhang Danshan and my advancement to the perfect core formation stage, I Haven and Oppo's sparred with nascent soul stage cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zixuan and Oppo's expression shifted dramatically. This person, upon learning of the arrival of nascent soul stage powerhouses, he not only shows no fear, but even contemplates engaging them in battle. Ding! Congratulations to host and Oppo's, Suke and Oppo's, for a successful invisible act of coercion, rewarding 60 points of coercion. The system notification jolted Suke back to reality. He turned to glance at Zixuan and Oppo's astonished face, unable to suppress a smile. I have no desire to alarm them just yet. Remember, after you return, do not utter a single word about me. Otherwise, even across vast distances, I can end your lives with a mere thought. With that, Suke unleashed the 3,000 lightning movement. Lightning crackling beneath his feet as he instantly darted into the depths of the forest, vanishing without a trace. Zixuan stared blankly in the direction he had disappeared, her heart filled with dread. At that moment, Princess Yinyang slowly opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. "Princess, you and Oppo's, finally awake," Zixuan exclaimed with delight. However, her joy quickly faded, as the events that had transpired were hardly cause for celebration. She could scarcely imagine what Princess Yinyang and Oppo's reaction would be. Collapse? Madness? Suicide? None of the scenarios Zixuan envisioned came to pass. Princess Yinyang awoke, slowly sitting up. Her expression was unusually calm, alarmingly so. Has he left? She inquired in a deep, icy voice. Zixuan nodded blankly, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the princess hasn't an oppose? He realized. What occurred today must remain a secret between you, me, and him. No fourth person must know, not even my royal father. Princess Yinyang declared once more. Zixuan started in surprise, nodding dumbly again. So the princess is aware. Whoosh. Suddenly, two intense sonic booms reverberated across the sky, causing the clouds to darken momentarily. Immediately following, two middle-aged men materialized. Their cultivation bases both reaching the fourth level of the nascent soul stage, their strength formidable. Royal uncle. Princess Yinyang rose to her feet, speaking softly. Zixuan quickly curtsied as well. Zixuan greets the two princes. Both middle-aged men nodded slightly, their gazes filled with concern as they turned to Princess Yinyang. Yinyang, who ambushed you? Princess Yinyang shook her head gently, her expression weary. Royal uncle, Yinyang is exhausted. Let us discuss this upon our return. Chapter 75, The Fog of Ambition. A chance to impress at this moment. Deep within the wilderness, Su Ke traversed the dense forest, heading towards the imperial city. Calculating the time. With relentless day and night travel, he would arrive in 5 to 6 days. However, prior to that, Su Ke had a tribulation to endure. So he delved deeper into the woods to seek a tranquil spot to rest. According to the memories embedded in this body, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation faced by a golden core cultivator was not particularly daunting. One merely needed to prepare some protective artifacts and healing elixirs, withstand for lightning strikes, and channel the thunderous energy into the Dantian to shatter the golden core, thus achieving success in the tribulation. Yet, Su Ke received a notification from the system indicating that the upcoming tribulation would be in hard mode, even suggesting he exchange for a human skin mask to utilize the 2 points of luck within, thereby enhancing his chances of overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. This revelation filled Su Ke with trepidation. He sensed that his tribulation would be formidable. He had previously inquired about his current success rate in overcoming the tribulation, but the system could not provide a precise answer, merely advising him to exchange for more items or equipment. Consequently, Su Ke opted to access the marketplace interface. Perusing the armor section, he bypassed the 1-star armor artifacts without a second glance, while the 2-star armor artifacts appeared relatively decent. For instance, the Xianzhong ruler he possessed was a 2-star weapon. However, at that time, Su Ke was rather impoverished, with limited prestige points, and could only afford the 2-star Xianzhong ruler. Now, although his prestige points were not abundant, he had accumulated 630 points, sufficient to acquire a commendable 3-star armor artifact. Thus, upon entering the 3-star selection, a plethora of armor artifacts manifested before him. Flowing light purple gold armor, crafted by a master artificer. This 3-star armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities and can withstand spell attacks. A coveted treasure in the cultivation world. Armor, 50, magic resistance, 40, charm, 10, price, 300 prestige points. Landon and Amp, Oppos, S. Wrath, an item from the League of Legends. This 3-star armor is a legendary relic of the Dalmatian Light Shield family, lost during the First Rune War and later recovered in a damaged state. Nevertheless, it retains exceptional defensive abilities and enhances the wearer's vitality. Armor, 60, charm, 10. Passive ability, reduces the attacker's speed by 15 upon being hit, duration, 5 seconds. Active ability, slows surrounding enemies by 50, duration, 5 seconds. Price, for 100 prestige points. Invigorating armor, another item from the League of Legends. This 3-star armor was forged by a high-ranking official of Dalmatia, regarded as an embodiment of justice and love. It later became the exclusive armor of Garen, the embodiment of Dalmatian strength, enhancing the wearer's vitality, spell resistance, and doubling their life recovery. Magic resistance, 55. Passive ability, grants the wearer 200 life recovery. Price, 500 prestige points. The array of armor dazzled Su Quebec. To his astonishment, not only were there cultivation world artifacts, but even those from the gaming realm, stirring within him a surge of excitement. While the equipment from the cultivation world might excel in defensive capabilities, the gaming artifacts held unique advantages, primarily due to their additional passive or active abilities. For instance, while Landon's Wrath only offered 10 more armor points than the flowing light purple gold armor. Its active and passive abilities to reduce enemy speed could wield tremendous influence in battle. However, Suke was on the brink of facing a tribulation, and not just any tribulation, but one of hard mode. It was evident to him that armor would be of little use against the lightning strikes, which were magical in nature. Thus, the most essential gear would undoubtedly be the one that increased magic resistance. Consequently, the invigorating armor piqued Suke and Oppo's interest. Not only did it offer an impressive 55 magic resistance, but its invaluable passive ability to double life recovery was equally enticing. Given his current capabilities, the doubling of life recovery might not seem significant, but under the system and Oppo's automatic repair feature, it would prove exceptionally beneficial. Suke believed that even if he were to suffer severe injuries, activating the automatic repair function alongside this armor would allow him to recover in mere moments. System. I wish to exchange for the Oppo's invigorating armor and Oppo's. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Suke, for successfully exchanging for the Oppo's invigorating armor and Oppo's, consuming 500 prestige points. With a clenched jaw, Suke swiftly spent the 500 prestige points, leaving him with a mere 130 points, rendering him impoverished once more. While the cost was steep, the investment was worthwhile. With such a formidable passive ability and an additional 50 points of magic resistance, he felt confident that the tribulation would pose no significant challenge. Gazing at the brilliant green armor in his system inventory, Suke's confidence in the impending tribulation grew. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he resolved to take these few days to optimize his condition, seeking out some nascent soul beasts in the mountains to further enhance his prestige points in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Suke began to meander through the mountains, ever attentive to his surroundings. Alas, 3 days passed without encountering a single nascent soul beast. Damn it, he muttered, surmising that the earlier presence of the 2 infant stage princes might have scared them away, as these intelligent creatures likely sought refuge. Just then, he heard laughter and conversation ahead, voices belonging to human cultivators, and it seemed there were quite a number of them. Suke promptly donned the human skin mask, transforming into the visage of Hugo, and lowered the hood of his black robe. Leaning against a large tree, he crossed his arms and assumed the pose of an ancient wandering hero, squinting his eyes as though basking in the sun, feigning a state of tranquil repose. Meanwhile, the voices drew nearer. My fellow Taoists, we should hasten our pace. It seems the registration is nearing capacity. Indeed, Tianxiang Valley is one of the 3 major sects of the 5 nations, only recruiting disciples once every century. It is said that countless prodigies and heavenly maidens emerge from their ranks. Even the Empress of Shuiyuan was once their chief disciple. Regrettably, our Huiyuan nation has only been allocated 50 entry trial spots, each concealed in various locations. A fortunate lad stumbled upon a trial point while cultivating in the mountains a few days back, securing first-round entry qualifications. However, in his excitement, he inadvertently revealed the trial point and Oppo's location, and now many are rushing there to participate. Heard that the Tianxiang Valley has uncovered the incident of the trial point's exposure and has revoked his first-round qualification. He must be on the brink of collapse. Who cares? With our cultivation levels, securing first-round qualifications should be a breeze. Let us encourage one another. Indeed, let us strive together. Oh, look ahead. What is that figure in the black robe doing by the tree? Such a powerful aura, it exudes an indescribable feeling, making one perceive him as formidable. Surely, this must be the demeanor of a legendary expert. His cultivation is undoubtedly superior to ours. Absolutely. We must befriend such a master. Come, let us greet him. Perhaps he too seeks to participate in the entry trials. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Suke, for successfully displaying his prowess, earning 60 prestige points. Suke suddenly opened his eyes, sparkling with vigor and brilliance. He had listened intently to their conversation, and his heart swelled with excitement. One of the 3 major sects of the 5 nations? Trial points? There are many people? Goodness, it's time to show off again. I absolutely must seize this opportunity to accumulate some prestige, or how could I ever justify it to myself? Chapter 76. I can overcome it with one move. Greetings. Esteemed friend, I am Zheng Fanrong, hailing from the illustrious Lingwang city. These companions beside me are my fellow cultivators. and we were just on our way to participate in the entrance trials when fortune led us to encounter you. We have always cherished the art of friendship. May I be so bold as to inquire if you, too, have come for the entrance trials?" A group approached Suke, led by a plump youth with a fair complexion, who bore a jovial expression as he greeted Quebec. Suke returned the smile and offered a slight bow, introducing himself as Hua Wuchio, stating, "Indeed, I have come seeking the entrance trial points. Alas, my information has proven inadequate, and I seem to have lost my way." "Oh, it is Brother Hua. As the saying goes, at home one relies on parents, and abroad on friends. We happen to know the location of the trial points. If Brother Hua does not mind, we could journey together." Zheng Fanrong exclaimed enthusiastically. "Brother Zheng, you flatter me. It is truly an honor to accompany such distinguished companions as yourselves," Suke replied graciously. "Nonsense. Brother Hua, at your young age, you have attained the pinnacle of the golden course stage, and your bearing is most impressive. You are indeed a paragon for our generation." One of the youths chimed in, his admiration palpable. The group engaged in mutual flattery, their camaraderie almost palpable, as if they were on the verge of burning joss paper to pledge brotherhood. Yet, each was acutely aware that this was merely a theatrical performance. They sought Suke for his remarkable cultivation level, while Suke aimed to leverage their guidance to reach the trial point, hoping to accrue some prestige before facing the tribulation. As they walked, Suke gleaned further information about the entrance trials. Essentially, they pertained to a significant sect known as Tianxiang Valley, which recruited new disciples from the 5 nations every century. Each event would randomly establish trial points across the nations, and those with connections would receive news, while the less fortunate relied on chance. Zheng Fanrong and his companions hailed from affluent families in Lingwang City, yet they were not well versed in the trial and Oppos evaluations. However, their interest peaked when discussing the female disciples of Tianxiang Valley, whose beauty and prowess were renowned, particularly that of the Empress of Shuiyuan Kingdom from over a century ago. It is said she possessed a heavenly water root, later evolving into a heavenly ice root, and by the tender age of 20, she entered the nascent soul stage. Now, a century later, she stands unrivaled among her peers, with even the Fire Emperor unable to contend with her. Rumors suggested that should one progress to the final stages of the entrance trials, the Empress herself would appear as a senior sister to impart her teachings. Everyone speaks of how meeting the Empress would fulfill one's life aspirations. Brother Zheng, do tread carefully. Such words may carry consequences. While we can jest here in Huiyuan Kingdom, we must be cautious should we ever find ourselves in Shuiyuan Kingdom. The companions shared their awe and fantasies regarding the Empress, while Suke remained somewhat indifferent, contemplating the potential disruption of the imperial lineage when he unearthed the dragon veins within the royal tombs of the 5 nations. Soon, they meandered along a mountain path towards a forest trail, where verdant canopies enveloped them, and the ground was strewn with dried leaves. The air filled with the gentle sounds of birds. Zheng Fanrong pointed towards the depths of the woods. Ahead lies the trial point. It is said we will encounter a blazing inferno array, and only by traversing this sea of fire can we qualify for the trials. As they gazed ahead, a shimmering barrier appeared, a wall of air that, if breached carelessly, could spell danger. The nature of this fire was said to be treacherous, requiring more than mere elemental power to withstand. Fortunately, we received timely information and prepared fire-resistant artifacts, Zheng Fanrong added confidently. I also spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to acquire 2 fire avoidance talismans. They should suffice. Suke followed behind, distracted and silent. A tall, slender youth turned to him and asked, "Brother Hua, do you have any preparations for avoiding the fire?" Suke paused, shaking his head. "Avoid the fire? It seems unnecessary. It is merely a sea of flames. Why the fuss? A simple strike with my flame-splitting wave will suffice." The group fell silent, taken aback by his response. Some instinctively clutched their belts, where their precious talismans were secured. Others exchanged awkward glances, forcing smiles. It appears Brother Hua must possess some extraordinary techniques. Extraordinary techniques? This was merely a polite evasion. They feared Suke might request their talismans or artifacts, which were far too precious to lend. However, Zheng Fanrong approached Suke with a beaming smile, producing a blue orb, the size of a palm, with rippling water patterns. "Brother Hua, allow me to lend you this water essence orb. It contains abundant water elemental energy, and with your profound cultivation, You will surely navigate through the blazing array unscathed. Before Suke could respond, the others exclaimed, a water essence orb. Such a valuable item. Brother Zeng is truly generous. Brother Hua is fortunate. Zeng Fanrong and Amp. Appo's wealth was evident in his open-handedness, earning him admiration and envy. Suke, taken aback by Zeng Fanrong and Amp. Appo's warmth, replied with a slight smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Zeng, but I can manage the fire myself. Furthermore, the water essence orb is quite precious. I insist you keep it. Zeng Fanrong was momentarily stunned. This was his first experience offering help only to be declined. The others shared his astonishment, their gazes filled with intrigue. Brother Hua, the fire array is formidable. Even nascent soul cultivators tread lightly. We must rely on external aids. This trial also serves as a test from Tianxiang Valley. Our response to danger must not be taken lightly. Zeng Fanrong urged. Indeed, Brother Hua, one must not underestimate the perils. A single misstep could be catastrophic. Moreover, a single water essence orb is negligible for Brother Zeng. You need not be overly formal, another youth chimed in. Suke waved his hand dismissively. Truly, it is unnecessary. I can dismantle the blazing array with a single move. The group stared at him, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This was the renowned fiery array of Tianxiang Valley, and he claimed he could dismantle it with ease. They exchanged awkward glances, struggling to find words. Zeng Fanrong, feeling the tension, managed a forced smile and withdrew the water essence orb, no longer pressing the matter. The atmosphere grew cold, and Suke and Amp, Appo's bravado had rendered him a conversation terminator. Yet, he had received a system notification, accruing a substantial amount of prestige points. Thus, he was more than willing to embrace this role of a conversation ender, for flaunting was like the wind, ever at my side. Refined text after a brief silence. The atmosphere grew peculiar. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond to Suke's claim of breaking the formation with a single move, a boast that seemed excessive. Moments later, a young man in azure robes, clutching two fire-resistant talismans, stepped forward, brimming with eagerness. Esteemed fellow cultivators, I shall proceed first. May we meet again at the exit of the formation. With that, he strode towards the invisible barrier of light. Thump! With a subtle thud, a gap materialized in the light barrier, releasing a gust of scorching heat. Through the opening, Suke and the others beheld the fiery sea within the formation, ablaze with roaring flames. The young man in azure robes steeled his resolve, activating the fire-resistant talismans. A faint blue aura enveloped him, and he stepped through the gap unimpeded. Friends, I shall follow. Another cultivator declared, producing a lantern. Though unlit, as he invoked a spell, a trickle of lamp oil emerged, coating his body in a protective layer. As he traversed the fiery sea, the flames danced around him, leaving his garments untouched, absorbed by the oil. An exquisite lantern indeed. Friend Lin must have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Let us not linger. Let us proceed together. Zeng Fanrong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He urged the others to join him. The group nodded in agreement, each producing their protective artifacts or talismans. Only Suke remained stationary. Zeng Fanrong cast a curious glance at him. Brother Hua, would you care to join me? Suke waved his hand dismissively, replying with a nonchalant smile. There and Amp, Appo's, no need. I must wait for you to pass before I can dismantle the formation, lest I inadvertently harm you. Zeng Fanrong and the others exchanged wry looks, rendered speechless. Brother Hua, perhaps you should prioritize your own safety. We shall take our leave. A young man shook his head and stepped into the fiery sea. Zeng Fanrong offered Suke a forced smile and a nod of farewell. Subsequently, the group ventured into the fire sea, their expressions hardening as they unleashed their various skills. Disappearing into the inferno. A playful smile graced Suke and Appo's lips as he patiently awaited their passage outside the fiery sea. Meanwhile, at the exit of the fire sea formation, two young women clad in flowing emerald robes stood guard at the formation and Appo's core, their gazes fixed upon the raging inferno. They were responsible for overseeing the formation, ready to eject anyone unable to withstand the intense heat. After all, embarrassment was preferable to death. Thus far, no one has succumbed to the grand fire formation, leaving us with little to do, remarked the younger of the two, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched Zeng Fanrong and his companions navigate the flames. Alas, someone divulged the secrets of the formation. These individuals are well prepared. We lack the time to modify the formation, so this trial will likely prove ineffective. The taller woman sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Her gaze shifted to the outside of the formation, and she paused. Warren and Amp. Oppos, they traveling together? Why is only one black-robed youth remaining outside? It seems he was left behind, likely lacking the means to ward off the flames. How unfortunate. He possesses handsome features. Had he become our junior brother, we could have befriended him. Alas, it appears he is not destined for the heavenly fragrance valley. As they spoke, two cultivators emerged from the fiery sea. One after the other, the young man in azure robes and the lantern-bearing cultivator. Soon after, Zheng Fanrong and the others emerged, appearing slightly disheveled, but having successfully traversed the fiery gauntlet. The group reunited, congratulating each other on their success. Very well, let us register, the young man in azure robes declared, his face beaming with joy. Zheng Fanrong turned and hesitated. Perhaps we should await Brother Hua. I believe he will soon be ready to enter. Brother Zheng, there is no need to wait for him. We misjudged him. We believed Hua Wuk to be a master. But he is merely a proud individual who would rather remain helpless outside than accept your kindness. He is not worthy of our companionship. The young man in azure robes shook his head. The others nodded in agreement. Had he simply declined Brother Zheng and Oppos' offer, I would have admired him. However, he then made grandiose claims of shattering the formation with a single move, instantly diminishing my respect for him. Indeed, his words are mere bluster. He is likely fretting outside. Let us disregard him and proceed to register. At the formation and Oppos' core, the two Heavenly Fragrance Valley disciples overheard their conversation. The petite girl burst into laughter. Senior sister, it seems your judgment was also clouded. The black-robed youth is not as impressive as his appearance suggests. He claims to shatter our grand fire formation with a single move. Haha. The taller woman shook her head, sighing, a pity. He possesses a handsome visage, yet his nature is frivolous. His future accomplishments will be limited. He will not venture far on the path of cultivation. Haha. I haven't encountered such an amusing individual in ages. He is unlike the taciturn, stoic senior brothers in our sect. The petite girl giggled, watching the scene unfold with amusement. The taller woman chided. Our senior brothers may be more reserved, but they are reliable. The black-robed youth outside possesses only a handsome face and a frivolous nature. His future achievements will be limited. He will not go far on the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Suke remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the subject of ridicule. A serene smile graced his lips as he gazed at the heavens, lost in thought, contemplating whether he could use the upcoming tribulation as an opportunity to stir up some excitement. Rustle. A gentle breeze swept past, causing fallen leaves to alight upon his shoulders. Suke snapped out of his reverie, a faint smile playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards the grand fire formation. The time is nigh. Brother Zheng and the others should have traversed the fire sea. It is my turn. With a soft murmur, Suke took a few steps back, his eyes fixed upon the inferno before him. Boom. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his aura shifted dramatically. He raised his right hand, and the heavy Xian ruler trembled, soaring into his grasp with a whoosh. A cyclone of energy swirled around him, causing his robes to flutter in the wind. Suke lunged into the air, his voice resonating with power, consumed the waves, cleaved the mountains, sunder the seas. Open. Boom. The heavy Xian ruler quivered, frantically drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it descended upon the grand fire formation with unstoppable force and earth-shattering power. Chapter 78. Kneel, kowtow. Apologize. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the air. An invisible surge of untamed energy emanated from the Xian heavy ruler, cleaving through the raging inferno formation. In a mere instant, the fiery expanse was bisected, revealing a swathe of scorched earth. The formation had been brutally rent asunder. Between the two infernos, a chasm yawned, a testament to raw power, stretching towards the formation and Oppos' exit, a web of fissures spider-webbing across the ground. Gulp. Zheng Fanrong and his companions, faces etched with terror, swallowed hard, transfixed by the sight of the fissures snaking towards them, a chilling reminder of their vulnerability. At the heart of the formation, the two disciples of the Heavenly Fragrance Valley were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? With a single strike, he shattered our raging inferno formation? The sheer destructive force unleashed by Suke plunged the scene into an eerie silence, so profound that a pin drop would have been deafening. Suke, oblivious to the awe he inspired, surveyed the ravaged landscape with a frown. Damn it. I only used 20% of my power, and the ground is already ruined. How am I supposed to walk across this? The onlookers could only suppress grimaces. This is terrifying. This man. He is truly terrifying. That single strike could probably overwhelm even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator. And he claims he only used 20% of his strength? I think I and Amp, Oppos, am going to be sick. Zheng Fanrong and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of bitterness and dread. They had dismissed Suke and Amp, Oppos' boasts as mere bravado, only to witness him dismantle the formation with ruthless efficiency. They were left speechless, their legs trembling. In that instant, a shared realization dawned upon them. This handsome core formation stage youth, who called himself Hua Wuk, was unlike any other they had encountered. Whoosh! With a sigh of resignation, Suke channeled lightning beneath his feet, executing the 3,000 lightning movement technique. He traversed the void between the flames, landing before Zheng Fanrong and his group, a hint of apology in his tone. My apologies, Brother Zheng, an esteemed gentleman. I seem to have kept you waiting. The others were speechless. Ding. Congratulations to Host and Oppos, Suke and Oppos, for successfully executing a forced act of intimidation, rewarding 40 points of acting tough points. Ding. Congratulations to Host Suke for executing an exceptional act of intimidation, awarding an additional 60 points of acting tough points. The system notifications echoed in Suke's mind. He was taken aback. What? An additional reward for an exceptional act of intimidation? Fantastic. 100 acting tough points in an instant. Ah, Brother Hua, that was truly remarkable. Zheng Fanrong stammered, struggling to find the right words, finally settling on remarkable. The others nodded in agreement. Oh, it was nothing. I simply wasn't adequately prepared. Had I known about the raging inferno formation, I would have brought my 9 heavens thunderclap invincible fire extinguisher. A mere puff, and the entire inferno would have been extinguished. I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. Alas, I've damaged the vegetation. I apologize. I will uphold the moral imperative of protecting flora, everyone's responsibility. Suke's talent for braggadocio was boundless, leaving Zheng Fanrong and his companions utterly bewildered. Ding. Congratulations to Host Suke for successfully executing a forced act of intimidation, rewarding 10 points of acting tough points. Ding. Congratulations to Host Suke for successfully executing a forced act of intimidation, rewarding 30 points of acting tough points. As Suke's words flowed, the system's rewards continued to accumulate. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Suke was beginning to savor his triumph, 2 streaks of light descended from the mountain, moving with incredible speed, like shooting stars. They arrived before the group in an instant. They were 2 young men from the heavenly fragrance valley, both at the first level of the Yuan-ing stage, clad in resplendent green brocade robes. Upon witnessing the bisected raging inferno formation, they were momentarily stunned, their brows furrowing in displeasure. What happened here? One of them demanded, his gaze sweeping towards the formation and Oppos' core. A faint glow emanated from the formation and Oppos' core, and the 2 female disciples emerged, their faces still bearing traces of shock. They glanced at Suke before addressing the men. Reporting to our senior brothers, that man, he cleaved the formation. Cleaved? The 2 men exchanged surprised glances, their gazes converging on Quebec. Suke offered a polite bow. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am Hua Wuk. Where can I register for the entrance trials? The men and Oppos' brows furrowed even deeper. One of them questioned, you destroyed this formation? A mere trifle, Suke replied with feigned modesty. The man and Amp, Oppos' face twitched. I wasn't Amp, Oppos, complimenting you. My apologies, a faux pas. Suke responded with a smile. The man scoffed, his voice hardening. Spare me the jesting. Do you have any idea how valuable this formation is? It and Amp, Oppos, not something you can simply destroy on a whim. I care not what sorcery you employed. But let me make one thing clear. You can forget about participating in the entrance trials. You will remain here until our senior brother arrives to settle the score for the destruction of our sect and Amp, Oppos' formation. Upon hearing this, Suke and Amp, Oppos' smile vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. Zheng Fanrong and his companions were equally taken aback. Some harbored a hint of schadenfreude, while others shook their heads. feeling a twinge of sympathy for Su Quebec. He has offended the heavenly fragrance valley. He and Amp, Oppos, S doomed. No matter how powerful he may be. He and Amp, Oppos, S merely an ant before the heavenly fragrance valley, at their mercy. The two female disciples exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile crept on Suke and Amp, Oppos, S face. He had merely intended to register, participate in the trials, and accumulate some acting tough points. He had no desire to cause a major incident. Alas, fate had other plans. I ask you, did you stipulate that one could only pass the formation to register for the trials? Was there a prohibition against destroying it? Suke inquired calmly, his gaze sweeping over the two female disciples before settling on the two Yuan Ing stage men. Then, if no such rule exists, then, kneel Cao and apologize. His voice, resonant and piercing, echoed through the forest, reverberating far and wide. Chapter 79. A shocking revelation. The entire audience was instantly taken aback. Zheng Fanrong and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Suke, their faces etched with astonishment. Kneeling and bowing in apology. Has this brother, Hua Wuqiu, lost his senses? After all, the other party was a disciple of the Tianxiang Valley, and this very location was their designated trial point. How dare a mere golden dance stage cultivator utter such words? The two female disciples of Tianxiang Valley were also rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the previously calm and composed young man could transform so swiftly, exuding such a domineering aura. The intensity of his presence was something they had scarcely witnessed even in their own senior brothers, leaving them utterly awestruck. The two male disciples at the nascent soul stage were equally stunned by the thunderous proclamation, but they quickly regained their composure and erupted in fury. You seek death. They both struck simultaneously. With a mere gesture, they summoned an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, manifesting a radiant green umbrella that shimmered with brilliance. This is what elemental spiritual energy. Zheng Fanrong and his companions gasped in astonishment. Among the 5 elements, while fire elemental spiritual energy boasts the greatest offensive capability, wood elemental spiritual energy often proves to be more effective in actual combat, excelling in healing and recovery while also possessing the ability to restrain enemies. Now, these two nascent soul stage experts were combining their wood elemental spiritual energy for a coordinated attack, leaving no rival among their peers. The onlookers felt a sense of dread wash over them. The newly acquainted brother, Hua Wuqiu, seemed doomed, as he was merely at the pinnacle of the golden dance stage. Whoosh! At that moment, the green umbrellas in the hands of the Tianxiang Valley male disciples began to whirl, releasing strands of radiant light imbued with a restraining force that surged towards Su Quebec. Humph! Mere trifles. Suke scoffed, gripping the Xuanzhong ruler tightly and swinging it forward with vigor. One force shatters 1,000 techniques. No matter how formidable your spells are, I shall break them all. With a simple yet powerful sweep, a tempestuous energy erupted, as if it could shatter the void itself. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the two green umbrellas vanished into thin air, obliterated in an instant. However, the shockwave unleashed by the Xuanzhong ruler was far from over. The remnants of its violent energy caused the two Tianxiang Valley disciples to pale, their eyes filled with terror, as if they had caught a whiff of death's fragrance. Not good, retreat. The tall female disciple of Tianxiang Valley cried out in alarm. Whoosh! In an instant, the two nascent soul stage male disciples reacted with remarkable speed, their forms blurring as they transformed into scattering green willow leaves, vanishing from their original position and retreating several hundred meters away under the overwhelming wood elemental spiritual energy. This technique, quite impressive. Suke was astonished. That previous strike with the Xuanzhong ruler was an all-out attack utilizing the flame-devouring wave technique. Although he had yet to amplify his power with the dragon's soaring 9 transformations, he was confident in subduing these two nascent soul stage cultivators. Yet they managed to evade his strike. It was evident that Tianxiang Valley possessed extraordinary depth, far surpassing the disciples of other sects he had encountered. The escape technique employed by those two nascent soul stage men was certainly not something ordinary spells could compare to. Ding! The system notification suddenly chimed. Wuxiang divine skill has imitated the spell and Oppos, willow shadows on the waves, and Oppos, would you like to cultivate it? Suke and Oppos' heart leaped with joy, The wuxiang divine skill was an extraordinary ability, allowing him to grasp an opponent and amp, Oppo's technique after observing it just once. The amp, Oppo's, willow shadows on the waves and amp, Oppo's technique was particularly enticing, granting a speed of escape even swifter than the 3,000 thunder movements. Though it lasted only a fleeting moment, when executed in a moment of peril, it was undoubtedly a life-saving skill. Cultivate. Skills are never a burden. Suke promptly responded to the system. Ding. Congratulations. Host and amp, Oppo's, Suke and amp, Oppo's, has successfully cultivated and amp, Oppo's, willow shadows on the waves, and amp, Oppo's. As this technique is derived from the wuxiang divine skill, it is considered a fragmented technique. Would you like to expend 200 points of show-off value to perfect it? It can actually be perfected? Suke was taken aback. It seemed this system was indeed becoming increasingly omnipotent. However, he hesitated to expend the points to enhance the skill. As an amp, Oppo's, willow shadows on the waves and amp, Oppo's, was a singular technique designed for instantaneous execution. Spending 200 points to refine it felt rather extravagant. Meanwhile, the two nascent soul stage men who had retreated several hundred meters away regarded Suke with apprehension, wary of making any rash moves. Suke and amp, Oppo's seemingly ordinary swing had harbored terrifying power, leaving them shaken. They understood that had their reactions been even a moment slower, they might have perished beneath the weight of that dark, colossal ruler. The two female disciples were equally frightened, nearly believing that their senior brothers would be struck down by the fearsome Xuanzhong ruler. Fortunately, the two senior brothers had managed to execute and amp, Oppo's, willow shadows on the waves and amp, Oppo's, just in time to escape. However, Suke and Oppo's decisive and ruthless demeanor had left an indelible mark on the hearts of the two female disciples. A person willing to take a life at the drop of a hat was not to be trifled with, the tall female disciple thought with trepidation. As for Zheng Fanrong and his companions, they were utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they had thought that Suke would at least be severely injured by the two nascent soul stage men. But unexpectedly, with just a single move against two opponents, he had forced them into retreat. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. They could hardly fathom his immense strength. Ding. Congratulations. Host Suke has successfully shown off, earning 40 points of show-off value. The system's prompt echoed in Suke's mind. Although he had not managed to slay the two nascent soul stage disciples, he had succeeded in demonstrating his prowess. A smirk graced Suke's lips as he raised the Xuanzhong ruler, pointing it directly at the two male disciples, and coldly declared, "Kneel, bow your heads, and apologize." The faces of the two male disciples flushed with rage, their bodies trembling, fists clenched tightly. Yet, they dared not make any rash moves. The earlier strike had left a psychological scar, instilling fear within them. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. A man clad in a flowing white robe adorned with green willows appeared before the crowd. As the wood elemental spiritual energy dissipated beneath his feet, he gracefully alighted on the ground, exuding an imposing aura. "Senior brother," the two male and two female disciples called out in unison, their faces filled with reverence as they bowed to the man in white. The man in white nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the two male disciples as he spoke with a hint of disappointment. "I sent you two down to ascertain the situation. And this is how you conduct yourselves?" The two male disciples immediately lowered their heads in unison, pleading, "Please punish us, senior brother." "We apologize to him." The white-robed man gestured towards Suquebec. The two male disciples trembled at this command, visibly reluctant, yet they dared not voice their objections. Clenching their fists tightly, they approached Suke, their expressions devoid of emotion as they uttered, "We apologize." Suke narrowed his eyes, shook his head, and coldly retorted, "What I said was kneel. Bow your heads and apologize." Chapter 80. Why should I show you respect? You, Don and Amp, Oppo's, go too far. The two male disciples at the nascent soul stage glared at each other, their expressions reflecting deep humiliation, ready to fight Suke at any moment. Suke and Amp, Oppo's gaze was icy and mocking, devoid of any trace of fear, as if he had never regarded these two individuals as threats. From beginning to end, his demeanor remained both calm and imposing. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in disbelief. When the man in white appeared and demanded an apology from the two male disciples, not only the two female disciples were taken aback, but even Zheng Fangrong and his companions found it hard to believe. The senior brother of Tianxiang Valley was actually asking his own people to apologize to an outsider? Perhaps this senior brother was more reasonable and just. However, what surprised everyone even more was that Su Ke stubbornly insisted on having the two male disciples kneel and bow in apology. No one, regardless of who it was, would agree to such a demand. Zheng Fangrong and the others looked at Su Ke as if he were insane, internally lamenting. This brother Hua truly seems reckless. It appears he intends to confront Tianxiang Valley to the bitter end. Ding! Congratulations to the host Su Ke for successfully showing off, earning 30 points of show-off value. Su Ke recalled the system notification in his mind. He never missed an opportunity to flaunt. Forget it. I lack the patience to wait for your kneeling. Let us finish the unfinished battle from earlier. I can allow you one move, come. Su Ke suddenly shook his head, gripping the heavy ruler in his hand and pointing it at the two male disciples. The two were visibly shaken and involuntarily took a step back. At the same moment, the man in white swiftly moved to stand before them, his deep-set eyes meeting Su Ke and Appos with an unsettling calmness. Dao friend, we do not have a rule against breaking formations. Since you have successfully broken the formation, it should count as you passing the trial. I.e. Gumming. Apologize on behalf of my junior brothers. Please give me some face, and let this matter rest, shall we? He spoke with a refined demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Su Ke shook his head disdainfully and coldly retorted, why should I give you face? Ding. Congratulations to the host and Appos, Su Ke and Appos, for successfully showing off, earning 30 points of show-off value. Yi Gumming was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering as he seemed unprepared for Su Ke's relentless assertiveness. Unable to relent even after being offered 2 chances to back down, Zheng Fangrong and his companions watched in disbelief, torn between admiration for Su Ke's audacity and concern that he seemed less like a participant in trials and more like someone seeking a death wish. Offending Tianxiang Valley so severely, and now with the senior brother intervening to mediate, Su Ke still refused to back down. If he were to truly enter Tianxiang Valley, Wuden and Appos, he faced dire consequences? The 2 female disciples from Tianxiang Valley stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed their senior brother so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The black-robed youth before them exuded an overwhelming presence, nearly suffocating in its intensity. There is no need for such hostility, with your strength. Entering Tianxiang Valley should pose no difficulty. It is quite possible that we may become brothers in the future. Yi Gumming spoke again, his tone remaining remarkably composed. Su Ke let out a cold smile, choosing to ignore him. What nonsense is this Tianxiang Valley? I have no intention of joining. I am merely here to show off today. Flaunting without creating trouble was one thing, but should someone provoke him and attempt to kill him, that was an entirely different matter. Su Ke would not easily let such provocations go. He demanded a continuation of the battle, allowing the opponent one move, clearly intending to test the technique he had imitated from the Wuxiang divine skill, while also relishing the opportunity to show off. No matter how deep the grudge or how painful the experience, the art of showing off, this secret yet magnificent endeavor, could never be forsaken. Yi Gumming remained silent for a moment before finally responding with a calm smile. How about this? Since you have already passed the first trial, I will allow you to enter the third trial early as compensation. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Zheng Fangrong and his companions were instantly envious. To skip the most challenging second trial and go directly to the third? This compensation seemed far too generous. Furthermore, passing the third trial would grant immediate entry into Tianxiang Valley, and should they succeed in the final 4th trial, they would even qualify to participate in the elite disciple selection in the Imperial City. It was simply enviable. No need. I, Hua Wuk, do not consider this a form of coercion. I will naturally face the trials that are meant to be faced. No need to skip. Su Ke waved his hand, rejecting Yi Gumming and Appos' proposal, but he did not continue to insist. Otherwise, how could he continue to show off? The essence of showing off lies in gradual progression. A single grand display is not true showing off. Yi Gumming and Appos' brow furrowed slightly. He understood Su Ke and Appos' words clearly. Su Ke only mentioned a temporary cessation, implying that there would be a reckoning later. Nevertheless, he ultimately shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it, merely cupping his hands in gratitude towards Su Ke, saying, thank you on behalf of my 2 junior brothers. However, are you certain you do not wish to skip the second trial? Absolutely. Suke rejected without a moment and Apos' hesitation. He then turned his head and saw Zhang Fangrong and the others giving him frantic signals, as if urging him not to decline. Yi Gumming smiled slightly and said, I have witnessed your strength. However, the second trial tests luck, which is not primarily related to strength. So I will ask once more. Are you certain you do not wish to skip? Suke, growing impatient, replied, Enough with the nonsense. I do not wish to skip. He then looked towards Zhang Fangrong and the others, beckoning. Zhang brother, let us go register. The registration point is on the mountain. You will see it upon arrival. Yi Gumming said with a slight smile, pointing towards a distant high mountain. Suke nodded and walked towards Zhang Fangrong and the others. The group appeared stiff and anxious, thinking, Brother, we are not that familiar. Could you not act as if you know us? They were terrified of being mistaken for Suke and Apos' allies by the Tianxiang Valley disciples, fearing potential repercussions if they were to enter the valley later on. However, as Suke approached them enthusiastically, they felt compelled to respond with forced smiles. Except for Suke, everyone else bid farewell to Yi Gumming and the others, then used their spells to soar toward the mountain. After watching them leave, Yi Gumming and Apos' smile gradually faded, his expression becoming serious. The two male disciples at the nascent soul stage nervously said, Senior brother, although we were the ones who acted first, this person is exceedingly audacious. If he obtains the entry token. Silence. Yi Gumming reprimanded coldly. The Water Sovereign will arrive in the imperial city of Huiyuan Kingdom in a few days to personally impart spells to the elite disciples. I do not wish for any major incidents to arise during this time. Do you understand? Yes. The two male disciples nodded immediately. Yi Gumming and Apos' expression softened slightly as he spoke gravely. That black-robed individual possesses formidable strength. Even I do not have complete confidence in defeating him. What? The two nascent soul disciples, along with the two female disciples at the Golden Core stage, were visibly shocked. Chapter 81. The Supreme King of the Art of Deception, Master Brother, you are indeed at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. How could you possibly not defeat him? A male disciple exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Guqing cast a fleeting glance at them and replied solemnly, When I descended from the mountain earlier, I witnessed the technique he employed. He has not yet exerted his full strength. Therefore, had he intended to kill you, even I would have been powerless to intervene. What? That terrifying blow. He wasn't even using his full power? The two male disciples were struck dumb, their minds reeling, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their scalps tingling with fear. Yi Gumming continued, with such innate talent and power, should he join our Tianxiang Valley, he would become a formidable warrior in the overseas trials 3 years hence. Hence, I intended to facilitate his advancement to the 3rd assessment, but regrettably, he insisted on passing the 2nd assessment first. Now, it all depends on his own fortune. With that, Yi Gumming glanced at the torn fiery array, narrowing his eyes. You four remain here and guard this place. I shall consult the elder for another array and report this matter. Farewell, Master Brother. The two males and two females spoke in unison, filled with reverence. They then watched as Yi Gumming transformed into a flurry of green willow leaves and vanished from sight. At that moment, the four sighed in relief. Though the two female disciples wore complex expressions, the male disciple of the nascent soul stage clenched his fist and said indifferently, Master Brother has been considerate of Tianxiang Valley, allowing that young man to persist, but I harbor a deep dislike for him. If he enters Tianxiang Valley, I shall be most displeased. Rest assured, the 2nd assessment is entirely unrelated to individual strength. Besides, over these past few days, we have thoroughly explored the valley. That young man will undoubtedly fail the 2nd assessment. Another replied gravely, Let us hope so. It will be amusing to see how he boasts then. Meanwhile, Suke and Zhang Fanrong had already made their way to the summit of the trial point. The area was still surrounded by a grand formation, with a shimmering barrier resembling a curtain of water. Upon landing, the others hurriedly stepped into the formation, seemingly eager to distance themselves from Su Quebec Zhang Fanrong. Feeling somewhat awkward, could only clasp his hands towards Suke and chuckle. Oh, forgive me for their behavior. Not at all, no offense taken. Suke waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. Among the group, he felt a connection only with the plump youth before him. Though he appeared affluent and somewhat comical, his character was commendable. By the way, Brother Hua, why did you reject Master Yi Gumming and Apos' proposal earlier? Although I am unaware of what the 3rd trial entails, the 2nd assessment seems quite formidable, Zheng Fanrong remarked with a hint of regret. Oh, is the second assessment truly that challenging? He mentioned it relates to luck. Could it involve some sort of lottery? Suke inquired curiously. Zheng Fanrong shook his head. The second assessment requires us to enter the valley and seek a rare herb known as starry grass. It is exceedingly scarce, and when burned, it produces sparks akin to stars, although its effects are limited. Tianxiang Valley possesses a unique recipe that can refine the starry grass into a medicinal pill infused with wood element spiritual energy. After consumption, even those without a wood spiritual root can cultivate a portion of this energy. Thus, the assessment requires us to form teams to find the herb within 6 hours, with a maximum of 6 in a group. If one person locates the starry grass, the entire team passes. Starry grass? Suke was momentarily taken aback. He recalled having seen this herb in the system's marketplace, and it was astonishingly inexpensive. Is it truly so difficult to find? Suke asked, his expression peculiar. Zheng Fanrong nodded earnestly. It is indeed hard to come by, yet it can be found in various locations. These herbs can survive anywhere, but they never grow in clusters. It is said that only one can thrive within 1,000 miles. Such a finicky plant. Suke was at a loss for words. However, the second assessment clearly posed no problem. He had just glanced at the system in Oppo's marketplace, where the starry grass was so cheap it was shocking. He could purchase 10 with a mere modicum of bragging rights. Brother Hua, how about this? I will speak to the others. If we form a team of 6, our chances of finding the starry grass will significantly increase, Zheng Fanrong suggested. Suke immediately waved his hand. No need. 2 of us will suffice. Huh. Zheng Fanrong was momentarily stunned. Suke smiled slightly. If Brother Zheng trusts me, you shall not regret it. This left Zheng Fanrong hesitating. Were it a battle team, he would unhesitatingly choose to join Suke. However, for herb gathering, the more people involved, the greater the chance of success. There is no need for concern, Brother Zheng. Ultimately, it depends on individual fortune and luck. I am accustomed to acting alone, so I shall proceed first. By the way, if you are interested in the future, you may join our Exploding Heaven gang. Suke concluded, waving his hand and stepping into the formation. Zheng Fanrong stood dazed. Exploding Heaven gang? I have never heard of such a peculiar name before. Meanwhile, Suke had already passed through the barrier and arrived behind the formation. What lay before him could only be described as a sea of people. The summit was nearly filled with individuals, ranging from the foundation establishment to the golden core stages, and even some nascent soul cultivators had come to participate in the trials. Suke was astonished. Tianxiang Valley was indeed quite popular. The number of registrants at this trial point was nearly rivaling that of Tianwu sect. In the crowd, a few green-clad cultivators were busily distributing wooden tokens inscribed with numbers to the registrants, seemingly for record-keeping purposes. Suke caught sight of a registration point ahead and promptly made his way over. At the registration point, a long line had formed, with many cultivators searching for teammates nearby. Suke contemplated for a moment and decided against cutting in line. After all, he considered himself a person of civility and decorum. Thus, he walked to the end of the queue and patiently waited. Fortunately, although the line was lengthy, it was primarily organized into groups of 6, allowing individuals to acquire their wooden tokens and depart swiftly. In no time, Suke reached the front of the line, when suddenly, a few burly figures halted beside him. Before Suke could inquire, one of them hissed, "Kid, if you know what an Oppo's good for you, step aside. Otherwise, when we enter the valley to gather herbs, you and Oppo's regret it. Fool, get out of the way." Suke cast a disinterested glance at the group, too lazy to respond. The 6, hearing Suke and Oppo's words, seethed with anger, one of the burly men bellowing, "Say that again if you dare." Oh, Suke chuckled, amused that someone was so addicted to being insulted. "Fine, let me oblige you. Your mother exploded, your father died, now get lost." He unleashed a rapid-fire string of insults. "You insolent wretch, seeking death." The burly man shouted furiously, raising his fist, ready to strike. But he was immediately restrained by his companions. The gazes of many cultivators around them converged, some curious, some reveling in the misfortune, and others eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, a green-clad nascent soul disciple approached rapidly, frowning. "This place is prohibited from causing a ruckus. Consider this a warning. If it happens again, all of you will be thrown down the mountain." He shot a fierce glare at the burly man and Suke before slowly turning away. The burly man glared coldly at Suke, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Kid, You and Amp, Oppos, refinished. Once we enter the valley, no one will be able to protect you. With that, he mockingly patted Suke and Amp, Oppos' shoulder and turned to leave. Oh dear. Suddenly, Suke let out a heart-wrenching scream. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he resembled a kite severed from its string, abruptly propelled backward, landing on a small patch of ground, his hand pressed tightly against the shoulder struck by the burly man. His complexion was exceedingly pale, and his countenance displayed a myriad of emotions: indignation, anger, resentment, and, above all, a deep sense of grievance. In an instant, the green-clad disciple of the nascent soul stage returned, appearing between Suke and the imposing figure, his expression grim as he intently inquired, "What transpired?" Suke lay on the ground, seemingly on the brink of collapse. With great difficulty, he raised his trembling arm, pointing toward the burly man. His voice barely a whisper. This person is exceedingly ruthless. I opposed his jumping, and I never anticipated that he would resort to such a treacherous attack. Chapter 82. An obvious innocent child. In an instant, the crowd nearby erupted in astonishment. Their gazes fixated on the burly man, expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. To cause a ruckus at the trial point of Tianxiang Valley was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, the man appeared utterly flabbergasted, his mind blank as he grappled with the unexpected turn of events. He could hardly fathom that Suke would resort to such a clever tactic, and that it would unfold so opportunely. Almost as soon as he had patted Suke on the shoulder, the latter had soared into the air. To the onlookers, this spectacle could only be interpreted as the burly man having initiated the confrontation. His companions, equally taken aback, regarded him with incredulity, seemingly convinced that he had been the one to strike first. Oh dear, I feel as though I might not last much longer. Suke groaned feebly from the ground. Unable to bear the sight any longer, someone from the crowd shouted, "We are all fellow cultivators. Must you resort to such ruthless measures? Look at what you and Oppos done to this boy." The crowd murmured in agreement, expressing their discontent. Indeed, you see how pale he is? That shows he has sustained serious injuries. A woman, standing close to Suke, Kuden and Oppos, helped but speak up in his defense, her concern piqued by his handsome features. Humph! That hulking brute even tried to cut in front of me in line. Thankfully, I had enough people with me that he turned away, only to threaten that youth afterward. How can such a person be allowed into Tianxiang Valley? A man in the midst of the crowd declared loudly. This is utterly disgraceful. The young man, so refined and innocent in appearance, is clearly an unsuspecting child, and yet you treat him so harshly. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, that boy has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, yet he was ambushed so unceremoniously, indicating he was caught completely off guard. The sentiments of the crowd grew increasingly hostile, their ire directed at the burly man. In an instant, the cacophony of accusations and vitriol rained down upon him. The burly man felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on his own fury as he glared at the prostrate Suke, who merely winked and smiled back at him. The green-clad man from Tianxiang Valley, having overheard the crowd's rebuke, turned to the burly man and admonished, "How dare you disregard my earlier warning and resort to violence?" The burly man was immediately flustered, shaking his head earnestly. "No, it wasn't an Amp, Oppos, me, fellow cultivator. I swear, this has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? So, are you suggesting he threw himself out?" Someone in the crowd retorted angrily. With a woeful expression, the burly man lamented. He truly did throw himself out. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in outrage. "How dare you treat us as fools? Such absurd claims are beyond contempt. Fellow cultivator from Tianxiang Valley, you must uphold justice for that youth. We cannot permit someone like him to join our ranks. It would tarnish our reputation. Such a person deserves a sound lesson. He should be cast down the mountain. He is a disgrace to our cultivation community. Truly, it wasn't an Amp, Oppos, me. I am being framed." The burly man was now in a state of panic, at a loss for words amidst the barrage of accusations. The green-clad man coolly interjected, "There is no need for further explanation. Since there are witnesses to your actions, you shall face the consequences according to the rules of Tianxiang Valley." With that, he conjured a branch of ethereal willow from the air, channeling potent spiritual energy to ensnare the burly man. The man and Amp, Oppos' complexion changed drastically as he shouted, "It truly wasn't an Amp, Oppos, me. You are going too far." In his fury, he attempted to retaliate, But the green-clad man merely scoffed. You dare to strike at me? With a swift motion, the willow branch surged forward, binding the burly man completely, even restraining his internal meridians. Moments later, the green-clad man waved his hand, and the burly man's robust frame was lifted from the ground, the branch tightening until it pierced into his flesh. Ah! The burly man screamed in agony as he was unceremoniously hurled away, plummeting down the mountainside. The crowd fell silent, awestruck by the green-clad man and Apos' prowess. Meanwhile, Suke had quietly slipped away from the throng, standing nonchalantly at the registration point on the opposite side of the mountain, as if nothing had transpired. The atmosphere here was decidedly more vibrant, with an even larger gathering than before, though a handful of individuals still craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Noticing Suke emerging from that direction, one inquired, "Fellow cultivator, what transpired over there?" "Huh, I have no idea. I heard it was a case of someone trying to pull a fast one." Suke responded innocently, shaking his head, before resuming his place in line. "Pulling a fast one? What does that mean?" The questioner, puzzled, noted Suke and Apos' apparent confusion but chose not to press further. Before long, Suke reached the front of the queue. This time, no one sought to impede him. As the previous group of 6 departed with their wooden plaques, it was finally Suke and Apos' turn. The registration was managed by a young female disciple, whose beauty was overshadowed by her evident displeasure, her brow furrowed. She looked up, casting a disinterested glance at Suquebec. "Provide me with the names of all members of your team." "Wawaking," Suke replied. The woman's frown deepened, her impatience evident as she retorted. "I meant all members of your team." "My team consists of but myself," Suke remarked thoughtfully, studying her. The woman, taken aback, raised her gaze in surprise. "Just you?" "Indeed." "Are you certain?" "Indeed." "Miss," Suke interjected, "is there a problem? I happen to be a physician, known as the Divine Doctor. If I am not mistaken, you seem to be suffering from gynecological issues. Have you been feeling irritable lately, experiencing sharp pains in your lower abdomen, and finding it difficult to concentrate? Has your menstrual cycle been irregular? I suggest you brew some water with brown sugar." Silence. The young disciple abruptly stood, her face flushed with anger as she reprimanded him. Instantly, all eyes turned towards them. Suke feigned innocence, as if oblivious to the stir he had caused. Just then, a disciple from Tianxiang Valley, tasked with maintaining order, passed by and inquired, "Junior sister, is there a disturbance?" The young woman shot Suke a glare and responded, "Senior brother, it's nothing. This boy insists on going solo for the second trial, and I am merely trying to dissuade him." At this, the crowd fell silent, staring at Suke in disbelief. Then, laughter erupted throughout the assembly. "Haha, has this lad lost his wits? How utterly ridiculous to think he could face the second trial alone. We 6, as a group, struggled to locate the star grass within 6 hours. He would only have 1 hour. Does he not realize how foolish that is? Such audacity. This young man possesses high cultivation, but seems lacking in wit. You would do well to seek companions. You cannot hope to succeed in the second trial alone." Suke curled his lips into a smirk, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he coldly declared, "I am the child of destiny, blessed with unparalleled fortune and capabilities. Such a trivial herb as starry grass. I could effortlessly procure dozens of them. Doubt me if you will." With that, he dramatically flicked his robe and seized a wooden plaque from the table, striding forth with an air of confidence. A chime resonated, announcing, "Congratulations to the host and Amp, Apos, Suke and Amp, Apos, for successfully displaying audacity. Reward, 50 points of audacity value." Amidst the jeers and derision of onlookers, Suke, a serene smile gracing his lips, followed the signposts erected on the mountainside, making his way towards the valley. En route, many cultivators were also en route to the valley. Upon hearing that Suke intended to brave the second trial alone, they couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle in disbelief. Thus, the tale spread like wildfire, and soon almost everyone was aware of Suke's endeavor. "Have you heard? There's a youth, utterly lacking in prudence, who insists on facing the second trial solo." "Indeed, I and Apos' been amused by it for quite some time. How could anyone be so foolish?" "Precisely. A solitary challenger must emerge within an hour. A duo has 2 hours, and a team of 6 would have 6 hours, regardless of the number. If one member finds the starlight herb, the entire team succeeds. Why would the youth put himself through such hardship? The trial at Heavenly Aroma Valley tests not only fortune but also the harmony and cooperation of the participants. The lad seems oblivious to this, a clear sign of his youth and inexperience. However, it's said that the youth has a face like jade, a refined demeanor, and wears a black robe, carrying a massive ink-colored ruler. He certainly possesses an air of grandeur. How could he make such an imprudent decision? Look, the person ahead is wearing a black robe and carrying an ink-colored ruler. Could it be him? Where? Ah, it is indeed him. Suke remained impervious to the curious gazes and mocking remarks, a faint smile playing on his lips, radiating an air of self-assuredness. For as the ancients have said, when the world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, despises me, hates me, and cheats me, how should I respond? Endure them, indulge them. Let them be, avoid them, bear with them, respect them, and ignore them. Wait a few years, and you shall see. Thus, Suke maintained an optimistic outlook, wearing a smile as he turned to a few teams nearby and declared, "What are you gawking at? Do you want to be beaten to death?" A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. They had misjudged him. They had assumed he was a handsome and refined youth, yet his words were vulgar. Never mind. Let an amp, Oppos, ignore him. There are heavenly Aroma Valley disciples patrolling here, preventing any violence. We and amp, Oppos, LL teach him a lesson once he and amp, Oppos, inside the valley. Indeed, I and amp, Oppos, am eager to see his expression when he fails to find the starlight herb and is ejected from the trial. Seeing the indignant expressions on their faces as they departed, Suke revealed a contented smile and, with graceful poise, approached the valley entrance. 3 heavenly Aroma Valley disciples, 2 men and 1 woman, all at the nascent soul stage, stood guard at the entrance, responsible for recording the time of entry and verifying whether the cultivators brought out the starlight herb upon exit. As Suke approached, he said with utmost courtesy, "I, Hua Wuk, request to enter the trial." The 3 disciples rolled their eyes. "Brother, you were just cursing over there. And now you and amp, Oppos, pretending to be refined? Do you think we and amp, Oppos, blind? What and amp, Oppos, your wooden tag number?" The female disciple asked, recording Suke and amp, Oppos' name in the register. Suke glanced down at the wooden tag, paused for a moment, and read, 9527. Very well. The female disciple nodded slightly, then focused a strand of true essence on Suke and amp, Oppos' wooden tag, saying, "This wooden tag is now fused with your aura, preventing anyone from impersonating you, or you from impersonating anyone else. Remember to exit within the time limit, or even if you find the starlight herb, it will be considered a failure. Do you understand?" "Understood. Oh, by the way, have you ever seen a fairy?" Suke nodded in response, then asked the female disciple. And no, I don't think so." The female disciple was taken aback. Although cultivators were often referred to as fairies by mortals, in the eyes of cultivators, only those who had attained enlightenment and ascended to the immortal realm could be called fairies. Suke smiled gently, saying with deep affection, "I haven't and Oppos, seen one before either. But since I saw you, I believe I have." Upon hearing this, the female disciple was initially stunned, but she quickly realized what he meant. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head shyly, avoiding Suke and Oppos' gaze. The 2 male disciples beside her, as well as a group of male cultivators, widened their eyes in astonishment. With just a few words, he made a nascent soul stage woman blush. Such a brilliant and unconventional approach to flirting is simply amazing. Congratulations to the host, and Oppos, Suke, and Oppos, for a successful act of pretentiousness, rewarding 40 points of pretentiousness. Flirting with a girl can also create an opportunity to act superior. The art of flirting is truly remarkable. Suke revealed a nonchalant smile, retrieved the wooden tag, turned around, and strode away amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. A few moments later, a heavenly Aroma Valley male disciple's voice echoed from behind. "Hua Wuk, number 9527, entered the valley at Shunshuri Ku." Suke almost stumbled. Why does that sound so familiar? It's as if I'm entering a prison. Stepping into the valley, Suke discovered that the entire area was sealed off by a massive array. Looking up, he saw that all areas except the entrance were shrouded in a water-like barrier, presumably to prevent anyone from secretly smuggling out the starlight herb. It seems they'll be checking storage rings upon exit. Too bad, it's useless. No one can detect my system storage space. Suke smirked, stepping forward. There were quite a few people in the valley, with cultivators entering and exiting one after another. Some had just arrived, while others were about to leave. The faces of those entering were filled with solemnity and anticipation, while those leaving were either joyful or sorrowful. Suke, on the other hand, felt relaxed and at ease. He was simply here to stroll around, go through the motions to deceive others, and when the time was right, exchange a few starlight herbs from the system store to complete the trial and successfully show off. After walking several hundred meters, the surrounding people gradually thinned out. After all, the valley was quite large, and everyone was seizing the time to search for the starlight herb. Only Suke was leisurely strolling. After a while, he wandered into a sparsely populated area and was about to find a place to lie down, bask in the sun, and rest when he noticed a few figures in the distance, seemingly engaged in a dispute. Suke stopped and, upon recognizing the individuals, was immediately taken aback. I actually ran into acquaintances. Moreover, both sides of the dispute had acquaintances. 6 golden core stage cultivators were surrounding 6 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Among them, a refined foundation establishment stage woman was angrily saying, "You and Amp. Oppos. Really going too far? What do you mean going too far? We clearly saw the starlight herb first. We simply went to see if there were any others, but when we returned, you had already taken it. You should hand it over quickly." The person who spoke was the green-robed youth who had been with Xingfanrong and the others. However, he was not teamed up with Xingfanrong and the others at this time, but had instead found a few cultivators with higher cultivation levels. Among the foundation establishment stage cultivators being bullied were 2 old acquaintances of Su Quebec. The refined woman was Tang Shui-Ru. The fairy sister Su Ke had met after his rebirth, and the handsome man was also a disciple of the heavenly martial sect. The sword-wielding youth Zhang Su Liang, whom Su Ke had encountered after accidentally entering the treasure pavilion. The other 4 were also disciples of the heavenly martial sect. And Su Ke recognized them, but Kuden and Amp, Oppos, to recall their names. The 6 of them had formed a team to participate in the heavenly aroma valley and Amp, Oppos, entry trial, presumably to leave the heavenly martial sect. However, Su Ke was surprised by Tang Shui-Ru's rapid cultivation progress. In just a few months, she had successfully established her foundation and reached the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. As for Zhang Suliang, he had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and was only half a step away from the golden core stage. Under normal circumstances, Suke would likely have cast a cursory glance at such a scene and moved on. However, given that the instigator was the young man in azure robes, who had previously derided him, Suke and Oppos' meticulous nature dictated that he remain. "Hold it right there. Robbery. Ahem. Pardon me, force of habit. Slipped out," Suke exclaimed. Realizing the impropriety of his words, he cleared his throat and continued with feigned seriousness. "Now then, what in Amp, Oppos, all this commotion? A quarrel is one thing, but must it take place beside my stellaria? Your stellaria?" Both parties turned their heads in unison, their faces etched with bewilderment. "Okay. Here and Oppos, the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 84. This dares to call itself poetry? What in Oppos, going on? What do you mean, your stargleam herb? Who are you?" Everyone turned to look at Su Ke, their faces blank with bewilderment. Only the youth in the azure robes recognized Su Ke, and his complexion paled drastically in an instant. The image of Su Ke shattering the formation with a single move and repelling 2 nascent soul stage disciples of the heavenly fragrance valley was still vividly etched in his mind. Almost impossible to erase. "Boy, this is none of your business. If you know what in Oppos, good for you, Scram." The azure-robed youth and Oppos' companion, also a cultivator at the great perfection of the golden core stage, glared fiercely at Su Ke, his voice sharp and commanding. Upon hearing this, the azure-robed youth and Amp, Oppos' face turned even more ashen. "Brother Lin, Don and Amp, Oppos, speak," he whispered, attempting to warn the other cultivator. However, the cultivator completely missed the youth and Amp, Oppos' meaning, scoffing. "This brat has a death wish. He and Amp, Oppos' spouting nonsense, daring to compete with us for the stargleam herb. He and Amp, Oppos' not afraid of biting off more than he can chew." "Brother Lin, be quiet," the azure-robed youth exclaimed, his expression one of abject terror. His companions were momentarily stunned, and even Tang Shui-Ru and the others trapped in the middle were taken aback, unsure what was happening to the azure-robed youth. Suke stood not far away, a faint smile playing on his lips as he held the Xian-heavy ruler in his hand, watching them with a meaningful gaze. The azure-robed youth felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly cupped his hands in Suke's direction and said, Brother Hua, what a coincidence. I was just passing by. I'll take my leave now. With that, he immediately summoned his flying sword and fled without looking back. The 5 golden core stage cultivators who had been with him were left utterly bewildered, watching the azure-robed youth disappear in a puff of smoke before turning their puzzled gazes towards Su Quebec. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't and amp, oppose, to discern anything particularly special about Su K, except that the golden core stage youth was rather handsome. Other than that, there didn't and amp, oppose, to seem to be anything else. The golden core stage cultivators grew increasingly perplexed. Tang Shuiru, Zhang Su Liang, and the others also looked at Su K, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Su K was wearing a disguise, so they didn't recognize him. Their apprehension stemmed from the Stargleam herb on the ground. They had been the first to discover the Stargleam herb, but before they could pluck it, they were surrounded by a group of golden core stage cultivators. Now, a black-robed youth who seemed rather strange had arrived, and he was also at the great perfection of the golden core stage. A sense of despair washed over them. It seems we probably won and amp, oppose, to be able to get this Stargleam herb, Zhang Su Liang said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The competition between golden core stage cultivators was beyond their ability to participate as Foundation establishment stage cultivators. Tang Shuiru bit her lip, feeling a sense of unwillingness. However, she was no stranger to the world of cultivation and understood the principles of the strong preying on the weak. In the end, she could only sigh softly and remain silent. The other disciples of the former heavenly martial sect also appeared dejected. At this moment, Su K began to walk toward them. The 5 golden core stage cultivators and amp, oppose, eyes twitched, and they became vigilant. The strange behavior of the azure-robed youth before he left had led them to suspect that this black-robed youth was not as simple as he appeared. Hey, Don and amp, oppose, to be so tense. It and amp, oppose, s just a Stargleam herb. I have plenty here. See for yourselves. Su K and oppose. S expression remained calm as he reached into his robes and produced 10 Stargleam herbs, which he had just exchanged from the system store for a mere 1 point of act tough value. What? Stargleam herbs? How is this possible? Where did you find so many? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Su K shrugged his shoulders. Actually, when I went to the privy earlier, I forgot to bring paper, so I found myself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Huh. The others were confused. Su K continued, just as I was about to despair. I happened to see a few plants growing nearby, so I casually plucked a few to wipe with. Only later did I realize that they were Stargleam herbs, so I picked a few more. Friend, that joke isn and oppose, t funny at all. Everyone knows that a Stargleam herb only grows once every 1,000 miles. It and oppose, s impossible for several to grow together. Also, please change the topic of your jokes in the future. Don and oppose, t say such disgusting things. The golden core stage cultivators frowned, their faces filled with displeasure. Upon hearing this, Su K became unhappy. What and oppose, s so disgusting about it? What and oppose, s so disgusting about going to the privy to relieve oneself? I ask you, who among you hasn't done it? The others were speechless. One of the cultivators shook his head. Friend, say no more. I will say more. I'll even write a poem. Su K retorted, his eyes widening. He began to recite, since ancient times, who is without excrement? Who relieves oneself and needs no paper? Su K continued, if you relieve yourself and use no paper, unless you deign to use your finger. Uft. The others felt an urge to vomit blood. This dares to call itself poetry? A golden core stage cultivator said indifferently, friend, let's stop with the jokes. Since you have so many Stargleam herbs, you don't need to compete with us for this one, right? Who said I was competing with you? This Stargleam herb was mine to begin with. Su K narrowed his eyes, a faint smile on his face. Immediately afterward, his figure blurred from his original spot. Before the others could react, a powerful wood-based spiritual energy surged from Su K and amp, oppose, s body. With a soft whoosh, he transformed into a scattering of green light, like strands of willow leaves gently falling. Su K himself had vanished. What? This is one of the heavenly fragrance valley and amp, oppose, s famous techniques, willow shade across the waves. How is it possible? How does he know this technique? The golden core stage cultivators were knowledgeable and immediately recognized the willow shade across the waves that Su K had stolen. They were shocked and exclaimed in surprise. The Stargleam herb. Suddenly, someone realized and turned sharply toward Tang Shuiru and the others. The Stargleam herb that had been growing there was indeed gone. In the next moment, Suke reappeared before them, smiling. In his hand, he held the freshly plucked, star-gleam herb. The entire process had taken less than a breath and Appos' time. Using the instantaneous burst of speed from the willow shade across the waves, Suke had silently and successfully plucked the star-gleam herb from under their noses. First, he wanted to test the power of this technique. Second, he wanted to show off. Ding! Congratulations to host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for a successful Act Tough, rewarding 40 points of Act Tough value. Hearing the notification in his mind, Suke knew that this performance had been a success. Tang Shui-Ru and the others were stunned. Although they didn't and Appos, understand the willow shade across the waves. They understood from the bizarre speed Suke had displayed that the black-robed youth was far stronger than the Golden Core stage elders in their heavenly martial sect. At the same time, fury burned in the eyes of the 5 Golden Core stage cultivators, and their expressions turned extremely grim. "Friend, are you trying to force us to make a move?" one of them said, his voice trembling with rage. Suke didn't and Appos, even bother to lift his eyelids. He said indifferently, "You ants who bully the weak Dawn and Appos, have the right to talk about and Appos, making a move and Appos, with me. Because you can only be crushed to death by my ruler." Chapter 85. Is there really starlight in the starlight grass? Ding! Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for successfully showing off. Reward of 50 show-off points. Such arrogance. The young man in the blue robe earlier was likely an accomplice of this person, acting in concert to instill fear in us. I refuse to believe that a mere perfected Golden Core cultivator, on par with our realm, could contend against the 5 of us. Attack. As the system notification resonated in Suke's mind, the 5 Golden Core experts could no longer restrain themselves. With a few stern shouts, they acted decisively and swiftly. For the qualification to enter Tianxiang Valley, they were determined to fight. More crucially, they did not believe that a young man like Suke, at the perfected Golden Core level, could possess any formidable strength. Whoosh! In an instant, the 5 joined forces, unleashing a multitude of dense sword lights coupled with several flames, creating a powerful assault net hurtling towards Su Quebec Tang Shuiru, and Zhang Suliang's faces turned pale. Such formidable skill. The 5 coordinated so seamlessly. They must have known each other for a long time, Zhang Suliang exclaimed. Our previous elite brothers from the elite hall could hardly match these individuals. That man in the black robe is in trouble this time. Unless he employs that extremely swift technique Willow's shadow and ripple, he may escape unscathed. A few disciples from the Tiangong sect whispered. They had rarely witnessed battles of this caliber in the sect, except for that incident when Suke bombarded their sect with the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Boom. Meanwhile, Suke had already raised the Xian Heavy Ruler, an ominous whirlwind of dark energy emanating from him, causing his garments to flutter without wind. Soon after, a faint green radiance enveloped him, rich in wood elemental spiritual energy. As willow leaves fell, Suke's figure suddenly vanished. He employed Willow's shadow and ripple in a bid to flee. It's too late to run now. The 5 Golden Core experts scoffed, joining forces for the assault. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped them. Charging toward them, the 5 Golden Core experts and Appos' expressions froze. An overwhelming sense of suffocation and intense unease surged within them. Something is wrong, this feeling. Quickly disperse. They shouted in alarm simultaneously. Yet, it was too late. The sky darkened abruptly, as if night had fallen. Then, they beheld a pair of eyes as dark as ink, their faces shifting in shock. No. The Suke they thought they had evaded had appeared right before them, mere inches away. By the time they attempted to flee, it was already too late. They roared in unwilling defiance, seeking to make a final stand. However, the ink-black giant ruler transformed into countless illusory shadows, overwhelming them with a ferocious momentum, crashing down upon them. Puff, puff, puff. The individuals were instantly reduced to blood mist, exploding in midair like crimson fireworks. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Golden Core cultivator, rewarded with 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for slaying a Golden Core cultivator, rewarded with 50,000 experience points and a Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Appos, Suke and Appos, for slaying a Golden Core cultivator, rewarded with 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for slaying a golden core cultivator, rewarded with 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for slaying a golden core cultivator, rewarded with 50,000 experience points and a golden core. Ding! Since the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, has yet to overcome the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, the experience gained will temporarily be stored in the experience pool. A series of system notifications echoed in Suke and Apos' mind. He descended to the ground, sheathing the Xian heavy ruler, a look of profound delight radiating from his brow. Initially, he had refrained from revealing his identity, which was why he had not employed the 3,000 Thunder movement. Back when he was in the Tiangong sect, he had unleashed a massacre using the 3,000 Thunder movement in conjunction with the 9 transformations of Dragon Ascendants, ultimately subduing the old crone with a Buddha and Apos' Fury Fire Lotus, without ever revealing the Xian heavy ruler. Thus, he had opted to use the recently learned Willow's Shadow and Ripple alongside the 6 Harmonies body ruler. Yet, he had not anticipated that the instantaneous explosive speed of Apos, Willow and Apos' Shadow and Ripple and Apos would enhance the power of the 6 Harmonies body ruler, allowing him to instantaneously slay 5 golden core cultivators without the amplification of the 9 transformations of Dragon Ascendants. This exceeded Suke and Apos' own expectations. It turns out these techniques can be combined in such a manner. It seems that in Apos, Willow and Apos' Shadow and Ripple and Apos is becoming increasingly intriguing. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he mused. Not far away, Tang Xueru and Zhang Suliang stood dumbfounded. Initially, they believed Suke was retreating when he employed an Apos, Willow and Apos' Shadow and Ripple and Apos. However, they were astonished to find that Suke not only advanced but also defeated the enemy with a single strike. In just one move, he reduced all 5 golden core experts to blood mist, leaving no trace of their physical forms. This gruesome scene stimulated their senses. For a moment, they felt as if they had returned to the time of Suke's vengeance upon the Tiangong sect, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang, brother Zhang, the strength of this man in the black robe is likely on par with that Suke, a disciple from the Tiangong sect whispered, trembling. Zhang Suliang's expression grew grave. Nodding slightly, Suke had once utilized a peculiar flame to achieve such terrifying power. Now, this man in the black robe, relying solely on an ink-black giant ruler, is equally fearsome. These individuals are truly formidable. Have you noticed? The voice of this man in the black robe seems rather familiar. Moreover, I feel as if I have seen him before. At that moment, Tang Xueru queried suspiciously. Zhang Suliang and the others were taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, his voice does bear a resemblance to Suke and Apos'. However, with so many people in this world, it is not unusual to find similar voices. Indeed, that is true. Tang Xueru nodded slightly, not delving further. Alas, my dear junior brothers and sisters, let us depart and explore other places. Perhaps we might yet discover more starlight grass. Zhang Suliang retracted his gaze, exhaling deeply with a hint of a wry smile. Agreed. The others nodded in unison, voicing no objections. After witnessing Suke and Apos' prowess, they dared not seek to reclaim the starlight grass. At this moment, Suke emerged from his contemplation, observing Tang Xueru and the others turning to leave, and could not help but call out, "Hey, are you not taking the starlight grass?" Tang Xueru and the others halted, turning around in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. "Take it. I have plenty of this." Suke waved his palm, and the starlight grass floated effortlessly into Zhang Suliang and Apos' hand. The group was increasingly bewildered. What is happening? This man in the black robe, having laboriously seized the starlight grass and slain 5 golden core experts, is now casually handing it away. What could this possibly mean? Why the days? Quickly hide it. If someone else robs it, you may never encounter another chivalrous person like me again. Suke clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, and spoke nonchalantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Apos, Suke and Apos, for successfully showing off Reward of 30 show-off points. Zhang Suliang and the others suddenly came to their senses, elated to realize that the black-robed man was indeed assisting them, and immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. We shall remember this kindness. The others followed suit, expressing their thanks to Su Quebec. Given their cultivation levels, even if Su K was younger, addressing him as an amp, Oppos, Senior and amp, Oppos, was not a loss. By the way, may I inquire, does the starlight grass truly contain starlight? Su K asked curiously at that moment. Zhang Suliang and the others were momentarily bewildered, shaking their heads and saying, Senior, we have not attempted this ourselves. We have heard that after burning, starlight will appear. However, given the rarity of starlight grass, it is unlikely that many would dare to try. Su K nodded slightly, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Zhang Suliang and the others exchanged glances, unable to fathom the Senior and amp, Oppos' temperament, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Yet, in the next moment, they were taken aback. Su K, without uttering a word, suddenly produced a handful of starlight grass, his fingertips gathering a strand of fiery spiritual energy, which transformed into a flickering flame that he directed straight towards the starlight grass. Chapter 86. The moment of witnessing miracles. Is this person out of his mind? He actually intends to burn the starry grass? Tang Shiwaru and her companions immediately changed their expressions in shock. Senior, no? Tang Shiwaru exclaimed, her voice laced with desperation. Such a precious herb. How could it be destroyed? It was an utter waste. The starry grass was not only the key herb for the second trial, but also an exceedingly rare would attribute spiritual herb coveted across the 5 nations. Although only the people from the Heavenly Fragrance Valley knew how to refine it, its value was undeniable. It was said that a single stalk of starry grass could fetch at least 500,000 spirit stones at an auction in the black market. However, the flames in Su K's hand leapt up to the top of the starry grass. With a sizzling sound, sparks erupted, resembling tiny, radiant stars, shimmering brilliantly as they shot from his hand, cascading down like a fountain. Tang Shiwaru and the others were momentarily entranced. On one hand, they were stunned by Su K and amp, Oppos' reckless act, and on the other, the burning starry grass was indeed a breathtaking sight. Goodness! Isn't this just like the fireworks children play with during the New Year? Su K marveled at the radiant display in his hand, delighted to discover such a wondrous herb in the world of cultivation. In fact, it seemed far more beautiful than the fireworks of his previous life on Earth, and quite entertaining. With a flick of his wrist, the golden sparks traced an arc in the air, lingering for a moment before gradually fading, leaving behind an indelible glow that captivated Tang Shiwaru and her companions. After a brief moment, the golden radiance of the starry grass finally dimmed. The once immensely valuable herb was reduced to ashes in Su K's hand, scattered by the wind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and amp, Oppos, Su K and amp, Oppos, for successfully showing off, earning 40 show-off points. The system notification chimed in his mind. Wait a moment. Su K suddenly froze, and then his heart soared with joy. It seemed that he had discovered an even more refreshing and unconventional way to show off. Ha ha ha, this time I'm going to reap great rewards. Su K laughed heartily, darting away without even a word to Tang Shiwaru and the others. Zhang Suliang and the others remained in a daze until Su K's figure vanished from sight, exchanging glances before breaking into wry smiles. That Senior truly was an odd character. Only Tang Shiwaru and Oppos' eyes flickered with suspicion, feeling that the figure in the black robe seemed oddly familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen him before. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, several cultivators were anxiously searching for the starry grass. How have we searched for so long without even a glimpse of the starry grass? Are we truly fated to be without it? It's just our bad luck. No. It's ultimately because the starry grass is exceedingly rare. This valley may be vast, but it cannot be brimming with starry grass. It's likely already been picked clean. Sighing, they decided to take a break and scatter to search. As they lamented, a figure in black robes suddenly dashed past them. Hey, look. Isn't that the boy who said he would face the second trial alone? One exclaimed, laughter bubbling up. Look how hurried he is. He must be in a panic. By our reckoning, we still have over 5 hours left, while that kid probably has less than half an hour before he is out. Huh, this is hilarious. He had the audacity to scold us at the valley entrance. Come on, let us go intercept him and waste his time. With that, the group transformed into shadows, swiftly pursuing Sue Quebec. Hey, kid, are you in a rush to find starry grass? Beg us, and maybe we'll spare you, huh? They taunted as they followed closely behind. Upon hearing their voices, Sue K was elated, suddenly halting in his tracks and turning to them. Do you believe there are actually stars within the starry grass? Huh. The group was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Are there really stars in the starry grass? What does that mean? They exchanged glances, wondering if he had lost his mind. It appeared he had failed to find the starry grass and was now mentally unraveling. They laughed. Kid, you should just leave. This place isn't for you. Suke smirked, shaking his head. Sorry, but I actually found the starry grass. Wanna see? Here S1. Oh, 2. Wow, 3, 4. As Suke pulled one stalk after another from his robe, the cultivators were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. How? How is this possible? A full 10 stalks of starry grass. My heavens, what kind of luck does this boy possess? But he had only been inside for a little over half an hour. How could he possibly have gathered so many? Their minds were flooded with disbelief. Suke waved his hand dismissively, smiling serenely. Don't bother guessing. With your intellect, you'll never deduce where my starry grass came from. It all started when I was in the restroom, but that is not important. What matters today is that I'm going to prove something to you. Wah. What is it? The cultivators were utterly perplexed. That is, there are indeed stars within the starry grass. What nonsense. What are you trying to say? They groaned impatiently, their eyes fixated on the starry grass in his hands, glimmering with greed. With a playful smile, Suke raised his hand dramatically, adopting a magician and amp, oppose, pose, and snapped his fingers. Snap! A flicker of flame erupted from his fingertip, and thus, the moment of witnessing miracles began. As his words fell, the flames surged towards the 10 stalks of starry grass. No, what are you doing? Stop! The cultivators screamed in panic, rushing towards Sue Quebec. However, the flames had already ignited all 10 stalks of starry grass. With a sizzling sound, the stunning golden stars burst forth from Sue K's hands. The cultivators' legs buckled, and they collapsed onto the ground, utterly dazed. 10 stalks of starry grass, 10 of them, just like that, burned before their eyes. They transitioned from hope to despair in an instant, their spirits crushed under the staggering blow, their malicious glares fixed on Suke, nearly driven to madness. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 30 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 50 show-off points. Unfazed by the expressions of the cultivators, Suke reveled in the joyous system notifications echoing in his mind. With the burning starry grass in hand, he felt as though he were celebrating a festival. He faced the cultivators, playfully drawing arcs with the golden sparks, creating various shapes. Sometimes he traced an S shape, other times a B shape. Soon, before the cultivators' eyes, he left behind gleaming golden letters spelling out SB. As one SB faded to the ground, another brightened anew. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 20 show-off points. Ding! Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 30 show-off points. The system's notifications continued to resonate in Suke's mind. Chapter 87. My God, what are you doing? Damn it, I want to kill him. If I don and oppose to eliminate this person, my anger will never subside. Several golden core cultivators glared at Suke, whose face was brimming with joy, gritting their teeth as a profound killing intent brewed in their eyes. In that moment, Suke had finished burning the 10 stalks of starry grass in his hands. Yet he remained blissfully happy, completely disregarding the menacing stares of the golden core cultivators. With just a small investment in these herbs, he had reaped over 100 points of swagger value, a return so lucrative that it was simply irresistible. This was not a one-time endeavor. He intended to repeat this feat multiple times during this trial, amassing 1,000 points of swagger value. As for whether it would infuriate them, Suke had not even considered that possibility. Hey, Brother Hua. At that moment, several figures suddenly swooped in from a distance. Zheng Fanrong and a few other cultivators approached in a group. Suke noticed the glimmers of joy on their faces, clearly indicating they had made some gains. He clasped his hands and smiled. Brother Zheng, it seems you have completed your task? Yes, fortune favored us. We discovered a stalk of starry grass at the corner of a massive rock. We're just about to leave. How was your harvest? Zheng Fanrong nodded with a smile. Me? Not too bad, just average. Suke shrugged nonchalantly. The golden core cultivators seated nearby nearly exploded in outrage upon hearing this. You just burned 10 stalks of starry grass, and you call that average? How infuriating. If it weren't and oppose, T for the fact that they saw Zheng Fanrong and his companions arriving, they would have rushed at Su Ke in a fit of rage. However, aside from Zheng Fanrong, the others were not particularly interested in Su Quebec. Although they had previously witnessed his strength, this trial was a test of fortune, and seeing Su Ke and oppose's lack of joy, they speculated that he had not found any starry grass, secretly reveling in his misfortune. How strong can you be if your luck pales in comparison to ours? Yet, they only dared to harbor such thoughts internally, finding solace in their own superiority, but refraining from voicing them. Zheng Fanrong, noticing Su Ke and oppose's indifferent demeanor and mistakenly assuming he had not gained anything, decided not to pursue the topic. His gaze swept around and landed on several faint golden imprints on the ground, prompting him to inquire, "Hey, Brother Hua, what are these?" Su Ke glanced over and casually replied, "Oh, that's the emblem of our exploding sky gang. Isn't it impressive?" Zheng Fanrong looked confused. He couldn't discern what was impressive about it, so he changed the subject. "Brother Hua, how were these symbols carved into the ground? They seem to retain a golden hue. It must be some precious material. Not expensive, not expensive. Would you like to carve a few words here for keepsake?" Su Ke offered. Zheng Fanrong waved his hand with a smile. "No need, no need." The golden core cultivators on the ground felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. "Not expensive? How can that be? Wait, is he suggesting we carve more words? Could it be that he still has more starry grass? However, I think since you've carved the emblem, you should include the gang's name. Otherwise, others may not understand the meaning of this symbol." Zheng Fanrong added thoughtfully, "Oh, right. Brother Zheng, your words have awakened me from my stupor. I almost forgot." Su Ke's eyes lit up as he reached into his robe. "Damn it. You fat idiot. What do you mean by carving? Do you have any idea what he is using to carve?" The golden core cultivators sprang up from the ground, nearly cursing Zheng Fanrong. However, driven by their desire for starry grass, they didn't have time to curse, and instead looked at Su Ke with flattering smiles. "Fellow Taoist, we may have offended you earlier. Please forgive us. We were wondering, do you still have any starry grass?" Su Ke nodded yes. "What, do you want some?" "Yes, yes." The group eagerly nodded in excitement. "Oh, you really want it? You should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have given it to you anyway," Su Ke retorted, returning their earlier words verbatim. Their expressions immediately stiffened. Zheng Fanrong and his companions were utterly astonished, staring at Su Ke in disbelief. Then, they watched in shock as Su Ke pulled out a large handful of starry grass, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Hua, you this?" Zheng Fanrong's eyes widened. Unable to articulate his shock, his face a mask of horror. The other cultivators were equally astonished, their earlier smugness evaporating in an instant, almost causing them to faint. How could there be so much starry grass? Could it be he has been killing people to seize their starry grass? Panic-stricken, they looked at Su Ke, one of them hastily clutching his chest, as if fearing others would discover the starry grass was on him. Su Ke disdainfully glanced at them, ignoring the shocked expressions of the other golden core cultivators. He concentrated his finger, and suddenly, a flame shot up. "Fellow Taoist, spare the grass, please. We can talk this over." The golden core cultivators were terrified, their hearts racing as they rushed forward. "What do you want?" Zheng Fanrong and his companions were startled by their reaction, thinking they intended to snatch Su Ke's spiritual herbs, and immediately stepped forward to shout. In the face of Su Ke's numerical advantage, the golden core cultivators dared not act, their faces displaying urgent anxiety as they attempted to explain. But when they saw the flame in Su Ke and oppose's hand flare up again towards the starry grass, their words caught in their throats, and their hearts felt as if they were being sliced by a knife, a painful sensation overwhelming them. "Brother Hua, what are you?" Zheng Fanrong turned to ask Su Ke. But upon witnessing Su Ke ignite the starry grass, he could no longer maintain his composure, nearly collapsing to the ground in shock. The others turned to look as well, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With such a large handful of starry grass, this guy actually burned it all? Why? In the next moment, they understood. Su Ke, holding the handful of starry grass that burst forth like golden fireworks, began to flamboyantly sprinkle it onto the ground. Soon, under the bewildered and dazed gazes of everyone present, several powerful and robust appeared on the ground. "Exploding Sky Gang, awesome. Exploding Sky Gang, dominant. What magnificent writing." Suke discarded the remnants of the now-ash starry grass, savoring his masterpiece. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 20 points of swagger value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 30 points of swagger value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 30 points of swagger value. Ding. Congratulations to the host Suke for successfully showing off, earning 40 points of swagger value. Chapter 88. The Explosive Gang's Absence of a Leader. A visit here. Gulyalu, Zheng Fanrong, along with several cultivators, remained in a stupor for quite some time, finally managing to swallow hard. When they turned their gaze towards Suke, it was as if they were looking at a madman, using starlight grass as paint. Who but a lunatic would dare do such a thing? It dawned on Zheng Fanrong just how grievous his suggestion had been for Suke to inscribe the name of the explosive gang. Such a vast quantity of starlight grass. Even tossing out a single sprig would incite countless cultivators to fight over it. Yet this fellow had burned an entire handful, and with the pre-existing SB symbol. It was evident he had indulged in this madness more than once. Brother Zhang, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At this moment, Suke felt his show-off points soaring, convinced that this act of bravado was indeed well placed. He hastened to other locales to continue his antics. After bidding farewell to the dazed Zheng Fanrong, he executed the 3,000 thunder movement technique, vanishing at a terrifying speed. The Gene Dance stage cultivators from another team finally snapped back to reality and could no longer remain seated. They hurriedly summoned their flying swords to pursue him, crying out in desperation, "Friend, just give us one sprig. Please don't burn them. We implore you." However, Suke did not even pause, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Moments later, he appeared in the eastern valley, addressing several cultivators. "Let me share a secret with you. The starlight grass indeed possesses starlight." He then produced another handful of starlight grass and set it ablaze, leaving behind a grand inscription on the ground that read, "Explosive Gang's Absence of a Leader, a visit here," before he departed. A few minutes later, he reappeared before another group of people. Soon, the vast valley was filled with witnesses to Suke and Appo's antics, and his graffiti-like inscriptions. Do you seek to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you wish to truly live? Join the explosive gang. Do you feel as though your essence has been drained? Join the explosive gang. Explosive gang. With my hands, I will help you realize your dreams. 5750888701. Join the explosive gang. Start with me. Before long, the cultivators in the valley were nearly petrified with shock. Many were aware that Suke had ventured alone to challenge the second trial, and none believed he would succeed. Indeed, countless regarded him as a mere joke. Yet ultimately, as Suke recklessly burned vast amounts of starlight grass and defaced their surroundings, the entire crowd erupted with fury. Some teams banded together to pursue Suke, intent on delivering severe punishment. Yet wherever they searched, apart from Suke's graffiti, they found no trace of him. The situation escalated to such a degree that even the heavenly fragrance valley was stirred. Numerous disciples entered the valley to investigate, and upon encountering the ground filled with golden inscriptions, they were nearly brought to tears. Who could be so deranged? How much starlight grass must have been wasted? Moreover, they even mentioned our heavenly fragrance valley. When did we lose our treasures? This is utterly intolerable. Quickly, report this matter to the elders and actively seek out this individual. We must not allow him to continue his destruction. Instantly, the heavenly fragrance valley mobilized countless disciples to conduct a thorough search in the valley. Meanwhile, some disciples hurried to a stone house atop the mountain to report the incident to an elder of the third stage of infant transformation. Upon hearing the news, the elder slammed the stone table in anger and trembled as he spoke. "How many sprigs has he burned?" With a bitter expression, the disciple replied, "We do not know the exact count, but it should be no less than 100. Preposterous. The elder and Appo's roar echoed like spring thunder, shaking the entire stone house. "Calm down, elder. We are doing everything we can to track down this Hua Wuching." The elder, still trembling, said, "Over 100 sprigs of starlight grass. That is the entirety of our heavenly fragrance valley and Appo's harvest for an entire year. What could possibly compel him to do this? Has one of you abused your power and drawn his ire?" The disciple, looking puzzled, replied, "No. I heard he is trying to prove to others that when starlight grass burns, it truly possesses starlight. The elder. Moreover, he has been using starlight grass to carve inscriptions everywhere, promoting a gang called the Explosive Gang, even leaving behind some numbers. We suspect a conspiracy may be afoot. The elder, intrigued, inquired, what numbers? The Heavenly Fragrance Valley disciple recalled and recited, 5750, 88,701. What does that signify? The disciple responded, I have yet to ascertain. But I heard someone asked him, and he claimed it was a QQ group number, though no one seems to understand. The elder fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before finally saying, relay my orders. Spare no effort to find this Hua Wuching and request his prompt appearance outside the valley. Remember, I said request. If anyone provokes him, they shall face disciplinary action according to our rules. Elder this. Why are you still here? Go. Yes. As the disciple departed the stone house, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the elder and Appo's murky eyes, and he murmured to himself, this individual has acquired such a vast quantity of starlight grass. It signifies that he is undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Should he join the Heavenly Fragrance Valley, it would be a boon for us. Moreover, the Empress of the Shuiyuan nation will soon lead her disciples to participate in overseas trials. A person of great fortune is vital for her in the Heavenly Fragrance Valley. We must recruit him. Meanwhile, Suke reclined against a great tree, resting after a taxing half-hour, during which he had successfully burned over 200 sprigs of starlight grass, expending more than 20 points of show-off value. Yet, even now, the system and Appo's reward notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for successful show-off. Reward, 30 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations, host and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for successful show-off. Reward, 30 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations, host and Appo's, Suke, and Appo's, for successful show-off. Reward, 50 points of show-off value. Ding! Congratulations, host Suke, for successful show-off. Reward, 50 points of show-off value. In his personal information interface, the show-off value had already surpassed 1,500 points. And with each system notification, it continued to soar. Suke's smile radiated like a delicate sunflower. Look, Hua Wuching is right there. Surround him. Don and Appo's, let him escape. This man is utterly deranged to waste so much starlight grass. He has enraged both gods and men, and he must be punished. Indeed, let us all converge and retrieve the remaining starlight grass from him. He has even scrawled insults against the Heavenly Fragrance Valley. He is doomed. If we can eliminate him, the Heavenly Fragrance Valley may reward us handsomely. At this moment, a cacophony of shouts surged closer. Suke suddenly regained his senses, sitting up from the tree trunk, observing the throng of hundreds of cultivators approaching with hostility. A faint smile graced his lips as he directly entered the system and Appo's store interface, inquiring, System, do you sell any murder knives or assassination manuals? The kind that increases attack power after killing.